With the power of 1,000 jewels, he traverses the world of Douluo, condensing the 1,000 jewels martial soul and attaining the divine position of 1,000 jewels. Witness how the young man gradually rises to become the strongest individual on the continent. Chapter 1. The Transmigration. Qianju has crossed over. Transmigration is often viewed as a blessing. Every seasoned reader harbors a dream of it. Yet, when such an extraordinary event befalls oneself, the immediate thoughts do not revolve around creating chaos in this new world or seizing dominion and indulging in the company of beauty. Instead, one is gripped by the disorientation and dread of leaving the familiar realm behind to confront the unknown, especially in the predicament faced by Qianju. Transmigration can manifest in various forms. One may be reborn in the womb, starting anew, or one may possess the soul of a prince, vying for favor and power, or even inhabit the body of a wastrel, experiencing the ebb and flow of fortune. Any of these scenarios would be preferable to that of Qianju. He never anticipated that upon his crossing, he would encounter such a bizarre situation. Men, women, the elderly, and children all lying in orderly rows upon an expanse of open ground, himself among them at that moment. Qianju was utterly unaware of his transmigration, that he believed he had been abducted or entangled in some form of pyramid scheme or cult, witnessing a peculiar ritual that explained the current circumstances. Thus, he refrained from rash actions, cautiously tilting his head to observe for a while. It became apparent that no guards were present, and the individuals lying nearby appeared eerily still, their breath silent. Only then did he begin to inspect the conditions of those around him with a hint of suspicion. The horrifying realization struck him. The individuals nearby were lifeless corpses. Those sprawled upon the ground were likely all deceased. He was but a child. It seemed he had indeed crossed over. After a brief moment of shock, Qianju turned and fled, plunging into a nearby haystack, burying himself completely within it. Only then did he begin to feel a sense of bewilderment, his body trembling involuntarily. Fortunately, the manner of death of these individuals was not gruesome. One could even describe it as serene, devoid of any vivid red. This spared Qianju from being overwhelmed by the shock. Nevertheless, it took him quite some time to regain his composure. After hiding in the haystack for what felt like an eternity, and after ascertaining that no one else was present, he finally calmed his racing heart. Summoning his courage, he cautiously emerged from the hay. Upon inspecting the bodies more closely, Qianju confirmed that they were indeed lifeless, and apart from a small wound at their chests, there were no other visible injuries. Of course, it was also possible that he simply could not discern the cause of death. After all, he was no police officer or medical professional. Thus, he remained in the dark regarding their demise. Not daring to linger, he scavenged some valuables from the bodies and dragged the corpse of a child back to his original position before hastily fleeing from that eerie and terrifying place. Fear, anxiety, relief. Qianju lay in the field, taking deep breaths. After fleeing from the desolate clearing strewn with corpses, he has been sprinting through the wilderness, avoiding the main roads. For fear of encountering the murderers who slaughtered the villagers, terrified that they might discover him as a survivor. Although it is highly likely that those killers have long since departed, his youthful body, which should have perished, has been granted a second chance at life through his inexplicable crossing into this realm. Thus, it stands to reason that he is, for the time being, safe from peril. As he fled, Qianju did not neglect to analyze his circumstances, using his deductions to soothe his anxious heart. Gradually, as he raced through the mountains and fields, his fear transformed into exhilaration. He ran with reckless abandon, rediscovering the innocence of his childhood when he frolicked in the meadows. That it had been a long time since he had felt such joy that he was reborn. Though the nature of this world remained a mystery, and he had arrived amidst a sea of death, he could at least consider himself granted a new lease on life. Yet, thoughts of his parents weighed heavily upon him. His once buoyant spirits suddenly plummeted. He fell into silence, struggling to articulate the turmoil within. How many yearn for the wish of traversing worlds? Thus, he whispered a silent prayer for his family, suppressing his guilt for those left behind, and began contemplating the challenges that lay ahead. Having crossed into an alternate realm, the reasons for his arrival eluded him. He knew he would not unravel them now, so he resolved not to dwell on it. However, one would expect such a transition to be accompanied by golden opportunity. Yet despite the passage of time, he had received no system notifications or guidance. System? Qianju called out tentatively. Beep. Your crossing system has been activated. He repeated this phrase in hopes of hearing such a voice echo in his mind. Yet, minutes passed, and he sensed no abnormalities. Could it be that I am invoking it incorrectly? He pondered, then began to search his person. After a while, he discarded a pouch of coins on the ground, smacking his forehead in realization. I've never carried anything peculiar before. It seemed he had no golden finger after all. Perhaps he had yet to meet the activation criteria. He recalled tales where protagonists only activated their systems upon reaching old age or ascending to thrones. He too might be in such a situation. This thought was his only solace. After lamenting for a time, Qianzhu quelled the fantasies in his heart and began to confront the reality surrounding him. First and foremost was his body, which had indeed transformed into that of a child. He curiously explored his form, even unfastening his trousers to inspect. His body was healthy, neither overweight nor underweight, sturdy, and likely around 5 or 6 years of age. What brought him the greatest joy was that the nearsightedness caused by his previous indulgence in mobile devices had vanished, freeing him from the need for spectacles, which filled Qianzhu with exhilaration. He pondered whether this world even possessed eyewear. A wave of apprehension washed over him suddenly. His attire was fashioned from coarse linen, reminiscent of the garments worn by ancient agrarians. The pouch of coins he possessed was similarly unrefined, most were likely composed of copper, with only a handful being silver in hue. They were modest in size, comparable to 5-dime coins, adorned with intricate patterns and featuring an iron hook character that resembled the word soul. This soul was not a Han character, rather. It bore a closer resemblance to a pictogram. Yet Qianzhu instinctively understood that this character was pronounced Han. He bit down on it with his teeth, leaving behind faint impressions. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings with meticulous attention. His gaze fell upon a landscape awash in verdant hues, devoid of any familiar silhouettes of electrical or communication towers. Alas, it seemed he had been transported to a bygone era. This presented quite a conundrum. He fervently hoped it was not a world rife with martial chivalry, where bloodshed drenched cities and one could slay a man every 10 paces, leaving no trace across 1,000 miles. That in his past as a reader, he had reveled in tales such as demigods and semi-devils, the legend of the Condor Heroes, the return of the Condor Heroes, and Heavenly Sword and Dragon, slaying Saber, finding them exhilarating and liberating. Yet now, as an ordinary individual, the prospect of living in such a world felt daunting. Qianzhu swallowed hard. Casting a glance towards the setting sun, which had begun its descent in the western sky, he spent several minutes mustering his courage before finally resolving to venture forth and explore this new realm. Chapter 2, Douluo Continent. Qianzhu traversed the main road, unaware of how long he had walked, yet the shadow of a town remained elusive. The soreness in his feet was trivial. What mattered was his need to remain vigilant and observe his surroundings. He feared encountering any horse-drawn carriages or riders, for in such instances, he would have to conceal himself immediately. If the individuals were of high status, and this world had peculiar customs requiring the likes of him to kneel, he would be utterly oblivious. And should he be struck down, his fate would be unjust. Thus, Qianzhu felt weary from his journey, but he dared not let his guard down. Everything in this world was an enigma to him. He continued walking for an indeterminate duration until his legs grew weary and heavy, and at last, he encountered another person. This individual, dressed similarly to Qianzhu and of middle age, was alone and carrying a burden on a pole. Qianzhu did not dare approach, but stealthily trailed behind. Observing quietly, the man appeared quite ordinary, bearing resemblance to people from his previous life in China, which brought Qianzhu a semblance of reassurance. He remained uncertain of his own appearance. Throughout his journey, he had not come across any water sources, causing him some concern. However, he felt somewhat relieved, for regardless of whether he resembled his younger self or the original form of this body, he believed he would be fine. Quickening his pace, he discreetly surpassed the burdened man and continued along the path, noticing that the sun was nearing the horizon. Soon, he encountered more people. Small groups engaged in conversation spoke not in Mandarin, but in an unfamiliar tongue that he found inexplicably comprehensible. The pronunciation was markedly different from Chinese, yet he understood the meaning behind every utterance. Qianzhu speculated that this might be due to the peculiarities of his current body. Douluo Continent. He stood still, astonished at the realization. This was indeed the world he had read about in his previous life. He was well acquainted with the narrative. Simply put, every individual is born with a martial soul, which awakens around the age of 5 or 6. If one's martial soul is inadequate, they would lead a humble life as a commoner. If exceptional, they might pursue the cultivation of soul power, much like the protagonist, Tang San, who possessed dual martial souls and gradually overcame formidable foes, ultimately toppling the powerful spirit hall and ascending to divinity. This was the essence of Douluo Continent, a world where appearances held great significance. The Douluo Continent saga comprised 4 volumes, and prior to his transmigration, the 4th installment, Ultimate Douluo, was still being serialized. A wave of panic washed over Qianzhou. The extent of personal power in Douluo Continent was starkly illustrated by Tang San's ascension to godhood. The implications of exceptional personal strength were clear. One could easily transgress the boundaries of the law through martial prowess. This world was fraught with peril. He reassured himself. If he found himself in the later volumes, things would become complicated. Due to the unsatisfactory nature of the subsequent narratives, he could scarcely recall the plot details. And thus he could only hope that he had landed in the timeline of the first volume. To ascertain the current time, Qianzhou needed to observe his surroundings more closely. Suppressing his conjectures, he continued along the path and soon arrived at the gates of the town. The gates rose approximately 3 to 4 stories high. To the ordinary inhabitants of this world, it might seem quite tall. However, to Qianzhou, accustomed to the splendor of the modern world, it appeared somewhat rudimentary. The name of the town was Sodto City. The name struck a chord of familiarity within him. After pondering for some time without reaching a conclusion, he set aside his thoughts and entered the city. The guards stationed at the city gate were not particularly stringent in their inspections, primarily focusing on adults. As a child, Qianzhou was hardly acknowledged by them, allowing him to enter the city with ease. Sodto City was not bustling with activity, at least not in Qianzhou's eyes. Nevertheless, the streets, reminiscent of a cinematic scene, were alive with various vendors and merchants, which piqued his curiosity. Yet, despite his intrigue, Qianzhou remained cautious, refraining from speaking or touching anything, only observing the myriad of sights around him. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the sky, Qianzhou purchased 2 flatbreads to quell his hunger and began contemplating his lodging for the night. A tavern was out of the question, given his young age. The proprietor would likely dismiss him. Although he possessed a modest sum of money, his status as a child rendered him vulnerable, making a solitary stay at an inn seem perilous. Consequently, he was compelled to explore alternative accommodations. Qianzhou was inherently adaptable, capable of enjoying comforts yet equally resilient in hardship. He could tolerate a night in a hotel or even spend hours in an internet CAF. However, he found that there were no such establishments here. After a lengthy search, he finally stumbled upon a cluster of wooden crates tucked away in a corner of an alley. Upon nudging one, he noticed that the ground beneath it was noticeably cleaner than the surrounding area, suggesting that the crates had not been moved for quite some time. Opening one, he found it relatively clean inside, and due to the crude craftsmanship, it was not tightly sealed, allowing for a decent airflow. This would suffice. It seemed a suitable place. However, Qianzhou, having identified a resting spot, did not immediately seek refuge within. Though weary, he was not yet inclined to rest, especially not on his first night in this foreign world. He had not yet reached the level of comfort that would allow him to sleep soundly amidst the unknown. After surveying the area and committing it to memory, he resumed his exploration of Sodto City. As night fell, the city transformed, exuding a different ambience. Despite the absence of electricity and the neon lights of his previous life, the streets were adorned with various lanterns and candles, bustling with lively calls and festooned with decorations. The stars and moon shone brightly, even more so than in his former world, creating an ethereal scene that evoked a lyric in his mind, if only dreams never fade. And the city is filled with drifting willow fluff. He realized he was still an artistic soul at heart. As he silently mocked himself, he continued walking and suddenly spotted a merchant stall. Through the entrance of the Inshun Pavilion, Qianzhou caught a fleeting glimpse of the enchanting scene within, where swallows danced and orioles flitted, revealing the nature of the establishment's business. He gazed at his delicate hands, lamenting the missed opportunities. A sigh escaped his lips as he pondered his circumstances. Suddenly, a cacophony of shattering objects resonated ahead, drawing a crowd that began to converge. Driven by curiosity, Qianzhou, leveraging his slight stature, nimbly maneuvered through the throng to the forefront. Yet, before he could discern the situation, a chilling voice pierced the air. Third soul skill, invisible sword. In that moment, he felt something slice past his face, warm droplets splattering onto his skin. A scream erupted from behind him as an individual clutched their thigh. Collapsing in agony, gasps of shock rippled through the crowd, which recoiled, revealing Qianzhou and the injured figure amidst the chaos. He instinctively touched the liquid on his face. Bringing it to his eyes, it was blood. Glancing around to assess the unfolding scene, realization dawned upon him. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed away, retracing his steps to the hiding place he had previously scouted, where he sought refuge within a wooden crate, gasping for breath. The 2 individuals he had encountered moments before, they were soul masters, had clashed in a fierce altercation on the street. One wielded a sword that shimmered with a faint glow, while the other was shrouded in the spectral form of an unknown beast. Just as Qianju had squeezed into his hiding spot, the swordsman unleashed a soul skill that emitted a blade of energy, piercing through the other combatant's chest. Although the force had diminished, it inadvertently harmed the onlookers nearby. Perhaps by some stroke of fate, the blade of energy narrowly grazed Qianju's face, marking the first instance he felt he had narrowly escaped death. Had it veered just a fraction more, his fate would have been sealed. Are you a fool? He chastised himself silently. You know the nature of this world, and yet you dared to meddle in its affairs. He had navigated the day with utmost caution, only to let his guard down as night fell. Truly, a foolish mistake. After berating himself, he gradually regained his composure. He understood that his momentary lapse stemmed from the awareness that he had arrived in the Douluo Continent. From his observations during the day, this world was not as dire as he had imagined, and with his familiarity with the narrative, he felt confident that he could thrive here. Thus, he had begun to relax, no longer treading as warily as before. Moreover, while he recognized the immense personal power that individuals wielded in this realm, surpassing even that of martial worlds, he had yet to experience it firsthand, lacking the corresponding awareness, which ultimately led to the incident. Enough, he resolved. Let this serve as a reminder. Never forget the inherent dangers of this world. With a firm slap on his thigh, Qianju acknowledged the gravity of the situation. With such tumult ensuing, he had little desire to venture out again, choosing instead to remain nestled within the wooden crate, contemplating his next course of action. In light of today's observations, it appears that the soul guidance devices have yet to gain widespread usage, indicating that the narrative likely takes place in the earlier chapters. Therefore, should I pursue the protagonist Tang San, as he embodies the essence of the main character, enveloped in the halo of his significance? Following him would presumably entail minimal peril, and aligning with Tang San would facilitate my own rapid enhancement of abilities. In due time, I would no longer need to harbor fears and could genuinely relish the pleasures this world has to offer. Yes, indeed, I shall seek out Tang San. Qianju reaffirmed his prior thoughts. However, the dilemma lies in my ignorance of their whereabouts. Are they in Holy Soul Village? I am uncertain whether the storyline of Douluo has commenced. If it has, he would no longer be in Holy Soul Village, thus compelling me to devise alternative strategies. Tomorrow, I shall inquire further to ascertain the current timeline. After a moment of contemplation, Qianju resolved in his heart. Subsequently, he nestled within the wooden crate, repeatedly sifting through the narrative of Douluo Continent. Although many details initially eluded him, through persistent reflection, the entirety of the storyline gradually crystallized in his mind. After countless repetitions, fatigue overcame him, and he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 3, Holy Soul Village. Pancakes, 1 copper soul coin each. You scoundrel, did you gamble all night again? Are you truly intent on losing every last coin in our household? Dear, be gentle. I swear I shall not dare again. Not dare? How many times have you uttered those words? Have you ever truly refrained? Oh dear, I vow this is the final time. If there is a next, I shall ensure my lineage is cut off. How dare you curse my child? Just wait until I deal with you today. Hey, have you heard? Last night, the entire population of Jinshui village was slaughtered, and the scene was utterly horrific. What? Is that true? I owe old Lu from Jinshui village several silver soul coins. I suppose that debt is now null and void. Goodness, how can you be so heartless? Why don't you repay me, and I'll burn it for him? Voices of varied tones gradually permeated Qianju's ears, growing louder and more numerous, compelling his mind to acknowledge them. After a couple of involuntary blinks, he abruptly awoke, sitting upright with a start. Thud! Ouch! As he crawled out of the wooden crate, Qianju stretched, loosening his stiff limbs. The creaking of his bones, which had been curled up all night, resonated through the air. Fortunately, his diminutive stature allowed him to nestle comfortably within the crate. Habitually, he reached to touch his nose and hair, and upon discovering no trace of grease, he began to fully comprehend his situation. Being smaller has its advantages. I no longer need to wash my face or hair daily. After playfully chiding himself, Qianju inhaled deeply, the refreshing air clearing the remnants of confusion from his mind. First, he would procure some nourishment, and then he must ascertain the current timeline and whether the narrative had begun before devising his future plans. Upon stepping into the bustling street, this world once again reshaped his understanding. The incessant flow of people was insignificant. What captivated him were the occasional glimpses of individuals adorned with luminous halos, either white or yellow, beneath their feet. He even spotted an elderly vendor selling breakfast, standing atop 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, while skillfully wielding a slightly glowing rolling pin to prepare his pancakes. Is this what soul rings are? As Qianju quietly observed the soul rings of those around him, he marveled inwardly. Although he had witnessed the soul rings of the duelists the previous night, fear had prevented him from taking a closer look. Indeed, this was a wondrous world. devoid of the peak energy of martial prowess, yet abundant in martial souls that permeated every household. What could his own martial soul be? Suppressing his yearning, Qianju approached the vendor's stall and took a seat. "Ah, young man, what would you like to eat?" "Sir, I would like 2 pancakes and a bowl of that soup," Qianju replied instinctively in the language of this world, gesturing towards a pot of soup nearby. "Child, I see this is your first time here. Let me tell you, my pancakes and dipping sauce are unparalleled in Notting City. If you haven't tasted my offerings, you shall live with regret for a lifetime," the elderly man declared, placing 2 pancakes into a dish along with a bowl of the sauce he had mentioned. The sauce was garnished with a sprinkle of scallions. Taking a bite of the pancake and a sip of the soup, Qianju exclaimed, this is indeed delightful. The dipping sauce resembles a shrimp broth from my previous life, while the scallion pancake possesses an unexpected crispness and flavor. Delicious, isn't it? I have no qualms sharing my secret. The dough for my pancakes is crafted using my martial soul, and each time I knead the dough, I employ my soul skill utilizing a special technique. Thus, only my pancakes can achieve such crispness. You won't find anything like it elsewhere. Enough, old Wang. How many times have you recited that line? Stop boasting and bring us some more pancakes and a few bowls of sauce, interrupted 3 newcomers who had just arrived at the stall, finding the old man's self-praise somewhat tiresome. "Coming right up," old Wang replied, turning to fetch the pancakes. In the meantime, the 3 men engaged in conversation. "Have you heard? The entire village of Jinshui was slaughtered yesterday. It was horrific." "Yes, I've heard. It must be those wicked soul masters at work." Upon hearing a few words, Qianju discerned that the village they spoke of was indeed the one he had escaped from the previous day. So, the village was called Jinshui. He quickly perked up his ears, eager to listen intently. "I heard that the spirit hall has already sent people to investigate, but who knows what the outcome will be? What else could happen? I doubt they will catch the culprits. This isn't the first time such a thing has occurred. I've heard that this year alone, in our Fasnuo province, there have been 3 instances of wicked soul masters committing murder and slaughtering entire villages. With Notting City being so close to Xinghua, these villains can easily hide there, leaving us in the Tiando Empire unable to pursue them further. The Spirit Hall doesn't take these matters seriously. I suspect this incident will end up unresolved. Will it truly just fade away like that? That amounts to over 100 lives." Another burly man slammed his hand on the table, indignantly growling in outrage. The man who initially called for attention patted him gently, signaling him to temper his fervor. "What can we do? For those of us who are not even spirit masters, merely surviving is already a blessing. Perhaps, next time." He halted mid-sentence, yet everyone understood his implication. Indeed, in this world, if one is not a spirit master, one is reduced to mere ants. Only by becoming a spirit master can one hope to live a remarkable life in this realm. As for us, we are but laborers, toiling away. Yet we still pity others. Speaking of which, isn't it true that Jinshui village, like Shanghan village, once produced a spirit sage? How could it have been so easily slaughtered by the evil spirit masters? One of the men suddenly inquired with a hint of confusion. "Old Ding, you arrived only in recent years, so you may not be aware. Jinshui village was quite prosperous over a decade ago, especially since it produced a spirit sage in the last few decades, unlike Shanghan village, which hasn't seen one in over a century. About 10 years ago, that spirit sage met an untimely demise, and soon after, a band of vengeful individuals descended upon the village, slaughtering all the inhabitants. Consequently, many from Jinshui village feared for their safety and relocated, leading to the village's decline. Otherwise, not to mention Shanghan village, even compared to our own village, Jinshui village would have thrived considerably." Upon hearing this, Qianju's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. It seems that Shanghan village is not too far from here. I can pay a visit directly. After all, inquiring may not yield the information I seek. Witnessing the situation firsthand in Shanghan village will provide clarity. With this thought, Qianju hastily finished the remaining sauce soup and, holding the leftover scallion pancake, called out to the busy old man Wang. "Old man, how much do I owe you?" Turning to glance at Qianju, the elderly man replied with a warm smile. "That would be 3 copper spirit coins. Please wait a moment while I attend to these customers." Qianju retrieved 3 of the 5 copper spirit coins he had prepared and handed them to him once he was finished. "Old man, may I inquire about the route? How does one get to Shanghan village from here?" Upon receiving the copper coins, old man Wang was about to turn back to his tasks, but he paused, looking at Qianju with a hint of surprise. "To Shanghan village? Are you going alone? That place is quite far. What is your purpose? Where is your guardian?" "Oh, my father went ahead to fetch some wine. We are on our way to find my second uncle. I overheard him mention he couldn't remember the way, so I thought I would ask for directions." Qianju recited his premeditated explanation. "I see. Shanghan village is not close. It will take quite some time to walk there, and it's difficult to explain." Old man Wang, trusting him, slightly raised his head and squinted in thought. "Thank you, Grandpa. Farewell." Affecting the demeanor of a child, Qianju bid farewell to Old Man Wang and made his way towards the general store in the marketplace, inquiring about the route along the way. Observing the various shops and the myriad of signs, Qianju realized there were numerous characters he could not recognize. It appears that one ought to diligently study literacy. It would be quite amusing to possess great strength yet remain illiterate. With a mind abuzz with various thoughts, Qianju gradually made his way to the bustling market. The market was far livelier than the streets, filled not only with various shops, but also with countless vendors carrying their wares. "Hey there, sir. Would you care to buy some purple infant grass? It's excellent for brewing tea, and I've heard it can enhance one's soul power. If a child consumes enough, they might awaken their martial soul with innate full soul power. Is that truly the case?" The middle-aged man, who was halted by the vendor, displayed a keen interest. The seller of turtles, sensing a potential sale, eagerly responded, "Absolutely. Though turtles may not sound impressive, they possess high defenses. Just look at this shell, it's impeccable." He rapped on the turtle's shell, claiming it could yield a century-old soul ring, thus intensifying his sales pitch. Wait, don't be ridiculous. I meant, is that grass really effective for enhancing vitality? Chapter 4, Journey to the Holy Soul Village. As Qianju walked amidst the cacophony of vendors, he suddenly spotted a sign bearing 3 prominent characters, General Goods Store. A store of miscellaneous goods. Although I do not recognize the middle character. This must be the place. Quietly adding a star to his literacy task in his mind, Qianju stepped inside the shop. To his surprise, the store appeared quite small from the outside and was equally modest within. However, despite its limited FAAD, the backyard storage was impressively spacious. Though the variety was not extensive, the quantity was substantial, with shelves brimming with various condiments, oils, and an assortment of alcoholic beverages filling the entire courtyard. "Hey, little one. Whose child are you? What are you doing inside here?" Just as Qianju was surveying the inner courtyard, he was approached by an elder. "Oh, uncle. I'm looking for Grandpa Deng. Where is he?" Qianju inquired without hesitation. "Grandpa Deng? Ah, you mean old Deng. He is moving some items and will be out shortly. Just wait outside and don't go in. If you break something, you'll have to pay for it." "All right. I understand, uncle. I'll wait by the door," Qianju assured him, standing obediently at the entrance. "Make sure not to run off." "Child, did you come to see me? What is it?" You are Uncle Deng, right? I wish to go to the Holy Soul Village, but I cannot find my way. I would like to accompany you." Initially, Qianju felt at ease, assuming that someone referred to as Old Deng would be of a similar age to the elder. To his surprise, the man was middle-aged, with a rather stern appearance and a brusque manner of speaking, which seemed somewhat intimidating. "What? You are going alone? That won't do. What if you run into danger? Where are your guardians?" Upon hearing this, Qianju felt a sense of relief. It indicated that although the man appeared harsh, he possessed a kind heart. Displaying a sorrowful expression, Qianju replied, "They have passed away. Before leaving, they told me that my second uncle, Jack, resides in Holy Soul Village and instructed me to seek him out. I heard from Grandpa Wang, the pancake vendor, that you are also from Holy Soul Village and that I could accompany you, so I came to find you." Qianju fabricated an identity as the great-nephew of Old Jack, hesitant to directly inquire about Tang Hao. Uncertain of the timeline and whether Tang Hao still resided in the Holy Soul Village, he feared that, should Tang Hao discover he was seeking him, it might arouse suspicion, resulting in dire consequences. "Are you Old Jack's great-nephew?" "Yes. Could you guide me there?" "Rest assured, I am well-behaved and won't wander off. Just take me to the Holy Soul Village. I can handle the rest on my own." Old Deng regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before hesitantly agreeing. "I can take you there, but I must first deliver you to Old Jack's home to confirm your intentions." "All right," Qianju responded eagerly, willing to comply with any conditions. After all, he was still a child, and as long as he wasn't in the company of ill-intentioned individuals, he should be safe. "Very well, then follow me. I must warn you, I want to be stopping frequently to rest. If you can't keep up, I want to wait for you." "Don't worry, Uncle Deng, I will keep pace. When do we depart?" Qianju felt a surge of excitement. "I have already prepared everything. We shall leave at once." "Keep up, young lad." Qianju nodded and trailed behind him, intrigued by Old Deng's movements. He noticed that Deng's burden did not remain stationary, but instead bounced with each step he took. Every time the load lifted, Old Deng advanced a step, and as it descended, he would push it up again, moving forward once more. Indeed, the ingenuity of the working class is boundless, Qianju mused. Gradually, Qianju followed Old Deng out of the city. Once outside, he began to feel more at ease with Deng, subtly engaging him in conversation. "Uncle Deng, do you usually work in the fields?" "Oh, I don't. I run a small shop. Aside from stocking goods, I simply oversee my store." "Really? Is the Holy Soul Village large? Are there many shops like yours?" "Just mine. so it must be quite lucrative, with many people coming to buy from you. Especially for wine. Only enough to cover travel expenses. Villagers mainly purchase essentials like oil, salt, rice, and vinegar. As for wine, there is a substantial demand, particularly from a certain drunkard in our village who drinks daily. He has fallen so low that his 4 or 5-year-old son has to take care of him, old Deng remarked, his disdain evident as he grimaced and clicked his tongue. Upon hearing this, Qianju's heart raced. A drunkard who required his son to cook and care for him. It could only be Tang Hao and Tang San, the father and son duo. This was before their story unfolded, when Tang San and Tang Hao still resided in the Holy Soul Village. What a splendid opportunity. Qianju excitedly clapped his hands together, producing a light sound. What is the matter? Oh, nothing. Uncle Deng, is this drunkard the blacksmith from your village? Indeed, how did you know? Has the notorious reputation of that drunkard reached you as well? Old Deng seemed to grasp something profound. Yes. My father has often expressed his disdain for such individuals. Indolent and slothful. Qianju silently reveled in this exchange, eagerly continuing along with old Deng's words. Indeed, yet we cannot concern ourselves with him. It's truly the child who suffers, having to endure so much hardship alongside such a wretched person. But children should endure some trials. It is through hardship that one truly rises above others. Surely he will achieve great success in the future. TSK, it is better to remain ignorant of such matters. Old Deng sighed once more, lost in thought. Uncle Deng, what do you mean by being ignorant? Oh, it's nothing at all. Let us hurry along. Thus, the two of them, one old and one young, continued their journey for quite some time. During this short journey, Qianju gleaned a multitude of information. For instance, he currently resided in the Heaven Do Empire, which shared the continent with another empire known as Star Luo. Of course, Qianju was aware of these details. Having read the novel DouluoDalu, these significant aspects lingered in his memory. However, more specifically, he understood that he was located in the southwestern region of the Heaven Do Empire, within the jurisdiction of Notting City in the Fasnuo province. Notting City was not particularly large, yet its proximity to the Star Luo Empire made it a bustling hub for trade between the two empires, leading to its prosperity. Consequently, the surrounding villages enjoyed a significantly better quality of life compared to other regions. As the sole official organization for soul masters, the Spirit Hall dispatched personnel annually to awaken the martial spirits of children of appropriate age in various villages. This year, the awakening ceremony was set to occur in 3 months. 3 months. He must establish roots in Holy Soul Village within this time frame, forge a bond with Tang San and his father, and then test his luck to discover the nature of his martial spirit. Qianju resolved firmly in his heart. After all, he was a transmigrator, perhaps even a child of destiny. Even if he did not possess the dual martial spirits like the illustrious Tang San, he should not be lacking in potential, right? We've arrived. Suddenly, as he was lost in dreams of the future, Qianju heard old Deng calling out. He looked up to see a stone tablet inscribed with 3 bold red characters, Holy Soul Village. Chapter 5, Arrival. Holy Soul Village. At last, they had arrived. Qianju felt a surge of excitement within, taking a deep breath to quell his overwhelming emotions. Yet, how could it be so easy? Soon, he would be meeting Tang San and Tang Hao, the protagonists and one of the strongest forces in this world. Let us proceed. I will take you to find Village Chief Jack. Qianju regained his composure, as he had yet to formulate an explanation. Uncle Deng, you needn't trouble yourself. Just point me in the direction of Grandpa Jack's home, and I shall find it myself. Qianju attempted to convey this to old Deng. Upon hearing this, old Deng frowned. No, I've said I would escort you. Come, I shall take you there myself. Observing old Deng's resolute expression, Qianju realized he could not dissuade him and reluctantly agreed, deciding to see how things unfolded from there. Very well, I shall trouble Uncle Deng then. Let us be on our way. The village chief's house is not far, and we shall arrive shortly. Old Deng once again shouldered the burden, leading Qianju towards old Jack's residence. Qianju followed closely behind, his mind racing with thoughts. He contemplated fleeing, but he realized that such an action would surely spread like wildfire through the village, leaving him no choice but to abandon Shenghan village altogether. It seems that what is destined to occur will inevitably come to pass. He could only rely on his eloquence, Qianju mused, as he began to swiftly contemplate how to respond. Village Chief. Jack, Village Chief. Old Deng halted before a humble dwelling, calling out for Village Chief Jack. Who is it? A somewhat aged voice soon echoed from within. Who seeks me? Footsteps approached, and with a creak, the door was slowly pushed open. Oh, Deng Sheng, what brings you here? The elderly man who opened the door greeted old Deng with a warm smile. Before old Deng could utter a word, Qianju suddenly knelt down. Grandpa Jack, I have finally found you, he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Hey, Hey, little one, what troubles you? Rise, rise. Old Jack was momentarily taken aback by Qianju's unexpected gesture. What manner of child is this, kneeling upon our first meeting? Old Deng, wishing to explain to old Jack, merely shook his head at the unfolding scene and stood aside in silence. Grandpa Jack, I hail from Jinshui village. Just days ago, a group of people descended upon our village. They slaughtered everyone in sight, and all of my kin were mercilessly killed. Qianju lamented, his voice trembling with sorrow. I witnessed my father and mother brutally slain while trying to shield me. They told me before their demise that I could seek refuge with a kind man named Jack in Shanghun village, a well-respected figure in the nearby area who would surely take me in. As he recounted his tale, his grief intensified, and he became increasingly distraught. What? Jinshui village has been massacred. Old Jack was momentarily stunned by Qianju's revelation, casting a fearful glance at Old Deng. Old Deng nodded gravely in response. I also overheard some troubling news in the city today. It is said that an evil soul master was responsible for the atrocity, leaving no survivors in the village. He glanced at the still weeping Qianju. I wondered why this child seemed so peculiar. Now it all makes sense. Alas, he is indeed a pitiable child. Old Jack, observing Qianju, suddenly realized that this child was beseeching him for sanctuary. The matter of Jinshui village's annihilation, while severe, required further inquiry. He must find the time to ascertain the full circumstances in the city, as it was within the jurisdiction of Noting City, and he bore the responsibility to understand the situation thoroughly. However, those matters could wait. The immediate priority was to address the needs of this child. He turned his gaze toward his home courtyard and noticed his little grandson, who appeared somewhat timid yet curious, peering through the door in his direction. It posed quite a dilemma. Despite having a fair number of children in his own household, the idea of taking in a child without a clear reason felt perplexing. Even if he disregarded his elderly companion's feelings, he must consider the perspectives of his son and daughter-in-law. However, to refuse would be disheartening, as the former village head of Jinshui had a slight acquaintance with him, and moreover, this child was indeed pitiable, having witnessed the demise of his parents, the last remnants of his family. Old Jack shook his head, his eyes filled with compassion. He reached out to lift the still crying Qianju. My dear child, it is not that your grandfather is unwilling to take you in. It is simply that our household is already quite full, and our means are limited. I am sincerely moved, yet unable to assist. Upon hearing this, Qianju's heart sank. His tears momentarily ceased, and he fell silent, gazing at old Jack with a look of utter desolation. Old Jack, taken aback by the child's expression, hastily reassured him, rest assured. I shall inquire within the village to see who might be willing to take you in. The villagers of Shanghun are kind-hearted. I am confident someone will offer you a home. Qianju's tension eased slightly, and he thought to himself, as long as I can find shelter in Shanghun village, I would be content anywhere. Oh, thank you, Grandfather Jack. No need for thanks, child. Come now, let us find someone. Old Jack helped Qianju to his feet, brushing the dust from his clothes. As Deng Sheng observed the weeping Qianju, thoughts of his own lost child surfaced, and his demeanor grew serious. Finally, he spoke. Why not allow him to stay with me? I shall take him in. Old Jack looked at Old Deng in surprise. Deng Sheng, no, that won't do. You alone cannot care for a child. It would be best to find him a family with both a mother and father to provide the best care. Trust me. Village head, I assure you I can take good care of him. Grant me this opportunity. Old Deng's expression was earnest and solemn, his eyes brimming with determination. After a moment of silence, Old Jack sighed softly. If you have forgiven yourself, how could I deny you this chance? In the end, it must be the child's choice. He turned to Qianju. Child, would you like to stay with your Uncle Deng? He is a good man, though he is alone and lacks a woman's touch in the household. Yes, I would like that. Qianju eagerly replied. No woman to manage things? Being alone is fine. He could hardly contain his excitement. This way, no one would restrict him, and he would have ample time to pursue his own interests. Hold on there, young one. Let me make it clear, I will visit often. By the way, I still do not know your name. Old Jack suddenly remembered he had yet to ask Qianju for his name. My name is Qianju. Qianju, a splendid name, embodying the boundless universe and the duality of jade. Ah, indeed, I will visit you frequently. Do take good care of him. After praising Qianju's name, Old Jack continued to advise Old Deng. Rest assured, Village Chief Jack. This time, I will take good care of my child. Old Deng responded with a serious expression. Ah, understood. A voice from the courtyard echoed, belonging to an elderly woman. All right, let's go. Old Deng said, without further ado, stepping over to his burden and hoisting it up with a bow. Onward. Chapter 6. Tang Ju guided by Old Jack. Qianju trailed behind Old Deng for approximately 10 minutes through the village before they halted in front of a house. Old Deng set down his load and opened the door. Come in quickly, I'll show you to your room. Ignoring the burden at the entrance, Old Deng took Qianju's hand and led him inside. Upon entering, Qianju was immediately greeted by a jumble of assorted goods piled haphazardly together. The entirety of the living room was filled with merchandise, leaving merely a narrow half-meter-wide passageway for passage. Along one side of the passage stood a large cabinet, above which was a locked window. Recognizing the window, Qianju deduced it must serve as Old Deng's selling point, akin to the small shops by the school gates in his previous life. As they traversed the passage, Old Deng guided Qianju through another doorway, leading them to a small courtyard. The courtyard was modest, measuring around 40 to 50 square meters, resembling a miniature Beijing courtyard. Old Deng directly brought Qianju to a room opposite them, selecting a key from his keychain to unlock the previously secured door. With a soft creak, the door swung open, and a light cloud of dust fell from the top. Old Deng waved his hand above Qianju's head to prevent the dust from settling on him. As the door opened, the sight within unfolded before Qianju. "What do you think, little Jew? You shall reside here from now on," Old Deng said, gazing at the room with a hint of anticipation. Yes, thank you, Uncle Deng," Qianju replied, a flicker of happiness evident in his voice. Although internally he could not help but reflect, it hasn't been easy. "Finally, I have a place to stay. I suppose this means I have settled in St. Sol village." Observing Old Deng successfully settling Qianju, Old Jack sighed with relief, patting Old Deng on the shoulder. "It's good to see you well. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Village chief, please stay for dinner," Old Deng urged upon hearing Old Jack's intention to depart. "Indeed, Grandfather Jack, let us share a meal together," Qianju chimed in. "Alas, I must consult the village chief of the neighboring village regarding some matters. Perhaps next time. I will return in a few days to see little Jew, and we can dine together then," Old Jack replied, shaking his head firmly as he insisted on leaving. Seeing this, Deng Sheng and Qianju refrained from pressing further. Escorting Old Jack to the door, Old Jack waved goodbye, his mind heavy with thoughts as he walked away. Once Old Jack's figure turned the corner and vanished from sight, Qianju and Old Deng exchanged glances, both unsure of how to initiate conversation. Ultimately, it was Old Deng who, sensing the awkward atmosphere, broke the silence. "Well then, little Jew, may I call you that? Let us head inside and see what we shall have for dinner tonight." "Well then, shall I still call you Uncle Deng?" Qianju inquired. He was somewhat reluctant to change his address, as he felt his stay in Shanghun village would be brief. After the awakening of his martial soul this year, assuming there were no complications, he would be off to the Nodding Soul Master Academy to pursue knowledge of soul masters. "That's fine. Let us stick with Uncle Deng. Come, let us fetch some preserved pork ribs from the kitchen. Tonight, we feast on ribs," Deng Sheng exclaimed with enthusiasm, taking Qianju by the hand as they prepared to arrange dinner. "All right," Qianju replied obediently, following the elder Deng into the house. 3 days later, at dawn, with the first light of day just breaking, Qianju cautiously crouched behind a large rock on a small hill, approximately 100 meters from Shanghun village. Peering at a small boy atop the hill, the boy appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, dressed simply, with sun-kissed skin and a head of neatly cropped black hair. "Ah, so this is Tang San. Indeed, he is quite unremarkable," Qianju remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Tang San's appearance was rather ordinary, at least in this moment, resembling an average farm child. However, his demeanor was anything but childlike. He was poised, each movement exuding a remarkable sense of discipline. At that moment, Tang San sat cross-legged on the hilltop, closing his eyes to meditate. Qianju understood that Tang San was awaiting the sunrise to cultivate his purple extreme magic eye. He dared not disturb him, remaining silent behind the large rock, scarcely daring to breathe. Finally, the first rays of sunlight graced the summit of the hill, prompting Tang San to open his eyes as if in response. And he began to absorb the essence of the dawn, synchronizing his unique breathing technique. Before long, he gently closed his eyes once more, exhaling a stream of white energy that dissipated into the air. After a period of quiet reflection, Tang San sighed and began to speak to himself. Taking a deep breath, Qianju pretended as if he had just ascended the hill, cautiously making his way along the path and approaching Tang San with composure. "Oh, how curious. There is someone else here." Unbeknownst to Qianju, Tang San had already sensed his presence. He recognized the footsteps as belonging to another child of similar age. He thought little of it, as this was not a perilous location, and it was natural for other children to venture up here. However, most children would not rise so early, while the adults in the mountain village had their own tasks, leaving no one with the leisure to witness the sunrise. Thus, for the past 2 years, Tang San had practiced his purple extreme magic eye each dawn without interruption. Today, however, that pattern was finally broken. "Hello there. Are you here to watch the sunrise as well? It seems I've awoken a tad late," Qianju greeted Tang San. Initially, Tang San had no desire to engage with Qianju, believing there was little common ground between himself and these ordinary children. Yet, Qianju's friendly salutation stirred within him the remnants of his upbringing, making it difficult to disregard such kindness. Hello, he replied. Tang San nodded slightly to Qianju, preparing to pass by him. However, at the moment they brushed past each other, Qianju, with an air of familiarity, stopped him. Hey, don't rush off. Let us go down together. My name is Qianju. I just moved to Holy Soul Village a couple of days ago. Let us be friends. We can play together in the future. Although he could count the grains of rice in the porridge, Tang San replied, I'm sorry. I have many matters to attend to and no time to play. You should find other children in the village. Goodbye. But Qianju was not one to let Tang San off so easily, quickly pursuing him. Hey, don't go. You haven't told me your name yet. You're the first friend I've made in Holy Soul Village, and we both share a fondness for watching the sunrise. It seems we are quite fated. Tang San, hastening his pace to escape, furrowed his brow even tighter upon hearing the footsteps closing in behind him, finding Qianju to be quite bothersome. Yet, despite his annoyance, Tang San found himself at a loss for a suitable solution. He certainly couldn't resort to violence, could he? Although he possessed the capability, he could easily conceal a body and obliterate evidence with some concoction or by attracting wild beasts. However, to act in such a manner would render him no different from the nefarious figures of his past life. After all, Qianju hadn't truly posed any threat. He was merely irritating, and Tang San wasn't quite so deranged. As if anticipating Tang San's thoughts, Qianju was keenly aware of this aspect. As the saying goes, a gentleman can be deceived by integrity. As long as Qianju bore no ill will towards Tang San, no matter how clingy he became, Tang San would never truly turn against him. Tang San, oh, you are the son of the blacksmith in our village, right? It's you. My uncle has spoken of you, praising you as a remarkably sensible child. He even told me to spend more time with you. What a coincidence that we meet so soon. Qianju clapped his hands joyfully like a child. Tang San thought to himself, is this person like an adhesive plaster that won't come off? Left with no other option, Tang San cast a bemused glance at Qianju and, disregarding his presence, utilized ghost shadow misty steps to swiftly flee down the mountain. Observing this, Qianju ceased his pursuit, knowing he could not catch up. A smile spread across his face, revealing his delight. Hee, I don't believe you can escape my grasp. Where have you been? Why are you up so early today? Old Deng, seeing Qianju, hastily set aside his work to inquire. This morning, when he rose, he routinely checked on Qianju in his room. Finding only neatly arranged bedding and no sign of him, he felt a sudden jolt of concern. Reflecting on Qianju's intelligence and curiosity about the world over the past few days, Old Deng concluded that Qianju must have gone to explore the morning world nearby. Uncle Deng, I went to watch the sunrise on the hill over there. By the way, I met a child named Tang San. Tang San. Ah, that child. Yes, he is a good boy. But remember, next time you go out, do let me know. I was startled this morning when I didn't see you in your room. Ah, I apologize, Uncle Deng. It is rather early, and I feared I might disturb you, Qianju said apologetically to the elder Deng. Not at all, not at all. Just remember for next time. You are always the most obedient, Elder Deng replied, affectionately patting Qianju's head. Now, let us have our breakfast. Chapter 7, Settled. The following day, Tang San arrived at the foot of the mountain and spotted Qianju, who had been waiting there. A thought lingered in his mind, uncertain whether to voice it. Tang San, you have come. Quickly, let us ascend the mountain. If we delay, we shall miss it, Qianju exclaimed, eagerly approaching to grasp Tang San's hand. Only to have Tang San evade him. Why are you here again? Tang San asked, somewhat exasperated. Of course, I am here to witness the sunrise. What else could it be? I specifically waited for you. Do you know how rare it is to have someone to share the sunrise with? At this moment, Tang San felt an urge to curse. Were it not for his desire to continue his cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye, he would have turned and walked away. He had already resolved in his heart to seek another place to cultivate in the afternoon, avoiding Qianju altogether. Dismissing Qianju, Tang San swiftly ascended the mountain peak, using his ghost shadow misty steps. After all, he had already seen the view yesterday. Repeating it was of no consequence. Hey, Tang San, why are you running so fast? Wait for me, Qianju called out, noticing Tang San's silent sprint towards the summit. A sly smile crept across his face as he hurried after him. However, Qianju's ascent was far less effortless than Tang San's. Although the mountain was not particularly high, the path was rather rugged. By the time Qianju reached the top, panting heavily, Tang San was already seated in a meditative posture, eyes closed. Approaching, Qianju feigned displeasure and asked, Tang San, why did you run so fast without waiting for me? You did the same yesterday. Do you not consider me a friend anymore? Tang San opened his eyes and shot a glance at him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the retort that he truly did not regard Qianju as a friend. His upbringing prevented him from uttering such harsh words. After all, they were merely children. And Qianju harbored no malice. He simply wished to befriend someone with shared interests. All right, I apologize, Qianju. I should have waited for you, Tang San conceded. Forget it, forget it. I am not a petty person. I forgive you. Qianju graciously waved his hand. Then I have a favor to ask. When the sunrise occurs, could you refrain from speaking and not disturb me? Tang San requested of Qianju, with no other option. Tang San hoped Qianju would not interrupt him during his cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye. After all, there was nothing particularly unusual during the cultivation. The most notable effect was a purple light emanating from his eyes. Provided he sat slightly away from the edge, Qianju would likely not notice. All right, I promise not to disturb you, Qianju assured him. He had never intended to interrupt Tang San's practice, although he might annoy Tang San with his antics. He did not wish to be genuinely despised. However, should he truly disturb Tang San's cultivation, it was likely that Tang San would no longer be so amicable towards him. In close proximity to Tang San, Qianju found a tranquil spot where he mimicked Tang San's posture, sitting cross-legged in serene anticipation of the sunrise. He harbored the desire to witness the ethereal violet aura accompanying the dawn, just as Tang San had. At last, the first ray of light graced their faces, coinciding with Tang San's awakening. Both individuals gazed in awe at the sun as it ascended gradually. However, as the sun reached its zenith, Tang San remained steadfastly focused on the celestial orb, while Qianju was overwhelmed with tears. Enough is enough, he exclaimed, abruptly shutting his eyes and rubbing them vigorously with his hands. Although the nascent sun was not blinding, its brilliance could not be dismissed, and prolonged exposure to the open air rendered his eyes exceedingly dry. Despite his determination to keep them open, his body instinctively produced an abundance of tears to moisten his eyes. When he finally reopened them, the sunrise was nearing its conclusion. As the final contours of the sun emerged, Tang San closed his eyes once more, exhaling deeply. After blinking a few times and using his garment to dry his tear-streaked face, Qianju rose, stretching languidly to relieve his stiff limbs while awaiting Tang San's conclusion. Shortly thereafter, Tang San also disengaged from his stance and stood up. He initiated a conversation with Qianju. Yes, Tang San agreed, having anticipated Qianju's visit, which prompted him to add more water to the porridge and reduce the fire considerably. However, he had not expected Qianju to be so resolute as to wait for him at the mountain's base. As they descended together, Qianju seized the opportunity to engage Tang San in conversation. Tang San, how old are you? I am 6 years old. I am just over 5, Qianju replied. Oh, that makes me older than you. Henceforth, I shall be your elder brother. Rest assured, I will look out for you, Qianju said, patting his chest confidently. Tang San shot him a bemused glance, but chose not to respond. By the way, little San, why do you run so swiftly? You vanished like a wisp of smoke both yesterday morning and today. Qianju casually referred to Tang San as Little San and inquired about his speed, showing no sign of trepidation regarding Tang San's potential scrutiny. In truth, Qianju was aware that Tang San's swiftness stemmed from his unique abilities. Yet he felt compelled to ask. A child noticing such an evident peculiarity would only raise suspicion if he remained silent. Tang San shook his head and replied nonchalantly. I simply engage in regular exercise. If you were to do the same, you could achieve it as well. That's absurd. Who are you trying to deceive? Clearly, this is not merely the result of casual exercise. Oh, I understand now. You must have participated in the awakening ceremony and awakened your martial spirit. Martial spirit? Awakening ceremony? Indeed, as Qianju deliberately shifted the discussion towards martial spirits and the awakening ceremony, Tang San's interest was piqued. He was aware that in this world, everyone possessed the potential to awaken a martial spirit, but he had only heard vague references to it and had never sought to understand it in depth. I have not participated in any awakening ceremony. Could you elaborate on it for me? You have yet to awaken, but fear not, for today I shall enlighten you. Qianju placed his hand on Tang San's shoulder, casually drawing him closer. Tang San glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder, but remained silent. In this world, every individual, upon birth, possesses a martial soul within them. This martial soul will determine the course of their life and accompany them throughout their journey. Upon hearing this, Tang San, somewhat perplexed, began to circulate the energy of his Xian Tian Gong within his body, checking his own condition. Noticing Tang San's silence, Qianju surmised what he was doing, but chose not to address it directly. Instead, he continued, the martial soul cannot be detected by any means. It can only be awakened during the martial soul awakening ceremony. Tang San remained silent, and Qianju continued. The martial soul awakening ceremony is conducted by the most powerful organization in this world, the Martial Soul Hall. They have branches in every town, and each year, The martial soul hall dispatches soul masters to various villages to preside over the awakening ceremonies for children around the age of 6. After the ceremony, we will awaken our martial souls. Shouldn't the most powerful organization be the government? Tang San queried, perplexed. In his previous world, despite the flourishing development of various sects and factions, the government remained the ultimate authority. Even if some formidable beings could single-handedly face 100 or 1,000 foes, they would eventually tire. Thus, the government reigned supreme. The government, Qianzhu recalled about the government, might only stand a chance against the martial soul hall if the two great empires allied with all other sections. He remembered the conspiracies that unfurled within the martial soul hall, the endless tributes, and the presence of the still-living rank 99 DouluoDalu, shaking his head gently. Then why doesn't the martial soul hall unify this continent? After all, it seems improbable that the two great empires and all sects could unite, Tang San pondered, finally turning the tables on Qianzhu. You ask me such questions. Do not interrupt my thoughts. Qianzhu retorted. Please continue, Tang San conceded, finding no ground for argument. After awakening the martial soul, if it is not a waste martial soul, one can possess soul power, allowing for cultivation and the path to becoming a soul master, ultimately aiming for divinity. Qianzhu spoke with great fervor. However, Tang San, still unfamiliar with this world, could not fully grasp the prowess of high-level soul masters and harbored doubts about Qianzhu's claims of attaining divinity. Divinity? How powerful can a god be? Tang San questioned skeptically. Qianzhu turned to face Tang San, his expression grave. Very powerful. A single individual can suppress an entire world. Tang San regarded Qianzhu's serious demeanor with incredulity, remaining unconvinced, yet he chose not to dwell on it further, recognizing that such musings were futile at this juncture. What kind of martial soul is considered a good one, and what constitutes a waste martial soul? Tang San inquired. There are no clear definitions for a good or waste martial soul. No one has categorized what qualifies as a good martial soul versus a bad one. The martial souls in existence are myriad and unique, far too numerous for anyone to comprehensively catalog. Generally speaking, however, the rarer a martial soul, the better it is deemed. Oh, I see. When is this year's soul awakening ceremony? Tang San inquired, posing his final question. It will take place in 3 months, rest assured. Village Chief Jack will come to find you then, so you need not worry about missing it. I see. Thank you for sharing all this information. Tang San sincerely expressed his gratitude to Qianzhu, as no one had previously enlightened him about such matters. Simultaneously, he discerned the uniqueness in Qianzhu. He had attempted to communicate with other children in the village, yet they often seemed oblivious or made interaction feel arduous, leaving him unable to convey his inquiries. Why thank me? We are friends. I possess a wealth of knowledge, and should you ever have questions in the future, feel free to ask me directly. After all, we are friends. Tang San scrutinized Qianzhu carefully and solemnly extended his hand. Very well, from now on, we shall be friends. My name is Tang San. Qianzhu reciprocated the gesture. Qianzhu, though his face bore no excitement, his heart brimmed with joy. Success. Chapter 8. Tang Hao. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, Qianzhu had resided in Holy Soul Village for over 2 months. During this period, Qianzhu's primary objective was, of course, to cultivate Tang San's affection. He visited Tang San daily, bringing various treats. He had encountered Tang Hao as well, though the man appeared rather fierce and was not particularly sociable. However, seeing Qianzhu frequently bringing food for Tang San, a child who had been somewhat malnourished, resulted in Tang Hao softening his demeanor toward Qianzhu. In the remaining time, Qianzhu familiarized himself with the written language of this world, followed by daily physical training, contemplating what advantages he possessed to ensure a better existence in this realm. The results were evident. Aside from his understanding of this world, Qianzhu found himself lacking in other aspects. Thus, he had no choice but to cling ever tighter to Tang San, awaiting the arrival of the soul awakening ceremony. Tang San, what are you up to? Qianzhu called out as he approached Tang San's home, finding it empty except for the sound of clanging. Upon calling out a couple of times, the noise ceased. And shortly after, Tang San emerged from the workshop beside him. Seeing the items Qianzhu was carrying, Tang San sighed. You've brought me something again. Haven't to you? He beckoned Qianzhu into the workshop, placing the cake he held aside, while continuing to hammer away at a thick block of iron. This is called forging, not blacksmithing. I plan to have my father pass down this craft to me. If my soul turns out to be a useless one during the awakening, at least I will have a means of livelihood. Qianzhu rolled his eyes. Tang San truly had a way of speaking. Not to mention that he would eventually awaken 2 powerful souls. The knowledge of the Tang sect in his mind indicated that, even if he could not become a soul master, Tang San would undoubtedly bring significant changes to this world. However, now that Tang San had commenced his forging, Qianju recalled from the original story that after hammering the iron block 1,000 times, it would not be long before old Jack came to summon Tang San for the soul awakening ceremony. At last, it is approaching. Qianju felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement within him. What do you intend to forge with this iron? He eagerly inquired. Tang San, hearing the enthusiasm in Qianju's voice, cast a puzzled glance his way, unable to comprehend the source of his excitement. My father mentioned that if I strike this iron 1,000 times, he will teach me the craft. Indeed, how wonderful. Then strike away. I shall cheer you on. Hoping you complete this task swiftly. As Qianju spoke, he found a place to sit as if preparing to observe Tang San's forging process. Tang San shot him an exasperated look and chose to ignore him, focusing intently on his work. He had long grown accustomed to Qianju's presence. Though they were both children, Qianju was unlike the other children in the village. He never sought to play games, seemingly content to simply accompany Tang San, remaining quiet while he worked, either lost in thought or watching him intently. Fortunately, having grown up in the Tang sect in his previous life, Tang San had limited experiences. Otherwise, he might have wondered if Qianju was considering some form of extraordinary friendship. Clang, 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 clang. Hey, Qianju, wake up. Tang San roused Qianju, who was still lost in thought. Ah, what is it? Qianju replied, a bit dazed as he looked at him. Glancing at the sky, he realized the sun was indeed setting. Are you coming again tomorrow? I'll be forging all day. Don't you find that tedious? After a moment's thought, Qianju responded, well, if I don't come, I have nothing else to do. I'll decide tomorrow. I'm off now, goodbye. Unfortunately, those aspirations were not entirely genuine. It was unlikely that one could ascend to divinity so effortlessly. Reflecting on the trials Tang San endured in the original tale, he wondered how much hardship he had faced and how many challenges he had overcome before ultimately becoming the sea god. He questioned whether he could measure up. Sighing, he resolved to leave matters to fate, deciding to first see what kind of martial soul he would awaken before making future plans. Days later, at Tang San's home. Tang Hao, are you busy? A venerable voice echoed from outside as Tang San diligently pursued his 1,000 strikes. His eyes brightened. Qianju had mentioned that the martial soul awakening ceremony was imminent. With the village elder, Jack, arriving, it was likely related to this event. He quickly stepped forward. Respectfully bowing, Grandpa Jack, what brings you here? Before Jack could respond, Tang Hao emerged as well. Is there something you need, village chief? Tang Hao's demeanor remained cold, distant as ever. However, Jack was well accustomed to Tang Hao's attitude and was unperturbed by his frosty demeanor. He continued, Little San is nearly 6 now. He should participate in this year's awakening ceremony, which is just 3 days away. Tang Hao cast a glance at Tang San, still indifferent, I see. With that, he turned back to continue crafting his tools. Jack paid no heed to Tang Hao's lack of engagement. Instead, he smiled at Tang San, whose face reflected both excitement and composure. It seems our little San is aware of the significance of the martial soul awakening ceremony. Tang San nodded slightly, acknowledging yes. I understand. After the awakening ceremony of our martial souls, we will be able to awaken our own martial spirits and then cultivate to become soul masters. Indeed, Xiao San, you must strive forward. Remember, our Holy Soul Village has produced a soul sage in the past, which is why we bear the name Holy Soul Village. I hope you can advance further and become a soul Douluo, allowing our village to be renamed Douluo Village. At that time, the entire village will take pride in you. At this moment, Tang Hao could no longer contain his feelings and set down the forging hammer he held. Old Jack, that is merely a legend. Furthermore, I do not wish for Xiao San to become a soul master. Being a blacksmith, like myself, is quite sufficient. Upon hearing this, Old Jack erupted in anger. Tang Hao, legends are born from facts. This is the honor of our village, and I will not allow anyone to insult it. I warn you, if I hear you speak such words again, I shall expel you from the village. Moreover, if Xiao San is able to cultivate, what else could he become but a soul master? Does he aspire to be like you? Look at yourself. Old Jack gestured towards Tang Hao's disheveled hair and his haggard appearance. And Xiao San, if it were not for Xiao Ju bringing him food over these past few months, how could his body possibly keep up with his development? How can you be so cruel? True, you may have little concern for yourself, but Xiao San is still just a child. I do not know where his mother has gone or why she is absent. But if she were here and saw how you mistreat him, she would undoubtedly confront you fiercely. I will return for Xiao San in 3 days. You best take care of yourself. Old Jack intended to say more, but upon seeing Tang Hao with his head bowed, he refrained, leaving with a terse warning to take care of himself. After Old Jack departed, Tang San hurriedly spoke to Tang Hao. Father, please do not be upset. I have never blamed you. Tang Hao's curt dismissal of mind your own affairs and do not disturb me halted Tang San's intent to follow him inside. In truth, Tang San had never held any resentment towards Tang Hao, No matter the circumstances, he was still his father. Although he had never experienced paternal love, he yearned for the day it might come. Inside the house, Tang Hao cradled a black box, elongated and heavy, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length and a foot in width. Gently caressing the box, tears streamed down his face without his awareness. Sister San. Have I erred? Tang Hao undoubtedly harbored regrets regarding Tang San. Had it not been for conceiving Tang San, even with his wife, the Blue-Silver Emperor, they could have easily escaped the threat posed by the Spirit Hall. For all these years, Tang Hao had scarcely cared for Tang San, allowing him to grow up in hardship and hunger. Even after Tang San had prepared a meal for him for the first time and began to care for him, that regret had not dissipated. However, today, old Jack's words struck a chord within him. Indeed, this was the son of he and Ayin, a gift she had willingly sacrificed for. Before her passing, she had entrusted him with the promise to care for Tang San. Yet all these years, he had squandered this precious gift. Xiao San, it is I who am sorry for you. Let us wait a moment longer. In 3 days, after you awaken your martial soul, should you inherit the martial soul of our Haotian sect, I shall undoubtedly nurture you to become the most formidable soul master in this world. However, if you do not inherit it, we shall remain peacefully in this sacred soul village, living out our days. Tang Hao gently caressed the box, having made up his mind. Chapter 9, Martial Soul. 3 days later. Tang San, come out quickly. Today we shall conduct the awakening of your martial soul. Outside Tang Hao's dwelling, Tang San and old Jack stood, with old Jack smiling as he called for Tang San. Father, I'm coming. Hearing the call from Qianju, Tang San, already prepared within, turned to glance at Tang Hao, who still lay in bed. All right, he responded with a hint of excitement and turned to exit. Tang San, let us hurry. The soul masters from the Spirit Hall have already arrived. We must not keep them waiting, Qianju exclaimed, eagerly pulling Tang San along as they dashed toward the Spirit Hall at the village's center. Grandpa Jack, do catch up, Qianju, while running, called back to old Jack. Take it easy. These old bones of mine cannot move as swiftly. Old Jack sighed, reluctantly quickening his pace to follow. The village's Spirit Hall was merely a wooden house, albeit larger than an ordinary one. This village-level Spirit Hall represented the lowest tier among all Spirit Halls. The personnel from the Spirit Hall would not even station someone there, entrusting its management entirely to the village. After all, the primary function of such a Spirit Hall was simply to provide a venue for the martial soul awakening ceremonies. Upon Qianju and Tang San's arrival, they found 7 children and 1 adult already present inside. The 7 children were other children from the village who were also undergoing their martial soul awakening. The adult was a soul master dispatched this year by the Spirit Hall to conduct the awakening ceremony in Sacred Soul Village. The 3 blades represented the 3rd-tier title of Great Soul Master, while the longsword indicated that this attendant from the Spirit Hall was a Battle Soul Master. After waiting for a while, old Jack finally arrived, panting. He pushed open the door and first surveyed the children, ensuring that all those scheduled for awakening were present before respectfully bowing to the young man. Esteemed Soul Master, I hope to trouble you this time. The young man slightly inclined his body in return, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor, and he inquired, Are all the participants gathered? Indeed, all the children scheduled for awakening this year are here. Good, let us begin promptly. My time is limited. Once the confirmation was made, the young man ceased further chatter. Moving to a nearby table where he opened his pack, retrieving 6 black circular stones and a gleaming blue crystal orb. Arranging the 6 black stones on the ground in a hexagonal formation, he spoke, Children, do not be afraid. I am Su Yintao, a great soul master of the 26th level from the Spirit Hall. This year, I will awaken your martial souls. Regardless of what occurs, you need not worry. You will not be harmed, understood? Qianju, Tang San, and the group of children promptly replied in affirmation. In hopes of encountering a promising spirit today, Su Yintao let out a low growl, invoking the essence of the lone wolf. A faint azure light emanated from his brow, infusing his body, and in an instant, his hair transformed from its original ebony hue to a silvery gray, a color that gradually spread across his arms. Simultaneously, his fingernails grew longer and hardened, protruding forward, while his muscles swelled, augmenting his physique. With the sudden emergence of white and yellow soul rings beneath his feet, Su Yintao exuded an aura of formidable power. The other children, aside from Qianju and Tang San, were startled by this spectacle, exclaiming in surprise as they recoiled. Su Yintao shook his head at the group. There is no need for concern. This is merely the effect of my martial soul, the lone wolf, manifesting. He then turned his gaze to Tang San and Qianju. All right, you two are the brave ones. Step forward. Who will go first? Qianju and Tang San exchanged glances, remaining silent. However, Qianju had already made up his mind, deciding to let Tang San take the lead. After all, Tang San's martial soul had already been established, so it was best to allow him the first opportunity to test his luck. After a few moments of silence, Tang San, noticing Qianju's hesitation, stepped forward. I shall go first. In truth, Tang San was not particularly fearful of awakening a subpar martial soul. He had the Xiantian treasure record and the unique skills of the Tang clan. Should he find himself unable to cultivate a martial soul, he would devote himself to mastering the profound techniques of his lineage, which remained a lifelong ambition. Very well, stand in the center here, remain still, and close your eyes to feel, Su Yuntao instructed, guiding Tang San into the center of an array formed by 6 black stones. After cautioning him not to move, Su Yuntao swiftly released 6 streams of soul power into the stones, causing a golden radiance to emanate from them. This light enveloped Tang San in a cocoon-like golden barrier. As golden motes of light began to emerge from the black stones, they danced around within the luminous cocoon before entering Tang San's body. With his eyes closed, a look of pleasure spread across Tang San's face as the golden light intensified over time. Su Yuntao felt a surge of excitement. The increasing number of golden motes indicated that the martial soul being awakened was exceptionally powerful, and the quantity of motes emerging from the black stones was unprecedented. However, his exhilaration soon turned to disappointment. As Tang San raised his hand, Su Yuntao beheld not a remarkable martial soul, but rather the most common plant in this world, blue silvergrass. Shaking his head in dismay, Su Yuntao lamented, "What a pity. Such a powerful surge results in a useless martial soul. It seems there is no need to test the soul power." Next, he patted Tang San's shoulder, signaling him to step away from the array, while simultaneously beckoning Qianju. Tang San, lost in thought, moved aside, gazing at the blue-silver grass in his hand with a sense of astonishment, pondering the unusual fluctuations of the Xiantian power within him during the awakening of his martial soul. Su Yuntao stated that the blue-silver grass could not be cultivated. While he felt a tinge of disappointment, it did not greatly affect him. He resolved to dedicate himself to the study of his Tang sect's unique skills. When Qianju saw Su Yuntao beckoning him, he promptly stepped into the formation and obediently closed his eyes. Su Yuntao appreciated Qianju's decisiveness, refraining from unnecessary words, and once again infused 6 strands of pale green light into the array. Enveloped in golden radiance, Qianju experienced the sensations that Tang San had previously encountered. Warmth enveloped him, as if he were cradled in a cozy world, an indescribable comfort that explained why Tang San had exhibited such an expression of enjoyment earlier. As time progressed, this warmth began to seep into his being, and Qianju felt 2 ethereal figures slowly emerging from his soul. The outlines of these figures gradually became distinct, and at last, Qianju beheld the identity of his martial spirit. Chapter 10, Qianju. It was a white creature wielding a bow and arrow, adorned with a black mask, accompanied by a wolf head, draped in a white mask, floating like mist in the air. This was Qianju, the eternal hunter, Qianju, a hero from the realm of League of Legends. The realization struck Qianju with astonishment. Memories began to resurface in his mind. It was the final moment of his transition into this world, on a stormy night. As he played League of Legends, controlling his jungler Qianju, pursuing his marked enemy. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck his building. The immense voltage surged through his computer, engulfing the entire screen in a blinding white light that consumed him. So this was the truth, Qianju. Qianju, a pair of spirits symbolizing death, comprised of the sheep's spirit and the wolf, independent yet inseparable. For those who accept their fate with equanimity, the sheep's spirit's longbow can swiftly deliver them from the paradise of the living. Conversely, those who attempt to evade their destiny are hunted down by the wolf spirit, succumbing painfully to its powerful bites. Since the people of the League of Legends Runeterra have possessed an understanding of death, Qianju has been revered as the harbinger of death. Within the lore of League of Legends, Qianju is among the few deities. However, even a deity representing death has become ordinary under the balance of the game, relying solely on its unique hunting mark mechanism to garner the favor of a select few summoners. Strangely, Qianju's body did not assimilate with his martial spirit as other beast martial spirits typically do. His form remained unchanged, save for the addition of a black mask upon his face. The mask, entirely black, appeared to be crafted from ancient wood. Atop the mask, 2 pointed protrusions resembled ears, while a curved symbol adorned the center of his forehead, lending the mask an air of antiquity and mystery. Most astonishingly, through the eye holes of the mask, Qianju's eyes were obscured, replaced by 2 flickering azure flames that danced gracefully. Su Yuntao gazed at the mask on Qianju's face, utterly astounded. Though he had sensed the brilliance of the ceremony earlier, which hinted at the awakening of another formidable martial soul, Su Yuntao remained cautious. especially in light of the extraordinary presence of Tang San. Under the overwhelming radiance of the ritual, the awakened soul had turned out to be a worthless one. Therefore, although he had mentally prepared himself, his anticipation was not particularly fervent. However, upon witnessing the mask adorning Qianju's face, and the two ethereal azure flames flickering within its eye sockets, he immediately comprehended the truth. A supreme martial soul, without a doubt. Su Yuntao's limbs fidgeted, uncertain of where to place them, as excitement coursed through him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for action. This exhilaration stemmed not only from his position as an elder of the martial soul hall, which entitled him to substantial rewards upon reporting the awakening of a supreme martial soul, but also from the profound sense of accomplishment in guiding the emergence of such a mysterious power. The advantages he would reap as the mentor of this child, should he flourish in the future, were incalculable. Tang San, too, had caught sight of the mask on Qianju's face. From Su Yuntao's overtly emotional demeanor and his erratic movements, it was evident that Qianju's awakened martial soul was exceptionally potent. Moreover, he had never encountered a mask capable of transforming one's eyes into such fiery orbs. Just gazing at the mask imbued him with a sense of ancient mystery. "Congratulations, my friend," Tang San murmured, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, audible only to himself. He felt a pang of envy, fearing that if his own awakening turned out to be merely the blue-silver grass, he would be the first to experience the bitter pangs of jealousy and resentment. However, that was not the case. He was aware that he had awakened another martial soul. The hammer he sensed was as formidable as Qianju's soul, granting him assurance in its strength. The realization that both of them had awakened such powerful martial souls was indeed a source of joy. At last, Su Yuntao emerged from his stupor, roused from dreams of future possibilities. He approached Qianju, kneeling before him with a blue crystal ball in hand, ready to speak. Yet his gaze met the boy's mask, slightly lowered. Captivated by the two flickering flames beneath the mask, he was suddenly struck by a wave of fear. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, only to find himself tumbling to the ground. "What is this?" He widened his eyes, took a deep breath, and scrambled back to his feet, shaking his head vigorously as tumultuous thoughts swirled within him. "Soul Master, are you all right?" Qianju, too, emerged from his experience of martial soul manifestation. He had never felt his body so unburdened, as if gravity had ceased to exist. Every movement required no exertion whatsoever. Simultaneously, he noticed a significant enhancement in his senses. His breathing, vision, and hearing had all intensified, rendering the world around him remarkably vivid. Additionally, currents of energy began to flow through his body, coursing through his limbs and veins. "This must be the essence of soul power," he mused, reminiscent of the true energy depicted in the martial arts novels of yore, as he endeavored to harness it. However, he soon realized that controlling this soul power was elusive and exceedingly challenging. Just as Qianju sought to delve deeper into the sensation, he noticed Su Yuntao squatting before him. Instinctively, he glanced over, but before he could utter a word, Su Yuntao abruptly recoiled, landing on the ground with a thud before hastily rising, shaking his head as if he had encountered something terrifying. Confused, Qianju quickly inspected his own body, wondering if he had transformed into a monster. Yet, even if he had, he didn't think he would appear frightening. After several checks, he discovered that his physical appearance remained unchanged, save for a mask that had mysteriously adorned his face. Beside him, the wolf spirit floated serenely, its ethereal lower half drifting gracefully. With a mere thought, the wolf spirit began to orbit around him slowly. Could it be that he had frightened Su Yuntao? Qianju suppressed a chuckle, finding himself quite handsome despite the situation. Although he felt amused, he acknowledged that it was indeed his martial soul that had startled Su Yuntao, prompting him to express concern. After this unexpected fright, Su Yuntao regained his composure, ready to resume his duties, though he exhibited a notably amiable demeanor towards Qianju. "Now, let us test your innate soul power. Simply place your palm upon it," he instructed. Without hesitation, Qianju placed his right palm on the crystal ball offered by Su Yuntao. The moment his palm made contact with the azure crystal orb, he felt an immense pulling force, akin to an electric shock, firmly anchoring his hand in place. Simultaneously, the soul power within him surged forth as if it had found an outlet, rushing out with such velocity that it caused a painful sensation within his meridians. The crystal ball in Su Yuntao's hand began to radiate with a brilliant glow, a dazzling azure light emanating from its center, gradually enveloping the entire orb, transforming it into a resplendent sapphire. According to the phenomena observed during the soul power test, even a faint glimmer from the crystal would indicate the presence of soul power in the tester. The glaring brilliance now emanating from the crystal could only signify one thing: the tester possessed full innate soul power. "Indeed, full innate soul power," Su Yuntao murmured, a sentiment he had anticipated. Had it been anything less, he might have been surprised. In a flash of green light, he flicked Qianju's palm away from the crystal ball, by which time most of the soul power within Qianju had already dissipated. Child, what is your name? I am Qianju. Ah, a fine name indeed, Su Yuntao replied. Little Ju, would you be willing to join our spirit hall? With your talent, you are certain to receive the finest training. We will at least provide you with a powerful soul master above the rank of soul saint, whose martial soul aligns with yours to guide you. What do you say? Qianju widened his eyes in astonishment, rendered speechless, seeing that Qianju remained silent. Su Yuntao continued, simultaneously, we will tailor each of your soul rings to suit you best. As your level rises, we may even enlist our 2 elders to assist you in hunting for soul rings. It is important to note that they are both formidable titled Douluo level experts. So, what do you say? Will you join our spirit hall? Uncle, I believe I need some time to contemplate this. I must also consult with my family, Qianju said, uncertain of how to decline, and thus chose to defer for the time being. Very well, discussing with your family is a wise choice. By the way, what is the name of your martial spirit, and does it possess any special abilities? I need to record this information. My martial spirit is called Qianju, and its function is combat. It significantly enhances my physical attributes. Chapter 11. The abilities of the Qianju martial spirit. Every martial spirit possesses its own unique characteristics. Take the Shrek 7 monsters, for instance. Dai Mubai's white tiger martial spirit, robust physique with formidable attack power. Xiao Wu's soft bone charm rabbit martial spirit, agile and alluring. Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit, resilient and highly adaptable, with the formidable Haoyan hammer. Ma Hongjuan's phoenix martial spirit, imbued with a unique fiery effect. Zhu Zhuqing's nethercat martial spirit, astonishingly swift. As for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, their supportive martial spirits are well known for providing a plethora of enhancements to their teammates. Upon awakening the Qianju martial spirit, Qianju instinctively grasped the essence of its unique abilities. The Qianju martial spirit is remarkably special, even to the extent of being considered 2 martial spirits in one. The goat spirit allows for martial spirit possession. Upon possession, Qianju's attacks will not inflict pain upon others. Indeed, it is quite peculiar that no pain is felt. Additionally, the goat spirit bestows upon Qianju a skill known as the Qianju seal. This seal enables him to mark enemies, whether they are soul beasts or soul masters. The mark has no duration and remains undetectable, although it is subject to certain limitations and cooldown periods. For soul masters, the Qianju seal cannot be applied to those whose spirit power level is lower than his own. As for soul beasts, the seal cannot be used on those whose age is less than Qianju's current soul ring's year limit. For example, if Qianju's current spirit power level is 35 and his third soul ring has a year limit of 2,000 years, then the Qianju seal cannot be applied to soul masters below level 35 or to soul beasts younger than 2,000 years. Furthermore, the Qianju seal can only be used once every 7 days. When Qianju defeats an enemy marked with the seal, he will receive a permanent enhancement of 5% based on his current physical attributes. This enhancement is comprehensive, encompassing Qianju's spirit power, physical prowess, neural reaction speed, vision, hearing, olfactory senses, and more. In contrast to the goat spirit, the wolf spirit cannot engage in possession, but can fight alongside Qianju while he is possessed by the goat spirit. Moreover, the attack effects of the wolf spirit are distinctly different from those of the goat spirit. While the goat spirit ensures that Qianju's attacks do not inflict pain, those struck by the wolf spirit will experience immense suffering, which is precisely the opposite effect. The attributes of the wolf spirit are intrinsically linked to Qianju, accounting for 50% of its essence. Naturally, the wolf spirit's assault manifests as a vicious bite, augmented by an enhancement of pain, rendering its effects significantly superior to the mere 50% attributed to Qianju. At times, its influence may even surpass that of Qianju itself. The wolf spirit bestows upon Qianju a skill known as the Veil of 1,000 Masks, the sole effect of which is invisibility. Indeed, this invisibility pertains not to Qianju, but to the 1,000 Masks martial soul. Living beings are rendered incapable of perceiving the presence of the 1,000 Masks. Thus, at the moment of Qianju's martial soul awakening, neither the possessing sheep spirit nor the floating wolf spirit was visible to anyone within the wooden cabin. They could only discern the mask formed on Qianju's face during the sheep spirit's possession, leading them to mistakenly believe that Qianju's martial soul was that very mask. In fact, should Qianju so desire, he could render the mask invisible. However, he found the mask quite appealing, rather dashing, and regarded it as a smokescreen to conceal his martial soul. Thus he was content with it. Qianju, is this martial soul to be named thus? Or do you wish to bestow it with your own name? Su Yuntao inquired, puzzled. It is not Qianju, it is 1,000 Masks. As in the vastness of the world, Qianju clarified. Oh, so this martial soul shall be called the Thousand Masks Mask, correct? It belongs to the category of weapon martial souls, significantly enhancing physical attributes. Here, take this. It serves as your proof of martial soul awakening. Should you choose to attend the Soul Master Academy, it will be essential. Of course, if you decide to join our Spirit Hall, you will not require it. I shall personally assist you with your registration. Qianju accepted the proof with care, tucking it away securely. Very well. You may rest aside and ponder whether you wish to join our Spirit Hall, Su Yuntao said, giving Qianju a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Signaling him to step aside, Qianju approached Tang San, and their eyes met, both sharing a smile. Just as Su Yuntao was about to awaken the next child, Tang San suddenly stepped forward. Uncle, why did you not conduct a soul power test for me? In a buoyant mood, Su Yuntao patiently explained to Tang San, who had just awakened his blue-silver grass martial soul. I did not test your soul power because blue-silver grass is an exceedingly common plant, notably weak, and is highly unlikely to possess any soul power. Even if it harbors a trace, it would be insufficient for your cultivation, hence the absence of a test. Do you understand? I understand, but I still wish to be tested. May I, uncle? Tang San grasped Su Yuntao's intent, but yearned to ascertain his soul power. He wished to determine if the inner strength of his Xiantian skill corresponded to the soul power of this world. If so, even if blue-silver grass could not be cultivated, he could still practice Xiantian skill and explore whether obtaining a soul ring might allow him to transcend his limitations. Very well, if you wish to be tested, then let it be so. Su Yuntao acquiesced to Tang San's request, his spirits lifted. He handed over the crystal ball, gesturing for Tang San to place his palm upon it. As Tang San placed his palm upon the azure crystal orb, his body trembled violently. Startled by the orb's immense allure, like Qianju, he felt his inner strength surging forth, rapidly converging towards the crystal sphere. If Qianju's earlier test of soul power had elicited a reaction from Su Yuntao that was expected, the dazzling blue light emanating from the orb now left him utterly astounded. What is happening? Wasn't it a useless martial soul? How could it possess innate, full soul power? Su Yuntao murmured to himself, turning to Tang San, seemingly seeking an explanation. Yet, how could Tang San divulge that this was due to his cultivation of the Xiantian skill? Thus, Su Yuntao was inevitably left disappointed. However, unlike in the original narrative, the current Tang San was no Na'vi novice. Over the past 3 months, he had gleaned much knowledge from Qianju. He had come to realize that the essence of his Xiantian skill had transformed into soul power in this world. His inability to break through the first level of the Xiantian skill stemmed from not having obtained a soul ring, which had constrained his soul power level. Indeed, what did it matter if one possessed innate, full soul power? No matter how diligently one trained the blue-silver grass, it remained a useless martial soul at its core. Shaking his head, Su Yuntao beckoned the next child to step forward to the array, eagerly anticipating the awakening of another formidable martial soul. However, reality proved that powerful martial souls did not manifest so easily. At least in this village, no further miracles occurred. After collecting the 6 black stones and the blue crystal orb, Su Yuntao returned to kneel before Qianju. So, have you made up your mind? Are you willing to join our spirit hall? Qianju regarded Su Yuntao with a touch of exasperation, pondering the man's unwavering persistence. I haven't yet discussed it with my family. All right. Recognizing Su Yuntao's excitement, Qianju understood that declining would be futile. Su Yuntao opened the door, and outside, Old Jack approached with a look of palpable anxiety. Master, how did it go? Is there any possibility that the children from our village could become soul masters this year? A smile graced Su Yuntao's face as he grasped Old Jack's hand. Yes, indeed. A top-tier martial soul has awakened, possessing innate, full soul power. Congratulations, village chief. After Qianju awakened his top-tier martial soul, he found himself increasingly amiable towards Old Jack. Is that truly the case? Whose child is it? Old Jack inquired, his excitement palpable. It is this child named Qianju, Su Yuntao replied, gesturing towards him. Yes, it's little Ju. Splendid, truly splendid. At long last, heaven has once again favored our holy soul village. Old Jack clasped his hands together, eyes closed in gratitude, simultaneously feeling immense pride in his decision to take Qianju in. Grandpa Jack, it's not just me. Tang San also possesses innate, full soul power. Qianju interjected, noticing that Su Yuntao had only mentioned him and not Tang San. What? Tang San as well? Old Jack exclaimed, his gaze shifting in astonishment to the duo standing beside one another. The sudden surge of joy was almost overwhelming. Chapter 12, The Good News. Qianju and Tang San. He has always felt that these 2 children are different from the others in the village. They are exceptionally understanding and possess admirable qualities. To his astonishment, both children are endowed with innate full soul power. a true blessing from the heavens. Yet, after suppressing his surprise, old Jack became puzzled as to why this esteemed soul master from the spirit hall only mentioned Qianju and not Tang San. Faced with old Jack's questioning gaze, Su Yuntao also felt a sense of helplessness. His martial spirit is blue silvergrass. Do you comprehend what this implies, village chief? Blue silvergrass. Why must it be blue silvergrass? Old Jack murmured in a daze. Indeed, why must it be blue silvergrass? Even an ordinary martial spirit would suffice. Why must it be a useless one? Su Yuntao sighed in agreement. After a moment of silence, old Jack crouched down, first stroking Qianju's head. Good child. Your talent is truly remarkable. I am grateful for the wise decision I made long ago. You must grow and thrive, for our entire village will take pride in you. Qianju nodded happily at village chief Jack, remaining silent. Before Tang San could speak, Su Yuntao interjected, shaking his head in resignation. Village chief. Once a martial spirit is awakened, it cannot be altered. While blue silvergrass is not entirely impossible to cultivate, it is inherently weak. Even with the enhancement of soul power and the acquisition of soul rings, it will not become formidable. Sending him to school would serve little purpose. Grandpa Jack, I do wish to go, but I must consult my father first. Hearing their words, old Jack sighed. Indeed, you are still a child, and your father must make the decision for you. Very well, I will speak to Tang Hao. I will surely advocate for you. A determined light shone in old Jack's eyes. For the two children, Qianju's future is bound to be exceptional. He cannot bear to see Tang San lead a mundane life due to the weakness of his martial spirit. Even the slightest possibility warrants a chance for Tang San. All right. Village chief, I wish to meet his father as well, hoping he will support Qianju's entry into our spirit hall. You know, our spirit hall is the most powerful organization in this world. Only by joining us can Qianju receive the best training. Indeed. Very well, esteemed soul master. I shall take you there immediately. All right, Grandpa, you may attend to your matters. Tang San replied obediently. Then, esteemed soul master, let us proceed. Old Jack stood up, taking Qianju by the hand, and beckoned to Su Yuntao. Let us go. Qianju understood that Tang San possessed dual martial spirits, so he had no worries about Tang San's ability to attend the Soul Master Academy. He needed to send Su Yuntao away first. After all, Tang San would eventually stand against the Spirit Hall, and having decided to align himself with Tang San, he could not join the Spirit Hall. Thus, Qianju and Tang San parted ways, leading Su Yuntao and old Jack to their home. Deng Sheng, come out and greet us. Wonderful news, splendid news. Nearing the house, old Jack spotted Deng Sheng at the window, selling goods. Is that so? What is it? Has little Ju awakened a martial spirit that can be cultivated? Deng Sheng was certainly aware of the significance of the day, and with old Jack arriving to share joyous news. It was most likely concerning the awakening of Qianju's martial soul. Their village was about to welcome a soul master. Deng Sheng hurriedly exited the general store, excitement bubbling within him as he approached old Jack and his companions. Deng Sheng, congratulations. Little Ju has awakened a top-tier martial soul and possesses innate full soul power. Henceforth, you shall be the father of a soul master. Old Jack exclaimed, grasping Deng Sheng's arm with fervor. Is it true? Little Ju has awakened a top-tier martial soul? What kind of martial soul is it? Is it formidable? Deng Sheng stammered, momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquiring. More than formidable, it is extraordinary. Look, this esteemed soul master from the Martial Soul Hall assisted in Little Ju's awakening. He has come to discuss the importance of supporting Little Ju's admission into the Martial Soul Hall. Isn't that impressive? Indeed, Mr. Deng. I am Su Yuntao, the officiating soul master for Little Ju's awakening ceremony. His talent is unparalleled. Please allow him to join our Martial Soul Hall, where he will receive the finest training. Su Yuntao stepped forward, addressing Deng Sheng earnestly. Join the Martial Soul Hall. What is the purpose of joining? Deng Sheng was still in a state of bewilderment. What is the purpose? Nothing much at all, Su Yuntao replied, slightly taken aback by the question. What could a prodigy like Qianju possibly need to do? He certainly won't have tasks like someone of my caliber. Realizing the implication, Su Yuntao continued. Once Little Ju joins the Martial Soul Hall, his only responsibility will be to cultivate. As he matures, he is likely to become a protector of our Martial Soul Hall, ensuring its safety. I see. Deng Sheng finally began to comprehend the situation. He turned to Qianju, who gazed back at him calmly. Their shared months of living together had forged an unspoken understanding between them. Esteemed soul master, I believe we need some time to consider this matter. How about this? Do you reside at the Martial Soul Hall in Nodding City? Once we reach a decision, we shall come to inform you. Su Yuntao, unable to decipher the silent communication between Qianju and Deng Sheng, assumed that the family was momentarily stunned by the good news and had not yet contemplated the benefits of joining the Martial Soul Hall. Thus, he refrained from further discussion. opting to grant them time for consideration. Time to consider, is it? Very well, let us conclude for today. Take your time, and I shall not intrude further. However, once you have made your decision, do come to the Martial Soul Hall in Nodding City to inform me. Rest assured, esteemed sir. We shall seek you out once we have deliberated, Deng Sheng replied respectfully. Excellent, then I shall take my leave. I await your good news, Su Yuntao stated. Preparing to depart. After conveying the situation, he deemed it unnecessary to linger further. He turned to Qianju, gently patting his head. Little Ju, I look forward to your summons. Farewell. With that, Su Yuntao strode away, soon vanishing from sight. After Su Yuntao departed, Deng Sheng hesitantly approached old Jack, inquiring, Village Chief, I can't be dreaming, can I? Little Ju has indeed awakened a remarkably powerful martial spirit. Of course it's true. Deng Sheng, I tell you. You shall henceforth be the father of a genius soul master. So prepare to enjoy the fruits of your fortune. Our village will soon be renowned for producing exceptional soul masters. Old Jack exclaimed, rubbing his hands together as he envisioned the future. After a moment, he sighed deeply and affectionately ruffled Qianju's hair, saying, Little Ju, strive to become a top-tier soul master. I hope to witness that moment. He continued, Now, I must seek out Tang Hao. I need to persuade him to allow Tang San to attend the Soul Master Academy. Our village has an opening for a work-study student. Oh, speaking of which, this concerns you as well. Deng Sheng, our village's work-study position has remained unutilized for so many years. Unexpectedly, this year, we have 2 candidates. You may not be aware, but that child, Tang San, also possesses innate full soul power. It seems heaven has favored him. However, it is unfortunate that he did not inherit a superior martial spirit from his father, resulting in the awakening of the least favorable blue-silver grass martial spirit. Nonetheless, I do not wish for little San to abandon his aspirations of becoming a soul master. I intend to offer him our village's work-study position, allowing him to study at the academy. Who knows what he might achieve? You are well aware of their circumstances. All their funds have been squandered by that drunkard Tang Hao, who brings his money here for alcohol. Yes, I understand. Although Tang Hao is a despicable person, Tang San is a good child. I too wish to assist him, Deng Sheng agreed. Thus, if little Ju does not join the Spirit Hall and is taken away for training, he will likely have to self-finance his education at the Soul Master School. However, rest assured, with little Ju's talent, attending any Soul Master Academy would be a privilege for them. They would not only waive tuition fees, but also offer rewards to you. So there is no need for concern. Do you understand? While I comprehend, I still worry. If little Ju joins the Spirit Hall, will he be taken away? Deng Sheng acknowledged, though his thoughts lingered elsewhere. Old Jack, upon hearing this, recognized his concerns and advised, Deng Sheng, I understand your reluctance to part with little Ju. Over these past few months, it has been evident how well you both have been living together. However, you must not become a burden to him. Do you understand? The Spirit Hall is indeed the most powerful organization in this world, and I wholeheartedly support little Ju joining them. Do not hinder his future, understand? As old Jack's tone grew serious, Deng Sheng suddenly felt that Qianju's awakening of a top-tier martial spirit was not as exhilarating as he had anticipated. I will not join the Spirit Hall. Just then, Qianju declared. Both old Jack and Deng Sheng turned in astonishment to face Qianju. Why not, little Ju? Do not be willful. The Spirit Hall is the most formidable organization. By joining them, you will receive the finest training. It is precisely because it is the most formidable organization that I believe joining it would pave my way to success. With my innate talent, I am certain that I would find guidance and support in any endeavor I undertake. However, I realize that such an ascent would merely render me a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. I have resolved to attend the Soul Master Academy in Nodding City alongside Tang San. Upon hearing Qianju's words, both old Jack and Deng Sheng were utterly astonished. Could this truly be the utterance of a mere child? Is it possible for a child to contemplate such profound matters, even considering the environment of their own growth? The gazes exchanged between Deng Sheng and old Jack as they regarded Qianju were akin to those directed at a peculiar creature. Unable to withstand their scrutinizing stares any longer, Qianju urged old Jack to seek out Tang San. Very well, let us depart. Old Jack, recalling the impending meeting with Tang Hao, felt a dull ache in his head. Nonetheless, for the sake of Tang San's future, he resolutely led Qianju toward Tang San's residence. Chapter 13, Seeking the Master. Upon their arrival at Tang San's home, Qianju and old Jack found him alone, laboriously forging a piece of iron or with a hammer. However, Tang San's posture was rather peculiar. Each strike against the oar seemed to demand every ounce of his strength, resulting in a heavy blow. It appeared to be a method of utilizing force against force. While the concept was clear, the execution proved anything but simple. Time and again, Tang San struggled, either losing grip on the hammer or being thrown off balance. Unable to complete the rotation, Even on fortunate occasions when he did manage to rotate, the hammer would land aside, failing to strike the iron ore. Observing Tang San's actions, Qianju recognized that he was practicing the cherished technique of the Haotian sect, the chaotic wind hammer method. Evidently, like in the original narrative, Tang Hao had discerned Tang San's talent and was preparing to cultivate him. Indeed, Tang Hao was now aware of Tang San's dual martial spirits. And following old Jack's previous scolding, he had begun to awaken to certain realizations. Therefore, when Tang San informed him that old Jack had suggested he could attend the Nodding Academy as a working student, Tang Hao contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. Consequently, Tang San was filled with joy, sensing that after the revelation of his awakened martial spirit, Tang Hao's demeanor towards him had shifted, becoming less indifferent than before. Regardless of the reasons behind this transformation, he felt he had drawn closer to the affection of his father. This led to a moment of surprise for old Jack when he expected to have to persuade Tang Hao extensively to agree to send Tang San to the Nodding Academy, only to find him readily accepting and offering to pick Tang San up later. Old Jack could not help but express his relief with a heartfelt sigh. Meanwhile, Qianju, upon witnessing Tang San's readiness to embark for the Soul Master Academy in 3 months, felt a sense of reassurance. He turned to Tang San and said, "I too intend to go to the Nodding Soul Master Academy, and we shall live together once more. However, while you are set to depart in 3 months, I might take a trip in a couple of days to scout ahead." "Going in a couple of days? But the academy doesn't commence for 3 months. What purpose would that serve?" Tang San inquired, somewhat puzzled. "I must first seek out someone who can guide me. Otherwise, these 3 months will have been in vain. Unlike you, who have your father to instruct you, Xiao San, do not be deceived by your father's current despondency. He is undoubtedly a capable individual." Tang San gazed at Qianju, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Qianju was the first to unequivocally affirm his father's worth, and over the past few months, Tang San had sensed that, although Qianju seldom conversed with his father during visits and occasionally overlooked Tang Hao, he had never uttered a disparaging word about him. On the contrary, he would sometimes advise Tang San to bring food to his father, signifying a deep-seated respect for him. "Very well, we shall meet again in 3 months. At that time, I shall present you with a gift," Tang San stated solemnly to Qianju. In response to Tang San's sudden seriousness, Qianju chuckled and patted his shoulder. "What do you mean by see you in 3 months? I still have 2 days left. In those 2 days, I must first comprehend my martial soul. When the time comes to depart, I will bid you farewell in advance." After Tang San's departure, Tang Hao emerged from the house once more. "Xiao San, it is time to prepare dinner. By the way, I have yet to inquire, what martial soul did that lad awaken?" "Father, Qianju has awakened a top-tier martial soul, which he refers to as the Qianju mask. Its efficacy seems to significantly enhance physical capabilities. Moreover, like me, he possesses innate full soul power." "The Qianju mask? A top-tier martial soul with innate full soul power? I have never heard of such a martial soul," Tang Hao remarked, his brow furrowing in contemplation. "Perhaps he is the first to awaken such a martial soul?" "Father, Qianju is indeed remarkable. He possesses extensive knowledge, and I have learned much from him in these past few months. He even mentioned that you are a capable person who could mentor me. Lacking a guide himself, he plans to seek one at the Nodding Soul Master Academy after familiarizing himself with his martial soul in the coming days." Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Hao's frown deepened. Did he truly say that? How could such a child perceive my capabilities? "Indeed, father, I share the same sentiment about your abilities. Even if your skill lies in blacksmithing, it should not be confined to this village. Why do you?" However, before Tang San could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Tang Hao. "Enough. Cease your prattle and hurry to prepare dinner. I am famished." With a scowl, Tang Hao turned and re-entered the house. Tang San paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. "It seems my father truly is a capable man." Thus, 2 days later, after familiarizing himself with his martial soul, Qianju bid farewell to Tang San and, accompanied by Deng Sheng, re-entered Nodding City. The Nodding Soul Master Academy is a prominent landmark within the city. After inquiring with several individuals, Deng Sheng and Qianju swiftly located the grand entrance of the academy. "Hey, you two, what are you doing? What are you looking at?" The moment they arrived at the school gate, they were rebuked by the academy's gatekeeper. As Deng Sheng was about to step forward to speak, Qianju stopped him. "Could you kindly inform the master that we are here to see him?" "Master? What master? We have no master here. You two need to leave at once." Upon perceiving that Qianju and his companion sought someone, yet offered no indication of their intentions, the gatekeeper resumed his fierce admonishments towards them. Qianju, unfazed by the confrontation, immediately invoked the spirit of the ancient and mysterious sheep, donning a mask that manifested upon his visage. The mask's eyes glowed with 2 ethereal blue flames, fixating on the gatekeeper. "I shall reiterate," Qianju declared icily, "we seek the master. kindly assist us in notifying him." The gatekeeper, ensnared by the chilling gaze of Qianju, was instantly enveloped by a wave of terror, realizing he had encountered formidable adversaries. Trembling, he took 2 steps back. Stammering, What do you intend? I must warn you, this is the Soul Master Academy, inhabited by esteemed Soul Masters. Should you cause a disturbance here, you may find yourself in dire straits." His voice trembled with false bravado. "I will say this once more," Qianju reiterated, "we seek the Master. You have until the incense burns out to summon him. Otherwise, our next encounter shall not be so lenient." Noticing the gatekeeper's defiance, Qianju issued a final warning, simultaneously commanding the concealed wolf spirit to deliver a swift strike behind the gatekeeper. Yowl! The gatekeeper, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leapt in shock, clutching his rear as he grimaced in pain. After a moment of recovery, he glanced at Qianju. Upon meeting the latter's glowing eyes, he quickly averted his gaze. "Hurry!" Qianju urged once more. The 2 simple words struck the gatekeeper as ominous, prompting him to flee in haste, though his feet betrayed him, leading him toward the master's quarters. He consoled himself internally. For now, he must summon the master. If the master claimed not to know him, or if any conflict arose, he would swiftly lodge a report. Muttering curses under his breath, he arrived at the master's residence, wiping away his tears, and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came the master's calm voice from within. "Master, 2 individuals, a large and a small one, are at the gate seeking you. The boy is a soul master, though he appears to have only recently awakened his martial spirit. I suspect they learned of your presence here and wish to take advantage of your influence. I initially intended to inform them that you were unavailable, but he struck me and insisted that I fetch you. Thus, I had no choice but to relay this message." The gatekeeper recounted, embellishing the details. With a creak, the door opened. The gatekeeper, looking pitiful, gazed up at the master. The master, maintaining a stoic expression, scrutinized him for a moment before stepping out, closing the door behind him, and inquiring blandly, "How did he strike you? Where did he hit you?" "Well, yes. How could he have struck me? He was clearly in front of me at the time. I don't know, but it was undoubtedly that little imp who did it." He admitted as much, the gatekeeper replied, his tone laced with resentment. The master secured the door and cast a fleeting glance at him. With a mere statement that the boy would not have struck without cause, the gatekeeper fell silent. The master then proceeded towards the academy gate, with the gatekeeper trailing behind him. Before long, they encountered Qianju and Deng Sheng, who were waiting at the entrance. "Greetings, I am the master. It seems I do not recall having met you before. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" The master's somewhat hoarse voice resonated as he approached, sifting through his recollections of Deng Sheng and Qianju, ultimately confirming that he had never encountered either of them. The master was a man of average height, slightly on the lean side, possessing an unremarkable appearance, with short black hair styled in a 3/7 split, with his hands clasped behind his back and his spine held straight. He regarded Qianju and Deng Sheng with a serious gaze, awaiting their reasons for seeking him. Qianju felt a twinge of nervousness under the intensity of the master's scrutinizing eyes, and the carefully prepared words he intended to speak seemed to elude him. "May I request to speak with you at your residence? This place feels rather inconvenient," he stammered. The master furrowed his brow. "Just you and me?" Initially, he presumed that it was Deng Sheng who sought him out, and even if the matter pertained to the child, he had expected it to be communicated through Deng Sheng. Instead, it was the child who initiated the conversation, while the man remained silent in the background. "Yes, I will accompany you. Uncle Deng is merely here to escort me," Qianju replied. "Very well, then. I shall await good news," Deng Sheng said as he departed, leaving Qianju to turn and face the master, anticipating his next words. "All right, follow me," the master commanded, leading Qianju to his residence. The 2 walked in silence, Qianju casting furtive glances at the master, who remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed resolutely ahead. Upon reaching the master's abode, the latter closed the door and settled behind his usual desk, casually remarking, "Now, speak. What brings you to me? No need to test my patience here." Chapter 14. Seeking guidance, Qianju scratched his head, offering an awkward smile, before finally articulating his prepared introduction. "Greetings, master. A few days ago, I underwent a martial spirit awakening ceremony, and I discovered that I possess a martial spirit. I wish to know how I should cultivate it moving forward. I have heard that you are a profound scholar of martial spirit theory, and I seek your guidance." The master sighed, beginning to organize his notes on the desk. "Very well, but why should I guide you? Provide me with a reason." "Because my martial spirit is quite unique, and I believe it will pique your interest," Qianju replied, fully aware of how to captivate the master's curiosity. All it took was a singularly extraordinary martial spirit. However, the master did not seem particularly intrigued by Qianju's assertion. "All right, but the uniqueness of your spirit is not for you to determine." "Very well, unleash your martial spirit. Let me see it." The master adjusted his posture, reclining languidly in his chair while gazing at Qianju, as if to say, "Please, commence your performance." Without further ado, Qianju summoned his Qianju martial spirit, and in an instant, an ancient and enigmatic mask slowly materialized, shrouding his visage. Ethereal blue flames danced within the mask's eye sockets, casting a glow that illuminated the master. In that moment, the master was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread, as if he were under the watchful gaze of death itself. Instinctively, he rose from his chair, his expression turning gravely serious. Due to his sudden rise, he even knocked over his chair. What a remarkable martial spirit, this mask, a top-tier martial soul. The master murmured to himself, astonished as he gazed at the mask that materialized on Qianjue's face. Upon the manifestation of the sheep's spirit martial soul, the master instantly deduced from the ancient texture of the mask, the enigmatic runes, and the peculiar fiery eyes that this must indeed be a premier martial spirit. Moreover, the subsequent sensation of being watched by death indicated to him that even among the elite martial spirits, this one held a prominent position. After regaining his composure, the master cautiously approached Qianjue, scrutinizing the mask closely. While there exist masks among martial spirits, he had never heard of any mask spirit being classified as a top-tier martial soul, for such masks typically belong to the realm of mental enhancement, leaning more towards support. To his knowledge, no support-type martial spirit had ever exhibited innate full soul power. Yet, he was certain that this martial soul was indeed a top-tier one, and that Qianjue's soul power was undoubtedly of innate full capacity. Am I correct, my child? Qianjue remained silent, offering only a smile that the master could not see. Instead, the master observed him retrieving a certificate from within his garments, which he presented to him. The certificate read, Qianjue, Mask Martial Soul, Innate Full Soul Power, with the function of significantly enhancing physical attributes. No, this martial soul is far more than a mere enhancement of physical capabilities, at the very least. The master recalled the dread he had felt moments ago, sensing the gaze of death. At the very least, it also encompassed mental impact. He fixed his gaze upon Qianjue. Child, can you enlighten me about the characteristics of your martial soul? You are indeed correct. Your martial soul is exceptionally unique. The master inquired, now genuinely intrigued. I apologize. Master, you see, for such a unique martial soul, it is safest for me to keep its special effects undisclosed, is it not? The master regarded Qianjue, nodding slowly after a moment of contemplation. He sighed, realizing the validity of Qianjue's reasoning. A martial soul like his, if its unique effects were revealed, could easily become a target for enemies. However, it was indeed a powerful and fascinating martial soul. Should he study it, he might refine his own theory of the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls. Alas, you are indeed wise, my child. Then, please share how your martial soul enhances your physical attributes, that I may assist you. Since Qianjue was reluctant to divulge the special effects of his martial soul, the master decided to explore other avenues for guidance. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Qianjue interrupted him. Unless it is someone very close to me, someone I can trust not to harm me, only then can I divulge my secret. With that, Qianjue suddenly knelt down. Please accept me as your disciple and guide me in my cultivation. I am willing to honor you as my teacher. Qianju recounted the words of his masters from the television dramas and novels he had previously watched. After all, he lacked personal experience and could only draw from these narratives, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. Child, what are you doing? Get up quickly, he urged. Qianju felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet his master remained unfazed, sensing only a slight disruption in his own composure. After a moment's pause, he addressed Qianju, who had remained kneeling. Child, do not rush. Listen to me. While I pride myself on my theoretical knowledge, theory is, after all, merely theory. Due to the limitations of my martial spirit, my soul power shall forever remain at the 30th level. Thus, you must contemplate carefully. It is not that I am unwilling to accept you as my disciple. You must understand that your talent is undoubtedly extraordinary. Over the past few centuries, numerous top-tier martial spirits have emerged, yet only 8 unique supreme martial spirits have ever appeared, each one having dominated an era. Do you grasp the significance of your potential? Yes, I understand, Qianju nodded. Even so, do you still wish to take me as your master? My strength is but at the 29th level. And aside from the first soul ring you currently lack, I may only assist you minimally with your future soul rings. This is something you must ponder deeply. The master candidly expressed his own limitations. He was a pragmatic individual. Although he yearned for a disciple to validate his theories, he desired that his disciple willingly embrace this path. Master, I have given it considerable thought. Please accept me. Qianju bowed his head once more. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall accept you as my disciple. The master approached, somewhat excited, to help Qianju rise. Though his abilities had reached their limits due to his martial spirit, his research could be substantiated through the growth of his disciple. He sought a talented student to affirm the validity of his theory regarding the 10 core competencies of martial spirits. Thank you, Master. After standing, Qianzhu gazed at his mentor, feeling a surge of excitement. Today marked the beginning of his cultivation journey. Furthermore, having the Master as his teacher granted him the advantage of deferring any knowledge he should not possess onto his mentor, who was perceived as erudite by all. Truly, he had become the perfect scapegoat. Good child. Your name as recorded on the certificate is Qianzhu, correct? Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Xiaozhu. Remember, my name is Yu Xiaojing, though most outsiders call me Master. This title carries both respect and a hint of mockery. Generally, few address me by my name directly, so you may call me Master from now on. I understand, Master. Now, please tell me about the characteristics of your martial spirit. I shall devise a tailored cultivation plan for you. By the way, are you familiar with your soul power? Has anyone taught you how to cultivate it? Master, I am familiar with soul power, yet my control remains somewhat unrefined, and no one has instructed me on how to cultivate it. Qianzhu earnestly conveyed his situation to his mentor. The cultivation of soul power offers no shortcuts. It demands relentless meditation and practice day after day to accumulate. However, it is also contingent upon innate talent. A formidable martial spirit allows one to gather more energy from the heavens and earth during meditation, resulting in a more significant accumulation of soul power and an accelerated training pace. It is no wonder that during the awakening ceremony, my closest companion awakened the blue silver grass. Despite his innate full soul power, the officiating soul master declared that he could not train to become a soul master. In her discourse, Qianzhu subtly conveyed Tang San's situation to the master. Indeed, the master immediately discerned something amiss from Qianzhu's words. What? You say his awakened martial spirit is blue silver grass, yet he possesses innate full soul power? The master furrowed his brow, seeking confirmation from Qianzhu. Indeed, when Tang San tested his soul power, the brightness of the crystal ball was no less than mine. Is that so? That seems illogical, the master mused, frowning deeply, pinching his forehead with his right thumb and forefinger. Then, a sudden spark illuminated his eyes. Unless... Qianzhu instinctively picked up the thread. Unless your companion possesses dual martial spirits. Yes, dual martial spirits. The master abruptly raised his gaze to meet Qianzhu's. If that is the case, your companion's talent is at least on par with yours, perhaps even superior. The master studied Qianzhu, eager to gauge his reaction. Although he had already taken Qianzhu as his disciple, the master sought to ascertain his character. If he were envious, he would need to devise a way to correct that. Qianzhu subtly indicated to the master his desire to solidify the bond between Tang San and the master. As long as the overarching narrative remained largely intact, his familiarity with the storyline would not diminish. The master hesitated for a few seconds before promptly reaching a decision. Dual martial spirits are exceedingly rare, even more so than unique top-tier martial spirits like Qianzhu's. If he could also take that child as a disciple, the master was certain that once these two children grew, they would undoubtedly become the most formidable pair of individuals of their era. At that moment, he could also validate the correctness of his research. Rest assured, teacher, Tang San will undoubtedly recognize your worth. The strength of a teacher cannot be transferred to a student. Only knowledge can be imparted. This principle is clear to me, so how could Tang San fail to comprehend it? Fear not, teacher. Tang San is even more astute than I, and I expect he will seek you out as well. The master gazed at Qianzhu, his heart filled with admiration. His acceptance of Qianzhu was not solely due to his talent. Exceptional talent without intelligence amounts to little. From the moment Qianzhu declined to disclose the complete nature of his martial spirit, the master understood that Qianzhu, like his own disciple Yu Xiaojing, was a clever individual. Furthermore, Yu Xiaojing's disciple must also possess intelligence. Yet, he had not anticipated the emergence of another extraordinarily gifted and intelligent child. It was truly. The master shook his head, marveling at his own fortune. With a smile, he inquired of Qianzhu, in your village. It must only be the two of you who get along well, correct? The other children cannot keep pace with you. Yes, indeed, teacher, the other children are too dull. It is not that they are dull, it is that you too are exceptionally bright. You are geniuses. Chapter 15, An Unparalleled Gift. Very well, let us first address your matters. Please disclose the characteristics of your martial soul, so that I may devise a training regimen for you. The master is eager to comprehend Qianzhu's martial soul, so he can formulate an appropriate method for his cultivation. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming number of tasks awaiting his attention. The master wished to examine Qianzhu's martial soul, yet Qianzhu hesitated to reveal its characteristics immediately. Instead, he approached with a smile, resting his arms on the table and inquiring, Teacher, might I first have the privilege of witnessing your martial soul? I have heard that your martial soul is a variant beast type, capable of existing apart from your body like an artifact martial soul. The master furrowed his brow. Had anyone else made such a remark, he would surely have perceived it as mockery. However, given that it was Qianju positing the question, he sensed a deeper significance. Very well, I shall show you my martial soul, the master responded, bringing his hands together before swiftly parting them. Come forth, Luo Sanpao. With a soft pop, a wave of pale purple soul energy emanated from the master's palms. Qianju felt a surge of soul energy ripple through the air, and before him appeared a creature. It resembled a dog, yet its size was more akin to that of a pig, measuring over 1.5 meters in length and boasting a considerable girth. Its coat was a soft lavender hue, with 2 floppy ears, a prominent rounded bump atop its head, and a pair of deep blue eyes blinking curiously at Qianju. This was indeed the master's variant martial soul, Luo Sanpao. 2 yellow rings of 100 years' worth of soul power materialized beneath the master's feet, rotating gently. Little Ju, this is my martial soul. You may refer to it as Luo Sanpao, or simply Sanpao. It is indeed quite unique, embodying both the characteristics of a beast martial soul and that of an artifact martial soul. After years of study, I have yet to encounter another entity like it. Thus, it appears we share a fateful connection. Qianju smiled at the master, releasing his own martial soul, manifesting the Qianju mask. Teacher, my martial soul is not merely a mask. It is a beast martial soul, not an artifact martial soul. The mask represents the manifestation of my martial soul's embodiment. As he spoke, the Qianju mask gradually dissipated, unveiling Qianju's beaming face once more. Indeed, the staggering of Luo Sanpao was a consequence of Qianju guiding the wolf spirit to collide with it. Under normal circumstances, if Luo Sanpao were to be bumped, it would merely perceive a gentle push without any pain. Yet this time, upon colliding with the wolf spirit, it felt as though it had been dealt a fierce kick. This pain reverberated through the master, making him feel as though someone had struck him in the abdomen, causing him to instinctively clutch his midsection and inhale sharply. Noticing the master's reaction, Qianju approached with an apologetic demeanor. I'm terribly sorry, teacher. It was unintentional. I am still not adept with this martial soul. The master, however, did not hold it against him. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was unharmed, and gazed intently at Qianju. What did you mean by your earlier statement? Please clarify. You mentioned your martial soul is a beast type, and the attack on Sanpao just now was executed by your martial soul. Yet, I did not observe how you conducted the attack. Is this a characteristic of your martial soul? Qianju felt a twinge of embarrassment, as his earlier intention had merely been to draw the master's attention to the existence of the wolf spirit, prompting him to unleash the wolf spirit upon Luo Sanpao. He recalled that the wolf spirit's assault would inflict suffering, thus he only controlled it to collide gently with Luo Sanpao. Yet he had not anticipated that it would still evoke pain in the master. Master, my martial soul is indeed called Qianju, akin to your Luo Sanpao, and can be deemed a unique beast martial soul, Qianju stated, withdrawing the concealed effect of the wolf spirit. Consequently, the wolf spirit, which had been silently hovering nearby, along with the ethereal image of the sheep spirit that Qianju embodied, gradually revealed themselves before the master's gaze. This is your true martial soul. The master was utterly astonished. It dawned on him that what he had previously perceived as a top-tier martial soul was merely an accessory, a mask, of the martial soul itself. No, it could even be said to be just half of the martial soul's accessories. The wolf spirit too bore a mask of the same design, albeit in white. The master stepped forward, scrutinizing the ethereal sheep spirit that Qianju embodied with wide eyes. Its elongated form, adorned with white fur, featured 2 long, drooping ears, and mysterious runes carved upon its body. In its right hand, it wielded a peculiar longbow with contrasting black and white edges. Its limbs were short, with sharp protrusions along the bow's handle and tips, notably lacking a bowstring. To the untrained eye, this bow appeared to be a mere figment of imagination. Yet, the master understood that any bow manifesting in a martial soul must possess a profound significance. After observing the sheep spirit, the master turned his attention to the wolf spirit. In comparison, the wolf spirit evoked a greater sense of dread. It bore an equally ancient and enigmatic mask, with piercing, cold eyes. Its mouth was lined with sharp teeth, while deep within its maw glowed an eerie blue light. Adding to its fearsome presence was its smoke-like, ethereal form, silently floating in the air. Was it this spirit that you used to attack me? Yet, why did I not perceive its assault? Wait, could it be that your martial soul possesses the ability to become invisible? The master's keen intellect shone through, deducing the wolf spirit's capabilities from the mere glimpse of Qianju's unveiled martial soul and the recent attack. Indeed, master, The Qianzhu martial soul consists of both the sheep spirit and the wolf spirit. The ability to become invisible is a trait bestowed upon me by the wolf spirit, known as Qianzhu's concealment, whereas the sheep spirit grants me the trait of Qianzhu's mark, which allows me to, at this moment, Qianzhu ceased to be cryptic, revealing in full detail the effects of Qianzhu's concealment, Qianzhu's mark, and the intrinsic capabilities of both the sheep and wolf spirits, which either mitigate suffering or amplify it. After attentively listening to Qianzhu's explanation, the master's expression turned solemn as he closed his eyes in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Qianzhu for a considerable time before he heaved a deep sigh. Xiaozhu, do you realize? I have never encountered a martial soul that allows for such infinite growth as yours. Moreover, based solely on the information I have gathered thus far, your martial soul encompasses at least 4 distinct attributes: enhancement, invisibility, pain mitigation, and pain amplification. These 4 characteristics, each one capable of embodying the essence of a supreme martial soul, hold immense potential. Master, I comprehend the might of enhancement and invisibility, yet I perceive the latter 2 traits as merely embellishments. Qianzhu inquired with a hint of confusion. The master gazed at him with a smile. It appears you have yet to truly experience your own martial soul. Please wait here. Qianzhu accepted the dagger, fully aware of the master's intent for an experiment. He plunged the blade into the rabbit's thigh with considerable force, blood instantly gushing from the wound, staining the rabbit's fur a vivid crimson. However, the rabbit seemed unaffected. It merely shifted 2 steps as if nudged, then resumed its vigilant observation with its bright red eyes. Do you see? Even when wounded, it feels no pain. Imagine if your attack were to strike an enemy, particularly in a location beyond their line of sight. A spark of realization ignited in Qianzhu's mind. They would believe my attack had not harmed them. Indeed, if they continued to engage you, a myriad of unforeseen circumstances would soon arise. Furthermore, consider if your weapon were imbued with additional effects, such as poison. They might remain oblivious to their own affliction, leading to dire consequences. The master refrained from elaborating, yet Qianzhu could vividly envision such a scenario. And what of the enhancement of pain from the wolf spirit? You should give it a try. Utilize your wolf spirit to launch an attack. Very well. Qianzhu promptly commanded the wolf spirit to bite the other leg of the rabbit. This time, the rabbit did not remain indifferent. It emitted a piercing cry followed by violent convulsions, eventually collapsing and frothing at the mouth. The master and Qianzhu stood in astonished silence, witnessing the rabbit gradually lose its responsiveness, both utterly amazed. They had anticipated that an attack from the wolf spirit would be painful, but they never expected such a drastic reaction. The master approached the now unresponsive rabbit, examining its condition. It had merely lost consciousness and entered a state of shock, with no other symptoms or signs of poisoning. After his inspection, the master retrieved some bandages from a drawer in the room and proceeded to wrap the wounds on its leg. He then explained to Qianzhu, who observed intently, that once the rabbit regains consciousness, they could further assess whether the amplified pain from the wolf spirit would elicit any additional reactions. Now, do you grasp the formidable nature of your martial soul as characteristics? Yes, Qianzhu replied obediently. There are numerous applications yet to be discovered, and it is imperative for you to explore and develop them one by one. You must constantly ponder how to wield them, understand? Understood, master. Excellent. Little Jew, your martial soul is a marvel. I am confident it is the most powerful soul of this era. This is your unique gift, an unparalleled talent. However, you must recognize that no matter how formidable a martial soul may be, if its wielder lacks the heart of a true warrior, it will remain unfulfilled. Thus, from this moment forth, your primary task is to master your martial soul and gain control over your soul power. Once you have completed these 2 tasks, I shall teach you how to cultivate your soul power. Very well, master. Qianzhu now unconditionally adheres to the tasks assigned by the master. Excellent. Chapter 16, A Second Apprenticeship. After gathering some belongings, the master, accompanied by Qianzhu, sought out Deng Sheng, who was still waiting at the grocery store. Upon informing Deng Sheng of his successful apprenticeship, the simple man broke into a broad smile, as if the burden he carried had lightened significantly. Following Qianzhu's suggestion, the master suppressed the urge to seek out Tang San and chose to stay at Qianzhu's residence for the time being. The next day, atop a small hill. Look, master, I knew he would be here. Every morning, we come here to practice facing the sunrise. Tang San says it is better to cultivate at dawn. Qianzhu pointed to Tang San, who was meditating on a large rock, and smiled at the master. The master nodded, feeling quite satisfied. This indicates that you are all children of perseverance. Indeed, I feel the same, Qianzhu replied with a light laugh as he led the master toward Tang San. At that moment, Tang San had just finished his practice and stood up. He turned to Qianzhu and said, Xiaoju, you have come. Who is this uncle? Hee. Xiao San, did I not tell you? I went to the city to find someone who could teach me, and here he is. Now, he is my teacher. I mentioned your situation to him, and he is quite interested in you. After hearing Qianju's words, Tang San nodded and looked at the master. Hello, uncle. Is there anything you would like to guide me on? His demeanor was respectful. After all, if he was Qianju's teacher, he must be a formidable soul master. Yes, I have heard that your martial soul is blue silvergrass. Do you believe that through cultivating blue silvergrass, you can become a high-ranking soul master? The master wasted no time, diving straight into the topic. Well, I think that although blue silvergrass is quite weak, it has its advantages, such as low soul power consumption and rapid proliferation. I believe I should be able to. Quite confident, I see. Now, do you know what type of soul beast your first soul ring should be attached to? Should it be a plant type or an animal type? What characteristics should the attached soul beast possess? What would be the ideal age for it? Furthermore, in which direction should your blue silvergrass develop? Have you contemplated these questions? Tang San was momentarily taken aback, staring at the master with a hint of confusion. I have not thought about these matters. I lack the necessary knowledge, but I will study them once I arrive at the academy. The master smiled slightly. The academy does not have many individuals who understand such complexities. There will be no one to teach you how to match your soul rings, nor will anyone guide you on how to develop your martial soul. Furthermore, there is no one with experience in instructing a dual martial soul student. By the end, the master wore an expression of confidence. This was the path he chose after realizing he could not advance far in the world of soul masters. Fortunately, he could now be regarded as a competent pioneer. Tang San's expression suddenly turned serious. His father had once told him that the fact of possessing dual martial souls must never be disclosed to outsiders, and unless absolutely necessary, he should refrain from using his other martial soul. Now even Qianju is unaware of his status as a twin martial soul. How then? Does his master possess such knowledge? He furrowed his brow, his left hand subtly raised. Within his sleeve lay several bone-piercing needles he had forged for self-defense. At this moment, he was prepared to confront a dire situation, ready to fight with his back against the wall. Xiao San, do not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Qianju reassured upon noticing Tang San's apprehensive demeanor. Qianju was well aware of Tang San's prowess with hidden weapons. The master, merely a 29th level soul master, could hardly be expected to withstand the capabilities of Tang San's concealed armaments. Upon hearing Qianju speak, Tang San cast a glance at him, his tension beginning to ebb. He realized he might have overreacted. He still placed trust in Qianju's judgment. This middle-aged man, who had become Qianju's mentor, likely posed no significant threat. Nevertheless, Tang San maintained a serious expression as he inquired, "How did you come to know that I possess a twin martial soul?" The master, unaware of Tang San's hidden weaponry, felt no sense of threat from him. With confidence, he replied, "It is because Xiaoju has informed me that although you awakened the blue silvergrass, you possess innate full soul power. Perhaps others do not comprehend the significance of this, but if I were to remain ignorant, I would be unworthy of the title master. The blue silvergrass is a notably weak martial soul. Typically, among 30 individuals who awaken this martial soul, only one may possess soul power, and even then, it rarely exceeds level 1. Yet, you exhibit innate full soul power. Based on my research, the magnitude of innate soul power correlates directly with the quality of the martial soul. Thus, it is evident that your blue silvergrass cannot support your innate full soul power, leading me to conclude that you possess another formidable martial soul. One that must be of the highest caliber, for only a top-tier martial soul can yield innate full soul power." As the master spoke, he looked at Tang San with unwavering confidence, clearly believing in the infallibility of his judgment. Tang San's gaze and emotions gradually settled, and he retorted, "There are always exceptions. What if my blue silvergrass is indeed unique?" The master shook his head, stating, "The blue silvergrass cannot be exceptional. Uniqueness only arises in cases of mutated martial souls." "What constitutes a mutated martial soul?" Tang San inquired. The master patiently elucidated, to comprehend martial soul mutations, one must first understand the concept of martial soul inheritance. Martial souls are passed down through genetic means, with parental martial souls exerting direct influence on their offspring. The simplest example is when a child inherits the martial soul of either parent, known as familial inheritance. The more complex form is what we refer to as mutated inheritance. For instance, if both parents possess innate zero soul power, yet their child awakens a martial soul with soul power that can be cultivated. Even if this child's martial soul mirrors that of their parents, we can still assert that their martial soul has undergone mutation, albeit to a very minimal degree. This exemplifies the most basic form of mutated inheritance. When the degree of variation in inheritance becomes remarkably significant, diverse circumstances may arise. often characterized by varying levels of potency. For instance, both parents may awaken powerful martial souls, yet their offspring might possess a feeble martial soul. Conversely, parents with weak martial souls may give rise to a child with an exceptionally strong martial soul. Additionally, the attributes of the martial souls may differ. For example, if both parents awaken fire-based martial souls, the child might awaken a martial soul inclined towards lightning. The variations in inherited martial souls are numerous, constituting an extensive knowledge system that cannot be succinctly elaborated upon. What is crucial for you to understand is that I have deduced from this vast reservoir of knowledge that your blue silvergrass is not a variant, and I am certain you possess another exceedingly powerful martial soul. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, he stepped back, creating space between himself and the master. He then knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing 3 times. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Teach me how to cultivate my blue-silver grass martial soul, and instruct me in the development of my dual martial souls. The master smiled, a look of satisfaction illuminating his face as he bent down to assist Tang San in rising. Foolish boy, cannot you see that my purpose in coming here was to take you as my disciple? Rise. Thank you, master, Tang San exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. The master gazed at both Tang San and Qianju, his joy almost overwhelming him to the point of tears. Since he had discovered that his martial soul could not surpass the threshold of level 30, he had tirelessly devoted his energies to the study of martial souls. However, research is but research. Despite earning the title of master, many mocked his prowess, using the title to deride his strength. This realization dawned on him. No matter how profound his knowledge or how thorough his understanding of martial soul studies, without strength, he could not validate himself. Yet, he found himself unable to advance further. What was to be done? He could only rely on another's strength. By nurturing a student of unparalleled might, he could validate his own vast knowledge and justify his choices, proving his worth as Yu Shaojiang. I hear you are called Tang San, is that correct? From now on, I shall refer to you as Xiao San. Now, please show me your martial souls, both of them. Yes, master, Tang San replied respectfully. He concentrated his soul power in his right hand, and amidst flickering blue light, a small blue grass gradually took shape. The master scrutinized it closely for a moment before nodding. Indeed, it is merely ordinary blue silver grass. Now, let me see your other martial soul. All right, Tang San, no longer concealing anything, raised his left hand. A surge of black light erupted, coalescing into a modest hammer, a faint halo swirling around it. Upon seeing the hammer in Tang San's hand, the master's eyes widened in astonishment, excitement gleaming in his gaze as he fixated on the familiar weapon. He murmured, Tang San, of the Tang lineage, how could such a martial soul manifest here? So, you are his son. No wonder you possess such innate talent. Very well. Xiao San, retract your martial soul. Do not wield it lightly before others in the future. Furthermore, without my permission, you must never attach a soul ring to this martial spirit. This is of utmost importance, and you must remember it well. Indeed, the master is a capable individual. Tang San thought to himself as he regarded the master. His own father had imparted similar instructions to him. However, master, why can't I add a soul ring? Tang San voiced his inner confusion. Now is not the time for such revelations. You merely need to remember that refraining from using this martial spirit and not attaching a soul ring is merely a consideration for your future. You must retain this in your memory. Understood, master, I will remember. Seeing the master's solemnity, Tang San committed this matter firmly to his mind. Very well, remembering is sufficient. Now, let us descend the mountain and visit your father, for you, having taken me as your mentor, should have an exchange with him. All right, master. Let us proceed. Father, are you awake? I need to discuss a few matters with you. What is it? Is breakfast ready? Where is it? Tang Hao inquired. Uttering the question he asked every morning. Although he had decided to cultivate Tang San, old habits formed over the years were difficult to change. Father, I have taken a teacher, and he wishes to speak with you. Tang San revealed the master's identity and purpose. What? You have taken a teacher? Who allowed you to do that? Why didn't you tell me first? Indeed, upon hearing this, Tang Hao's brows furrowed. He then turned to regard the master, and his frown deepened. You two step outside. I have words to share with him. After a moment of silence, Tang Hao gestured to Tang San and Qianju, who stood nearby. Qianju shrugged. He was indifferent. After all, he was already aware of what he needed to know. Once Tang San and Qianju exited, Tang Hao immediately posed the question, how did you come to find him? And how do you know Xiao San? As he spoke, his demeanor grew increasingly authoritative, his muscles tensing. Clearly, if the master failed to provide a satisfactory answer, Tang Hao might unleash his wrath. And the fury of a titled Doola is something no one wishes to confront. Interestingly, the age gap between Tang Hao and the master was negligible. They belonged to the same generation. Naturally, Tang Hao knew the master, and the master recognized Tang Hao as well. Once, Tang Hao had even idolized the master. Thus, in the face of the pressure emanating from this title Douluo, the master remained unperturbed, instead bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to you, Hao Yin. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao gradually lowered his guard. Is your student that lad? Tang Hao scoffed slightly, somewhat reproaching Qianzhu for disclosing Tang San's circumstances. My student now also includes your son, the master replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao fixed his gaze upon the master, his eyes stern yet unyielding, and after a pause, let out another cold scoff, stating, You are, at the very least, somewhat qualified. In truth, Tang Hao believed that the master was not just qualified, but rather the best choice. In the early stages of a soul master's development, what is required is not an immensely powerful teacher, but one who is knowledgeable and possesses a profound understanding of martial spirits. Such a teacher can assist you in determining the future trajectory of your martial spirit, nurturing your sense of teamwork and combat awareness, among other aspects. In these regards, Tang Hao concedes that the master would indeed perform better than he could. With that said, Tang Hao stepped into the bedroom and retrieved an object, tossing it over. The master hastily caught it, and, upon closer inspection, found it to be a martial spirit hall token, engraved with 6 symbols, signifying that it was the highest-ranking token of the martial spirit hall. The master looked at Tang Hao. I will lend you this for now. In 3 months, when the Soul Master Academy opens, I shall deliver it to him. Please assist him in selecting a few suitable soul rings. Remember, no matter what, he will always be my son, Tang Hao. Since he has chosen this path, I will ensure he traverses it well. All right, you may go now. The master quietly stored the token but did not leave immediately. He gazed at Tang Hao and could not suppress the long-buried question. Why did you, however, before the master could finish, Tang Hao abruptly interrupted him. Enough. Do not ask what should not be asked. Leave. Outside, Qianzhu and Tang San were conversing under a nearby tree. As the master approached, Tang San could not contain his curiosity. How did it go, master? Did my father trouble you? The master gently patted Tang San's head. How could he trouble me? Although my strength may be lacking, my knowledge is not to be underestimated, even by your father. As he spoke, a confident smile adorned the master's face. Initially, he was uncertain whether Tang Hao would entrust Tang San to him, but now that it was confirmed, it demonstrated Tang Hao's recognition of him. This acknowledgement from both an idol and a title Douluo filled the master with pride. That's wonderful, master. Thank you so much. Tang San expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Good boy. In 3 months, when the academy opens, your father will bring you to me. During this time, he should teach you some things. Make sure to learn well from him. Understood? Yes, master. And what about me? Should I begin cultivating with you now? Qianzhu inquired from the side. No need. You can wait until 3 months later. During this period, follow the method I instructed you yesterday to perfect your soul power control and also familiarize yourself with and develop your martial spirit. Your father often goes to the city, correct? Each time he does, come to the academy to see me. I shall check your progress. Additionally, Xiao San, if you have any questions, you can come to me with Xiao Ju. If I'm unavailable, relay your questions to Xiao Ju so he can inform me. This will be your task for the next 3 months. Do you understand? Understood, master. Qianzhu and Tang San replied in unison. Good. During these months, I too shall study the future development direction of your martial spirits. Let us all strive together. Now, I will take my leave. With that, the master spoke succinctly and turned to depart towards the village outskirts. Qianzhu and Tang San watched as the master receded from view, and only when he was out of sight did they turn to each other and share a smile. Xiao San, I shall be your senior brother from now on. Let me hear you call me senior brother. Greetings, Master Qian. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Qianzhu was initially jesting. Yet Tang San responded with utmost seriousness, even bowing to Qianzhu. Enough of that. I was merely joking. As we are now brothers, we should be closer and not act so formally. Qianzhu hurriedly assisted Tang San to his feet. How about you call me Brother Zhu from now on? Qianzhu suddenly suggested with a smile. After all, I am older than you, so you won't be at a disadvantage. All right, Brother Zhu, Tang San replied, not minding this at all, as Qianzhu was indeed older than him and now his senior. Hey, from now on, I will look out for you. If anyone dares to bully you, just let me know. Qianzhu joyfully placed an arm around Tang San's shoulders. It was only then that Tang San remembered he had not had breakfast yet. After exchanging pleasantries, he hurried indoors. Chapter 17, The Soul Hunting Forest. 3 months later, Tang San and Qianzhu arrived once again at the entrance of the Nodding Soul Master Academy, traveling light. I understand, uncle. At this moment, Qianzhu lacked his usual smile, feeling a hint of melancholy. After all, they had been together for over 6 months, and the thought of parting suddenly felt quite painful. Good. My dear child, I will take care of your father. If he resumes his old ways of excessive drinking, I shall refuse to sell him any alcohol. Deng Sheng affectionately ruffled Tang San's hair as he spoke. Qianzhu handed his bundle to Tang San and stepped forward to embrace Deng Sheng, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Deng." Qianzhu was genuinely grateful to Deng Sheng. Had he not taken him in with such care and without imposing strict rules, he would hardly have had the time to seek out Tang San, and their current situation would not have arisen. Deng Sheng patted Qianzhu's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Go on." He nodded, smiling as he watched Qianzhu and Tang San enter the academy. Yet, once he turned away, tears welled in his eyes. In the early morning, while most were still ensconced in slumber, 3 individuals, 2 young and 1 elder, had already passed through the academy gates. "Master, where are we going to find soul beasts?" Qianzhu inquired of the master. The trio consisted of the master and his disciples, Qianzhu and Tang San. "We are headed to the soul hunting forest, located 400 miles northeast of Notting City. It is a place where the Empire breeds soul beasts. I hope we can find suitable soul rings for you there." "Bred? Can soul beasts really be bred?" "Master, please enlighten us about the knowledge of soul beasts," Tang San eagerly requested. The master nodded and replied, "Indeed. If that's the case, shouldn't soul beasts be found everywhere, like the chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep in villages? Even though the awakening probability of these ordinary species is quite low. Given the vast numbers, there should be many soul beasts. Yet, it seems soul beasts are only found within the soul hunting forest." Tang San was aware of the existence of 10,000-year soul beasts, which Qianzhu had educated him about. But he was perplexed as to why soul beasts were exclusively found in the soul hunting forest. "Your question is insightful. This is because, during the first few decades of a soul beast cultivation, they cannot interact with humans. If they are exposed to human presence for an extended period, their soul power gradually diminishes, ultimately leading to their complete disappearance. Even in the soul hunting forest, a place where the Empire and the Spirit Hall cultivate low-level soul beasts, these creatures boast lifespans of at least several decades. Furthermore, entry into the soul hunting forest is not a mere matter of stepping inside. One must obtain a token from the Spirit Hall before gaining access. This precaution is in place to prevent the soul beasts on the periphery from reverting to their wild state due to prolonged human contact." As the master elucidated the knowledge of soul beasts to Qianzhu and Tang San, he ventured to a nearby market to replenish their water and provisions. They hired a carriage, embarking on the journey toward the soul hunting forest. The distance of 400 li is no trifling matter, and they estimated that they would reach their destination by the following day. Inside the carriage, the master sat across from Qianzhu and Tang San. "I imagine you are curious about where I stowed the supplies I just purchased," he remarked. "In your belt, of course. Where else could it be?" Qianzhu was the quickest to respond, but upon answering, he felt a twinge of regret. As expected, the master wore a look of intrigue, preparing to inquire further. Qianzhu hastily continued, "I noticed that every time you place something away, you wipe it on your belt. Although you are discreet, I have observed it after several instances." Tang San nodded in agreement, clearly having noted the same detail. A flicker of satisfaction crossed the master's otherwise stoic visage. "Excellent. Your observations are quite astute. Indeed, all our belongings are stored within this belt." As he spoke, he removed the belt and brushed it lightly, revealing another belt in his hand. "This belt is a soul guide device, acquired during my youthful adventures. The 24 jade stones embedded within each contain a cubic meter of storage space for items." Continuing, the master produced a peculiar black stone pendant, its irregular shape resembling glass, with a shimmering, sand-like substance flowing within. "This stone is also a relic from my explorations. It aids in calming the mind and slightly accelerates the speed of cultivation. When I first obtained it, my companion entrusted it to me, hoping it would assist in breaking through the 30-level barrier, but alas." He extended both items toward them. "Now, they belong to you. Choose one each." Qianzhu and Tang San exchanged glances, momentarily indecisive, both aware that the value of the belt far exceeded that of the black stone. "I will take the black stone, and you can have the belt, little San," Qianzhu declared, grasping the stone. "Brother Zhu," Tang San hesitated, but was interrupted. "Take it. I know you possess many trinkets. The belt will clearly serve you better, and as you know, my dedication to cultivation is not as fervent as yours. With this treasure, I shall not lag behind in levels." Qianzhu reassured him, patting Tang San's shoulder and shaking the stone he had acquired. However, Tang San had more to say, but was promptly cut off by Qianzhu. "Enough of this indecision. You take the belt. Can I not store items as well? Besides, have you not also gifted me something?" As he spoke, he raised his right hand, letting his sleeve slide down to reveal a meticulously crafted silent wrist crossbow. Observing the heated debate between the two, the master quietly nodded in approval, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The storage soul guide devices, though rare, were not unfamiliar to him and his two companions, who had traversed the continent wielding their combined martial spirits. In fact, they had acquired several such devices, albeit none as exceptional as this belt. The master refrained from producing two at once, wishing to observe whether these young ones would display humility or harbor any selfish intentions. Moreover, presenting two similar items simultaneously would necessitate a distribution based on seniority, hindering his ability to assess their character. Enough of your squabbling. I have another bracelet here, he announced. Though its capacity does not compare to the belt, it can still hold around 7 or 8 cubic meters, sufficient for daily necessities. This one shall go to Xiaoju. Ah, that would be splendid. Thank you, master, Qianju exclaimed, his joy palpable upon receiving another storage soul guide. As he had long desired such a space, he hesitated to take the belt, concerned about its potential impact on Tang San. Thus, a smaller alternative was indeed the most favorable outcome. Upon seeing Qianju acquire the storage bracelet, Tang San no longer declined the offer, gratefully accepting it and respectfully expressing his gratitude to the master. Well, since you have each received your items, it is time to bestow them names, the master encouraged, smiling as he noted the absence of any disputes between the two. As they began to explore their new possessions, Tang San pondered for a moment before naming his 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night, a title steeped in the nostalgia of his past life. In contrast, Qianju was less contemplative. Captivated by the shimmering light within the black stone, he simply named it Shadow Stone. The bracelet required no thought at all. He called it simply Storage Bracelet. Once they had thoroughly examined their items and adorned them, the master instructed Tang San and Qianju to practice retrieving objects. Qianju also undertook the additional task of meditating to perceive the effects of the Shadow Stone. Thus, a day slipped away in the midst of these endeavors. At long last, they had arrived. Qianju stretched lazily and emerged from the carriage. The vehicle lacked any shock absorption system, and they were fortunate to possess soul power. Otherwise, his small frame would have surely been jostled about. However, they were soon captivated by the lively scene before them. Outside the vast soul-hunting forest, various houses and shops thrived, pathways crisscrossed, and a throng of people surged, creating a cacophony of sound and activity that was anything but dull. This bustling atmosphere was far removed from their initial expectations of the soul-hunting forest. Nevertheless, Qianju understood. The hustle and bustle was simply a reflection of the pursuit of profit, much like the grand tourist attractions of his former life. Such sights were not uncommon beyond the gates of a scenic area. Noticing their awe at the vibrant scene, the master seized the opportunity to explain the reasons behind such a spectacle, the methods of hunting soul beasts, and how to obtain soul rings, as well as the essential components of a competent soul master team. As they conversed, they gradually ventured deeper into the marketplace, moving away from the clamor. They encountered imposing iron barriers and a regiment of soldiers standing at the ready, exuding a serious demeanor. Stop. To enter the soul-hunting forest, you must first present your hand signals, the guards commanded, having kept a vigilant watch over them as they approached. The master tossed a token, and although it was not the 6-case hand token belonging to Tang Hao, the 3-pattern token he possessed immediately startled the guards inspecting the tokens, prompting them to command the soldiers to clear the way without even questioning Tang San and Qianju. Little Ju, have you seen that 10-year-old calico cat? Can you release the 1,000 Ju seal on it? Qianju attempted to use his mental energy a few times. It should be possible, teacher. Should I proceed? Qianju expressed his excitement. During his time in Holy Soul Village, he had tried to release the 1,000 Ju seal on other animals but had been unsuccessful. After inquiring with the master, he was told that it might be because those animals lacked soul power, rendering them unsuitable targets. Do not proceed. It seems my initial conjecture was correct. For safety's sake, let us reserve it for the soul beasts we are about to hunt. The master began to share his research from the past few months with the two. Little San, based on my studies, I recommend that your blue-silver grass martial soul pursue a control path. Therefore, the first soul ring you should select should be one that enhances the resilience of your martial soul. My suggestions include these soul beasts: the solitary bamboo, purple vine, connected vine, fine patterned snake, and mandala snake. Ideally, the ages of the other soul beasts should range between 300 and 400 years, while the mandala snake should be around 1 to 200 years. Teacher, isn't my blue-silver grass a plant martial soul? How can it absorb soul rings from beast-type soul beasts? Also, why should the age of the mandala snake be lower? Is it because its soul ring is more difficult to absorb? As soon as the master finished speaking, Tang San voiced his confusion. Ah, your question is quite insightful. Firstly, plant-type martial souls can indeed absorb soul rings from beast-type martial souls. This is one of the core strengths of my martial soul theory of mimicry. Weapon-type martial souls are not limited to absorbing only plant-type soul rings, and beast-type martial souls cannot absorb plant soul rings. This has been a misconception for many years. For instance, although Little Ju possesses a beast-type martial soul, my recommendations for your first soul ring predominantly include plant-type soul beasts: arrow bamboo, iron pine, copper core tree, dense pattern vine, and silver-lined snake, with an ideal age of around 400 years. As for your second question, I recommend that the age of the mandala snake be between 1 to 200 years, not because its soul ring is difficult to absorb, but due to the formidable nature of the mandala snake. Its venom is exceptionally potent, capable of paralysis and causing severe damage to the nervous system. It is among the most terrifying of poison attribute soul beasts. Its body is incredibly resilient, resistant to ordinary blades, with only its mouth and eyes as weaknesses. However, the mandala snake is adept at protecting these vulnerable spots and possesses astonishing speed. The age recommendation of 1 to 200 years was determined by considering both your hidden arrows and Little Ju's wolf spirit. Otherwise, if I were to encounter a mandala snake over 100 years old alone, I would have to contemplate how to escape. Of course, the mandala snake soul ring is also the most suitable for you. If you were to choose it as your first spirit ring, your blue-silver grass would not only gain remarkable resilience, but could also potentially acquire neurotoxins. Although it may not possess the original strength, prolonged contact could render a spirit master of equal rank incapacitated. Such potency is indeed formidable. Understood, Master. Tang San nodded in comprehension. And what about me, Master? Which spirit ring do you deem most suitable for me? Qianju inquired eagerly, wishing to discern the spirit beast that would best complement him. The optimal choice for you is undoubtedly the silver-lined snake. Have you noticed that the spirit beasts I recommended to you all possess a robust and elastic physique? This is due to my observation of your sheep spirit, which wields a peculiar bow in its left hand. However, upon your transformation into the sheep spirit, the bow does not manifest. Hence, I suggested these resilient spirit beasts as potential spirit rings. If you were to absorb their rings, it is likely that your first spirit skill would materialize as a longbow weapon. Unlike other ferocious beasts, your sheep's spirit lacks claws, fangs, or horns, and currently only enhances your physical attributes. Thus, the bow associated with your sheep spirit may serve to compensate for this deficiency. Among these spirit beasts, the silver-lined snake stands out as the finest. It boasts the highest degree of physical resilience among the options presented, yet it is a relatively rare species, residing primarily in regions abundant with silver mines and often hiding in tiny burrows, making it difficult to encounter. Let us hope fortune smiles upon us this time. Tang San and Qianju gazed at their master with eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, my choices are not misguided. Strength cannot be imparted to students. Only knowledge can be shared. To know such a master is my great fortune, Tang San reflected. Qianju was equally astonished. Although he considered himself the most knowledgeable about this world, the master possessed unparalleled insight into the study of martial souls. Even he had not contemplated such intricacies. Indeed, every field has its specialists. Chapter 18, The Ambush. As he spoke, the master summoned his martial soul, the Luo San Pao. Upon its emergence, Luo San Pao displayed great enthusiasm, emitting cheerful sounds while nuzzling against the master's feet. Though Tang San and Qianju had encountered Luo San Pao before, its lively gaze still captivated them. It was astonishing to see a martial soul endowed with such intelligence. Master, I believe your assertion that your martial soul is mutating in an unfavorable direction is incorrect. I perceive that your martial soul is evolving towards a higher state, albeit not yet fully realized. If successful, your martial soul would undoubtedly be the most powerful in this world, Qianju remarked, gazing at Luo San Pao. He chuckled, lamenting. Alas, one can only say that life is unpredictable. The master knelt to stroke Luo San Pao, his emotions remaining relatively unchanged. Qianju could discern this. How could he not? However, after all these years, the master had come to terms with it, now regarding Luo San Pao as a true companion. Enough talk. Let us proceed deeper into the territory. The master rose to his feet, guiding the spirited Luo San Pao, who was energetically forging a path ahead. With its keen sense of smell, San Pao was adept at discerning the presence and strength of soul beasts, and its minimal consumption of soul power allowed me to keep it released for extended periods. The master elucidated as the radiant soul rings beneath our feet shimmered, leading Tang San and Qianju to follow closely behind San Pao, venturing deeper into the soul-hunting forest. As we traversed the forest, Tang San's keen eyes suddenly pointed towards a tree entwined with vines, exclaiming, "Master, is that not a purple leaf vine?" The master, taken aback, quickly beckoned Tang San and Qianju to approach. Upon closer inspection, he immediately discerned, indeed, this is a purple leaf vine, but its age is merely a decade. Too young. Let us continue our search. All right. Tang San and Qianju remained undeterred, persisting in their quest within the woods. However, As time passed, dusk approached. Though they encountered several soul beasts, most were of the 10-year category, and not a single century-old beast was sighted. With the sun nearing the horizon, the master was compelled to conclude the day's expedition. As twilight descended, the risk of nocturnal creatures emerging to hunt increased, prompting him to suggest, "Let us set up camp." He surveyed the terrain and selected a hollow area, retrieving a tent from his wrist-mounted soul guide and setting it up. "Little San, scatter this around." The master tossed a bottle to Tang San, who opened it, and, after a quick whiff, identified the purpose of the powder within. "Understood," he affirmed, evenly dispersing the contents around their vicinity, while Qianju assisted the master in kindling a fire to warm their provisions. Once they had nourished themselves, the master gathered the two for a review of the day's teachings. Both were quick learners, and the master swiftly covered the material. This made him ponder, somewhat helplessly, whether he might soon reach a point where he could impart no further knowledge. As their discussion unfolded, Luo Sanpao, lying nearby, suddenly lifted its head, alert and fixated on a particular direction, emitting a series of warning sounds. The master and the others immediately turned their attention to where Sanpao was focused, spotting a dozen eerie green orbs flickering in the encroaching darkness, drifting towards them. "Master, it's the Netherwolf." Tang San, utilizing his purple extreme demon eye, was the first to detect the impending threat. "You two stay put. It appears to be a pack of 10-year Netherwolves. I shall drive them away," the master declared, retrieving 3 masks from his soul guide to hand to Tang San and Qianju. Just as he was about to advance, Qianju interrupted him. "Master, let me try first. They are wolves, and perhaps my wolf spirit will have a unique effect on them, saving you some soul power." The master considered Qianju's suggestion for a moment, then relented with a nod, stepping back to grant Qianju space. While simultaneously positioning Luo Sanpao to flank the area, his focus unwavering on the unfolding situation, ready to provide support whenever necessary. Qianju announced his arrival but stood still, silently unleashing the 1,000-Ju martial spirit. This time, he did not cloak the wolf spirit but entirely concealed the sheep spirit. Thus, it appeared as though the wolf spirit had materialized from thin air, drifting gracefully to the forefront of the wolf pack. Initially, the pack, with predatory gazes fixed on Qianju and his companions, regarded them as potential prey. However, the sudden emergence of the drifting wolf spirit startled them, causing the wolves to recoil a few steps while emitting low warning growls. As they discerned the wolf spirit hovering above, the ferocity etched on the faces of most wolves softened, save for one, which grew even more menacing. It stepped forward, letting out a provocative roar directed at the wolf spirit. This was the alpha of the pack. Qianju, controlling the wolf spirit, paid no heed to the alpha's taunts, instead fixing his ghostly eyes upon it. Under the weight of death's gaze, the alpha gradually lost its patience. After another furious roar, it sprang forward, lunging at the wolf spirit. Just as the alpha leaped into the air, unable to alter its course, Qianju maneuvered the wolf spirit half a meter to the side, evading the attack while delivering a bite to its flank. The phrase copper-headed, iron-boned, tofu-wasted echoed from his past life, emphasizing the wolf's vulnerable midsection. Howling in agony, the alpha hit the ground, yelping in pain as it clumsily retreated, as if the wolf spirit were the most terrifying entity. The alpha retreated further, ultimately turning to flee into the depths of the forest. Witnessing their leader's departure and the wolf spirit's unwavering gaze upon them, the remaining wolves, bereft of their anchor, slowly backed away, their emerald eyes gradually fading from view. "Well done," praised the master upon witnessing Qianju successfully repel the wolf pack. Qianju, scratching his head, felt a tinge of bashfulness. The master observed him for a moment, nodding thoughtfully. "Your 1,000-Ju concealment grants your martial spirit remarkable stealth. I could hardly discern its release just now. I wonder if the effect will remain after obtaining a soul ring. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it." "It remains uncertain for now," Qianju replied nonchalantly, embodying a temperament that embraced the present without fretting over future uncertainties. "Indeed," the master concurred, shifting his focus. "Let us rest early. It is getting late. I will have Luo Sanpao keep watch. He will alert us should anything arise." Just as Tang San was about to agree, he suddenly caught a faint, sweet aroma mingling with the scent of tea on the tip of his nose. He inhaled deeply and instinctively exclaimed, "Everyone be cautious. There's poison." Simultaneously, Luo Sanpao's anxious murmurs echoed once more urgent than before. As the ominous presence of the ghostly wolves approached, the group instinctively huddled together, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, while the master summoned all his soul rings to envelop Luo Sanpao. Observing Luo Sanpao's restless demeanor, the master whispered, "Tonight is far from tranquil. Be on your guard, for what approaches is not to be trifled with." Tang San and Qianju nodded quietly, summoning their martial spirits while meticulously observing their surroundings. Amidst the stillness, a faint rustling sound gradually became discernible to the trio. They quickly discerned the direction and turned to look. Emerging from the thicket was a snake approximately 3 to 4 meters in length. Its dark green, triangular head and ruby-like eyes, coupled with its elongated body, evoked a chilling sense of dread. The master widened his eyes and solemnly declared, "It is a mandala snake, and it is nearly 400 years old." Xiao San, Xiao Ju, prepare to flee. With a thunderous command akin to a clap of thunder, the master promptly issued the order to Luo San Pao to launch an attack. A yellow halo illuminated the scene as Luo San Pao, inhaling vigorously, leapt into action. With a resounding boom, a yellow barrier erupted from its tail, accompanied by a cloud of yellow smoke, swiftly striking the mandala snake, which was hurled into the air as if it were a mere sack of straw. However, despite being sent flying, the snake's crimson eyes remained fixated on the trio through the smoke, indicating that this attack had little effect on it. "You two, run first." The master shouted anxiously at Tang San and Qianju before preparing to unleash Luo San Pao's second soul skill. Yet, before he could execute it, the mandala snake in midair suddenly opened its mouth wide and unleashed a fierce roar, halting its descent as blood began to seep from its 7-inch mark. Tang San's eyes sparkled with realization. An opportunity. Raising his right hand, a glint of cold light swiftly shot from his sleeve. The master had mentioned that the mandala snake's weaknesses lay in its eyes and mouth. At that moment, in a fit of excruciating pain, the mandala snake gaped wider in its roar. A subtle sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh was heard, and the mandala snake momentarily stiffened in midair. Qianju quickly commanded the wolf spirit to retreat to a safe distance. Sure enough, as it hit the ground, the mandala snake erupted with even more violent thrashing, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Observing the swirling dust, the master gazed at Qianju and Tang San for a moment before expressing his astonishment. "I have underestimated you both. Xiao Ju, your wolf spirit's fangs were able to penetrate the scales of a 400-year-old mandala snake. Keep in mind, you have yet to obtain your first soul ring. And Xiao San, your ability to seize opportunities is remarkable. Based on the test I conducted with the sleeve arrow, it could only breach the defenses of a 200-year-old mandala snake at most. I never anticipated you would manage to shoot the arrow into its mouth. Such timing and accuracy. Xiao San, you are a natural control-type soul master. And you too, Xiao Ju, you will undoubtedly become a formidable battle spirit master in the future." Tang San and Qianju exchanged glances, both satisfied with their collaboration that night. "Indeed, this is a delightful surprise," the master exclaimed, watching the yellow soul ring gradually ascend, his fists clenched in excitement. "Xiao San, it is your turn. The mandala snake is indeed the most suitable soul ring for you. The lethal strike just now was also delivered by you. Hurry and absorb its soul ring." The master patted Tang San's shoulder, urging him to promptly absorb this soul ring. Without further ado, Tang San approached the corpse of the mandala snake, took 2 deep breaths to adjust his state to its peak, and summoned the blue-silver grass from his right hand, slightly releasing his soul power to connect with the mandala snake's soul ring. As expected, the moment Tang San's soul power made contact with the soul ring, the century-old mandala snake's soul ring quivered and slowly floated towards him. The master observed the approaching soul ring and instructed solemnly, "Sit cross-legged and concentrate on your martial soul." Tang San hurriedly settled into a cross-legged position, focusing his attention on his martial soul in his right hand. As the mandala snake's soul ring drew closer, he felt an inexplicable pressure manifesting upon him, as if the soul ring was not merely floating towards him, but rather a colossal mountain. Just as the mandala snake's soul ring hovered above his blue-silver grass martial soul, it suddenly shrank dramatically and fell directly into the palm of his right hand, enveloping the blue-silver grass. In an instant, a torrent of searing energy surged from the martial soul into Tang San's body, the intense heat rapidly spreading throughout him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Remember, at all times, maintain your clarity and keenly feel every impact of the soul ring's power upon your body. The master's reminder resonated in Tang San's ears. The next moment, his consciousness was fully immersed in that boiling sea of energy. Chapter 19, The Silver-Lined Snake. 2 days later, Qianju trudged along, somewhat fatigued, following the master through the forest. It had been 2 days since Tang San absorbed the soul ring, and the relentless search had left Qianju's body and mind completely drained. 2 days prior, after Tang San absorbed the soul ring, the transformation of the blue-silver grass martial soul and its first soul skill, entanglement, had greatly pleased the master. Following this, the trio devoted themselves entirely to finding a suitable soul ring for Qianju. During this period, they had encountered potential candidates. For instance, just yesterday, they came across a 400-year-old arrow bamboo, which Qianju initially believed would be his first soul ring. However, after some contemplation, the master decided against it, merely marking it on the map before leading the two onward. Not far ahead lay a stone forest, where they might uncover traces of the silver-lined snake. Having secured the most fitting soul ring for Tang San, the master was equally determined to procure the finest soul ring for Qianju, which was why he had chosen to forego the arrow bamboo. The trio traversed the final patch of forest leading to the stone forest, during which they discovered a copper-core tree over 300 years old, further solidifying the master's resolve to seek the silver-lined snake. With a retreat already established, they could confidently pursue their quest. Master, searching like this makes it easy to overlook it. Is there a way to track the silver-lined snake's lair by following its traces? The master pondered for a moment and remarked. The movement patterns of the silver-threaded snake resemble those of ordinary serpents. However, its excrement is distinctively different. True to its name, the droppings are silver in hue. Thus, you must be vigilant in observing any silver substances. Moreover, the silver-threaded snake typically shuns burrowing. It prefers to reside within small crevices and rocky fissures. Hence, these locations warrant special attention regarding the silver traces. Understanding this, Tang San and Qianju nodded in agreement. Although they were aware of what to look for, they could only search together, with each person monitoring a single direction. After all, they were in the soul hunting forest, a domain frequented by spirit beasts, and their levels were still quite low. Only by staying together could they ensure their safety. At last, after several hours of tireless effort, they discovered a few silver grains at the entrance of a small cave, roughly the size of a basketball. Peering inside, they glimpsed its dark and winding depths. This must be it, the master declared, picking up a grain and gently squeezing it, transforming it into a flattened shape. Indeed, this is fresh. Likely no more than a day old. There are certainly silver-threaded snakes here, though their age remains uncertain. What should we do now, master? Should we wait for it to emerge? We have no idea if it is currently inside, Qianju inquired, his impatience evident. The master motioned for Luo Sanpao to approach the cave entrance, positioning himself accordingly, while simultaneously activating his first spirit ring. Spread out a bit. Let loose a thunderous blast, Luo Sanpao. A pale yellow gas erupted from Luo Sanpao's backside, surging into the cave and swiftly dispersing throughout its interior. The master retreated to join Qianju and Tang San, crouching behind a cluster of stones, their attention fixed on the slowly smoking cave entrance. A faint hissing sound soon echoed from within, growing closer, as if something were about to emerge. The trio's hearts raced. Whether it was the silver-threaded snake, and whether it was the right age, all depended on what was about to transpire. Suddenly, a flash of silver darted from the cave's mouth, quickly gliding away. Yet, it had barely made its escape, when thud, a large white radish landed squarely on its path, forcing it to slow down and prepare for a turn. 3 blasts. The master called out sharply. He could not allow such an opportunity to slip away. Boom. Luo Sanpao unleashed his first spirit skill, catching the silver-threaded snake off guard. Much like the mandala snake, it was propelled into the air. Once airborne, its fate was sealed, as the wolf spirit, lying in wait, seized it with a decisive bite. However, the silver-threaded snake boasted a defense even more formidable than that of the mandala snake. Qianju felt as though the wolf spirit had bitten into a piece of soft metal, unable to pierce its resilient exterior. Nevertheless, despite the wolf spirit's teeth failing to penetrate, the agony of being clamped in its jaws caused the silver-threaded snake to writhe incessantly in the air. Cautiously, the master approached with Qianju and Tang San, observing intently for a moment before breaking into a smile. Xiaoju, fortune smiles upon you. This is a silver-lined serpent that has lived for over 3 centuries. Observe its tail, it bears more than 3 distinct rings. Each of these rings emerges only once every century when it sheds its skin, making it an impeccable match for you. As the master spoke, he withdrew a short sword from its azure scabbard, which was adorned with 7 sapphires. The hilt featured a piece of milky white jade, and although the blade measured 1 foot and 2 inches, it emanated a chilling aura even while still sheathed in the master's grasp. With this, you might be able to breach its defenses. The master handed the short sword to Qianju, who cautiously approached the silver-lined serpent. He observed the frenzied distortion in the air caused by the creature, which made the wolf spirit tremble. Sensing the power emanating from the wolf spirit, Qianju swallowed hard, marked the serpent with the Qianju seal, and began to aim at the writhing serpent. He understood the urgency of concluding this encounter swiftly, despite the seemingly favorable circumstances. They were predicated upon the flawless coordination of several individuals and the unique characteristics of the wolf spirit. The silver-lined serpent, temporarily stripped of its reason due to the wolf spirit's intensified agony, would soon regain its instincts and retaliate. It was crucial to note that any injury to the wolf spirit could trigger a backlash against Qianju's soul energy. Clang! The short sword clashed against the silver-lined serpent, resonating with a sound akin to metal striking metal. Qianju's concentrated strike carved a substantial gash into the serpent, causing a faint red blood to seep forth. Yet, despite the injury, the serpent continued to writhe, seemingly unaffected, and resisted the wolf spirit's grip, thanks to the pain mitigation provided by the sheep spirit. Taking a deep breath, Qianju seized the opportune moment and struck once more. As he did so, he felt a subtle enhancement from the Qianju seal coinciding with the serpent's demise. His body felt lighter and more robust, his vision sharpened, the ambient noises became more distinct, and his mind appeared to clear. Go ahead, sit cross-legged. Focus on your martial soul, and remain alert. The master, noticing Qianju's stillness, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, urging him to absorb the soul ring promptly. Yes, master, Qianju replied, returning the short sword to the master before proceeding with somewhat heavy steps to sit beside the soul ring. The ring floated gently towards him, expanding as it settled atop his head and enveloped him. Chapter 20, Perfect Martial Soul. In the evening, Qianju awoke from a warm ocean of sensations. Marveling at the refreshing feeling that enveloped him, he mused, is this what it feels like to absorb a soul ring? How is it that I experienced none of the torment and agony described by the master and Tang San? Instead, he was enveloped in an infinite warmth and comfort. The sudden absence of this sensation left him feeling a tinge of melancholy. Have I succeeded? Well done. What soul skill have I acquired? Noticing Qianju's awakening, the master's previously rigid expression softened into a smile. Although he had observed no signs of pain throughout Qianju's absorption process, it was only upon seeing Qianju awake that he truly felt relieved. Master, Qianju exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, you were correct. My first soul skill is the manifestation of the thousand-ju bow. As Qianju spoke, he summoned his Qianju martial spirit. The spirit of the sheep enveloped him, and the Qianju mask obscured his visage. A yellow soul ring materialized beneath his feet, shimmering subtly. He extended his hand, and a ghostly blue radiance flickered as a uniquely designed longbow gradually coalesced. It was none other than the thousand-ju bow. Its peculiar shape, sharp edges, and prominent spikes, adorned with a black and white pattern, captivated the eye. Grasping the bow, Qianju swung it a few times, feeling a profound connection with it, and beamed with satisfaction. The master observed the bow as well, nodding in approval. Indeed, it is the one held by your sheep spirit. It seems my deductions were not in vain. I surmise its effect should enable you to launch soul power arrows. Precisely, master, Qianju exclaimed, raising the longbow in his left hand and aiming at a basketball-sized stone nearby. With a gentle tug of his fingers, a milky white arrow of light swiftly formed within the bow. As Qianju released his grip, the arrow sliced through the air, striking the stone with a resounding crack, shattering it into countless tiny fragments. Ah, the master nodded. Both the speed and power are commendable. These attributes are likely tied to your soul power cultivation. As your level increases, both speed and power should enhance accordingly. However, what of the soul power consumption? Not much, Qianju replied. With my current soul power, I can easily unleash dozens of shots. The only considerable expenditure occurs during the bow's formation, which consumes about 1/5 of my soul power. Qianju was quite pleased with this soul skill, joyfully caressing the longbow. Its capabilities, however, were not yet exhausted. The master, stroking his chin, gazed at the longbow in Qianju's hands. Now, try attacking that wooden tree directly with your bow, he instructed, pointing to a nearby tree. Qianju ran his fingers along the slender, sharp edges of the bow and nodded. Huh. With determination, Qianju swung the longbow towards the wooden tree. Swoosh. The sharp edge of the thousand-ju bow embedded itself deeply into the trunk, only halted by the thickening limbs of the bow. Qianju exerted force to withdraw the bow, and the edge remained unscathed, showing no signs of wear. The master reached out, feeling the bow's sharpness, shaking his head in astonishment. Your first soul skill. If you claim it as your martial spirit, no one would doubt it. Initially, I thought Shaosan's first soul skill was impressive, yet in comparison to yours, it becomes evident that the disparity between martial spirits is indeed substantial. The master, somewhat troubled, scratched his head while glancing at Tang San, concerned he might be disheartened. After offering some words of encouragement to Tang San, the master beckoned Qianju and Tang San to prepare for camping. However, Qianju remained still, a peculiar expression on his face as he regarded the master. Is something amiss? Do you have any questions? The master noticed Qianju's unusual demeanor. I feel I still need to bestow an additional soul ring upon the wolf spirit, the soul ring of the silver-lined snake, which is to be affixed to the sheep spirit. What? The master exclaimed, rushing over in alarm. The soul ring of the silver-lined serpent slowly rotated beneath Qianju's feet. Yet the sheep's spirit had possessed him, making it possible to assert that the soul ring was either beneath Qianju or the sheep's spirit. Are you certain your perception is not mistaken? Do you truly believe your wolf spirit can accommodate another soul ring? The master sought confirmation from Qianju once more. Indeed. Master, I firmly sense that my wolf spirit requires an additional soul ring. Otherwise, my soul power level shall remain stagnant. Qianju, feeling the master's gravity, solemnly reaffirmed his conviction. This inexplicable, instinctual awareness was beyond his ability to articulate, yet he distinctly perceived the necessity for an additional soul ring for his wolf spirit. A life with dual souls, one soul, two lives, the master murmured, contemplating Qianju. Yes, you possess the 1,000 Jews seal, which can enhance your physical capabilities, enabling you to withstand the pressures of dual soul rings. Moreover, your sheep's spirit and wolf spirit, in essence, constitute a singular martial soul. Thus, the addition of soul rings will not lead to any conflict. This is the epitome of a martial soul. Even a dual martial soul can only manifest one at a time, and one must also consider the potential conflicts and the capacity to bear the attributes of the soul rings. Little Jew. The master suddenly placed both hands on Qianju's shoulders, his gaze intense and fervent. You may very well be the sole individual in this world capable of transcending the limits of a titled Douluo. How could I, with such humble merit, be graced with a disciple of your caliber? The master was suddenly moved to tears, tears of profound emotion. Is that so? Then, master, you may one day become a teacher of the divine. Qianju jested, attempting to lighten the master's mood, sensing his unusual emotional state. Furthermore, Xiao San's talent is also exceptional. I have a strong inclination that his blue-silver grass martial soul is anything but ordinary. Consider, master, that Xiao San's formidable hammer is clearly extraordinary. It must be a top-tier martial soul. If it were merely a weak blue-silver grass, could it truly coexist with such a hammer as a dual martial soul? The master paused, struck by the insight. Indeed, historically, those who possessed dual martial souls had both at the same tier. Even Bibi Dong's dual spider martial souls belonged to the same level, let alone those of differing attributes. The master turned his gaze to Tang San, who had overheard Qianju's words. Tang San, momentarily taken aback, unleashed his blue-silver grass martial soul from his right hand. As he beheld the blue-silver grass swaying in his palm, a flicker of doubt stirred within him. Could it be as Qianju suggested? You are not an ordinary blue-silver grass martial soul. No, wait. I have tested this, prior to acquiring the soul ring. His martial soul's performance was comparable to that of the blue-silver grass. His first martial soul is indeed blue-silver grass. The master contemplated for a moment, ultimately choosing to trust his own assessments. As for the scenario you mentioned, little Jew, it does hold some merit. However, it is also plausible that the rarity of dual martial souls has resulted in insufficient samples, leading to such deductions. I cannot say for certain, perhaps. Qianju shrugged. With this diversion, the master finally managed to regain control of his emotions. Next, we must select a suitable spirit ring for your wolf spirit. Let us camp for the night. I shall ponder this matter, and we will make our decision tomorrow morning. Very well, master. Chapter 21. The Two-Headed Lizard. The following morning, the master summoned Tang San and Qianju. Little Jew, I believe I have discerned the most appropriate spirit beast for your wolf spirit. The master's usually stoic face bore a hint of excitement. Tell me, what do you think your wolf spirit excels at beyond combat? Scouting, it is for reconnaissance. Then, master, have you identified a target? Qianju inquired with a smile, aware that the master must have a plan in mind. There exists a spirit beast known as the Two-Headed Lizard. As its name suggests, it possesses two heads. Experimental evidence indicates that, while its heads do not harbor independent thoughts, their senses of sight, taste, and hearing are interconnected. Do you not find that this aligns closely with the abilities you require? Hence, I believe this spirit beast is well suited for your wolf spirit. Moreover, do you recall the copper core tree we encountered yesterday? This particular spirit beast has a penchant for feasting on the core of the copper core tree. Thus, our journey to the location where we discovered the copper core tree will likely lead us to the traces of the two-headed lizard. Therefore, our objective today is indeed this creature, correct, master? Qianju felt a growing conviction about the suitability of this spirit beast for himself. Precisely. Now, let us partake of our meal and hasten our departure, the master declared, retrieving provisions from his hand ring and distributing them among the two, perhaps motivated by their objective. Within half a day, Qianju and his companions traversed the distance they had covered the previous day, arriving at the copper core tree. Plant-type spirit beasts typically lack offensive capabilities in their early stages. They either rely on toxins for protection or possess robust defenses to mitigate damage. The copper core tree exemplifies the latter, its resilience and toughness providing substantial protection against harm from spirit beasts and spirit masters alike. The copper core tree stood tall, its branches lush and sprawling. The group circled the tree several times, yet they failed to catch sight of the two-headed lizard. Seeking guidance, Qianzhu turned to the master, who stroked his chin in contemplation before once again retrieving a short sword. After considerable effort, the master managed to carve a hole through the trunk leading directly to the tree's core. The exterior and texture of the copper core resembled that of copper, yet it exuded a peculiar aroma not found in copper. Qianzhu inhaled deeply, noting a scent reminiscent of gasoline from his previous life. While we spirit masters may find this odor unpleasant, it serves as an irresistible temptation for the two-headed lizard. We shall conceal ourselves. If a two-headed lizard is indeed present, it should reveal itself shortly. Having spoken, the master led Qianzhu and Tang San to hide within a thicket. True to the master's predictions, it was not long before rustling sounds emerged from the vicinity of the copper core tree. Cautiously, the trio peeked out and glimpsed a stout, diminutive lizard figure, approximately 1 meter in length, partially concealed among the tree's canopy. Judging by the length of its tail, it appears to be of suitable age. Let us secure it. Xiaozhu, instruct your wolf spirit to remain on standby. Xiao San, when the moment arrives, aim your hidden darts at its eyes or, preferably, its underarms, as that is its Achilles heel. Are you capable of executing this? Furthermore, exercise caution. Do not allow it to bite you. For the double-headed lizard possesses an exceptionally formidable bite force, evidenced by its diet of copper core tree sap. Understood. Both of them responded in hushed tones. The double-headed lizard cautiously approached the pit created by the master, testing the waters. Tang San immediately began to take aim. His eyes glimmered with a violet light, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a dark projectile silently shot forth. At that moment, the double-headed lizard was preparing to indulge in the delectable morsel before it, only to suddenly feel a chill at its underarm, swiftly followed by a surge of pain within its body. It immediately turned to scramble up the tree, but after just a couple of steps, it sensed the looming threat of death. Before it could react, it felt a violent impact. In its perception, this object was covered in spikes, undoubtedly laced with some form of neurotoxin. The area of impact radiated excruciating pain, causing it to writhe on the ground in an attempt to alleviate its suffering. Whoosh! Another two projectiles struck it, creating blood-gaping wounds the size of fists. Yet, after being hit, the double-headed lizard astonishingly ceased its thrashing. It flipped over, both heads fixated on Qianzhu and his companions. With a roar, it charged toward them with alarming speed, its body swaying grotesquely as it ran. With a thunderous boom, the master directed a burst of yellow energy towards the double-headed lizard. Perhaps due to its numerous eyes, the creature quickly reacted, twisting its body to leap away. The energy exploded upon impact with the ground, sending the lizard soaring. However, it was not significantly harmed. It quickly regained its balance mid-air, glaring with fury at the group. Utilizing the momentum from the blast, it propelled itself toward Qianzhu and his companions. This demonstrated the lizard's formidable combat instincts, adeptly employing its adversary's attacks to further its own objectives. Regrettably, it remained oblivious to the presence of an invisible wolf spirit lurking nearby. A short, hoarse sound escaped its two mouths after being struck down by the wolf spirit. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Why does it hurt so much? The double-headed lizard now found itself questioning its existence. Blue-silver grass, entangle. A strand of blue-silver grass swiftly slithered along the ground to ensnare the double-headed lizard firmly. Dazed, the creature struggled aimlessly. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by the sound of two objects falling. Qianzhu, wielding the Qianzhu bow, cleanly severed the double-headed lizard's two heads, entwined with blue-silver grass. Blood gushed forth from its severed necks, and after a few spasmodic movements, its headless body fell still. A yellow soul ring, deeper in hue than that of the silver-lined snake from the previous day, slowly ascended, hovering above the lifeless body of the double-headed lizard. The master stepped forward and unveiled the body of the two-headed lizard, his previously smiling face suddenly stiffening. Shaking his head, he sighed. It is a pity that this soul ring cannot be utilized. Did you not say the aid should be appropriate? Qianzhu, standing beside him, felt a bit bewildered. After all the effort spent hunting the two-headed lizard, it was unusable. My earlier judgment was merely a cursory assessment. A more precise determination of the two-headed lizard's age relies on the angles of the stripes on its abdomen. The number of angles indicates the number of centuries. The master stated, pointing to a black stripe on the lizard's azure belly. Observe this lizard's markings. The fifth angle has already begun to form, indicating that it is nearing 500 years of age. In my research, the absorption age for the first soul ring is 423 years. Exceeding this age significantly increases the likelihood of failure during absorption and the consequences of failure. The master said, casting a serious glance at Tang San and Qianju. I will not allow such a misfortune to befall you. Let us search for another. There should be more two-headed lizards in this area, or perhaps I shall consider other suitable soul beasts. Chapter 22. The first soul skill of the wolf spirit. As the master prepared to process the scene, Qianju silently observed him retrieving tools to handle the lizard's corpse. Suddenly, as though a thought struck him, he asked the master, "Teacher, is absorbing a soul ring always painful?" The master, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Of course. Absorbing a soul ring means claiming the power of the soul beast, which also encompasses the resentment of the creature you have slain. Would you allow the one who killed you to effortlessly seize all that you are? Thus, the process is undoubtedly arduous. Why do you ask?" Furrowing his brows, Qianju turned to Tang San. "What was your experience like when you absorbed your soul ring that day?" "Initially, I felt as though I were immersed in molten lava, enduring solely through willpower. Gradually, as I adapted, it became more bearable." "Why do you ask?" "But why did I feel such warmth yesterday during my absorption? I experienced no pain whatsoever. In fact, I strangely longed for that sensation." Qianju scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for an explanation. Upon hearing this, the master hurried over. "How could this be? Come, recount your feelings from yesterday's absorption of the first soul ring." "I felt as though I were enveloped in a warm ocean, warmth radiating throughout my body. The soul power within me also circulated more swiftly than usual, and I did not sense any pain at all." Qianju described his experience of absorbing the soul ring in detail to the master. The master's brow furrowed in concern. This shouldn't be the case. Even with the sheep's spirit mitigating pain, such a scenario where the soul beast harbors no resentment should not occur. How could it face death so calmly, devoid of any resentment? The master pondered aloud, and upon hearing his musings, Qianju's eyes brightened. He clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Yes, it was precisely due to the acceptance of death that there was no resentment, allowing me to absorb it with such ease. There is no resentment. Yet why is this so?" The master, oblivious to Qianju's peculiar condition, lowered his head in contemplation. "Master," Qianju felt compelled to rouse him. "This may pertain to the characteristics of the Thousand Jew. The Thousand Jew embodies the Grim Reaper, for those who accept their fate of death with equanimity. The spirit of the sheep's longbow can swiftly usher them into the paradise of the deceased. Conversely, those who attempt to evade their destiny are pursued by the spirit of the wolf, meeting a painful end beneath its formidable fangs. The silver-threaded serpent was slain by me under the influence of the spirit of the sheep, which perhaps explains its lack of resentment. Is this the knowledge imparted during the awakening of your martial soul? If one were to be killed by your wolf spirit, would it not? Indeed, it is quite possible that it would be filled with anguish and resentment." Qianju interjected, completing the master's thought. "In that case," the master's eyes brightened as he hurried to the corpse of the two-headed lizard, diligently searching through its remains, leaving no part, even the severed heads, unexamined. After a lengthy examination, the master finally rose, noting that the soul ring of the two-headed lizard had already begun to fade. He turned to Qianju with utmost seriousness and inquired, "Xiaoju, I shall ask you once more, are you certain you wish to absorb another soul ring? And did you genuinely feel no pain during the absorption?" "Master, I assure you that I speak the truth. I would not feign strength," Qianju confirmed earnestly. "Very well. Then hasten to absorb it. Xiao San and I shall safeguard you. I have already advised you on what to be cautious about. I have never witnessed someone absorb 2 soul rings consecutively, so if any complications arise, you may have to rely on yourself. Rest assured, Master." Qianju wasted no time, positioning himself beside the corpse of the two-headed lizard, settling into a meditative stance. Soon, the soul ring of the two-headed lizard gently descended upon his crown. The master and Tang San watched intently, speculating on the possibility of unforeseen occurrences. As anticipated, a figure gradually materialized beside Qianju, the wolf spirit. The floating soul ring, upon the wolf spirit's emergence, seemed to have found its target, swiftly heading towards the wolf spirit, awakening once more amidst warmth. Qianju beheld the concerned gazes of his master and Tang San, and a smile spread across his face. Sensing Qianju's revival, both the master and Tang San exhaled with relief. Was it successful? The master inquired with a hint of anticipation. "Certainly, it was a success, Master," Qianju replied, excitement coursing through him as he rose and effortlessly summoned his martial soul. The spirit of the sheep manifested, accompanied by the floating wolf spirit. As Qianju dispelled the effects of the Thousand Jews' concealment, the ethereal forms of both spirits appeared before the master and Tang San, each adorned with a swirling yellow soul ring beneath them. With eyes closed, Qianju attuned himself to the first soul skill of the wolf spirit. "How is it?" What is the soul skill? The master inquired eagerly. Qianzhu opened his eyes. Master, you are indeed remarkable. Your conjecture was spot on. The first soul skill provided to the wolf spirit by the two-headed lizard is precisely the skill of spiritual connectivity. This ability can be activated or deactivated at will. When active, I can perceive the wolf spirit's various senses, including sight, hearing, smell, and even touch. As Qianzhu spoke, he activated the skill. In an instant, the wolf spirit's eyes gleamed with light, the flames within the mask's eye sockets seemingly pulsating with life. Qianzhu guided the wolf spirit through the air, transitioning from simple lateral and vertical movements to weaving through the trees. Previously, controlling the wolf spirit felt akin to remotely operating a device, much like playing a computer game. Now, however, it was as if he had immersed himself within it, transforming from a mere player into a fully immersive virtual experience. It felt as though he had become the wolf spirit, gliding freely through the air and darting among the trees. Master and Tang San watched the wolf spirit darting about in the air while observing Qianzhu's own body, which, with eyes tightly shut, involuntarily bowed, raised his hands, bent down, and lifted his legs, resembling a fool. Master and Tang San exchanged glances, both suppressing laughter. All right, it's time to stop, Master said, patting Qianzhu's shoulder. Seeing Master and Tang San beside him, Qianzhu excitedly shared, Teacher, Xiao San. This skill is incredibly fun. I feel like I've transformed into a bird, soaring freely in the sky. Calm your excitement for now. Let me ask you, how is the soul power consumption of this soul skill? And when activating this skill, your physical body should still be controllable, correct? Master inquired, lightly tapping Qianzhu on the shoulder. The soul power consumption is quite low. It should last for several dozen minutes without issue. My physical body can still be controlled. The reason I kept my eyes shut is that I am not yet proficient. Using both visual inputs simultaneously makes it difficult for me to concentrate. I almost crashed into a tree just now. Qianzhu scratched his head, a touch embarrassed. Brother Zhu, it's not just a lack of concentration. It's more like assimilation. Just look at where you were standing, flailing your arms with your eyes closed like a simpleton. Tang San couldn't help but tease Qianzhu. Realizing his position, Qianzhu understood that his body had instinctively mirrored some of the movements he made while controlling the wolf spirit. Got it, teacher? Qianzhu replied, nodding obediently. Good. Gather your things. We shall set off. Master called, full of vigor as they prepared to return. He was quite satisfied with this expedition into the soul-hunting forest. Not only had they assisted Tang San and Qianzhu in finding suitable soul rings, but the soul skills acquired by the two children were also remarkably fitting. Moreover, they had uncovered the secrets of Qianzhu's martial spirit, which would allow for better planning of their future martial spirit development. Chapter 23, Xiao Wu. In 2 days, the Soul Master Academy would commence. So take these 2 days to rest well. Xiao San, find time to visit the Spirit Hall in Nodding City to test your soul power. You are now a soul master and can receive a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin. As for you, Xiao Zhu, there is no need for you to go. You've absorbed 2 soul rings, and I estimate your soul power has already reached around level 13. Your soul power has risen remarkably fast, considering it has only been a little over 3 months since your martial spirit awakened. If you go to the Spirit Hall for a test now, given your qualifications, they may not let you leave and might even force you to join the Spirit Hall. Therefore, from today onward, keep your soul power level confidential, understood? Understood, teacher. Qianzhu replied obediently. Good. You need not worry. Each elevation in soul power will elicit a response within you. As your soul power ascends to level 20, this sensation will intensify. Furthermore, your current soul power level has been attained through the absorption of soul rings. While there are no adverse effects, it may feel somewhat superficial. You must diligently cultivate and ground yourself, transforming this power into your own essence. Additionally, I have made arrangements with the Academy. You, Tang San, will continue as a work-study student and officially become a member of the institution. Work-study students are exempt from tuition fees, but will engage in paid cleaning duties around the school. With the support from Soul Masters, your living conditions should be manageable. As for Xiao Zhu, due to the innate full soul power and top-tier martial spirit he possesses, he is categorized as a specially recruited student. The Academy will waive all his fees, including tuition, accommodation, and meals. Henceforth, you shall attend classes in the morning, allocate your afternoons as you see fit, and study under my guidance in the evenings. During the night, you will employ the soul power cultivation methods I have devised, utilizing practice in place of rest. Do you understand? The master elucidated the future arrangements for Qianzhu and Tang San in clear terms. In the following 2 days, the master immersed himself in research. Tang San ventured to the Martial Soul Hall to assess his soul power, thereby becoming a soul master, receiving his monthly stipend, and showcasing his skills at the local blacksmith shop. successfully securing a part-time position and commencing his forging endeavors. As for Qianju, he practiced archery on the school's rear mountain during the day, while at night, he roamed the campus with the wolf spirit under his command. Presently, the wolf spirit could traverse an area of approximately 50 meters around him. In just one evening, Qianju explored the faculty housing of the academy. He even glimpsed several faculty members indulging in nocturnal activities, providing him with a visual feast, though he lamented his current status as a novice, with desire unfulfilled. Thus, 2 swift days passed, and at last, Qianju and Tang San encountered the day of enrollment at the Nodding Soul Master Academy, thanks to the Master's prior arrangements. When he accompanied Qianju and Tang San to register, numerous instructors flocked to observe. Naturally, their primary focus was on Qianju, as his innate full soul power and exceptional martial spirit were a rarity, emerging only once in many years. Even when such talents did surface, they were typically from the Martial Soul Hall or various major sections. Throughout the Academy's long history, they had never accepted a student of such caliber. Even if Qianju were only to acquire foundational knowledge here, he would be a product of Nodding Academy's teachings. And when he ultimately ascends to become a top-tier soul master, their institution would be recognized for having nurtured such distinguished talent, potentially elevating their status to that of a mid-level academy. The head of the Academic Affairs Office, a balding gentleman in his 60s named Su, warmly grasped Qianju's hand and began to extol the various benefits the academy offered him. Now, let us proceed to view your dormitory. We have arranged a private room solely for you, ensuring that your cultivation remains undisturbed. As Director Su was about to lead Qianju away, he suddenly noticed Tang San standing nearby. Ah, you must be Tang San, the work-study student from Holy Soul Village. Director Su recalled that the master had arranged for 2 students to enter, but at that time, he was entirely captivated by Qianju's talent. Upon hearing that Tang San's martial soul was blue silvergrass, he did not pay much attention. He extended his hand toward Tang San, who, understanding the cue, handed him the proof from the spirit hall. Director Su glanced at it, and, upon seeing that the martial soul was indeed recorded as blue silvergrass, casually set it aside. He then picked up one of the many packages piled nearby and handed it to Tang San. Follow us. Your dormitory is over there, he said, leading the way with Qianju in tow. Qianju, falling a step behind, turned and silently remarked to Tang San, "This is the disparity." Tang San rolled his eyes in exasperation at Qianju's antics. The trio made their way to the dormitory building of Nodding Academy. The academy had only one dormitory building, which housed both students and teachers, situated a fair distance from the master's residence. Qianju had visited once before. The master had a room on the top floor of the dormitory building, though it was relatively small, primarily used for storing books and other items. The first floor of the dormitory contained 6 rooms in total, 3 large and 3 small. The larger rooms, each over 300 square meters, housed the students, while the smaller ones were designated for the teachers, with each dormitory managed by a faculty member. "Thank you, teacher," Tang San said, bowing respectfully to Director Su before turning to enter the dormitory. Seizing the opportunity, Qianju peered inside but did not spot anyone resembling Xiao Wu. He made a see you later gesture with his lips before being led upstairs by Director Su. Our Nodding Academy has a total of 7 student dormitories. The 3 rooms on the first floor include the one on the far right for working students, while the other 2 are for first and second year students. Director Su explained gently as he guided Qianju, detailing the layout of the dormitory. The second and third floors each contain 2 large dormitories and 2 small ones, designated for third and fourth year students, which are more spacious than those on the first floor. However, you will not be staying with them. The school has prepared a faculty dormitory for you on the 4th floor, ensuring that you will not be disturbed during your cultivation. Should you encounter any issues in your practice, you can always consult the teacher residing nearby. As Director Su continued his introduction, he led Qianju to the 4th floor. Despite being over 60, Director Su ascended to the 4th floor without breaking a sweat, indicating that he was indeed a soul master. He brought Qianju to the central dormitory, opened the door, revealing a tidy room of approximately 50 square meters, fully equipped with various daily necessities, far superior to the inferior quality items meant for Tang San. "How do you find it? Quite nice, isn't it?" Director Su smiled at Qianju as they entered the room. "Yes, thank you, Director Su. I am grateful for the Academy's care," Qianju replied, bowing deeply, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Though the school's provisions were indeed purposeful, they provided significant assistance and bore no ill intentions toward Qianju. "Please rise. There is no need for such formality, as long as you become an exceptional soul master in the future." Remembering this place and acknowledging that you emerged from Nodding Soul Master Academy, then the Academy's efforts will have been worthwhile. "Very well. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with this place. I shall take my leave for now. Should you require anything, feel free to visit the Academic Affairs Office. Director Su affectionately ruffled Qianju's hair, handed him the keys, and departed with a warm smile. Qianju retrieved some of his frequently used clothing items from his bracelet, tidied up both his room and himself, then lay on his bed pondering the intricacies of life before heading downstairs to invite Tang San for lunch. As he approached the student dormitory, a melodious female voice, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Lunch? Wonderful! What delicious food will we have? Of course, we shall feast on carrots and cabbage," Qianju playfully replied as he entered. "Carrots and cabbage, yay?" Xiaowu clapped her hands in delight. However, her smile abruptly froze as she continued, "Tang San, does eating cost money? You know, the soul coins and all." Wang Sheng and the others exchanged glances, realizing that though their leader was immensely powerful, he might be a bit naive. "Fear not, Xiao San has plenty of money. It will be sufficient for you," came the reassuring reply. "That's great." Upon hearing that she wouldn't have to pay, Xiao Wu joyfully patted Tang San on the shoulder. "It's all on you, Tang San. Don't worry, I will repay you later. By the way, who is this? Why do they call you Xiao San?" "Oh, this is my senior brother, Qianju. Ju Gu. This is Xiao Wu. Well, just call her Xiao Wu. I am the leader of the 7th dormitory, young man. I have high hopes for you. From now on, you shall follow Tang San and call me Sister Xiao Wu. I will look out for you." Xiao Wu approached and patted Qianju's shoulder, clearly impressed by him, finding him amusing and his words pleasant. Qianju smiled at Xiao Wu and quipped, "Why is it not you who calls me brother? I could look out for you. Because I am the strongest here. See, your junior brothers are all under my command. Your martial spirit is a rabbit, right? The reason you can defeat Xiao San is that his martial spirit is grass, which you consume. But my martial spirit is a wolf, which preys on rabbits. You surely cannot best me. I don't believe you. Humph, I challenge you to a duel." Xiao Wu, momentarily taken aback, was incensed and eager to fight Qianju. Wait, let us first have our meal. If we delay, there will be nothing left to eat at the canteen." Tang San quickly intervened. Knowing the effects of Qianju's wolf spirit, if Xiao Wu were to be bitten, she would likely be in tears from the pain. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San, then at Qianju, ultimately conceding her desire for conflict in favor of her appetite. "Humph, I shall let you off this time, but I will ensure you understand my strength eventually. Come on, Tang San, let us go eat something delicious." "All right." Seeing that Xiao Wu no longer sought trouble with Qianju, he promptly agreed. Xiao Wu urged Tang San, and along with a group of younger companions, they exited, with Qianju trailing behind as they made their way to the canteen. "Tang San, I want to eat this, the salt-baked carrots. And this one too, the steamed cabbage." Xiao Wu tugged at Tang San, bouncing excitedly as she surveyed the dishes in the canteen. The lady serving the food hesitated, saying, "Young man, this is a portion meant for one. I can eat it all by myself. I have a big appetite." "Very well." The lady reluctantly served Qianju 2 portions, considering it not a significant issue. "Thank you, auntie." Qianju politely expressed his gratitude to the aunt, then turned and handed a meal to Tang San before departing to find a seat. This left the aunt with a perplexed expression as she watched him retreat. Tang San stood there, bewildered, holding the meal Qianju had given him, pondering why he had to pay for his meal while Qianju did not. Chapter 24, The Cherished One. "Why doesn't he have to pay for his meal while I do?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, watching Qianju as he sought a seat. Visibly irritated. "Well, it's because Brother Ju is a special admit, and he enjoys many privileges," Tang San explained. "Why is that fair? I want to be a special student too. I deserve special treatment." Xiao Wu pouted. Tang San quickly handed Xiao Wu her meal money and guided her to sit across from Qianju. Wang Sheng and the others ordered some vegetarian dishes and seated themselves at the nearby table. Xiao Wu, with a plate in hand, sulkily ate her meal, observing Qianju devour his food with gusto, suddenly finding her carrots and cabbage less appetizing. Qianju chuckled at her. "Aren't you supposed to be my big sister? Why are you calling me brother?" "That's because She stammered, unsure of how to respond. It seems so alright." She turned to Tang San, playfully slapping his shoulder. In a moment of delight, she clapped her hands, and suddenly the cabbage and carrots appeared more appetizing again. Tang San, puzzled, glanced at Qianju, wondering why he was being so kind to Xiao Wu, even using his own hand. It wasn't he until Qianju winked at him that he grasped his intentions, looking at him with a hint of exasperation. "Come on, we're only kids. How could you have such thoughts? I'm not a beast," he internally complained. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated from the adjacent table. "Wang Xiaosheng, why are you eating vegetables again? Isn't your martial spirit a battle tiger? Why is your tiger a herbivore?" "Oh, I see. It's because its owner is a pauper, ha ha ha." Tang San and the others turned to see a rather handsome boy, around 11 or 12 years old, laughing arrogantly while pointing at Wang Sheng. Xiao Wu immediately flared up. Wang Sheng was her first little brother who called her big sister. And now someone dared to bully him. She slammed the table, stood up, and shouted at Wang Sheng, "What is your problem? Why are you barking here?" The clear voice instantly caught the attention of the boy, who remarked, "What an adorable little girl." However, upon noticing the carrots and cabbage on Xiao Wu's plate, he scoffed. "What a pity, she's just another pauper." This disdainful expression and tone ignited Xiao Wu's anger, and she slammed the table, ready to leap forward and deliver a blow to this annoying boy. Tang San quickly restrained her. "Xiao Wu, don't be impulsive. If you go and hit him, you'll dirty your hands. Don't worry, karma will take care of him. I've heard that being too despicable in life leads to a sore backside." Qianzhu continued to eat, nonchalantly adding, "Hey, who says this is despicable? This is merely a wealthy person's mockery of a pauper." Seeing that Tang San and his friends were reluctant to cause trouble, the boy grew even bolder. Moreover, what is so wrong about being despicable? Even the most contemptible existence is preferable to poverty. I would rather embody a wretch than endure destitution. Just as the male student was about to utter the final syllable of his curse, an unexpected jolt of pain surged through his backside. Waves of acute sensation swept over him, compelling him to tense up, clench his posterior, and grasp it firmly with both hands, exclaiming, "Ah, my rear. Who bit me? It hurts so much, I can barely stand it." Xiao Wu, witnessing his plight, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. "Haha, truly. You are so despicable that even the heavens could not bear it and have sent you your due punishment." The laughter of Wang Sheng and the surrounding onlookers echoed in the air, joining her in merriment. Tang San, attempting to stifle his amusement, hastily took 2 bites of his food to conceal his grin. He was well aware of the sensation of being bitten by a wolf spirit. Quite an experience, indeed. The male student's companions, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, rushed to his side, inquiring about his distress. Though the male student snapped at them, their faces reflected concern rather than anger. Together, they lifted him and swiftly exited the cafeteria. It was only after they vanished from sight that Xiao Wu gradually quelled her infectious laughter. Suddenly, she lunged toward the table, grasping Qianzhu's arm with fervor. "Brother Zhu, you must tell me how you did that. How could you make his rear hurt just by saying it? Please teach me. From now on, if anyone dares to provoke me, I shall ensure their posterior suffers." Wang Sheng and the others gazed eagerly at Qianzhu, their eyes alight with curiosity about this newfound power that would shield them from further bullying. Qianzhu glanced at the sweet and sour pork that had nearly reached his lips before being jolted back to the table by Xiao Wu. With a resigned sigh, he lifted his gaze to meet her expectant, adorable expression and found it difficult to chastise her. "You cannot learn this. It is the effect of my martial spirit," he explained slowly. Upon hearing this anticipated answer, Wang Sheng and the others sighed in unison. However, the thought that Qianzhu was Tang San Sr., and that Tang San was one of them, provided reassurance that they would not be left to suffer alone. Furthermore, with both Xiao Wu and Tang San being formidable in their own rights, it was likely that they would no longer be subjected to such harsh treatment. Their appetites rekindled. They found the vegetarian dishes more palatable. Noticing Xiao Wu's crestfallen demeanor, Qianzhu felt compelled to comfort her. "Do not worry, no one will dare bully you again. They will have to contend with Xiao San first." He gestured with his chopsticks toward Tang San. "And remember, you can always come to me for help. Since you call me Brother Zhu, I will surely protect you and ensure their rears ache as well, even Xiao San's." Tang San regarded Qianzhu with a look of exasperation. "All right then, let it be agreed. From now on, anyone who dares to bully me shall find themselves afflicted with pain in their rear." Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she squinted playfully, aiming her finger in several directions, as if preparing to unleash her newfound power. Some onlookers, curious about how Qianzhu had achieved his success, were suddenly struck by a chill when Xiao Wu pointed at them, prompting them to hastily turn their heads, feigning an intense focus on their meals. Observing their guilty expressions, Xiao Wu couldn't help but smile triumphantly as she dipped a piece of carrot and delightedly savored it. Tang San, watching Xiao Wu's joyous demeanor, cast a perplexed glance at Qianzhu, silently questioning his kindness towards her, fearing it might spoil her. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Qianzhu lowered his head to eat. After all, he was a disciple of Tang San and ought not to shower Xiao Wu with such affection. Yet, he couldn't resist her charm. She was undeniably adorable, a little lowly, and her transformation from a soul beast imbued her with a unique innocence that naturally drew one to protect her. Now, Qianzhu found himself eagerly anticipating meeting the other 2 female members of the Shrek 7 monsters, the willful enchantress Ning Rongrong and the icy beauty Zhu Zhuqing. After finishing their meal, Qianzhu took an additional serving to the master, who had neglected to join them at the dining hall, likely lost in his research and forgetting to eat. However, this time, Qianzhu had paid for the meal himself, as he had received some pocket money from Deng Sheng. The following day, they participated in the academy's freshman ceremony. Although it was a ceremony for new students, including the attending faculty, there were only about 50 individuals present. It was here that Qianzhu finally met the principal of the Nodding Soul Master Academy, a robust man in his 50s, a soul master of over level 40. With a powerful voice, he declared that these children were now officially part of the soul master community. After the ceremony, Principal Qin specifically summoned Qianzhu, informing him that he was a friend of the master and that he could approach him in the principal's office should he have any needs. Indeed, Qianzhu was quite the prized asset in this setting. Subsequently, they attended their first class. Although the master had mentioned many topics before, Qianzhu still felt he gained a substantial amount of knowledge, reinforcing the notion that learning was indispensable in any facet of life. Thus, Qianzhu attended classes in the morning, practiced controlling the Qianzhu martial spirit in the afternoon, and studied under the master in the evenings, diligently cultivating according to the master's teachings, and thus spent 2 fulfilling academic years. Chapter 25. 2 years later. Xiao San, Qiange, hurry up, Xiao Wu exclaimed, one hand clutching a candied hawthorn skewer and the other a string of glutinous rice balls, skipping ahead with exuberance. Tang San and Qianzhu walked side by side behind her, both enjoying their own candied hawthorn skewers, engaged in leisurely conversation. They had just concluded their second-year holiday and were preparing to embark on their third year. In Shenghun village, Deng Sheng remained, buoyed by Qianzhu's presence, which had revitalized his life, transforming his grocery store into a thriving enterprise. As the villagers gradually learned of the exceptional soul master emerging from his household, they naturally became more amicable towards him. Over the course of 2 years, Qianzhu and Tang San had forged an unbreakable bond of friendship. At this point, Tang San had reached the impressive level of 18 in soul power, while Qianzhu had surpassed him, having achieved the significant milestone of level 20 just 2 months prior. It appears that he is rather similar to Tang San. Tang San spent 2 years advancing from level 11 to 18, while Qianzhu ascended from approximately level 13 to 20. However, it is essential to recognize that Tang San possesses the Xiantian Gong, which significantly enhances his cultivation efficiency compared to most soul masters. In contrast, Qianzhu has been practicing the cultivation method developed by the master over the past 2 years. Although he did not wait for the Qianzhu seal to refresh before hunting for marks, given the considerable distance from Nodding Academy to the soul hunting forest, he has nonetheless ventured there more than 20 times during this period. Consequently, his soul power now exceeds that of his peers at this level by nearly double, surpassing even Tang San's. In the early stages of soul mastery, prior to reaching the 30-level soul sovereign, the disparity in total soul power among soul masters is not particularly pronounced. This is because the cultivation of soul power in this world relies solely on the method of meditation, with little research conducted on alternative approaches. The amount of soul power one possesses, aside from innate martial soul talent, is primarily determined by the soul rings attached to their martial souls. Below level 30, soul rings are restricted to 10 and 100 years, and their enhancement of soul power is not significantly evident. However, upon reaching level 30, one encounters 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul rings, at which point the difference becomes substantial. During this phase, while the enhancement provided by a 1,000-year soul ring is not as exaggerated as tenfold, it is nonetheless measured in multiples. Only a genius like the master would contemplate researching new methods of soul power cultivation to enhance both the speed and total quantity of soul power. Regrettably, the master is but one individual, although he has devised a new cultivation method that is more efficient than the conventional meditation technique. It still pales in comparison to Tang San's Xiantian Gong, which embodies the wisdom of countless ancestors from the Tang sect in a previous life. Moreover, the Xiantian Gong can only be cultivated by Tang San himself, as it necessitates starting from scratch and relinquishing all existing soul power. Conversely, the Master's newly researched method can be directly applied, yielding immediate improvements. Thus, it is fortunate that Qianzhu has access to the Master's cultivation method, coupled with the flowing shadow stone provided by him, allowing Qianzhu to barely keep pace with Tang San. It is noteworthy that during his 2 years of hunting for marks, Qianzhu successfully discovered a soul bone, a left leg bone, within the remains of a 500-year-old spirit-tail fox. When the master first learned from Qianzhu that the soul beasts he had slain either met their end willingly or in extreme agony and resentment, he speculated that Qianzhu's martial soul significantly increases the likelihood of soul bones forming in the beasts that fall to him. Therefore, when Qianzhu and the master identified this soul bone, both were elated. Not merely because they had acquired a bone, but also due to the rarity of such a phenomenon. Soul bones typically manifest only in powerful beings that have endured severe torment or willingly faced death. The emergence of a soul bone from a 500-year-old spirit-tail fox confirmed the Master's hypothesis. At present, the left leg bone lies quietly within the Qianzhu bracelet. Qianjue has refrained from absorbing it, not due to any inferiority of the bone itself. Although this soul bone originates from a 500-year-old spirit-tail fox, the age of a soul bone is not the sole criterion for its quality. The paramount factor is its compatibility with the host. Soul bones evolve alongside their bearers. For instance, two identical soul bones, one from a century-old soul beast and the other from a 10,000-year beast, can yield differing results. If a soul master like Qianjue or Tang San absorbs the century-old soul bone a decade earlier, that soul bone could potentially surpass the one from the 10,000-year beast in effectiveness over that period. This left leg bone, derived from the spirit-tail fox, is known for its remarkable speed and agility, leading the master to surmise that its effect should enhance the host's swiftness, a trait desirable to many, as few would decline the opportunity to increase their velocity. The reason Qianjue has not absorbed it yet is that the master wishes for him to first absorb a soul ring at the 20th level. Given that Qianjue will absorb 2 soul rings in one advancement, his soul power will experience a significant boost, and the master intends to utilize the soul bone to solidify this sudden increase in power. Master, may I absorb a soul ring from a 1,000-year soul beast? In the carriage, Qianjue discussed his recent acquisition of soul rings with the master. The master's serious expression turned to Qianjue. I have indeed contemplated this matter. Generally speaking, the maximum age for a soul master's second soul ring is 764 years. However, considering your body, enhanced by the 1,000-Ju seal, along with the characteristics of your 1,000-Ju martial soul that allows you to defeat soul beasts, absorbing a soul ring from a beast under 1,000 years should pose no problem. Yet, once a soul beast reaches 1,000 years, the pressure exerted on the soul master during the absorption of the soul ring increases exponentially. I cannot ascertain whether you can withstand such pressure. Therefore, for your first soul ring, I permit you to absorb only those from soul beasts below 1,000 years. Only for your second soul ring may we consider those exceeding 1,000 years, but not beyond 1,100. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend, master. By the way, have you decided which 2 types of soul beast rings I should absorb? I have some thoughts. However, you must not rely solely on me. As your soul power level increases, many things cannot be understood through research alone. First-hand experience is essential. My suggestions may no longer be accurate at that time. Thus, you must develop your own perspective. Please share it with me. Well, master, I view myself as an agile assault-type soul master. Currently, my first soul skill, the illusory 1,000-Ju bow, while possessing a decent attack power through its accompanying light arrows, lacks the strength to deliver a decisive blow. Moreover, the light arrows target a single opponent, failing to threaten multiple foes simultaneously. Therefore, I believe I require a soul skill that offers a scattering area attack or a powerful finishing move, such as a charged strike. The master nodded thoughtfully, neither affirming nor denying Qianjue's assessment. And what of your wolf spirit? The wolf spirit, much like your esteemed teacher's Luo Sanpao, possesses the ability to operate independently, and its inherent invisibility renders it a natural assassin. Thus, concerning its soul technique, the foremost consideration must be to ensure utmost concealment, avoiding any light or shadow effects, and refraining from grand gestures. I propose that we might consider infusing the wolf spirit's fangs with a toxin, preferably one with a prolonged onset, rendering it undetectable in the early stages. Given the wolf spirit's capacity to amplify pain, as long as the effects of the toxin are not overtly apparent, it should remain unnoticed. Much like the ferocity of a tiger or lion, a single bite can inflict tremendous agony, and no one would suspect that their fangs are venomous. After sharing his thoughts, Qianju looked expectantly at the master. The master's rigid countenance broke into a faint smile. Your analysis is commendable, aligning closely with my own thoughts. However, I must point out that you are considering this prematurely. You see, soul ring techniques differ from soul bone techniques. They are constrained by the age of the soul rings. For burst type or area attack skills, if the damage is insufficient to alter the course of a battle, their utility diminishes significantly. The second soul ring, being of too low an age, will not support an explosive or widespread soul technique effectively in the long run. While it may offer some advantages in the early stages, by the time you reach level 60 or 70, its potency will wane. Therefore, it is advisable to reserve burst-type soul techniques for your third or preferably your fourth soul ring, and consider adding an area attack soul power with your fifth soul ring. What should I choose for my second and third soul rings then? Qianju inquired. The master regarded him intently, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke with grave seriousness. Xiaoju, your talent is unparalleled in this world, and thus I envision your role as that of a solitary peak. You alone are to be a towering summit, overshadowing all others. Every soul master must aspire to surpass you, and you must become an insurmountable mountain before them. Therefore, your abilities must be comprehensive. You will face challenges alone, devoid of allies, and no one shall hold the merit to stand beside you. You must master all domains, transforming into an all-encompassing soul master. Qianzhu gazed at the master in astonishment. He had never fathomed the depths of the master's expectations for him. What of Xiao San? His talent is formidable as well, he countered. The master replied, Xiao San indeed possesses great talent, yet it does not match your uniqueness. Furthermore, his martial spirit, the blue silver grass, pales in comparison. Truth be told, your innate gifts surpass his. However, when excluding talent, Xiao San excels in other areas, be it situational judgment, focus in tasks, or the acquisition of knowledge. He surpasses you in all respects. I have never believed that talent alone determines everything, nor do I now. Yet I must concede that talent indeed represents the most fundamental disparity among individuals. While those endowed with talent may not necessarily become formidable, those lacking it must exert tenfold or 100-fold effort to achieve success. As the master spoke, a sigh of reflection escaped him. Qianzhu made no rebuttal. He had always been aware of Tang San's superiority, even in his previous life, where Tang San created the legendary Buddha's Rage Tang Lotus, an unparalleled achievement in 2 centuries. In his previous life, Qianzhu merely existed as an ordinary university student. The master was indeed correct. He was but a child favored by fate, one who not only traversed realms, but was also endowed with unparalleled talent. However, Qianzhu did not indulge in self-deprecation. Upon his arrival in this world, no one dictated how he ought to live. He was not obliged to conquer the world or dismantle the spirit hall. His cultivation was not for the sake of others, but rather a personal journey towards strength, enabling him to live freely, unbound by the will of others. Alongside Tang San, he trained under the master, initially seeking to latch onto a powerful ally to enhance his own survival. Yet, as time passed, this endeavor transformed into an experience of savoring this world and witnessing the magnificent journey of the Shrek 7 monsters as they grew stronger. Perhaps in the future, they would be known as the Shrek 8 monsters. Of course, when I assert that Xiao San surpasses you, it is merely in comparison. You both belong to the same echelon, far superior to other children. The master, unaware of Qianzhu's thoughts, mistook his silence for distress and hurriedly offered words of consolation. Qianzhu gazed at the master, observing his comforting demeanor, and felt a chuckle rising within him. Rest assured, dear master, I am not so easily disheartened. You are right. Xiao San is indeed more formidable. Moreover, I maintain my earlier judgment that Xiao San's blue-silver grass is no ordinary variant. The commonplace blue-silver grass lacks the merit to form a twin martial soul with the Haotian hammer. Xiao San's innate talent far exceeds what you perceive. My future achievements may not necessarily rival his. The master regarded Qianzhu, somewhat speechless, perplexed by the immense confidence he harbored for Tang San. Despite his previous admonitions aimed at tempering Qianzhu's ambition by exaggerating the disparity between him and Tang San, Qianzhu's talent was undeniably the most potent ever witnessed in the history of the Douluo Continent. Very well, since you acknowledge the gap, you must strive to bridge it. Now, let me guide you on the selection of your 2nd and 3rd soul rings. I previously expressed my hope that you would become an all-round soul master. Therefore, for your 2nd soul skill related to your sheep spirit, you may consider a soul ring that bestows a sustaining type skill, ensuring you have adequate resources when facing multiple opponents or enduring prolonged battles. For your 3rd soul skill, attempt to acquire a control type ability, followed by explosive and area attack skills for your 4th and 5th soul rings. As for the later selections, we shall decide based on your evolving strength. I cannot guarantee that the soul rings you add will align perfectly with your aspirations. As for your wolf spirit, your analysis is astute. Its greatest strength lies in its stealth. Any soul skill we choose to add must prioritize the preservation of its covert nature. Thus, your suggestion to imbue the wolf spirit with toxin capabilities resonates well with me. Additionally, I believe we should contemplate integrating some defensive soul skills. Firstly, it will incur damage and subsequently reflect it back to you, necessitating our consideration of its defensive capabilities. Secondly, the damage it reflects is via soul power backlash, not a direct infliction upon you. Thus, the harm you endure will not be fatal. Strengthening its defenses will allow you to employ the wolf spirit to absorb any overwhelming attacks. As for the subsequent 4th and 5th spirit rings, it ultimately depends on whether our concepts can be realized, after which we can consider making adjustments. Qianzhu pondered the master's suggestions intently and found them to be far superior to his own considerations. Indeed, his initial thoughts were lacking in comprehensiveness. The time that followed was dedicated to diligent training without wasting a single moment. Although he had reached a bottleneck where further cultivation would not elevate his spirit power level, based on the master's research, his spirit power would still increase, albeit not in a manner that was immediately observable. As usual, He returned to the inn to rest, a room, meals, washing up, and tidying himself, followed by closing his eyes to rest. He could no longer train. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. While training could substitute for sleep, it still induced a degree of mental fatigue. Even in the academy, they allocated one night each week for proper slumber. The soul-hunting forest was fraught with peril. Even Qianju had sustained injuries on multiple occasions, though none were severe. Yet they imparted valuable lessons, teaching him that one must never be careless or inattentive. However, the master was still awake, continuously scribbling at the table, the candlelight casting his shadow upon the windowsill, connecting this room to the profound darkness outside. Suddenly, a hawk's cry pierced the night air. Qianju opened his eyes. Observing the master, who remained engrossed in his work, he sensed an unusual atmosphere tonight, as if something was about to transpire. Unable to rest any longer, and seeing that the master showed no inclination to converse, he approached the window and cautiously peered outside, his mind racing with images from ancient chivalric films he had seen in his past life. Just as he reached halfway, he heard the master suddenly speak. "Enough, Flandra. If you're here, reveal yourself quickly and don't frighten the child." Qianju swiftly turned to look at the master, who remained focused on his writing, then glanced again towards the window and the door, both firmly shut, just as he was about to investigate elsewhere. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of an additional shadow on the windowsill, an opening where the window had been tightly closed moments before. Though it sounds prolonged, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as Qianju was about to alert the master, a spark of realization struck him. Flandra, wasn't he the dean of Shrek Academy, the master's close friend, once a member of the illustrious Golden Iron Triangle? What a false alarm. Once his mind registered that the visitor posed no threat, Qianju relaxed his guard, his previously tense body gradually easing, as he obediently took a seat beside the master. So this is the aura of a level 70 spirit saint. With Qianju's relaxation, the shadow leapt down from the windowsill without a sound. It was only when it stepped out from the master's shadow that its features were revealed, dispelling the heavy atmosphere in an instant. With a sly expression, adorned with rigid crystal glasses, and draped in a dark robe, it was none other than the four-eyed cat eagle, Flandra. "Xiaogang, after all these years. You finally reached out to me," Flandra said, his voice hoarse and slightly trembling as he took a seat opposite the master. "Is this your proof, you stubborn fellow? However, this young man's reaction is rather commendable. Have you spoken to him about me?" The master finally paused his writing and drawing, gathering his belongings while lifting his rigid visage. Well, it appears that over the years, your temper has softened somewhat." Seeing the master refrain from addressing the matter directly and instead indulging in nostalgia, Flandra felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. The master he remembered was not one to concern himself with such trivialities. He was a man of action. "Oh, Xiaoju, please go fetch us a pot of tea," the master said with a smile, suddenly calling out to Qianju. "All right, master, call me if you need anything." Understanding the underlying meaning behind the request for tea, Qianju did not linger to disrupt them. After retrieving a pot of tea from the proprietor, he settled in a corner of the corridor outside to meditate. Any prior anxiety regarding the hunt for the spirit ring had vanished, with Flandra present. They would surely stride confidently through the soul-hunting forest tomorrow. Chapter 27, Flandra. After Qianju left, the master approached the window alone, gazing into the enveloping darkness. After a prolonged silence, he spoke softly. "Flandra, for decades I have lamented the heavens, decrying their unfairness." "Indeed," Flandra responded with a slight murmur, fully aware that the master's grievances were directed at his martial soul. "But now, I no longer harbor resentment. Instead, I find myself sincerely grateful for it. For it has bestowed upon me this martial soul, allowing me to dedicate all my energy to its study." "Flandra, do you realize that had my martial soul not undergone mutation and remained the blue lightning tyrant dragon, I might have become a formidable spirit master. Yet I would never have qualified to be their teacher?" Turning to face Flandra, a fervent expression illuminated the master's face. In his excitement, he stepped forward and grasped Flandra's hand. Flandra, taken aback, had never witnessed the master lose his composure in such a manner. "Xiaogang, please calm down. What is the situation with your students?" The master took a few deep breaths, striving to quell his fervent emotions. He had been suppressing these feelings for far too long. Over the past 2 years, as he spent more time with Qianju and Tang San, he increasingly recognized their exceptional qualities. Their unparalleled martial soul talents are one thing. But what astonished him even more was their mature disposition. Both had never once slacked off in their training, requiring no reminders, despite being merely 8 or 9 years old. Even his younger self had occasionally indulged in laziness and playfulness. As for Qianju, although he did not possess the terrifying combat talent of Tang San, the strength of his martial soul compensated for everything. While he could still hold his own against Tang San, He had never triumphed over Qianju. In the eyes of the master, the most admirable quality of Qianju lies in his remarkable mindset. Even after awakening the world's most formidable martial soul, he exhibits not a trace of arrogance. 2 years have elapsed, and the only individuals privy to the true nature of his martial soul are himself and Tang San, with even his father remaining oblivious. His composure and tranquility during these 2 years have left a profound impression on the master, solidifying his belief that Qianju is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of soul masters. With his thoughts settled, the master regained his composure. Flander, I implore you to promise that what I am about to disclose will not reach another soul. The master regarded Flander with a grave expression. Very well. I swear by the name of our golden iron triangle that I shall not share your words with another. Flander, perceiving the master's solemnity, felt a surge of seriousness as he unleashed his soul power, ensuring that their conversation would remain confidential. The student I mentioned in my letter, who can validate my research, is named Tang San, my second disciple, and he possesses twin martial souls. Twin martial souls? Flander echoed in astonishment. Indeed, twin martial souls. One of which is the Haotian hammer, and his father is Tang Hao. Haotian Douluo? Flander exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Beyond that, I cannot say. Regardless, he has entrusted his son to me, having given me this responsibility. As the master spoke, he produced a token that Tang Hao had once bestowed upon him, revealing it to Flander. To Flander's astonishment, it was the highest-ranking elder's insignia from the Spirit Hall. He entrusted you with this? He truly has faith in you. Flander mused, turning the token over in his hands, contemplating the extent of the trust that such a powerful figure as Haotian Douluo placed in the master. His other martial soul is blue silvergrass. However, the master's next statement caused Flander's brow to furrow immediately. The master perceived his apprehension and continued, but Flander, do not underestimate Tang San. His potential far exceeds this. With his innate talent, even the most ordinary blue silvergrass will not pale in comparison to some advanced martial souls in his possession. Furthermore, you are aware of the strength inherent in twin martial souls. For Tang San to truly unleash his potential, he must first mature. Is there truly such an exceptional child? Flander was taken aback by the master's remarks. If blue silvergrass, a seemingly inferior martial soul, could exhibit the effects of a superior one could only imagine the prowess of the Haotian hammer. Doubt lingered in his mind. The master shook his head. I shall say no more. He does not require your involvement at present. For the next few years, he will remain at the academy under my tutelage. Once he graduates from the Junior Soul Master Academy, I shall send him to your Shrek Academy, and then you will comprehend his capabilities. And what about that child from earlier, your first disciple? I found him quite impressive, as he was able to sense my arrival ahead of time. This brings me to the matter I wish to discuss with you next. Flander, with Tang San's talent, he may ultimately transcend to become a super Douluo and attain the status of a peerless Douluo. Yet, Qianju's aptitude surpasses even that of Tang San. Surpass even that? Flander's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that he possesses 2 top-tier martial souls? When did the dual martial souls become so undervalued? The master shook his head and replied, he does not possess a dual martial soul. Rather, he embodies a more exquisite entity known as a dual spirit. The master gazed at Flander, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Qianju's martial soul is named Qianju, which is divided into 2 distinct parts, the sheep spirit and the wolf spirit, each endowed with its own unique abilities. The sheep spirit bears the Qianju mark, capable of. The master gradually revealed to Flander the intricate capabilities of Qianju's martial soul. Once Qianju acquires his second spirit ring, he must begin to harness the Qianju mark to enhance his physique. The master would no longer possess the strength to assist him further. Henceforth, Qianju would predominantly rely on Flander for guidance. Having been close friends for many years, the master was well aware of the kind of person Flander was and could trust him with Qianju's tutelage. Most importantly, the Qianju martial soul allows for an addition of a spirit ring to both the sheep and wolf spirits with each advancement to a major level. Furthermore, Qianju's combat talent, intellect, and temperament would not be significantly inferior to Tang San's. Flander, do you comprehend what this signifies? At that moment, Flander was utterly astonished by the master's description. Such a martial soul exists in this world. What does it imply? If it surpasses the peerless Douluo, does it not imply deification? Indeed, Flander, should Qianju ultimately flourish, we may very well cultivate a deity. Flander looked intently at the master, repeatedly reflecting on his words. After a while, he regained his composure and let out a wry smile. Shao Gang, it appears we have grown old. Henceforth, it shall be the realm of these young individuals. Flander sighed, yet the thought of nurturing a god from his Shrek Academy brought a smile to his face. Ahem. So Shao Gang, what do you require of me? Well, it is settled then. By the way, Shao Gang, I have also discovered two promising talents over the past 2 years, a top-tier assault-type martial soul, the White Tiger, and an innate full-spirit power food system soul master. What do you think? Not too shabby, right? Flander reminisced about the two prodigies in his academy, unable to suppress his pride. An innate full-spirit power food system soul master? What is his martial soul? The master's expression turned to one of astonishment. It is virtually impossible for support-type soul masters to possess innate full-spirit power. In the recorded history of Douluo Continent, no support martial soul has ever achieved this. Even the renowned seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda, considered an exceptional support martial soul, cannot attain this upon awakening. It is a sausage. Haha, not too bad in flavor. Flander responded with a cheerful grin. A sausage, and it turns out to be a carnivorous food system soul master. Indeed. How does that not compare to a dual martial soul? It certainly does not lack merit, the master nodded. However, he soon shook his head. Let it be as it is. Once Tang San graduates in 4 years, I shall also pay you a visit, and then we shall witness it firsthand. Haha, splendid. In 4 years, let me also behold the dual martial soul that validates your research. With your involvement and the talent of this cohort of Shrek students, our Shrek Academy is destined for renown across the land. Flander had not laughed so heartily in a long time. It had been many years since the three had seen each other since the incident involving the two dragons. All right, call Xiaoju in. I will introduce you to him as well. Okay, kid, your teacher has summoned you. Flander acknowledged, and though his words seemed casual, they resonated directly in Qianju's ears, who was outside in meditation. Startled awake, Qianju entered, carrying a teapot. Teacher, you've been reminiscing for quite some time. The tea has gone cold, and we can only drink it lukewarm now, he remarked with a hint of exasperation as he lifted the teapot. Hey, how did you know we were reminiscing? Do you know me? Or has your teacher spoken of me? Not at all, but when you entered, my teacher didn't even glance down and immediately called your name. I surmised you must be a good friend of his, and your strength must be considerable. Huh, quite an astute guess, Flander chuckled, glancing at the master. So, how strong do you think I am? Flander regarded Qianju with a playful expression. I'd wager you possess at least a level 70 cultivation. Qianju replied with a shy smile. Flander's eyes widened, and he turned to the master. You truly haven't mentioned me to him? Not a word. By the way, Xiaoju, how did you deduce that Flander is a soul sage? The master inquired, intrigued. How did I guess? Because in 4 years you will reach level 78. So you must be at least level 70 now, Qianju thought to himself, though he couldn't articulate this reasoning and settled for saying it was merely a wild guess. Well, since you've guessed it, I want to elaborate further. This is Flander, an old friend of mine, and a level 76 soul sage. He will assist you in obtaining your soul ring tomorrow. Additionally, once you've completed this soul ring acquisition, he will take you to Shrek Academy, which he founded. Although you will be advancing your studies early, there are still things you need to learn. I will prepare materials for you to study at your own pace. Do you understand? In 4 years, I will bring Tang San to reunite with you. Qianju looked at the master, not particularly surprised. He had always known he would have to change locations, as Nodding Academy was too far from the soul hunting forest, which was quite detrimental to his quest for the 1,000-Ju mark, when he was merely a soul master of a lower level. The 1,000-Ju mark was based on his current physical condition, so the impact was minimal. However, now that he was about to advance to a great soul master and would need to acquire soul rings beyond the usual time frame and in dual quantities, the enhancement of the 1,000-Ju mark became crucial and warranted serious attention. Moreover, after this soul ring acquisition, he might need to hunt soul beasts over 1,000 years old, which were already quite rare in the soul hunting forest. Thus, a change of location was inevitable. The only uncertainty lay in whether he would part ways with the master and Tang San. As it appeared, separation was indeed on the horizon. Understood, teacher. I will thoroughly study everything you provide. Qianju nodded in affirmation. Very well, then let us conclude for the night. Get some rest. We will set out early tomorrow to hunt for the soul rings. Chapter 28. The 1,000-Ju Mask. The following day, the three of them gathered their belongings and supplies, presenting the Master's 3-pattern token to the guards before entering the soul hunting forest. Such a slow pace. Allow me to assist you, Flander declared, promptly summoning his cat-eagle martial spirit. Enormous wings unfurled from his back, cloaking him in a layer of feathers, while his orange-yellow eyes narrowed with slit pupils. 7 soul rings emerged abruptly beneath him, swirling gracefully around his form. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. This marked the first occasion for Qianju to behold a black 10,000-year soul ring. Even without Flander's deliberate release of his soul sage aura, the oppressive presence of the ancient ring quickened Qianju's breath. Flander stepped forward, wrapping one arm around Qianju, while grasping the master's wrist with the other. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended directly to several hundred meters above the ground. Which direction? Flander bellowed, the howling winds at such an altitude causing the garments of the group to flutter audibly. Qianju glanced at the master, who clutched Flander's wrist. Their hands interlocked in midair. The master's other hand shielded his face from the wind as he surveyed the soul-hunting forest below. All right, hold on tight, Flander called out, his wings flapping vigorously as he sped towards their destination. The biting gale forced Qianju to squint, causing the master to lean backward precariously. Nevertheless, the master appeared unfazed, maintaining his grip on Flander with one hand while using the other to block the wind. The once golden triangle of their partnership must have undergone this synchrony countless times before. There would be no mishap, Qianju reasoned, letting go of his worries for the master. With a focused thought, he unleashed his Qianju martial spirit, embodying the sheep spirit, and the Qianju mask materialized upon his face. Indeed, while he felt no tangible mask upon his visage, the wind's roar ceased to reach him, and his vision cleared as if he were grounded. Haha, Qianju rejoiced, discovering yet another function of the Qianju martial spirit. Perhaps he had previously overlooked it, but the sheep spirit's mask proved to be genuinely functional. Suppressing his excitement, Qianju reveled in the magnificence of soaring through the sky, gazing down upon the breathtaking vistas of the soul-hunting forest, almost yearning to shout out in exhilaration. This sensation of flying high above was entirely distinct from his connection with the wolf spirit. The latter's elevation barely reached several dozen meters, and its speed paled in comparison to Flander's. After approximately half an hour, Flander gradually descended, having covered a journey that would have otherwise taken an entire day in mere moments. Upon landing, the master shook his arm, ruffling his wind-tousled hair. Let us proceed on foot for the remainder of the journey. Otherwise, they may detect Flander's soul sage aura, and we would be unable to locate them. The master oriented himself, preparing to guide them towards their intended destination. Master, while airborne, I discovered that my mask indeed possesses the qualities of a mask. As long as I wear it, my face remains shielded from the wind. Qianju excitedly shared his recent discovery while walking alongside the master. The master paused momentarily. Is that so? How had I not noticed this before? As he spoke, he turned to Qianju and said, release your martial spirit. I wish to assess whether your mask possesses any defensive capability. The master, while speaking, retrieved a resplendent short sword from his storage ring. Ah! Exclaimed Flander, who, upon seeing the sword, broke into a grin. Isn't this the token of affection that Erlong gifted you? The master cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing silence. Once Qianju unleashed his martial spirit, the master cautiously prodded the mask on Qianju's face with the short sword. Indeed, the sword was thwarted by the mask, leaving no trace upon its surface. Try concealing the mask, the master instructed Qianju once more. As Qianju activated the concealment of 1,000 masks, the master made another attempt with the short sword. Yet again, it was blocked by the mask. Allow me to give it a try? Flander, observing with curiosity, felt a slight chill emanating from the 1,000 masks and was intrigued. Before Qianju could react to Flander's words, he saw a flicker before his eyes and immediately sensed a backlash of soul power. Flander raised his right hand, rubbing his thumb against the nail of his index finger. A commendable defense, he remarked. Qianju's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, as expected from a soul sage-level agile attack soul master, Qianju had not even perceived the source of the attack until he noticed Flander playing with his fingers, realizing that Flander had merely grazed his mask with a fingernail. He deactivated the concealment effect of the 1,000 masks, and the mask reappeared, revealing a faint scratch on the right side of Qianju's mask. The master turned to Flander, who promptly stated, it's not merely a superficial mark, it was deflected slightly by his mask. The master nodded and scrutinized the mask again, noticing that the scratch on Qianju's face had already diminished. Astonishingly, the 1,000 masks was self-repairing. True enough, within a minute, the mask returned to its pristine state, the former scratch now utterly erased. Although Flander's strike was casual, the force behind such speed was undeniably formidable. An ordinary soul master at level 40, unless specialized in defense, would likely struggle to withstand such an assault, yet the mask had mitigated it somewhat. Hence, it seemed that no one of the same rank could breach the defenses of the 1,000 masks. Therefore, the notion of enhancing wolf spirit with a defensive soul ring ability warranted further contemplation. If the mask's defense were to scale with level, it might be prudent to forego the addition of a defensive soul skill. However, if it did not improve, then the mask's defense could certainly serve well into the 30s, allowing for a more informed decision later on. Qianju and Flander trailed behind the master in silence, clearly aware that he was deep in thought, and neither wished to disturb him. Xiaoju, your mask possesses a certain degree of defensive capability. For the time being, it seems unlikely that anyone of equal level could breach it. However, be cautious. This is not a certainty. Do not rely solely on this, for should you falter, You may find yourself bereft of any means to remedy the situation, and the enemy's attack will reach your head unimpeded. I need not elaborate on the consequences. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the master began to elucidate the situation to Qianju. Understood, master. Qianju attentively absorbed the teachings. Summon the wolf spirit once more, and let Flander have another attempt. The master instructed Qianju to call forth the wolf spirit again to test its mask. As anticipated by the master, the mask of the wolf spirit exhibited the same defensive and self-healing properties. The mask of the wolf spirit can indeed be utilized frequently. You should incorporate it into your curriculum, employing the mask to withstand various attacks. The earlier notion I proposed regarding augmenting the wolf spirit with a defensive soul ring technique will be temporarily set aside for future consideration. Our current objective in acquiring soul rings remains the sustainability of the sheep spirit and the toxins of the wolf spirit. Understood, master. Qianju mentally noted this matter. You must practice diligently. In 4 years, I shall have Tang San assess you. You must be capable of intercepting all his hidden weapons using the wolf spirit. If so, perhaps we can forego the configuration of this soul ring and allocate it for other plans. Qianju thought to himself. Tang San's hidden weapons are far from easy to intercept. Chapter 29. The Green Sack Beast. As the master imparted his instructions, the group gradually distanced themselves from the landing site, approaching the destination that resided in the master's heart. For your sheep spirit's second soul ring, I recommend the Green Sack Beast, the master announced, subsequently providing Qianju with detailed information about this soul beast. This is a remarkably resilient, herbivorous soul beast. Quite large in stature, yet exceptionally gentle. Its abdomen contains a sac, wherein it secretes surplus energy into a verdant liquid stored within. This fluid possesses potent healing properties. When the green sac beast sustains injury, it absorbs the liquid from its sac to heal itself. Furthermore, this liquid is equally beneficial for soul masters, referred to as green sac liquid. Should a soul master become injured in the soul beast forest, finding a green sac beast significantly enhances their chances of survival. However, this liquid is difficult to preserve. Once removed from the sac, it quickly deteriorates and loses its efficacy. To date, no method for prolonged preservation has been discovered, which is why soul masters seldom capture this soul beast, despite the likelihood of encountering them in the hunting soul forest. Additionally, this soul beast prefers to inhabit forests near bodies of water. I observed from the air that this region of the hunting soul forest is quite suitable. Thus, our subsequent actions must be more discreet. Qianju, deploy your wolf spirit for reconnaissance. Understood, Qianju replied, unleashing his martial spirit. Externally, there appeared to be no change. Yet the wolf spirit was, in fact, hovering above him. Flander, observing from a distance, shook his head after a while. Xiao Gang, this lad's martial spirit possesses remarkable invisibility. Even I cannot detect it. The master smirked slightly. Qianju mentioned that the 1,000-Ju martial spirit possesses this ability because it symbolizes death. Only those on the brink of death can perceive it. If you can see it, it signifies that your demise is imminent. At this rate, I shall likely never witness it in my lifetime. Spare me your curses. Flander and the master were conversing in hushed tones when Qianju suddenly halted. Master, I believe I have spotted a green sac beast. Where? Look at the markings on its body sac. The master calmly instructed Qianju on how to discern the age of the green sac beast. Qianju directed the wolf spirit to approach the creature, which bore a resemblance to a koala, yet possessed a slightly protruding pouch on its belly. This pouch, slightly swollen, revealed a faintly green hue of the sac liquid, even through its skin. Contrary to the naive charm of a koala, the green sac beast was alert, munching on foliage while constantly swiveling its head to survey its surroundings. Despite its vigilance, it remained oblivious to the presence of the wolf spirit as it approached. Master, its body sac has 6 markings, 5 long and 1 short. This indicated that it was a green sac beast over 500 years old. The markings on its body sac served as the most reliable method for determining its age, with each complete marking representing a century. When it reached a millennium, the markings would turn purple and gradually fade with age. Do not concern yourself with this green sac beast. Continue your search for one with 9 or 10 markings. Understood, Master, Qianju replied, resuming his search with the wolf spirit. The master and Flander trailed behind, observing their surroundings. After more than an hour, Qianju finally discovered another green sac beast, still indulging in its meal within a dense thicket. This specimen was notably larger than the first, and upon inspecting it with the wolf spirit, Qianju noted that it bore over 10 markings, with the 10th nearly complete. Excitedly, he reported his findings to the master. Upon hearing this, the master decisively declared it the one they would pursue and instructed Qianju to attempt the hunt alone. Undeterred, Qianju, despite lacking experience in battling a nearly 1,000-year-old soul beast, felt confident. The previous 20 hunts had instilled in him a profound understanding of the formidable power of his martial soul in combat. Without further ado, Qianju extended his left hand, and the Qianju bow materialized. He crouched low and stealthily approached the green sack beast. Flander unleashed his martial soul, concealing his presence, and followed the master closely behind. Refraining from contesting the master's decision, although he doubted Qianju's chances of victory, it is worth noting that a soul master of merely a dozen levels typically could only contend with soul beasts under 300 years of age. Even many who had advanced to the second ring often found themselves easily countered by century-old soul beasts. This was not due to a lack of strength, but rather because most soul masters at these early levels had just graduated from the academy, lacking real-life combat experience. When faced with the merciless nature of soul beasts, which do not hold back and engage in life and death struggles, coupled with their diverse abilities, they were often caught off guard and met with defeat. Although Qianju possessed remarkable talent, he now faced a soul beast that had existed for nearly a millennium. Typically, only a soul master of the third ring could contend with such an ancient creature. However, with his presence here, he believed he could promptly remedy any peril that might arise. Thus, he felt a degree of reassurance. He decided to assess whether Xiao Gang's words from the previous night had been exaggerated. As Flander pondered this in his mind, Qianju gradually approached the Qingnong beast. When he was approximately 100 meters away, he quietly halted, for this was the optimal range for his light arrow attack. If he were to shoot from any farther, the soul power within the arrow would dissipate rapidly, diminishing its potency. If too close, he would forfeit the advantages of long-range archery. Thus, this position was perfect. Qianju raised the Qianju bow and, without taking much time to aim, released a light arrow that struck the unguarded body pouch of the Qingnong beast from the side. The arrow exploded upon impact, creating a sizable rupture in the pouch, and a mixture of emerald green Qingnong liquid and crimson blood flowed forth, staining the beast's fur a deep brown. Momentarily taken aback by the attack, the Qingnong beast lowered its head to inspect the damage to its body pouch. Upon realizing that the pouch had been ruptured and that the liquids were spilling out, it emitted a startled cry, hastily attempting to cover the opening with its diminutive forelimbs, though it was unable to reach the wound. At that moment, another arrow shot toward its eye. This time, however, the beast had become somewhat wary and managed to tilt its head just in time. The arrow struck its ear, tearing off half of it. Dazed for an instant, it gazed down at the leaking Qingnong liquid and the torn pouch. Its eyes began to redden, and its small gaze shot towards Qianju. Then, in Qianju's line of sight, another beam of white light surged forth. The Qingnong beast was now thoroughly enraged. Lowering its head, it braced itself against the incoming attack with its sturdy forehead and swiftly scrambled forward with its short legs towards Qianju. During its charge, Qianju attempted to shoot 2 more arrows at it, but the beast twisted its body, causing the arrows to strike its forehead, yet it bled not a drop. With a resounding crash, the Qingnong beast collided with the large tree behind where Qianju had stood, denting the trunk significantly and sending countless branches and leaves cascading down. Qianju had already leaped away to another tree 2 seconds before the impact. The Qingnong beast looked up, its furious eyes glaring at Qianju, honing in on his position. In the next moment, it swiftly charged towards the base of Qianju's tree, climbing rapidly in his direction. The Qingnong beast was indeed an adept tree climber. However, Qianju remained composed, standing on the branch and shooting a light arrow at the swiftly ascending beast in an attempt to thwart its advance. Yet, such an overt attack posed little threat to the Qingnong beast. It merely paused momentarily, allowing the light arrow to whiz by it. And once its vengeful eyes locked onto Qianju again, it hastened its ascent, leaping towards him with great force. Qianju remained perched upon the branch, his masked visage betraying no emotion. He did not flinch, once again raising the Qianju bow, his right hand drawn back, a radiant arrow materializing in his grasp. It appeared he intended to confront the Qingnong beast head-on. Time seemed to slow as the silhouette of the Qingnong beast drew closer to Qianju. As it was about to collide with the human who had invaded its territory, even the typically gentle Qingnong beast revealed a glimmer of cruelty in its small eyes. Should it succeed in landing a blow, the fragile human frame would surely meet a fatal demise. Although the figure still clutched the bow and arrow, the creature had already experienced the threat of the attack. As long as it avoided a direct strike to its eyes, its vitality posed no significant danger. Closer, ever closer. The Qingnong beast raised its claws. Suddenly, it felt its body collide with something, before it could lower its head to assess the situation. A sharp pain surged from its abdomen, so intense that it momentarily clouded its mind. No, a fierce instinct for survival jolted it back to awareness, reminding it that it was still engaged in battle. However, As it opened its eyes, the blinding light became the last sight it would ever witness. Bang! The corpse of the Qing Nong beast plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground, devoid of any sign of life. The arrow had penetrated its eye socket, obliterating its brain. Even a creature renowned for its vitality stood no chance of survival. Qianju stood on the branch, basking in the enhancements brought forth by the Qianju mark, a profound elevation of both body and spirit enveloping him in unparalleled exhilaration. Witnessing the conclusion of the battle, the master and Flandre approached, prompting Qianju to leap down from the tree. Well done, the master praised, acknowledging that even by his own standards, Qianju's performance in this skirmish had been commendable, from the initial tactic of luring the beast into the trees to the precise timing of the fatal strike. Qianju removed his mask, revealing a joyful smile. Now, absorb it, we shall safeguard you. Indeed, Qianju affirmed, settling into a cross-legged position and preparing to repeat the action he had not performed for 2 years. Chapter 30, Soul Skills and Soul Bones. This was not akin to the pain experienced by Tang San and his companions during the absorption of soul rings, which arose from the residual souls of the spirit beasts resisting. Instead, it stemmed from the overwhelming influx of external soul power. His body responded to Qianju's consciousness, signaling that he could absorb no more. When the master saw Qianju awaken, he let out a long sigh of relief. Although this was not Qianju's first time exceeding the age limit for soul ring absorption, the last occasion had involved merely a few decades, while this time surpassed 2 centuries. Despite various research theories assuring him of no issues, the actual outcome remained to be seen. How was it? Did you feel pressured during the absorption? A little. Qianju recounted the sensations he experienced during the absorption process in detail. Then, with a hint of concern, inquired, Master, is it possible for me to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? Absorbing this soul bone, which has not yet reached a millennium, has already begun to elicit a response from his body. It is said that a soul ring that has been around for 1,000 years will bring about some qualitative transformation. I wonder if I can withstand it. Qianju felt a twinge of apprehension. He was not the type to relentlessly challenge himself, nor did he harbor any notions of perfection. He would be content with a second soul ring that was 800 or 900 years old. After all, that would still surpass 99% of soul masters. Rest assured, you can do it, the master reassured him, giving Qianju's shoulder a comforting pat. However, it is necessary to expedite the absorption of the soul bone. Originally, this soul bone was intended to solidify the soul power acquired from absorbing 2 soul rings, but it seems it must be utilized prematurely. I underestimated the pressure exerted on the body by the combination of multiple soul rings and the exceptionally aged soul ring. It appears that your Qianju seal must be seamlessly enhanced in the future so that you can endure the additional burdens from the soul rings. We cannot rely on the soul bone for remedies each time. Qianju nodded in agreement. All right, let us see your second soul skill, the master urged. Qianju nodded and released his martial soul, deactivating the effect of the Qianju concealment. The ethereal image of the sheep's spirit emerged, enveloping Qianju. An ancient and mysterious mask obscured his features, and from its eye sockets, 2 eerie blue flames gazed at the master and Flandre, while 2 yellow soul rings slowly revolved beneath the sheep's spirit's feet. Nearby, the wolf spirit floated silently in the air, its eyes concealed by the Qianju mask, rendering its intentions inscrutable. A yellow soul ring also glimmered beneath it. Is this the Qianju martial soul you spoke of? Flandre gazed in astonishment at the sheep and wolf spirits. Although the master had provided a detailed description of the Qianju martial soul the previous day, witnessing its extraordinary form and mysterious presence, along with the dual soul rings, allowed him to truly appreciate the might of this martial soul. Indeed, this is the Qianju martial soul, a miraculous entity, he murmured. Teacher, this soul ring is indeed of the sustaining type. At that moment, Qianju exclaimed excitedly to the master. Oh, do tell, the master responded with anticipation. As Qianju spoke, he summoned the Qianju bow, drawing back his right hand, and instantly, a radiant arrow materialized. However, this arrow was unlike any before. It shimmered with a vibrant greenish-blue glow. Initially, Qianju had no target in mind, but after a moment's thought, he pointed towards Flandre. Flandre paused momentarily before playfully beckoning him with his hand. Whoosh! A sharp sound filled the air as the arrow was swiftly caught by Flandre, only to explode thereafter. Flandre flexed his hand, remarking, My soul power has diminished slightly. For an average great soul master, that would be about 1/10 of their total soul power. Very well. We can assess the specific healing effects later when the opportunity arises. Now, proceed with the absorption of that soul bone. The master suggested after contemplating the capabilities of this soul skill. Understood, teacher, Qianju replied, retrieving the left leg bone obtained from the spirit tail fox. The small left leg bone appeared rather unremarkable, measuring only about 5 centimeters in length, and could perhaps be described as delicately exquisite. Flander, shaking his head, expressed his astonishment. My first soul bone was obtained only when I reached over level 50. This kid's martial soul is truly extraordinary. As Qianju held the soul bone, he gently guided his soul power, causing the bone to tremble slightly as if it had been activated, and it began to emit a faint azure glow. He continued to channel his soul power into the bone, and with each infusion, the radiance intensified, transforming into a deeper shade of blue. Eventually, the light, like wisps of smoke, detached from the bone, flowing through Qianju's fingers and cascading onto his left leg, as if drawn to it. A refreshing, comfortable sensation enveloped him, contrasting with the warmth experienced during the absorption of a soul ring, yet equally delightful as it coursed through his body. He instinctively closed his eyes to savor the moment. As time passed, the luminous glow from the soul bone gradually diminished until the final flicker faded away. The delicate left leg bone silently shattered, transforming into ashes that danced away on the breeze. Upon this, Qianju opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, he stomped lightly, reveling in the newfound strength of his left leg, which prompted a joyful laugh to escape his lips. He quickly turned to Master, eager to share his elation. The Master nodded with a smile. So, did this soul bone grant you any skills? Yes, Master. This left leg bone possesses a skill that allows me to adjust my weight. Qianju exclaimed, activating the skill. He immediately perceived a slight lightness in his body. After a few jumps, he noticed a remarkable increase in his jumping height. He intensified the output of his soul power until he reached his limit, then carefully assessed his weight, discovering it was approximately only 30% of his usual heft. Excitedly, he relayed this information to Master, who nodded in approval, a commendable skill indeed. While it may seem a simple effect, its impact is substantial. The most straightforward benefit is an enhancement of your agility. How is the soul power consumption? Does it require additional soul power to activate? And is there a delay between activation and deactivation? Upon hearing this, the Master's smile broadened. Then this skill can be deemed quite impressive. However, one caveat: while it enhances your agility in combat, it may reduce your destructive power. Therefore, your training regimen must include a new component. You must learn to toggle this skill effortlessly during battles, controlling your weight at will. Once you can achieve this with a mere thought, your training will be complete. Understood, Master. Qianju nodded in agreement. Very well, let us conclude for today. Prepare to set up camp. We shall rest here tonight. Set up camp? Qianju, somewhat bewildered, was about to inquire further when his gaze caught the setting sun. Absorbing a soul bone is not as swift as assimilating a soul ring. Even this time, taking only half a day is remarkably efficient. The Master discerned Qianju's confusion and offered a timely reminder. The following day, after a night of rest, the trio prepared to continue their journey, this time with the objective of seeking a soul beast known as the ink phosphor scorpion. This creature thrives in marshy regions and preys on water-chi serpents. Its body is adorned with numerous black scales, providing exceptional defense. Most importantly, the venom of the ink phosphor scorpion aligns perfectly with the toxin we require. A soul master struck by its stinger initially exhibits no overt symptoms. However, if timely treatment is not administered within 10 minutes, they will gradually lose their motor functions, ultimately succumbing to asphyxiation due to respiratory failure. Hence, I believe this toxin would be particularly suitable for your wolf spirit. What are your thoughts? So, shall we venture into the marshes of the soul-hunting forest? Qianju naturally harbored no objections to the Master's choice. In fact, the ink phosphor scorpion was also among his aspirations for the second spirit ring of his wolf spirit. This neurotoxic effect, akin to petrifying rigidity, often proves more advantageous than blood toxins in various circumstances. By the way, once we arrive at the marshy area, do remember to keep an eye out for the Bai Ling flower during our exploration. This plant, entirely green with triangular petals, is a natural counter to the ink phosphor scorpion. When its roots are ground into a paste and applied to the site of a sting, it significantly mitigates the effects of the scorpion's venom. We should seek it out, just in case. Understood, Master. Qianju replied, committing the information to memory. This was a novel piece of knowledge for him, one that might prove useful in the future. The marshes of the soul-hunting forest were not extensive, as they were merely part of the imperial breeding grounds for soul beasts. The terrain was largely artificial, designed by the Empire to accommodate various species. After traversing a muddy path, the trio cautiously entered the marsh. The Master, wielding a long staff, led the way, guiding Qianju carefully through the mire. With each step, he prodded the earth ahead to ensure its solidity before treading upon it. Flinder followed behind nonchalantly, and despite their efforts, they had not covered much distance. In such marshy terrain, it is imperative to ascertain that the path ahead is indeed traversable before proceeding. relying solely on visual assessment can be perilous, as what appears to be firm ground may conceal soft, treacherous mud beneath. Particular caution should be exercised in grassy areas. Of course, with your soul bone's levitation ability, you possess a formidable advantage in this terrain. Many areas that would normally be too unstable for an average person can be navigated with your agility. Thus, should you encounter an adversary beyond your strength, and should the terrain permit, consider luring them into such an environment for combat. It would undoubtedly bolster your chances of victory. I have noted that, Master. Flander, please be vigilant and observe your surroundings for any signs of small holes. The body of the ink scorpion is quite substantial, and its passage, particularly through this marshy mire, will undoubtedly leave numerous tiny pits created by its delicate feet. These impressions recover swiftly, and should we locate such traces, we can swiftly pinpoint our target. The master imparted his wisdom to Qianjue, instructing him on how to navigate and combat in this terrain, while also beckoning Flander to assist in the search for the ink scorpion's evidence. Flander, with a somewhat languid gaze, scanned the vicinity and soon identified several marks as described by the master. He conveyed his observations to the master, only to propose a suggestion mid-sentence. The master, taken aback by Flander's words, glanced at Qianjue, who merely shrugged in response, indifferent to whether he would take the initiative himself or rely on Flander's assistance, as ultimately, it would be he who absorbed the soul ring. After a moment of bewilderment, the master suddenly shook his head in realization. Chuckling, I have been overly fixated on the notion of you becoming an independent soul master, expecting you to manage everything on your own. However, you need not bear such burdens at this stage. What purpose would we teachers serve then? Flander, upon hearing the master's words, immediately grasped the underlying meaning after years of unspoken understanding. He stepped forward to stand before Qianjue. Young man, you have heard the discussion thus far. You will accompany me to my academy for your studies. Allow me to introduce you to my institution. Pay close attention. My academy is named Shrek Academy, which I established 16 years ago. You should be aware of what a Shrek is. It is referred to as a monster among soul beasts. As the name implies, my Shrek Academy exclusively enrolls prodigies. Since its inception, Shrek Academy has admitted a total of 41 students, yet only 14 have successfully graduated. The remainder either failed to meet the graduation criteria or perished at the hands of soul beasts. However, those 14 graduates are now renowned figures across various regions. Flander spoke with pride, eagerly anticipating Qianjue's admiration. To his dismay, Qianjue remained silent, prompting Flander to awkwardly continue. Ahem, do you know why only 14 graduated? Because my graduation requirement mandates achieving the rank of a level 41 soul master before the age of 20. Those who do not reach level 41 are deemed weaklings, bringing shame upon Shrek Academy. After stating this, Flander observed that Qianjue still showed no sign of praise. Undeterred, he looked at Qianjue with seriousness and continued, thus, from this moment on, you are officially a student of Shrek Academy. With your addition, the academy now boasts 3 students. The other 2 are slightly older than you, and you will come to know them in due course. Very well, Director, I shall rely on your guidance henceforth. Qianjue finally responded, bowing deeply to Flander in acknowledgement. Excellent. Flander, upon hearing Qianjue finally speak, joyfully clapped him on the shoulder. For this soul beast hunt, I shall assist you, considering it a benevolent benefit for your enrollment, he declared, as he summoned his martial spirit. 2 wings unfurled from behind him, and with one hand grasping each of the 2 individuals, he propelled them into the air with a powerful push of his legs. Xiao Gang, elucidate for me the method of determining the age of the Mo Lin scorpion. Understood. You 2 wait here for me. I shall return shortly. Having left the 2 behind, Flander did not pause, swiftly turning and diving back into the marshland. If the intention was to train Qianjue, he naturally could not unleash his aura, for all the lower-tier soul beasts would conceal themselves at once. However, since he was the one capturing them, there was no need for such reservations. No matter how the soul beasts attempted to hide, they could not evade his pursuit. As Flander vanished in an instant, the master patted Qianjue's head and remarked, do you see the disparity between us and the soul saints? In half an hour's time, they accomplished what we could in merely half a minute. Thus, the level of soul power is the essence of our strength as soul masters. The techniques I imparted to you may grant you an advantage within the same tier, yet they are insufficient for overcoming foes of a higher rank. Therefore, when encountering opponents that exceed you by more than 1 tier, do not succumb to blind arrogance. Remember, there is no one in this world with greater talent than you. Given time, you shall surpass them all. Hence, survive. Always prioritize survival above all else. Do you understand? I understand, Master, Qianjue replied solemnly, gazing at the master. Good. You are not one to seek conflict. As long as you remain vigilant, you should have no issues. When I am not by your side, Should you find yourself in need of guidance, consult Flander. While his knowledge of martial spirits may not be as profound as mine, his experience at that level grants him insights that may surpass my explanations. Furthermore, remember that your primary objective in the coming years is to hunt soul beasts and seamlessly accumulate your Qianju mark to enhance your physique. The soul rings you acquire will progressively increase in age, thus the pressure you endure when attaching those rings will also escalate. Therefore, the accumulation of the Qianju mark must never be neglected. Of course, the pursuit of knowledge should not falter either. As the master spoke, he retrieved several stacks of books and notes from his wristband, placing them on the ground. These are organized for your study. The specifics of when to review each are detailed in the first notebook. Simply follow the plan I have laid out for you. Gulping, Qianju regarded the towering stacks of books, but he dutifully placed them into his soul-guided device. Chapter 32, The Second Soul Skill of the Wolf Spirit. In addition, the courses I have set for you should be undertaken at your discretion. Once you meet the goals I have established, you may cease your efforts. Maintain our correspondence over the years. Communicate with me monthly to report your progress. If your soul power reaches level 30, do not hastily request Flander to assist you in obtaining a soul ring. I will personally come to oversee the process. Indeed, I understand, Master. Qianju nodded, committing the Master's words to memory. Just as the Master was about to utter more, a sound of slicing air pierced through, and Flander descended, each hand grasping a scorpion the size of a dog. Look, this one is 900 years old, and this one is a millennium. Xiao Gang, do you think I caught them correctly? Flander raised the two dazed scorpions for the Master to examine. The Master, not wishing to say anything further, hurriedly leaned in to scrutinize the two black-scaled scorpions that Flander had caught. The ages are correct. Xiao Ju, come and absorb this one from the millennium. Do not worry. You possess a soul bone now, so this absorption should pose no issue. At last, I shall experience the agony of absorbing a soul ring. Qianju mused, yet he drew a dagger and plunged it into the eye of the millennium soul beast, ending its life. Moments later, a violet soul ring slowly ascended from the corpse. Observing that the other black-scaled scorpion was no longer a threat, Flander casually discarded the 900-year-old one, sending it flying several meters away. With that jarring impact, the scorpion regained its senses and hastily scuttled away on its 8 legs. Settling into a meditative posture, Qianju centered himself, releasing his martial spirit. As his soul power gently stirred the soul ring, the violet ring immediately glided toward the wolf spirit beside him. Once the violet soul ring enveloped the wolf spirit, Qianju once again felt a familiar warmth. However, this time, the warmth was overwhelmingly intense, gradually transforming into a searing heat as time passed. Concurrently, the swelling sensation he had experienced during the previous soul ring absorption intensified. Finally, just as Qianju felt he could no longer withstand the pressure, a sudden coolness coursed through his left leg, and the swelling throughout his body seemed to find an outlet, converging towards that leg. The searing heat gradually dissipated, returning to a comforting warmth. The Master, observing intently, noted the relaxation of Qianju's expression and let out a sigh of relief. This indicated that the absorption of the soul ring had been successful. They merely awaited Qianju's awakening. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Qianju's tightly shut eyes trembled before slowly opening. Rising from the ground, he felt a significant enhancement in both his physical attributes and soul power, prompting him to exclaim, "Truly, there exists a qualitative difference between the Millennium Soul Ring and the 100-Year Soul Ring. The enhancement to my physical attributes surpasses that of the 900-Year Soul Ring I absorbed yesterday. And the soul skills. The skills attached to a Millennium Soul Ring are undoubtedly far superior to those of a 100-Year Soul Ring. Let me see what surprises your first Millennium Soul Ring technique holds for us." Hearing Qianju's sentiments, the Master interjected, "All right, let me observe." Qianju closed his eyes, attuning himself to the wolf spirit's second soul skill. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. "Master, this second soul skill is quite straightforward and forceful, and it differs somewhat from our initial expectations." In what way is it different? Is it worse or better? It appears to be quite impressive. This second soul skill is a passive one, possessing a singular effect. Those bitten by the wolf spirit will experience a 20% reduction in their physical reaction speed, lasting for 1 minute. A direct decrease of 20% in physical reaction speed? How could that be? The Master, taken aback by the effect of this soul skill, murmured to himself, "Master, isn't it true that those stung by the ink scale scorpion gradually lose their mobility? I have acquired the toxin effect of the ink scale scorpion, which reduces my opponent's reaction speed by 20%. I find that quite commendable." Qianju expressed his confusion regarding the Master's doubts. Not merely commendable, but rather exceptional. If I am not mistaken, the effect of reducing physical reaction speed may possess significant priority. Flander, why not give it a try? The master stroked his chin, appearing somewhat perplexed. A trial is a trial. What have I to fear? Xiaoju, come, let me test your wolf spirit. Flander boldly extended an arm. Certainly. Qianju replied with a smile, envisioning Flander's impending discomfort. Summoning his martial spirit, he manifested the wolf spirit. Under Qianju's command, the wolf spirit swiftly moved through the air and bit Flander's outstretched arm. However, the anticipated outcome did not unfold. It was not Flander who suffered, but rather Qianju himself. Cough, cough, cough. The backlash from the wolf spirit's soul power caused him to cough involuntarily. Oh, I forgot to dispel my protective soul power, Flander remarked, grinning at the disheveled Qianju. Coughing and hunched over, Qianju, exasperated, offered Flander an obscene gesture. He come now? This time I assure you I will remove my soul power. The wolf spirit floated back, this time applying only a gentle bite, creating a slight wound on Flander's hand that drew a drop of blood. Goodness, Xiao Gang, is it truly that painful? Flander grimaced, clutching the injured area and calling out to the master. How much pain could it possibly be? You lack even a modicum of willpower. Do check how much of Xiaoju's soul skill effect remains. Flander, exasperated, mimicked Qianju's earlier gesture towards the master. Although uncertain of its significance, it seemed to convey his emotions quite effectively. As the pain gradually subsided, Flander, assessing his condition, exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, this soul skill is quite formidable. Despite the considerable level disparity, it still retains about 5% of its effect." Still 5%? Indeed, it is significantly better, the master murmured. Master, have you made any discoveries? Qianju sensed that the master had been behaving unusually since earlier. The master glanced at Qianju and Flander, sighed, and spoke with a hint of disappointment. Sharing this with you is acceptable. Xiaoju's soul skill effect has surpassed my expectations. This ability to reduce physical reaction speed is evidently a compression of the ink scale Scorpion's toxin capacity. Although the potency of the toxin has been diminished, its activation time has been eliminated, transforming it from a gradual effect to an immediate one. Furthermore, it is evident that the priority of this toxin has significantly increased. If the ability derived solely from the venom of the ink phosphor scorpion could diminish a person's mobility to the point of suffocation, then given Xiaoju's current soul power, the toxic effect would be remarkable even against a soul king of level 50. Yet, astonishingly, Xiaoju's soul skill has demonstrated some efficacy even against someone of Master Flander's caliber, a soul sage. As Xiaoju's soul power continues to ascend, if this ability were entirely sourced from the venom of the ink phosphor scorpion, its effectiveness would undoubtedly wane over time. However, if my deductions are accurate, the potency of this ability correlates with Xiaoju's soul power level. Should Xiaoju reach the level of a soul sage, I surmise that the debilitating effect on Flandra might escalate to 20%. Is that not extraordinary? This skill is immensely powerful. Why the hesitation? Shouldn't this bring joy? Flandra could not comprehend why the master appeared so pensive. It ought to be a cause for celebration. Yet, have you all noticed the 4 soul rings Xiaoju has acquired thus far? Their capabilities are remarkably formidable. I sense that this transcends mere research. It is likely the strength of Xiaoju's martial soul that has engendered such soul skills. When we hunt for soul rings, we do not merely consider their age. We must also select suitable soul beasts. This is due to each soul beast possessing its own distinctive characteristics, with the soul skills we acquire often being intrinsically linked to these traits. However, observe Xiaoju's recent soul skill. While it indeed relates to the venom of the ink phosphor scorpion, it has been transformed to better suit the wolf spirit of Qianju, as if Xiaoju's martial soul holds disdain for the venom of the ink scorpion. The master shook his head, eyes half closed, reflecting on previous examples I am aware of. The soul skills derived from similar soul beasts of comparable ages differ vastly between the Xiantai staff and the Panlong staff. I once believed this disparity stemmed from the uniqueness of each soul beast and the inherently unpredictable nature of soul skill formation. However, it now appears that the soul skills produced by the Panlong staff are indeed more potent. This is likely due to the inherent superiority of the Panlong staff's martial soul over that of the Xiantai staff. As the master spoke, he clapped his hands together, excitement palpable in his voice. This leads us to a hypothesis. The formation of soul skills, the type and age of soul beasts are undoubtedly significant factors. Yet the essence of the absorber's martial soul also plays an enigmatic role. If I could unravel the mechanics behind this influence of martial souls, my theory on the core competitive strengths of martial souls would evolve from 10 to 11. Chapter 33, Return. 11. Wouldn't that be splendid? This provides you with an additional goal. So, what is it that still troubles you? Flandra remained perplexed by the master's earlier moment of despondency. At Flandra's inquiry, the master's earlier excitement faded away. However, This underscores the paramount importance of talent. Even if one painstakingly hunts for soul beasts of equivalent age to others, if one's martial soul is inferior, the other will invariably surpass them. If the findings of my research hold true, the implications of such revelations could lead many whose martial souls awaken poorly to abandon their aspirations entirely. Ah, talent. The master let out a deep sigh. Flender, observing his demeanor, realized that the master was once again grappling with his own martial spirit. And what of your other student, that lad Tang San? Did you not assert that even with a seemingly worthless martial spirit like blue silvergrass, he could unleash its potential beyond that of ordinary martial spirits? How do you reconcile that? Flender's inquiry left the master momentarily at a loss for words. Moreover, there were countless examples of the weak triumphing over the strong. Over the years, how many prodigious talents have been surpassed and fallen in battle by those of average aptitude? Xiao Gang, it seems you have become ensnared in your own thoughts. The master, taken aback by Flender's words, fell silent for a moment before breaking into a wry smile. Indeed, you make a valid point. I have been overly fixated. Let us set this matter aside. Xiao Ju, let us bestow a name upon your wolf spirit's second soul skill. Listening quietly from the side, Qianju immediately chimed in. How about soul severance, master? What do you think of that name? The master repeated the name thoughtfully, shaking his head in bemusement at the peculiar choice. Well, I cannot fathom your reasoning, but if soul severance pleases you, then so be it. Flender shot the master a sidelong glance. Teasing, you certainly know how to delegate. However, despite the banter, Flender promptly unleashed his cat-eagle martial spirit. All right, let us get your equipment out. Just as Qianju was filled with curiosity, the master retrieved a peculiar apparatus from his hand ring, resembling the safety harness used in bungee jumping. Noticing Qianju's inquisitive gaze, the master explained, my level is too low, and my soul power insufficient to withstand prolonged flight while being towed by Flender. Thus, I devised this device. Once secured, I merely need to use my soul power to resist the fierce winds, freeing me from the burden of sustaining my arms. As the master meticulously donned the cumbersome gear, he soon resembled a Zongzi, enveloped in oversized ropes. Qianju couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. After Flender wrapped the ropes around his right hand, he swiftly scooped Qianju into his embrace. All right, let us go. With a call, Flender took a few strides before his wings unfurled, propelling them swiftly into the sky. Thus, for the next 2 hours, Qianju reveled in the breathtaking aerial views. Fortunately, with the Qianju mask shielding him from the howling winds, he was spared the necessity of exerting soul power to fend off the gusts as the master had to. Finally, after enduring 2 hours of tempestuous winds, Flender descended with the master and Qianju at Nodding Academy. Indeed, upon reaching the rear mountain, he spotted Tang San and Xiao Wu engaged in a sparring session. Upon seeing Qianju, they both halted, beaming with enthusiasm. Jugo, though their tones differed. Their excitement was unmistakable. So how did it go? Is the soul skill you acquired formidable? Tang San approached with a smile, eagerly inquiring. Indeed, let us witness your prowess. Having ascended to the rank of a grand soul master, while both I and Xiao San have yet to break through the 20th level. Very well. Why don't you both try your hand at it? However, let it be known, Xiao San, you are not permitted to employ your hidden weapons. Agreed. Humph. Xiao San has consistently obstructed my attempts to compete with you. I am eager to see just how formidable you truly are. Xiao San, keep up. Before Tang San could utter a word, Xiao Wu had already consented and, while summoning her martial spirit, charged ahead towards Qianju. Not daring to underestimate her, Qianju promptly unleashed his martial spirit, manifesting the first soul skill of the sheep's spirit, the Qianju Bao, which coalesced in his left hand in an instant. However, due to Xiao Wu's preemptive strike, by the time the Qianju Bao was fully formed, she had already reached his side. With a swift twist of her neck, her braid ensnared Qianju's throat. Had he been facing a true adversary, Qianju would have met her assault with the Qianju Bao, and the sharp edge of the Bao would undoubtedly have rendered her braid ineffective. Yet, he could not bring himself to damage her braid, for he feared her wrath would be unbearable. Thus, he quickly evaded. However, just as he had maneuvered away, a strand of blue-silver grass surged towards him with remarkable speed. Fortunately, Qianju had already acquired the attributes of 4 soul rings. As the blue-silver grass was about to make contact, he pivoted, narrowly evading it, but an unexpected force suddenly hindered him, causing the grass to ensnare his legs. Subsequently, several thick strands of blue-silver grass erupted from beneath him, binding him tightly. This was the result of Tang San's control technique from the Xiantian Bao Lu, known as controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, combined with his first soul skill, entanglement. Hehe. Observing Qianju ensnared by Tang San, Xiao Wu swiftly approached, unwilling to miss this opportunity to strike. Just as she was about to launch her attack, Qianju hastily released his grip on the Qianju bow, which began to fall. Yet, just before it touched the ground, the bow seemed to animate, rising swiftly and slicing through the air, compelling Xiao Wu to retreat. In a flurry, the blue-silver grass that had bound Qianju snapped, falling to the ground like discarded ropes. With a swift motion, he reclaimed the Qianju bow and leaped gracefully, executing a rapid turn mid-air, loosing 2 arrows aimed at the still-placed Xiao Wu and Tang San. Tang San quickly activated the Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps, pulling the astonished Xiao Wu out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding the light arrows. The light arrows from the Qianju bow represented Qianju's primary offensive capability, honed through 2 years of rigorous training. His accuracy and speed with the bow were commendable. Within mere moments, he had begun to corner Xiao Wu perilously. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang San had no choice but to abandon his approach towards Qianju, turning to guide Xiao Wu as they dodged while gradually inching closer to him. Fortunately, Tang San's Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps rendered it difficult for Qianju to predict their movements. Otherwise, they would surely have been struck by arrows together. Chapter 34, Farewell. Qianju gazed wide-eyed at the approaching Xiao Wu, a strong desire to have the lurking wolf spirit intercept her midair. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, letting out a soft sigh as he stepped back from the tree trunk and began his descent. As he fell, Qianju glanced down to find a safe landing spot, only to be met with the sight of Tang San, who was waiting below with the Haotian hammer in hand. His gaze fixed intensely on Qianju as he prepared to strike. Goodness, that devious Tang San is using Xiao Wu as bait. In an instant, Qianju deduced Tang San's intentions. Earlier, when Tang San had tossed Xiao Wu towards him, he had no genuine hope that she would reach him safely. He was well aware that the wolf spirit was lurking nearby, and yet Tang San dared to throw Xiao Wu into the fray, fully confident that Qianju would not allow her to come to harm. This was merely a ruse to ambush him while he was distracted by Xiao Wu. Ugh, what a cunning schemer. After mentally berating Tang San, Qianju observed him lying in wait and swiftly pulled his right hand to the side. He activated his agility, halting mid-air, then propelled himself off the wolf spirit, gracefully maneuvering over Tang San and landing a short distance behind him, evading the ambush. However, this time, Qianju did not seek to increase the distance. Instead, he beckoned Tang San with a curl of his fingers, inviting him to attack. He wished to test the limits of his own close combat capabilities against Tang San. In terms of combat techniques, Qianju could not match Tang San. The skills passed down from the Tang sect had been honed through countless trials, while Qianju's techniques were derived from personal contemplation and experiences gained over the past 2 years battling soul beasts. As anticipated, after exchanging several blows with Tang San, despite having superior physical attributes, Qianju found that Tang San consistently evaded capture through his skillful maneuvers. Tang San's resilience thwarted Qianju's attempts to subdue him promptly, granting Xiao Wu the opportunity to join the fray. After dodging Qianju's attacks twice, Xiao Wu grew somewhat displeased. Upon landing on a branch, she quickly leaped down, charging towards Qianju and Tang San. Now, Qianju found it impossible to create distance. Entangled with Tang San, separation was no easy feat. Although he understood that facing both Tang San and Xiao Wu would leave him outnumbered, he remained undaunted, eager to explore the extent of his capabilities. Once Xiao Wu entered the battle, the situation unfolded as Qianju had anticipated. He swiftly transitioned from pressuring Tang San to a defensive stance, as Tang San's techniques combined seamlessly with Xiao Wu's agile skills. Moreover, Qianju was reluctant to unleash the full power of the Qianju Bao and the wolf spirit. The outcome was inevitable. Bang. Thud. Ouch. After enduring a barrage of punches and kicks from the duo, Qianju was sent crashing against the tree trunk by Xiao Wu's final strike. Oh dear, are you trying to kill me? Qianju groaned as he leaned against the tree, slowly rising and cautiously testing his strained body. Fortunately, he had minimized his weight during the fall, sparing him from the full force of Xiao Wu's devastating finishing move. At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu realized they had struck a bit too hard and hurried over to assess Qianju's injuries. Upon discovering that he had merely sustained minor abrasions, Xiao Wu could not help but playfully slap Qianju's arm, exclaiming, "Haha, Brother Ju, you possess great potential as a punching bag. What an exhilarating workout today. We should engage in more of these exchanges in the future." With a stern expression, Qianju gazed at Xiao Wu and retorted, "Humph, exchanges you say? It seems you've forgotten my signature move, pain in the backside." As he spoke, Qianju clenched his left hand around his right, extending his right hand in a sword-like gesture, pointing directly at Xiao Wu. "Ah!" Xiao Wu gasped in alarm at the mention of the move, darting behind Tang San for protection. Her reaction was not unwarranted, as Qianju had employed this technique to subdue numerous opponents over the past 2 years. In fact, within the confines of Nodding Academy, few dared to challenge him. Ouch! Tang San stumbled back, holding his backside while casting a resentful glance at Qianju. Brother Ju. The look of grievance in his eyes made Qianju feel a twinge of embarrassment. However, recalling how forcefully the two had just struck him, he straightened his posture and declared with a sense of righteousness. Well, you two were quite forceful just now. Humph, consider this a keepsake. I must take my leave now. Leave? Where to? Tang San inquired, perplexed. He had never imagined that Qianju would depart, especially since Qianju's home was here, and they had lived together for over 2 years without separation. I am bound for Shrek Academy. This place can no longer facilitate significant growth in my abilities. So my teacher has arranged for me to advance to a more formidable academy for my training. Shrek Academy, Tang San echoed thoughtfully. Rest assured, once you graduate, you will also come. After all, you are both extraordinary, and Shrek Academy is renowned for nurturing talents like you. Furthermore, I have already met the principal of Shrek Academy, and he assisted me in obtaining this soul ring, which belongs to a soul sage of level 76. Oofed, you are the real monster. I have no intention of going there. What is so impressive about a soul sage? Xiao Wu replied, visibly displeased at being compared to a monster. Soul sage? Our principal is only a soul master of level 40, yet he is undeniably powerful, Tang San remarked in astonishment. Indeed, so strive hard. I hope by the time you arrive, you won't be too far behind me, Qianju said with a pat on Tang San's shoulder and a smile. Having relied on you for sustenance all this time, it seems the tables will soon turn. All right, continue your training. I shall take my leave now. Try not to miss me too much. Qianju embraced both Tang San and Xiao Wu briefly before turning and soaring away. Yes, he flew away. With the lightness technique and wolf spirit, Qianju could achieve brief low-altitude flight. Although he had the ability before, the weight of the wolf spirit had significantly hindered his speed. Now, thanks to the lightness technique and the attributes of his 4 soul rings, he could truly be considered to be flying. Wow, Xiao San, Brother Ju can actually fly, Xiao Wu exclaimed, tugging at Tang San in an attempt to chase after Qianju. But Tang San held her back. All right, Xiao Wu. Brother Ju chose to leave this way because he doesn't want us to see him off. That's fine. There are still 4 years until graduation. We cannot afford to fall too far behind. If we cannot even keep pace, surpassing him will be even more impossible. Let us continue, Xiao Wu. After motivating himself, Tang San took Xiao Wu's hand and plunged once again into the rigorous training. Chapter 35, Shrek Academy. Qianju gazed at the building before him, rendered speechless. How could an academy established by a group of soul emperors and soul saints be in such disarray? The living conditions were even worse than those he experienced at the Nodding Soul Master Academy. Director Flanders, may I inquire as to how our school generates revenue? Qianju turned to Flanders, who had escorted him to the dormitory. Our goal is to cultivate outstanding soul masters, not to amass wealth. The academy does not engage in such practices, Flanders replied with righteous indignation. Qianju rolled his eyes. Do the students not need to eat? Do the teachers not require sustenance? Does training not incur expenses? Is this village owned by our academy? Qianju's relentless barrage of questions left Flanders momentarily at a loss for words. I do sell a few items from time to time, which occasionally brings in some income, Flanders said weakly. It was quite remarkable for a soul saint to be cornered financially in such a manner. Never mind. Director, you may attend to your affairs, Qianju said, shaking his head as he entered the room and placed his bedding on an empty bed. All right, take some time to familiarize yourself with your surroundings. There are 2 other students residing next door. Once their training concludes, you will have the opportunity to meet them. Make sure to engage well. And we will gather at the playground early tomorrow morning, Flanders instructed before hastily exiting the room as if fleeing. Rubbing his scruffy beard, Flanders pondered whether he should take personal revenge the following morning. Ultimately, he shook his head. The real issue was that Qianju had struck a nerve regarding their academy's financial struggles, which explained his uncharacteristic reaction. It all comes down to money, Flanders sighed. Were it not for financial constraints, he would not have resorted to selling his lifelong collection, particularly since some of the items held unknown significance. With another sigh, Flanders summoned his martial spirit and took flight towards Sodto City, hoping someone might purchase a piece from his collection. After arranging his bed, Qianju stepped outside to explore Shrek Academy. Rather than a traditional academy, it resembled a small village, or rather, it was situated within the confines of a village. The academy had enclosed the area with a fence, delineating the school's boundaries. After all, the students were soul masters. Erecting an actual wall would be futile, and none among them would attempt to scale it to escape. As Qianju wandered around, he observed that although Shrek Academy appeared dilapidated, it was evident that Flanders and his colleagues had exerted considerable effort in its management. Notably, the playground was quite expansive, though merely covered with gravel and soil. The ground was remarkably compacted. whether it was due to Zhao Wujia's gravity-enhancing steps or not. Qianju discovered that even his Qianju bow could only create a minuscule hole when he shot his light arrows. In addition to the playground and dormitories, the academy boasts a canteen, classrooms, and faculty residences among its modest structures. Although these buildings are small, the limited number of individuals within the academy lends a sense of completeness to the establishment. Time spent in cultivation seems to pass swiftly, and before long, Qianju heard the voices of two individuals outside. He hastily ceased his training, tidied up, and stepped outside. The sound of the door opening naturally drew the attention of the two individuals outside, who turned to see Qianju, younger than themselves. They immediately realized that a new companion had arrived. The slightly older boy stepped forward, approached Qianju, and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, my name is Dai Mubai. Are you a new student at the academy?" Qianju observed the boy before him. At 11 years of age, Dai Mubai had yet to reach the impressive stature he would attain 4 years hence, yet the peculiar duality of his eyes imparted an air of intrigue about him. Qianju, undeterred by Dai Mubai's presence, reciprocated with an introduction. "Greetings, I am Qianju. Dean Fu just brought me here today. I am Oscar. With you joining us, we finally have 3 students in the academy, which will certainly liven things up," Oscar interjected, stepping forward to shake Qianju's hand. "Haha. Our school only admits monsters, so it's no wonder that the numbers are few," Qianju replied with a smile. "By the way, I think I will call you a Ju from now on. Are you a Battle Soul Master or a Support Type Soul Master?" "I am a level 26 Attack Type Battle Soul Master." Dai Mubai, being quite straightforward, wasted no time in inquiring about Qianju's soul power. "Well, I suppose I belong to the Agile Attack category, with a soul power of approximately level 23, Qianju responded. "Haha, great. At last, a Battle Soul Master has arrived. You have no idea how lonely it has been here, being the only Battle Soul Master without anyone my age to spar with. It has been quite unbearable. Let us not wait. Let us have a match right now. Your soul power is slightly lower than mine. So how about you and Oscar team up against me?" Dai Mubai exclaimed, enthusiastically wrapping an arm around Qianju's shoulder. He was eager for a battle, not only to satisfy his competitive spirit, but also to gauge the abilities of this new companion. "A Jew, how old are you? I can't believe you already possess level 23 soul power," Oscar remarked, noting the surprisingly high level of Qianju's soul power, which contrasted sharply with his own, as he had yet to reach level 20 despite appearing older than Qianju. "I'm 9 years old. I should be younger than both of you," Qianju replied. "You're only 9 and already have level 23 soul power," Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment. He had always believed he was the fastest in his training, only to find this younger boy, with soul power just 3 levels below his own, was 2 years his junior. His curiosity was piqued even further. "Indeed, a true prodigy. Let us go. We must have a sparring session right away," Dai Mubai exclaimed, eagerly pulling Qianju towards the academy's playground. Qianju offered no resistance. He too wished to test his mettle against Dai Mubai and ascertain who among them possessed greater prowess. The trio arrived at the training ground, where Dai Mubai positioned himself opposite Qianju and unleashed his martial spirit. A surge of pale light erupted from Dai Mubai, his arms extending as his muscles swelled, straining against his garments, while the bones throughout his body emitted a series of cracking sounds. Simultaneously, his hands underwent a remarkable transformation, as white fur gradually enveloped his palms, and as his fingers moved, sharp claws flickered into view, glinting with a ghostly sheen. Strangely, his golden locks, in tandem with the expanding radiance, transformed into a snowy white, save for a few solitary strands of black that remained in the center. Unbeknownst to him, 2 yellow soul rings had quietly begun to revolve beneath his feet. Observing Dai Mubai's formidable presence, Qianju felt a long-forgotten tension arise within him. During his time at Nuoding Academy, the only opponents capable of engaging him were Tang San and Xiao Wu, yet their familiarity rendered it impossible for them to fight with their full strength. The soul beasts of the soul-hunting forest were even less of a challenge, as their millennia of existence meant they fought primarily on instinct, leaving Qianju largely unchallenged. Thus, he had seldom encountered a scenario where he was compelled to exert himself fully. Now, facing Dai Mubai, he anticipated a worthy adversary. Eager to discover whether this captain of the original Shrek's 7 Devils could provide him with the pressure he sought, as he summoned his martial spirit, embodying the essence of the sheep and concealing the wolf spirit, the Qianju mask materialized, 2 wisps of ethereal flames replacing his eyes, with matching yellow soul rings swirling beneath him. If Dai Mubai's martial spirit exuded an aura of valor and dominance, then Qianju's release manifested an ancient and enigmatic presence. Dai Mubai, witnessing the impressive emergence of Qianju, felt a surge of intense battle fervor ignite within him. Dai Mubai, martial spirit, white tiger. Level 26 Assault System Soul Master. I await your guidance, he declared amidst his imposing aura, signifying the commencement of their challenge. Qianju, Martial Spirit. Qianju. Level 23 Agility System Soul Master. I welcome your instruction. Meanwhile, Oscar discreetly withdrew to the sidelines. Recognizing that their new companion was not to be trifled with and had no intention of utilizing his support, he resolved to observe the unfolding spectacle instead. With Oscar positioned away, the duel between Dai Mubai and Qianju commenced. As the battle began, Dai Mubai let out a fierce roar and swiftly charged towards Qianju. In the contest of assault versus agility, the former typically held the upper hand, and Dai Mubai was determined not to allow Qianju to create distance. Propelling himself forward, his powerful form closed in on Qianju, his left hand extending in a probing attack, eager to gauge Qianju's reaction and prepare for subsequent maneuvers. He anticipated that Qianju would employ evasive tactics such as retreating or sidestepping to dodge his assault, having already devised a sequence of follow-up attacks in his mind. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen event transpired. Qianju did not flinch or evade. Instead, he boldly extended his right hand to block the strike aimed at his wrist. With a top-tier offensive martial spirit, how could he, a sensitive attack-type soul master, dare to directly confront such an assault? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Dai Mubai instinctively weakened his grip, realizing he did not wish to harm his newly acquired comrade. The outcome was predictable. Qianju effortlessly withstood Dai Mubai's attack. After successfully blocking it, he swiftly twisted his wrist and seized Dai Mubai's outstretched left hand, using his strength to fling him away. Oscar, observing from a distance, gaped in astonishment. He never imagined that Dai Mubai would be so easily cast aside in a confrontation with his peers. Such scenarios had previously only occurred during sparring sessions with the two deans. Dai, you must show some true prowess. This tentative strike is futile. Dai Mubai, momentarily bewildered, managed to stabilize himself mid-air and land gracefully, suffering no injuries. With a mixture of confusion and anger, he inquired, "Aren't you a sensitive attack-type soul master? How can your strength surpass mine?" Doubts began to creep in regarding Qianju's earlier claims. Indeed, with the enhancements from 4 soul rings, including a Millennium Soul Ring, Qianju had surpassed most 30-level soul venerates in terms of physical attributes. Presently, Dai Mubai was merely at level 26 and had yet to acquire a Millennium Soul Ring. In terms of sheer strength, he might not even compare to Tang San at this moment, let alone Qianju. Regardless of whether Dai Mubai heard him, Qianju raised the Qianju bow and unleashed 2 luminous arrows toward him. Aware of the imminent counterattack, Dai Mubai did not retreat, but assumed a stance to brace himself for the incoming assault. However, to his astonishment, as he prepared, he was met with 2 radiant arrows. He swiftly dodged, only to realize that Qianju wielded an unusual weapon, a bow. This lad was indeed a sensitive attack-type soul master. With little time to ponder further, having evaded the 2 arrows, Dai Mubai recognized that remaining passive was not an option. He needed to close the distance to Qianju. Even if Qianju's strength surpassed his own, engaging in close combat offered his only chance of victory. Otherwise, he would inevitably lose. Thus, during Qianju's subsequent attacks, Dai Mubai exerted 120% of his strength, not only evading the arrows but also seizing the opportunity to advance closer to Qianju amidst the intervals of his strikes. However, as Dai Mubai approached, Qianju was equally astute, analyzing Dai Mubai's evasion patterns and laying traps. Sure enough, just as Dai Mubai habitually sidestepped to the right, evading yet another luminous arrow, a shimmering greenish arrow was preemptively shot toward his evasion path. By the time he noticed the arrow, there was no time left to evade. White Tiger Shield. Dai Mubai let out a roar as he unleashed his first soul skill. This ability significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities for a brief moment, enveloping him in a luminous shield that absorbed a portion of the incoming damage. The light arrow exploded against his body, causing him to stagger momentarily, barely maintaining his balance. The attack power of the light arrow, shot by Qianju, was influenced by his soul power and attributes, augmented by 300-year and 1,000-year soul rings, nearly breaching Dai Mubai's White Tiger barrier. However, nearly signifies a narrow escape, although the secondary soul skill, by Tong, diminished Dai Mubai's soul power by 1/10. It regrettably did not enhance the arrow's offensive strength, allowing the White Tiger barrier to withstand Qianju's assault. Upon realizing that the light arrow could not penetrate his protective barrier, Dai Mubai channeled his soul power to replenish the barrier's energy, using its fleeting duration to withstand another light arrow before charging towards Qianju. Noticing Dai Mubai's approach, Qianju made no other move but lowered his raised Qianju bow, crouching down to gather strength, preparing for a close encounter. In truth, Qianju was already showing leniency. If he desired to create distance, Dai Mubai would be utterly incapable of stopping him. And he had yet to summon his waiting wolf spirit. Qianzhu had no intention of employing the wolf spirit in a competition against his companions, whether it be Tang San, Xiao Wu, or Dai Mubai, as they were destined to become allies in the future. While he had never personally experienced the pain enhanced by the wolf spirit, he had witnessed its decisive impact during every hunt for soul beasts, never failing to disappoint him. Thus, he could imagine the excruciating agony one would endure from the wolf spirit's assault. However, even without the wolf spirit, Qianzhu's advantages were overwhelming. His Qianzhu martial soul, though it did not grant him the explosive enhancements akin to Tang San in later stages, still conferred a tremendous edge over soul masters of equal rank, boasting the significant advantage of a dual-ringed soul skill. This was not merely a matter of doubling attributes. It involved the absorption of superior years and the enhancement from the 1,000-year soul ring, compounded by the benefits of soul bones. This enabled Qianzhu to contend head-on with top-tier beast martial souls like Dai Mubai's. At this moment, Dai Mubai was exhilarated by his successful approach. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was not the time for celebration. Qianzhu's strength surpassed his own, compelling him to avoid a direct comparison of raw power and instead rely on skill to outmaneuver Qianzhu. With this thought in mind, Dai Mubai initiated his attack, his exceptional combat talent allowing him to translate his intentions into action. He extended his hand, executing the Black Tiger Digging Heart move towards Qianzhu, exerting only half of his strength, fully cognizant that this strike would not succeed. The significance lay in the subsequent transformation of his attack. As anticipated, when Dai Mubai reached out, Qianzhu merely waved his left hand, deflecting Dai Mubai's arm with the Qianzhu bow, causing him to lose his footing momentarily. Nevertheless, he remained composed, foreseeing this outcome. With a swift motion, he pivoted and unleashed a powerful kick. Just as Qianzhu had deflected Dai Mubai's grasp, he found himself confronted with the retaliatory kick, compelling him to promptly extend his right foot in response. Unbeknownst to many, this was precisely the scenario that Dai Mubai sought to orchestrate. In an instant, his second spirit ring glowed brightly, and at that very moment, he pivoted, unleashing a sphere of milky white light from his mouth. It was none other than his second spirit skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. The telltale sign of this ability was cleverly masked by his turn, allowing Qianzhu to react only as the sphere approached his chest, prompting him to evade. Yet, the meticulously crafted situation by Dai Mubai was not so easily escaped. The velocity of the White Tiger's Radiant Wave was astounding, leaving Qianzhu with no means of avoidance. Dai Mubai had even intentionally reduced the output of his spirit power, ensuring that, despite being struck by this skill, Qianzhu would not suffer grievous harm. Oscar stood nearby, confident that with his healing sausage, Qianzhu would be fully restored after a couple of days of rest. With a resounding boom, the light sphere detonated against Qianzhu's chest, a blaze of brilliance erupting instantaneously, causing both Dai Mubai and Oscar to instinctively shut their eyes and turn away. Chapter 37, Sodto City. The radiance appeared with great swiftness and dissipated just as quickly, lasting only 2 or 3 seconds before it began to fade. I possess a grand sausage. At the moment of turning, Oscar loudly recited his spirit incantation, activating his first spirit skill, and a steaming sausage materialized in his hand. As the brilliance dimmed, becoming less blinding, he sprinted toward the two. What is Dai Mubai thinking, daring to unleash his second spirit skill at such close range? What if something were to go awry? Oscar rushed forward, his heart heavy with concern, but after only a few steps, he came to a halt, frozen in place. Dai Mubai had lost. The light had now fully dissipated, yet what Oscar beheld was Qianzhu, bent at the waist, standing beside Dai Mubai, coughing incessantly while holding his bow horizontally against Dai Mubai's neck. Dai Mubai was somewhat bewildered. He could not fathom how Qianzhu had evaded his White Tiger's Radiant Wave. For aside from his coughing, Qianzhu appeared to be in excellent condition, entirely unlike someone who had just endured a direct hit from his second spirit skill. Aju, are you injured? I have healing sausages. Would you care for one? Oscar inquired cautiously. Qianzhu, still channeling his martial spirit, concealed his expression behind his mask, leaving Oscar to gaze into the eerie, glowing eyes of the mask with an inexplicable sense of tension. Of course, I would, came the reply. In that final moment, with no means of escape, he had summoned his wolf spirit, using its mask to shield his chest. However, Dai Mubai's White Tiger's Radiant Wave was not a convergent attack. It resembled Qianzhu's light arrows, characterized by explosive, localized damage. Upon colliding with the wolf spirit, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave had detonated, its scattered force inflicting significant harm upon the wolf spirit. This backlash caused a surge of spirit power within Qianzhu, resulting in the earlier scene of his relentless coughing. After the explosion of the White Tiger's blazing light wave, Qianzhu, equipped with the Thousand Ju mask, was impervious to the intense light due to the Eye of Flame's filtration. Seizing the moment while Dai Mubai turned to evade the blinding glare, he stealthily approached his side, positioning the Thousand Ju bow against his neck and triumphing in their duel. After consuming a few sausages, Qianju took a couple of deep breaths, feeling his vitality restored. Indeed, Dai Mubai, whose soul power surpassed his by 3 levels, had surprisingly lost to him. Oscar chuckled in agreement nearby. Is your martial soul that mask? Such masks typically enhance mental fortitude. How is your strength greater than mine? Dai Mubai inquired, bewildered. It is not the mask. My martial soul is a beast martial soul called Thousand Ju, quite reminiscent of my name. Qianju replied, releasing his sheep spirit and lifting the concealment of Thousand Ju, revealing the ethereal image of the sheep spirit to Dai Mubai and Oscar. Thousand Ju martial soul, sheep, Dai Mubai murmured, racking his brain for any recollection of such a martial soul, but found none. Yet, he understood that it must be a more formidable beast martial soul than his white tiger. Qianju had mentioned being an agile attack-type soul master, yet his strength already eclipsed Dai Mubai's. The swiftness evident in his final strike suggested he was undoubtedly faster, and his defensive capabilities appeared formidable as well. He had endured a direct hit from the white tiger's blazing light wave, suffering merely a backlash of soul power. I must strive harder, Dai Mubai resolved internally. Setting a goal for himself, he turned his gaze to Qianju and Oscar, stating, indeed, it is the immovable king, Zhao Wujia. If Nodding City resembles a town from a previous life, then Sodto City can truly be considered a metropolis. Its vibrancy rivals that of several cities from my past life. The Shrek Academy was not far from Sodto City. Qianju accompanied Dai Mubai and Oscar, engaging in conversation as they traversed the city, which took merely about 20 minutes. When Qianju first arrived, he had flown in with Flander, thus only glimpsing Sodto City from the air. Now, entering the city, the enchanting scene of the night market, illuminated by countless lanterns and bustling with red-sleeved patrons, instantly captivated him. Eagerly glancing around, Qianju was overwhelmed by the array of Sodto City's specialties and trinkets lining the streets. Observing his curious demeanor, Dai Mubai grinned and said, let us dine first. Afterward, we can explore. The night market in Sodto City will remain lively until the early hours, so we have ample time. With that, Dai Mubai led Qianju into a restaurant. Although merely 11 years old, Dai Mubai had grown tall, nearing 1.7 meters, and commanded respect, ensuring that no one underestimated them. Following Dai Mubai's instructions, the waiter guided them to a private room. Dai Mubai picked up the menu and ordered dompa pork before passing the menu to Qianju. Today, I shall treat you. Feel free to choose whatever you desire and order generously. The 3 individuals, all soul masters, possessed appetites that defied common understanding. After an exhaustive day of training, both Dai Mubai and Oscar found their stomachs utterly empty. Consequently, the trio ordered an impressive array of 6 dishes, indulging in a hearty feast. Chapter 38, The Soul Arena. Once satiated, the 3 ventured into the bustling city of Sodto. Although all 3 were men, it was Qianju's inaugural visit to Sodto City, and he marveled at many sights. Dai Mubai and Oscar, acting as his guides, enthusiastically introduced him to the local customs and culture. As they strolled, they arrived before a colossal structure reminiscent of a grand stadium from a past life, yet far more majestic. The air resonated with the roaring cheers of countless spectators within. Qianju had spotted this edifice earlier, astonished to discover such a magnificent construction in Sodto City. The architectural style bore a striking resemblance to the towering buildings of his previous life. This was the Sodto Great Soul Arena, a venue exclusive to major cities like Sodto. As the name suggests, it was a battleground for soul masters. We can take a look inside, but to participate, we must await the Academy's arrangements. Rest assured, the Soul Arena is the finest place to enhance practical experience. We certainly won't miss this opportunity, explained Dai Mubai, noting Qianju's interest in the arena. He himself had longed to engage in the arena, but recalled the dean's admonition that they could not participate without permission from the Academy. Don't worry. Once your soul power reaches level 29, I will ensure you can partake in the Soul Arena. This will be part of your graduation assessment, and at that time, there will be no escaping it. Just as Dai Mubai was elaborating to Qianju, a gravelly voice interjected from the side. It was Flinder, approaching in his ample robe. Are you all so idle that you neglect your soul power training and wander the streets instead? Dai Mubai replied somewhat timidly. He and Oscar exchanged glances, sharing an expression of exasperation. However, at that moment, Qianju stepped forward and called out to Flinder. Dean Flinder. Qianju tugged at his robe, signaling that he had something to discuss. What do you want, young man? Flinder looked down at him, as Qianju barely surpassed 1.50 meters in height, necessitating Flinder to bend slightly. Dean, how do you perceive my strength within the Great Soul Master tier? Qianzhu inquired with a hint of mystery. Should be quite formidable. Flinder replied, furrowing his brow in uncertainty. He had witnessed Qianzhu in action only once, during the hunt for the green-bag beast. This afternoon's battle with Dai Mubai had transpired while he was tending to the shop in Sodto City, and he had not observed it. However, based on that singular encounter and Qianzhu's demeanor, Flinder deduced that his combat intelligence and practical experience must be commendable. Coupled with Qianzhu's unparalleled martial soul and the unique attributes bestowed by his 4 soul rings, it was unlikely anyone at the same level could surpass him. Wait a moment, invincible at the same tier? Flinder's eyes widened suddenly, as if a revelation struck him. Dean, isn't our academy in need of funding? The Soul Arena undoubtedly has its share of peripheral betting schemes, does it not? If you allow me to participate, I assure you that I will secure a bountiful victory for you. What do you think? Flinder considered the feasibility of this proposition as he gazed at Qianzhu. He currently refrained from allowing Dai Mubai and Qianzhu to partake in the Soul Arena for 2 reasons. Firstly, due to their tender age, as the Soul Masters who thrive in the arena are seasoned veterans, and he feared they might suffer losses. Secondly, he worried that entering the arena might lead to an initial defeat, dampening their spirits. He hoped for a favorable commencement for them. Hence his insistence that they only enter once their soul power reaches the 29th level. Given the exceptional talent of Shrek Academy's students, achieving the maximum level at their current rank would virtually guarantee their success. However, Qianzhu had already become nearly invincible at his level, alleviating concerns of discouragement, leaving only the potential for underhanded tactics from opponents to consider. I can allow you to give it a try, Flanders said, his expression turning serious as he regarded Qianzhu. However, I have stipulations. Until I grant my approval, you are not permitted to participate in the Soul Arena on your own accord. You must have me present at all times. Mubai, you too. Flander articulated his conditions, ensuring his presence would minimize the risk of mishaps. Understood, Dean, Qianzhu readily agreed, recognizing that Flander's intentions were rooted in their safety. Very well, let us proceed. Today, you shall witness the Soul Arena, where countless soul masters vie for glory. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, one is immediately struck by a colossal stone tablet inscribed with a multitude of names. These names belong to those who have met their demise in battle. The Soul Arena is not a place of virtue. It is fraught with peril alongside its prestige. Since its inception, countless individuals have risen to fame, while tenfold have returned in disgrace. The triumph of one often comes at the expense of many, as numerous soul masters have served as stepping stones for others' success. Each month, thousands register at the Soul Arena, yet nearly half of them vanish after a few bouts, either succumbing to death or crippling injuries, or being so battered by successive failures that they abandon this sorrowful place. Thus, Flander insists that only those who have attained the 29th level of soul power may enter. Dean Flander, Qianzhu extended his hand toward Flander. What are you doing? Are you asking me for money to register? Don't you have any of your own? Where does your monthly allowance go? Flander exclaimed, startled by Qianzhu's gesture, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I have no money. Since awakening my martial soul, I have yet to update my soul power level at the martial soul hall. Qianzhu feigned innocence. Then borrow from that lad. Dai Mubai? Why are you coming to me? Flander responded, exasperated. Why should I borrow? I am here to earn money for the academy. Naturally, I should request it from the institution itself, not borrow. Qianzhu looked at Flander, his eyes brimming with confusion. Flander, taken aback by Qianzhu's bewildered expression, found himself at a loss for words. Dai Mubai looked on in astonishment, marveling that this young brother could extract 10 gold coins from the notoriously frugal Dean Flander, truly a revelation for him. The Soul Arena comprises 3 distinct forms of combat: wager battles, duels, and life-or-death confrontations. The most prevalent form of competition is the Soul Duel, where 2 soul masters of comparable strength are drawn to engage in combat. Those who participate in such duels are primarily motivated by wealth and honor, with a minority seeking to hone their skills. Consequently, this format of combat boasts the lowest injury rate. In contrast, gambling duels and life-and-death battles lean more towards the personal. Both require the parties involved to sign a letter of intent. A loss in a gambling duel results in the forfeiture of all stakes, while a defeat in a life-and-death battle leads to the loss of one's life. On the matter of titles, Dai Mubai has adopted the moniker of the evil Eye White Tiger, while Qianzhu, after considerable contemplation, has chosen to embrace the title of Eternal Hunters, inspired by a character from his past life in League of Legends. This choice serves as a nostalgic homage to his previous existence. During registration, the two also underwent a soul power assessment, a necessary procedure. It was the first time Qianzhu accurately discerned his soul power level following his martial soul awakening, confirming his estimation of being at the 23rd rank. Shortly thereafter, the results of the soul duel rankings were announced. As they had registered together, Both were assigned to the 16th Soul Arena, with Dai Mubai designated as number 14 and Qianzhu as number 18, their positions not being too far apart. Upon completion of the registration, Flender escorted them to the entrance of the resting area for the 16th arena. The soul duels unfold rapidly. The slowest battles last 10 minutes, while the swiftest may conclude in mere seconds. Before long, it would be their turn. After the upcoming one-on-one duel concludes, they were to register for a 2-on-2 team battle, naming their duo as they please, with hopes for a commendable start. Lastly, Flender emphasized the utmost importance of their safety, sternly instructing, should your lives be in peril, concede immediately. Do you understand? Understood. Qianzhu and Dai Mubai responded in unison. I shall be watching from the sidelines, Flender declared before departing with Oscar. As Qianzhu and Dai Mubai observed Flender and Oscar vanish into the crowd, they exchanged a knowing smile and stepped into the resting area of the 16th arena. Chapter 39, The First Battle. The resting area of the Sodto Great Soul Arena consists of several rooms equipped with restrooms, each approximately 100 square meters in size. Inside, rows of seating are arranged against the walls, where numerous soul masters either cultivate their skills, meditate, or engage in various personal activities, all aimed at optimizing their conditions for the impending duel. Qianzhu and Dai Mubai casually selected a resting area and entered. Their youthful appearances naturally attracted the attention of many soul masters within the room, while Dai Mubai, despite his youthful countenance, retained a height that lent him an air of maturity. Qianzhu appeared distinctly childlike. Those who frequent the soul arena are by no means foolish. The minimum requirement for participation is the rank of Grand Soul Master. Being present in this room signifies that one has attained such a level, and achieving the rank of Grand Soul Master at such a tender age speaks volumes about the strength of their martial souls and innate talents. The myriad soul masters quietly etched the names of Qianzhu and Dai Mubai into their memories, preparing to observe their impending duel closely, ensuring they would be well prepared for future encounters. Indeed, while waiting in their chambers, soul masters had the option to either rest or utilize an alternate exit to approach the arena, allowing them to witness the battles up close without the burden of ticket fees, a small benefit for the combatants. However, Qianzhu and Dai Mubai, at present, had little interest in spectating. Instead, they found 2 vacant seats nearby and began their discussion. Boss Dai, what do you think we should name our duo for the upcoming match? Qianzhu whispered to Dai Mubai. What about the Tiger King duo? The King of Tigers. Dai Mubai responded with enthusiasm. Tiger King? That sounds rather kitsch. How about we call ourselves the Jade White duo instead? Qianzhu remarked, feeling the name was too commonplace. Jade White. It feels fragile, as if it would shatter upon contact, Dai Mubai replied, expressing his discontent. Then, how about the Amber duo? Qianzhu suggested suddenly. Although the names of the White Tiger and Wang in Douluo Continent differ from their Chinese characters, the term Amber still comprises the same 3 characters, prompting Dai Mubai to grasp Qianzhu's intent immediately. Ah, that name is quite appealing. Let us go with it, Amber Duo. It has a nice ring to it. Dai Mubai exclaimed. Indeed, right? Qianzhu chuckled. Time slipped by as the two engaged in their conversation, while the arena staff repeatedly entered to call the next competitors. Competitor number 14, please proceed to the preparation area. Competitor number 14, please proceed to the preparation area. At last, the staff summoned competitor 14. Let us go together. I'll watch your duel from below. You must win handsomely, Boss Dai. Qianzhu encouraged Dai Mubai. Rest assured, I will certainly dazzle you, Dai Mubai replied confidently, flashing a smile before following the staff out. Qianzhu also exited through another passage to the arena below. On the arena stage, a young man clad in a tailcoat stood at the center, clearing his throat before announcing, Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the 14th match of our 16 Soul Arena's one-on-one battles. Entering the arena are 2 formidable soul masters, the newcomer with the beast martial soul, the White Tiger, battling against another newcomer with the weapon martial soul, the Flame Spear. This match showcases the clash between beast and weapon martial souls. Will our White Tiger soul master shred his adversary with his lethal claws, or can our Flame Spear soul master pierce through his opponent with his fiery weapon? Let us await the outcome. Now, may I invite both soul masters to the stage? As the host fervently introduced the contenders, an excited uproar erupted from the audience. The 16 Soul Arena was not overly crowded, with perhaps a few hundred spectators present. While battles between soul masters of over level 20 may not be exceedingly intense, the clash of beast and weapon martial souls piqued the audience's interest. Following the introduction, Dai Mubai and the other young competitor ascended the stage. The young man appeared to be only slightly older than Dai Mubai, perhaps around 15 or 16 years of age, with a strikingly handsome visage. It is evident that both competitors are remarkably youthful, truly embodiments of genius, and we hope they will deliver a riveting match for us. Now, unleash your martial souls. As Dai Mubai gazed at his opponent, a young man named Gunfire, a fierce determination shone in his eyes. Their shared youth signified that both had come here with the intent to sharpen their skills, which was precisely the type of adversary he had hoped to encounter. Upon releasing his martial soul, Dai Mubai's muscles surged, his golden hair turned white, his hands enlarged, and he grew in stature. Two yellow soul rings materializing beneath him and slowly revolving. His imposing transformation instantly sparked gasps of astonishment from the spectators. I hope you can provide me with some pressure, Dai Mubai remarked, his gaze intensely fixed on Gunfire. Perhaps the pressure will be so great that you cannot endure it, Gunfire retorted defiantly, meeting Dai Mubai's stare. As they spoke, two yellow soul rings emerged beneath him as well. With a swift motion, he conjured a flame that elongated and vanished, transforming into a long spear in his grasp. The spear measured 7 feet in length, its entirety a fiery red, with the tip protruding like a flame, exuding an intense heat merely by sight. After performing a flourish with the spear, Gunfire angled it menacingly towards Dai Mubai. The two ceased their conversation, focusing entirely on one another, seeking vulnerabilities while contemplating their impending strategies. Ding! The bell signifying the commencement of the match rang out, and both surged towards each other simultaneously. As both were melee-focused combat soul masters, close-quarters combat was inevitable. As the distance between them diminished, the audience seemed to be enveloped by a palpable tension, holding their breath in anticipation of the clash. Whoosh! At last, they reached a striking distance. Gunfire, leveraging the advantage of his spear's reach, thrust it towards Dai Mubai's chest with alarming speed. The air whistled as the spear sliced through it. However, despite the rapid approach, Dai Mubai, prepared for the attack, merely sidestepped, allowing the flaming spear to graze past him, the heat distorting the air before his eyes. With equal resolve, Dai Mubai countered, lowering his stance and twisting his waist, delivering a powerful punch towards Gunfire's chest, accompanied by a similar whoosh of air. Bang! Gunfire, placing his left hand on the spear's tail, positioned it vertically before him, successfully deflecting Dai Mubai's fierce blow. Not pursuing the attack further, Dai Mubai inspected his fist, noting a singed mark upon it, evidence of his hair being scorched. This brief contact had incinerated the hair on his hand, a testament to the intense heat of the flaming spear. Gunfire rubbed his chest, noticing Dai Mubai's scrutiny of his fist and muttering under his breath, remarkable strength. With another flourish of his spear, Gunfire amplified his soul power, causing the entire spear to gleam brighter, its fiery patterns seemingly dancing in the air. This is his martial spirit, the Flame Lance, a weapon profoundly resonant with fire. The Flame Lance martial spirit is remarkably unique. Its temperature escalates in accordance with the Soul Master's growing prowess. Upon awakening this martial spirit, the temperature of the Flame Lance surpassed 100 degrees Celsius, marking a pinnacle achievement in their family's history over the past century. At that time, he was unable to even touch his own martial spirit until his family guided him to obtain the Fire Essence Steed Soul Ring, which granted him his first soul skill, thereby enabling him to wield his martial spirit effectively. In Chapter 40, the appearance of Qian Zhu unfolds. The two, Jiang Hua and Dai Mubai, exchanged wary glances, each harboring a degree of caution toward the other. They needed to avoid prolonged contact with each other's martial spirits. As Dai Mubai observed the increasingly fiery flame lance in Jiang Hua's grasp, he contemplated his strategy. Meanwhile, Jiang Hua felt a lingering pain in his chest, realizing he could no longer afford to engage Dai Mubai head-on and must instead rely on cunning to outmaneuver him. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, the two charged at one another once more. This time, both were exceedingly cautious, diligently adhering to their previously devised strategies. Ultimately, however, it was Dai Mubai who found himself at a disadvantage. Despite his caution, he inevitably collided with Jiang Hua's lance. Lacking the agility of an agile attack-type soul master, he found it challenging to evade every strike from Jiang Hua. Yet, Dai Mubai remained unperturbed, biding his time for an opportunity. He believed that if his opponent could not secure a victory swiftly, impatience would set in, compelling Jiang Hua to employ a soul skill, which might provide him a chance to counterattack. Indeed, as the prolonged assault failed to subdue Dai Mubai, Jiang Hua's patience began to wane. After another ineffective maneuver, he unleashed his second soul skill, Inferno of the Heavens. With a sweeping motion of the flame lance, countless flames erupted forth, surging toward Dai Mubai. Excellent! Cried Dai Mubai. Invoking his white tiger barrier, he advanced defiantly into the flames, the barrier shimmering with resplendent golden light, yet remaining unbroken amidst the inferno. Jiang Hua was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn. His second soul skill served dual purposes, the searing flames and the obscuring effect that hindered visibility. Under such a fiery deluge, Without a defensive soul skill, one would typically be forced to envelop themselves in soul power for protection, but this would necessitate closing their eyes, making it impossible to see. Alternatively, retreating from the soul skill's range would provide Jiang Hua the perfect opportunity to attack. However, he had not anticipated that Dai Mubai possessed such a comprehensive defensive soul skill. Just as Jiang Hua's flame lance countered Dai Mubai's unarmed approach, his second soul skill, Inferno of the Heavens, was similarly thwarted by Dai Mubai's first soul skill, the White Tiger Barrier. In that moment of distraction, a wave of light suddenly pierced through the flames, hurtling toward him. By the time he registered the threat, it was too late to evade. He could only raise the flame lance once more to shield his chest. Bang! The White Tiger Radiant Wave, as Dai Mubai's second soul skill, was not easily withstood, even by Qianzhu, who would not dare face it directly without employing his wolf spirit for protection. Indeed, the white light burst forth in front of the gunfire, forcefully propelling him into the air. Dai Mubai closely followed, delivering another palm strike that utterly sent the gunfire tumbling off the stage. A chime sounded, heralding victory, and the host promptly ascended the stage, raising Dai Mubai's hand to announce his triumph. After being thrown off the stage, the gunfire clutched his chest, coughing for an extended period before he regained his breath. His clothing was torn, revealing wounds on his chest. His hair was disheveled, and he had twisted his left ankle upon landing, causing a recurrent ache. Yet, he paid little heed to these discomforts, understanding that Dai Mubai had merely held back. Once he stood, he offered a slight bow to Dai Mubai on the platform before limping away. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai did not linger on stage. After the host signaled his victory by raising his hand, he located Qianzhu among the spectators, raised his fist in a gesture of accomplishment, and then descended from the stage. However, Dai Mubai's appearance was not particularly admirable either. He bore numerous scorch marks and a singed visage, the result of repeated encounters with the flame gun. Dai Mubai, you should go wash up. Just look at your current state, Qianzhu remarked with a smile as Dai Mubai approached. Dai Mubai rolled his eyes in response. Do not underestimate that gunfire. His martial soul is quite formidable. It's merely that my second soul skill countered him effectively. Had it not been for that, today's match might have posed a significant challenge, especially since his martial soul exerts considerable pressure on someone like me, who is accustomed to unarmed combat. I hardly dared to engage with his martial soul. All right. Hurry along. Otherwise, you may miss your turn, Qianzhu urged, grinning. Fine. I will tidy myself up, Dai Mubai replied, hastening to the restroom. Next up, we shall witness the 15th match of our one-on-one soul arena battles in the 16th soul arena. The subsequent 3 contests feature soul masters of over level 30, showcasing thrilling duels with several intriguing soul skills. Qianzhu watched with rapt attention, and before long, the host called out Qianzhu's number. Now, let us welcome the 18th pair of competitors in our one-on-one soul arena battles. The Master Soul Master Qingling, who possesses the Azure Feather Swallow martial soul, and the Master Soul Master Yongju, who wields the 1000-Ju martial soul. Both are agility-focused battle soul masters, promising a contest of speed. Now, let us invite our esteemed soul masters to the stage. The host dutifully provided a brief introduction of Qianzhu and his opponent, the soul master named Qingling, before beckoning them to the platform. Qingling, a female soul master of approximately 17 or 18 years, donned revealing attire that exposed her midriff and featured openings at the sides, showcasing her toned ribs. Additionally, her stature was notably tall, exceeding at least 170 centimeters, even surpassing the current height of Dai Mubai. Upon stepping onto the stage, she immediately noticed Qianzhu, who appeared significantly shorter and younger than herself, prompting her to frown. Little brother, are you truly certain you wish to engage in the soul arena at this moment? This is no place for frivolity. The crisp voice of Qingling resonated in the arena. She did not underestimate Qianzhu. On the contrary, she was acutely aware that soul masters of his age were often formidable opponents. Those who could attain the rank of great soul master at such a young age belonged to the realm of the extraordinary, frequently possessing powerful and peculiar martial spirits. Yet, such battles that demanded every ounce of strength often bore the highest risks, not only for oneself, but also for one's adversary. Although the Great Soul Arena prohibited acts of private retribution, should a talent nurtured by a major power encounter misfortune, evading their vengeance would prove challenging. Thus, Qingling voiced her concerns, hoping Qianzhu would reconsider. Fear not, my dear sister. I have given it considerable thought. You may proceed without concern for my well-being, Qianzhu replied, oblivious to the depth of Qingling's contemplations, merely smiling at her. Both parties unleashed their martial spirits. Qingling wished to say more, but the referee's command had already been issued. With no chance for alteration, she refrained from further words and summoned her Qingyu Yen martial spirit. A faint shadow of a bird-like soul beast, cloaked in dark azure with a single white feather atop its head, enveloped her. A green luminescence flickered between her arms and ribs, gradually forming slender wings adorned with feathers. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes had turned entirely black, her pupils expanding to fill the whites of her eyes, as two yellow soul rings materialized beneath her feet. Qianjue, too, activated his Qianjue martial spirit, embodying the sheep spirit. An ancient and enigmatic Qianjue mask manifested upon his face, accompanied by two yellow soul rings that floated beneath him, revolving slowly. Chapter 41. Complete Victory. Since there was no avoiding the confrontation, Qingling resolved to conclude it swiftly. As the starting bell rang, she raised her right hand, and 3 feathers shot forth from her wings, aimed directly at Qianjue's chest. Simultaneously, she propelled herself forward, utilizing the recoil to charge at him with remarkable speed. Qianjue was not idle, of course. In the moment the bell rang, he activated the first soul skill of the sheep spirit and swiftly conjured the Qianjue bow. However, by the time he completed this, the 3 feathered arrows had already reached him. This, however, posed no challenge. With a mere flick, he deflected the arrows. What truly astonished him was that, after casually brushing aside the incoming projectiles, the soul master named Qingling had already closed the distance to mere meters before him. A speed that took him by surprise. Qingling's remarkable velocity stemmed from her martial spirit. Not only was it an agile soul beast, but its embodiment significantly enhanced her swiftness. Additionally, her unique method of dashing, which she had painstakingly developed, played a substantial role. As she surged forward, her hands gradually spread apart, and her body leaned forward, minimizing air resistance and thus significantly augmenting her speed. Indeed, it is improbable for an ordinary individual to sprint in such a manner, as it would be impossible to maintain bodily equilibrium. However, Qingling is different. Her arms and the wings between her ribs generate significant lift during her rapid dash, allowing her to rely on this force to sustain her balance. As she approached Qianjue, her body was inclined at a mere 30-degree angle to the ground. At that moment, Qingling suddenly spread her hands wide, first raising her left and lowering her right, as her body, under the influence of the increased lift, sharply turned and ascended before Qianjue, her right hand and the wings at her sides slicing towards him. Yet, this swift strike merely disturbed the air before Qianjue, who seized the opportunity to step back 2 paces as she soared upward. Otherwise, with Qingling's sharp wings and blinding speed, he might have found himself grievously wounded. Observing the rising Qingling, Qianjue raised his hand, conjuring a pale white arrow of light that shot towards her overhead. Realizing that her initial attack had failed and that Qianjue had fashioned a bow-like weapon, Qingling understood the impending danger. She was about to become a living target. Consequently, she swiftly twisted her waist, activating her first spirit ring, and with a flourish of her hands, a flurry of feathers erupted towards the incoming arrow and the descending Qianjue. Yet, Qianjue, upon seeing the feathers shot by Qingling, showed no intention of evading. Instead, he raised his bow again, calculating his shot, and aimed beneath her. Boom. The first arrow from Qianjue collided midair with one of the feathers from Qingling's first spirit technique, resulting in a brilliant explosion that scattered the remaining feathers. Meanwhile, Qianjue's second arrow pierced through the gap between Qingling's feathers, aiming directly at the descending Qingling. If she made no further movements, it would strike her squarely in the chest. Clang, 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 clang. A cacophony of sounds rang out as the feathers from Qingling's first spirit technique encircled Qianjue, yet none found their mark. In the air, Qingling bent her body, once again spreading her arms wide, evading the second arrow while swiftly diving towards Qianjue's side. That foolish woman, returning for more. If I could evade once, surely I can do so again. Observing the approaching Qingling, Qianjue felt exasperated, shaking his head. He sidestepped, leaning back to avoid the sweep of her wings, then countered with a swift motion, striking her backside with his bow, causing her to tumble to the ground. Fortunately, the arena's surface was composed of solid stone. Otherwise, Qingling's feathers would have embedded into the ground, and she would have faced even greater repercussions. What say you, my lady? Do you concede? Qianjue turned to face Qingling, who had swiftly rolled over to look at him after her fall, and in a somewhat disinterested tone. He leaned down to inquire. Under the eerie gaze of Qianjue's mask, Qingling felt a surge of trepidation. She quickly pushed off the ground, retreating several steps before resolutely rising to her feet. Upon hearing Qianjue's inquiry, she momentarily forgot to ponder why her rear did not ache, and instead began to contemplate Qianjue's suggestion. In truth, she had already unleashed her full potential. The effect of her second soul skill significantly augmented the hardness of her feathers. This was a passive ability that had been in effect throughout the encounter, which explained her relentless use of winged assaults. an attack style she had meticulously developed through the exploration of her second soul skill, and one that had indeed allowed her to conquer many adversaries. However, she was taken aback that throughout this confrontation with Qianju, she had failed to land a single hit, while Qianju had not moved an inch since the start. This indicated that her opponent had thoroughly discerned her attacks and effortlessly neutralized them, establishing a clear superiority in strength. A monster. Gazing at Qianju, who was adorned with the Qianju mask and fixated on her, Qingling muttered resentfully under her breath before raising her right hand to signal the referee. I concede. Very well. This match concludes with our master Qingling conceding, and the victor is our eternal hunter twin master. The referee leaped onto the stage, announcing loudly as he approached Qianju, raising his right hand in triumph. What an exhilarating match. It is evident that our eternal hunter twin master possesses formidable strength. Having flawlessly secured his first victory, let us anticipate his next duel. Simultaneously, our master Qingling's record has now shifted to 16 victories and 12 defeats. Please proceed to the registration for points after leaving the stage. Next, we invite the 16th Combat Arena's 19th contender. Hey, big brother Dai. This young lady is quite a disparity from your gun-wielding opponent. I haven't even exerted myself yet, Qianju remarked to Dai Mubai as he descended from the stage. Dai Mubai rolled his eyes and playfully nudged him. Clearly, it is you who is excessively formidable. Moreover, you show no mercy. Such a beautiful lady. And you unceremoniously sent her sprawling to the ground. Qianju was at a loss for words. He had already gone easy on her, otherwise. When Qingling first rushed toward him, he could have easily knocked her down with a single arrow. Come on, let us hasten to register for the duo competition. Ignoring Qianju's bewilderment, Dai Mubai, aware that Qianju had hardly exerted himself, pulled him toward the registration desk. As they exited the 16th arena, they encountered Flinder and Oscar, who had been waiting for them. Impressive, Aju. It was effortless for you, Oscar exclaimed, approaching Qianju with a fist bump. While observing from the sidelines, he had felt a pang of anxiety during Qingling's 2 attacks, but was astonished at how Qianju handled the situation with such ease, which provided him with a renewed appreciation for Qianju's combat prowess. What is this? You only praise him and not me. Is my performance not commendable? Dai Mubai interjected, feeling slighted by Oscar's exclusive commendation of Qianju. Of course. Big brother Dai, your performance was commendable as well. Oscar flattered Dai Mubai, but as soon as he released him, he quickly added, after all, you were excellently roasted. Haha. Qianju chuckled at Oscar's jest. You rascal. Dai Mubai could not help but chuckle as he playfully delivered a light punch to Oscar's chest. The atmosphere among the trio was exceedingly jovial. Chapter 42, The Duel of 2 against 2. After a delightful bout of frolicking, Flander beckoned them to quiet down. What is the matter? Do you believe you performed exceptionally well? As soon as Flander spoke, the trio fell silent. Especially you, Dai Mubai. Do you think your victory was effortless? Flander fixed his gaze upon Dai Mubai, continuing only after he made him squirm with discomfort. Why the silence? Are you aware that your win was precarious? If it weren't for that second soul skill, gunfire, being fortuitously countered by your first soul skill, would you have triumphed? Yet my martial soul was also restrained by his. Dai Mubai murmured under his breath, the words barely audible. However, Flander's martial soul, the cat eagle, had acute hearing. Restraint? How restrained? Were you unable to breach his defenses or defend against his attacks? If you had just braved a few hits from the start or unleashed your white tiger's protective barrier to launch an offensive, could he have withstood it? The enhancement provided by a weapon martial soul in the early stages does not surpass that of a beast martial soul, a lesson I have imparted to you before. Moreover, the fire gun martial soul derives its strength from its terrifying temperature, but currently, gunfire's soul power level is not particularly high. As long as you can endure the heat and withstand a few blows, that advantage becomes a liability. Aside from its inherent high temperature, the fire gun martial soul does not significantly enhance its hostess' other capabilities. You could have easily subdued it. When to act decisively is key. Dai Mubai lowered his head, rendered speechless by Flander's admonitions. However, at last, Flander shifted his focus to Qianju. And you, do you understand the meaning of the longer the night, the more dreams? Why prolong a match that could have been concluded sooner? When a barrage of arrows rained down, why did you not simply evade, instead of posturing in the center? What if your calculations had faltered? Qianju averted his gaze, rolling his eyes. He felt that Flander was merely creating trouble. As long as he felt confident, what was the harm in finishing a little later? Furthermore, even if he miscalculated, he could have used the 1,000-Ju bow to deflect the arrows before they struck. Yet, he dared not retort to Flander, for Flander possessed a cunning nature. If he were to undermine his authority, who could predict how he would retaliate? In truth, Qianju was correct. Flander was indeed seeking mischief. He was quite pleased with the performances of both Dai Mubai and Qianju throughout their matches. Dai Mubai's composure, and Qianju's deftness both garnered his admiration. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to douse their arrogance. If the two continued to approach future matches with such complacency and disdain, he feared they would eventually face downfall. After reprimanding both, Flander led them to tally the points for the one-on-one duels, and subsequently, they arrived at the registration area for the two-on-two combat. After a brief wait, they received their pairing for the evening's two-on-two bout, which was designated as number 23 in the 8th Division. After parting ways with Flanders and the others, the two hurried to Arena 8, traversing the lounge to reach the viewing area for the competitors. They discovered that the 17th match of the two-on-two battle was just commencing. The two-on-two format unfolds at a far slower pace than its one-on-one counterpart, and they were still 6 matches away from Qianju and his team. I didn't anticipate that the doubles match would be this protracted. I thought we might miss it, Dai Mubai remarked, somewhat bemused, as he listened to the introductions from the stage. Of course, it will be slower. In a solo match, a single mistake can lead to a swift defeat as the opponent seizes the opportunity. In a doubles match, one has a teammate to rectify the situation. Moreover, in terms of martial souls, a two-on-two battle is not as easily countered as a solo match. Just as Qianju was elucidating this to Dai Mubai, the introductions for the two teams on stage concluded, and they began to unleash their martial souls. One team comprised the steel-armored scorpion and the black star mantis, while the other featured the frost ring and the chi mei staff, pitting beast martial souls against weapon martial souls. The wielder of the steel-armored scorpion was a somewhat short, stout fellow named Shan Mao, standing at approximately 1.60 meters. Despite his stature, he appeared quite robust. Qianju had studied the steel-armored scorpion. It was a far cry from the phosphorescent scorpion he had absorbed through his second soul skill. This scorpion, the size of a sheep, was devoid of venom, its armored exterior indicating a specialization in defense. Qianju was confident that this soul master shared a similar defensive orientation. Besides Shan Mao's steel-armored scorpion, the other 3 soul masters possessed offensive martial souls, suggesting that this matchup was an intriguing contest of offense against defense. With 2 offensive forces facing off against 1 defensive, the soul power levels of the 4 participants reached a commendable 36 to 37. With their soul rings aligned in a balanced tri-yellow configuration, making for an evenly matched encounter. Consequently, the audience's cheers surged to several times the volume of those during Qianju's previous match. As both sides unleashed their martial souls, the starting bell rang, and they simultaneously charged toward one another. The frost ring manifested in a deep azure hue, its front extending 3 blades that spun like windmills, while the rear featured 4 spikes, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. This martial soul belonged to a female soul master named Zhu Bing, likely in her 20s, who faced off against Shan Mao, the wielder of the steel-armored scorpion. At this moment, Shan Mao had activated his martial soul, his body adorned with the distinctive black scales of the steel-armored scorpion, particularly his arms, which were nearly fully encased in armor. As the two collided, Shan Mao reached out to grasp Zhu Bing's frost ring, and the steel armor made contact with the frost ring, emitting tiny sparks. While the steel-armored scorpion boasted formidable defense, the frost ring was no ordinary martial soul. Logically, it should not have allowed for such an unscathed capture. However, the soul master known as Shan Mao, who wields the steel-armored scorpion, possesses a rather single-minded disposition. Observing his martial soul's exceptional defensive capabilities, he chose both of his soul rings from soul beasts renowned for their defensive prowess. As a result, both of these soul skills fortuitously served to enhance his defensive strength, culminating in his current ability to grasp his opponent's weapon soul with bare hands. Upon witnessing her martial soul ensnared by her adversary, Zhu Bing remained unperturbed, not attempting to break free with force. Being a woman and a weapon soul master, she recognized that her strength could not rival his. So she promptly activated her second soul skill, Snowfall. A flurry of icy air emanated from the frost ring, surging towards the steel-armored scorpion soul master. Instantly, a layer of frost enveloped Shan Mao's hand that gripped the frost ring, swiftly spreading across his body. He hastily withdrew his hand, attempting to retreat from Zhu Bing's striking range, seemingly aware of his overconfidence. Yet, retreat was not so easily accomplished. With a cold snort, Zhu Bing pursued him. As a defense-oriented soul master, Shan Mao's speed was undoubtedly inferior to Zhu Bing's, and now hindered by her snowfall skill, his velocity had diminished significantly. Presenting Zhu Bing with an opportune moment to strike down a floundering opponent, she would not let this chance slip by. After taking 2 steps back, Shan Mao felt the stiffness creeping into his body, a direct consequence of his opponent's soul skill. He glanced at the distance, noting that his allies, including the formidable club-wielding soul master, were too far away to render immediate assistance. Struggling to fend off Zhu Bing's assaults with his arms, Shan Mao let out a furious roar, activating his third soul skill, Unmoving King. He clasped his fists together, golden lights swirling around his form, rendering him immobile. In the audience, Flinder rolled his eyes. Shan Mao's teammate, sensing his distress from the call, hastily unleashed the sharp spikes generated by his Black Star Mantis martial soul, forcing back the enemy to provide support. The shadows of the clubs loomed heavily as he shook his hands, triggering the second soul ring at his feet, sending forth a flurry of club shadows toward the Black Star Mantis Soul Master. After enduring several blows, the Black Star Mantis was compelled to turn and defend, becoming ensnared in the skirmish. The momentum of the battle appeared to tilt in Zhu Bing's favor. Chapter 43. A Fierce Confrontation. It seemed that Shan Mao's purely defensive soul skill was aimed at enduring until his ally could arrive. Zhu Bing murmured softly, observing the steadfast Shan Mao alongside her distant ally and the opposing Black Star Mantis Soul Master. Although they were not exceedingly far apart, they were also not in close proximity. Even at full speed, it would take several seconds to reach her, ample time for Zhu Bing to strategize. Having assessed the situation, Zhu Bing assumed a stance of concealed swordplay, tucking her right hand, still gripping the frost ring, against her left waist, maintaining her composure as if to challenge Shan Mao to see who would conclude first. This posture was not without purpose. It was, in fact, the charging position for her third soul skill, Cold River. This particular skill was quite unique, while powerful. It required Zhu Bing to channel energy for a minimum of 3 seconds before she could successfully unleash it. The longer one accumulates power, the greater the damage and range of this skill. Zhu Bing can charge for as long as necessary, infusing the entirety of her soul energy into this technique. At that moment, the damage inflicted could rival that of others' 4th and 5th spirit skills. However, this power comes at a cost. The skill requires a minimum of 3 seconds of charging time, rendering Zhu Bing nearly powerless in the arena of soul battles. No adversary would be foolish enough to remain stationary, allowing her to charge uninterrupted. Consequently, this spirit skill is seldom utilized, and few are aware of its existence. Yet today, she fortuitously encounters a soul master who stands still, permitting her to gather her strength. Shan Mao observes Zhu Bing's stance, recognizing it as a charging position, albeit uncertain of its significance. He quickly glances at his teammate, but alas, the Black Star Mantis Soul Master is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Chime Gun Soul Master. It is not until several seconds have passed that he finally turns his attention towards her. The two exchange a knowing glance, realizing they have found the right moment. In an instant, the third spirit ring of the Black Star Mantis Soul Master illuminates with vibrant energy, infusing his legs and spine with power. Delicate, gossamer wings burst forth from his back. With legs bent, he propels himself off the ground, creating a subtle indentation, and using the force of his leap, he ascends several meters into the air, arcing gracefully towards Zhu Bing and Shan Mao. The fluttering wings guide his descent, ensuring he lands precisely behind Zhu Bing. Bing. The Wrath of the King. Just as the Chime Gun Soul Master exclaims in astonishment, Shan Mao, who had remained motionless until now, suddenly erupts into action. His previously clasped hands rise towards the heavens, and the golden radiance enveloping his body bursts forth in a dazzling display. This reveals his complete third spirit skill. The Wrath of the King after the Unmoved King, a powerful area effect launched after a charged defense. The roar of his teammate and the scattering golden light of the Wrath of the King reach Zhu Bing almost simultaneously. In this fleeting moment, she finds herself unable to react. She cannot evade nor discern the cause of her teammate's outcry. All she can do is unleash the frost ring she had kept hidden, releasing her long-prepared third spirit skill. A vast storm of icy blue soul energy, laced with frost, surges forth, engulfing Shan Mao after Zhu Bing is propelled into the air by the golden brilliance. With a gasp, Zhu Bing spews forth blood while airborne. The soul energy she had built up for so long was ultimately not fully released. The backlash from the interrupted charge inflicts significant internal injuries upon her. Yet, the ordeal is far from over. The Black Star Mantis Soul Master descends from the sky. "We concede," shouts the Chime Gun Soul Master in defeat. As they pass each other in midair, the Black Star Mantis Soul Master lands gracefully, while Zhu Bing falls silently, her body rendered still. Ding! The bell signaling victory and conclusion rings out. The Black Star Mantis Soul Master strides towards Shan Mao, only to find him still with arms raised. His entire form enshrouded in ice blue, transformed into a statue of ice. From Zhu Bing's original position to over 20 meters behind Shan Mao, the ground has become a glistening path of ice. The staff-wielding Soul Master hastened towards Zhu Bing, and only after conducting a thorough examination, confirming that she was in no mortal danger, did he exhale in relief and sink onto the ground. Oh, what a moment! It was only then that the audience, having fallen into an unexpected silence, erupted into thunderous applause, instantly reviving the lively atmosphere. Dai Mubai and Qianju, who had also been holding their breath in anticipation, could not help but join in the clapping. The battles between soul masters can be extraordinarily gripping. The exchange of glances between Shan Mao and the Black Star Mantis Soul Master, culminating in the conclusion of their match, transpired within a mere 2 to 3 seconds. Yet these fleeting moments determined the victor of the contest. After the audience cheered for a while, 2 middle-aged men ascended the soul fighting platform. Upon reaching the stage, they approached Shan Mao, who stood resolutely, and Zhu Bing, who lay prostrate. The middle-aged man inspecting Shan Mao meticulously assessed his condition before suddenly striking the top of Shan Mao's head with his palm. Instantly, the ice encasing Shan Mao cracked, fissures appearing on the surface. With a series of crisp sounds, crack, crackle, crackle, the ice began to shatter and fall away, revealing Shan Mao, shivering and bruised from the frost. Quickly, step down and rinse with warm water to restore your body temperature. A bit of movement will dispel the chill within, the middle-aged man advised. Patting Shan Mao's broad back with a warm smile, "You're a sturdy lad. You'll be just fine." With that, he proceeded towards Zhu Bing. "How is it, old Xing? Is it serious?" he inquired softly of the other middle-aged man examining Zhu Bing. Old Xing turned to glance at Shan Mao, who was being assisted down from the stage by his teammates, and shook his head as he rose. "It is certainly more severe than your case, but fortunately, that Black Star Mantis fellow held back. He merely rendered her unconscious. Most of her internal injuries stem from a backlash of her own soul power. There should be no lasting repercussions." As he spoke, Old Xing unleashed his martial spirit, an ethereal figure resembling a koala enveloping him, adorned with 5 soul rings, a white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. Suddenly, Qianju's eyes widened in astonishment. He recognized that the koala-like soul beast was none other than the Qing Nong beast, which had served as the second soul ring for his own martial spirit, the sheep spirit. With his hands cupped lightly above Zhu Bing's head, Old Xing activated his 4th soul ring. Streams of pale green soul power gradually converged between his hands, swirling and ultimately forming a delicate funnel. As the soul power continued to gather, the funnel took on a more solid shape, its hue shifting from pale green to a vibrant emerald, culminating in a shimmering green light within the funnel. Droplets of emerald liquid dripped from the funnel's opening, directly entering Zhu Bing's mouth. With a sigh of relief, the staff-wielding soul master lifted Zhu Bing onto his back and slowly made his way towards the audience, where a resounding applause erupted. Chapter 44, The Wind-Piercing Duo. Indeed, our Black Mountain duo has triumphed in this thrilling 2-on-2 contest, showcasing an exhilarating display of skill. The rapid shifts in momentum were truly astonishing. After the Soul Master Qi Mei Gun lowered Zhu Bing from the stage, the host ascended to announce the victory of Shan Mao's team. The conclusion of one contest signifies the commencement of another. Following a brief summary from the host, the announcement for the next duel began, showcasing the matchup between 2 teams of Grand Soul Masters. Although it lacked the brilliance of the previous match, it still held some intrigue. Dai Mubai and Qianju observed the pairs of Soul Masters experiencing triumph and defeat as they gradually awaited their turn. Next up was the 23rd duel of the 8th Soul Arena, featuring the Amber Duo against the Wind Chaser Duo. With the host's invitation, Dai Mubai and Qianju stepped onto the soul fighting platform. Upon arrival, Qianju caught sight of the opposing duo, 2 exceptionally slender young men, not particularly tall, seemingly just slightly taller than Qianju. While Qianju's lack of height was due to his ongoing development, the appearance of these 2 suggested they were well over 20 years of age. As Qianju scrutinized his opponents, they reciprocated by observing him and Dai Mubai. Upon noticing the youthfulness of Qianju and Dai Mubai, the 2 exchanged glances, astonished by their opponent's age. With a command, both sides unleashed their martial souls, and the transformation into their formidable and mysterious forms elicited gasps from the audience of the Soul Arena. Beiji, Martial Soul Wind Mouse, Level 28 Agile Attack, Grand Soul Master. Beiqi, Martial Soul Wind Mouse, Level 28 Agile Attack, Grand Soul Master. Brothers, proceed with caution. As the host does not announce the individual information of each participant in a duo match, it is customary for contestants to introduce themselves upon stepping onto the stage. The Wind Chaser duo, Beiji and Beiqi, declared their basic information, thus issuing a challenge to Qianju and Dai Mubai. However, it was evident that they had not altered their names, using their real names instead. Evil Eye White Tiger, Martial Soul White Tiger, Level 26 Power Attack, Grand Soul Master. Eternal Hunter Twins, Martial Soul, Qianju, Level 23 Agile Attack, Grand Soul Master. Gentlemen, be cautious as well. Upon hearing that Qianju and Dai Mubai's soul power levels were inferior to theirs, Beiji and Beiqi did not exhibit any signs of glee. Instead, their expressions grew more serious. Particularly regarding Qianju, the fact that he could participate in soul fighting at this level signified a considerable confidence in his abilities, warranting careful attention. Ding! The bell signaling the commencement of the match rang out, and Dai Mubai charged towards the duo. His martial soul was the White Tiger, a premier feline martial soul, naturally suppressing rodent-type martial souls like the Wind Mouse. If the opponent's soul power levels were several ranks lower, he might even consider confronting both alone. Qianju, however, did not rush forward alongside Dai Mubai. His first soul ring illuminated, and with a gesture of his left hand, a flickering azure light revealed the Qianju bow in his grasp. With a swift motion of his right hand, 2 milky white arrows launched towards Dai Mubai in pursuit. As Dai Mubai approached the incoming Beiji and Beiqi, he unleashed a claw strike towards them, his elongated right arm encompassing both within the range of his attack. Bang! Aware of his own limitations compared to Dai Mubai's strength, the right side Beiqi swiftly raised both hands to block Dai Mubai's incoming strike. Meanwhile, his brother, Beiji, had no intention of defending. He trusted that Beiqi would successfully parry the attack. Instead, he lunged forward, aiming to grasp Dai Mubai's chest with both hands. Left with no choice, Dai Mubai hastily lifted his other hand to defend himself. After Beiqi successfully deflected the blow from Dai Mubai, he exerted force to redirect Dai Mubai's right hand back towards its original trajectory. This maneuver not only left Dai Mubai's chest vulnerable, but also unsettled his stance. At this critical moment, 2 arrows of light shot through from beneath Dai Mubai's arms, aimed precisely at Beiqi and Beiji. The 2 brothers were compelled to abandon their offensive actions, twisting their bodies to press back against one another in order to evade the attack. Fortunately, they had been vigilant regarding Qianju and had refrained from launching a full-scale assault on Dai Mubai, allowing them to detect the arrows the instant they appeared. Qianju's arrows were silent, devoid of any telltale sounds, and at that moment, he and Dai Mubai were aligned in a straight line, rendering Beiji and Beiqi unable to see Qianju's shooting motion. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Mubai would not let such a moment pass. His second spirit ring illuminated instantly, and after a brief accumulation of energy, the White Tiger shockwave erupted from his mouth with ferocity. The force of the explosion struck the wind barrier, creating a thunderous detonation that sent Dai Mubai soaring and forced Beiji and Beiqi back several paces. By then, Qianju had advanced to a position not far behind Dai Mubai. Observing the unfolding chaos, he swiftly drew the Qianju bow once more, releasing 2 arrows to support Dai Mubai. As the White Tiger shockwave detonated before them, Beiji and Beiqi were inevitably dazzled by the blinding radiance, instinctively closing their eyes. However, they were acutely aware that Qianju would likely strike, prompting both to leap aside in opposite directions. Yet, Qianju had anticipated their movements. The 2 arrows accurately struck their targets, exploding beside them and sending the brothers crashing to the ground. "Boss Dai, are you alright?" Qianju inquired, steadying Dai Mubai. "I'm fine. I am well aware of my own abilities," Dai Mubai replied assuredly. He understood that using the White Tiger shockwave at such close range would affect him as well, so he had retreated promptly after unleashing the blast. However, he had not anticipated that Beiji and Beiqi's wind barrier would concentrate the shockwave's force directly toward him, catching him off guard and propelling him away. Fortunately, having distanced himself somewhat, he suffered minimal damage. With mutual support, Beiqi and Beiji managed to rise, their side garments shredded by Qianju's arrows, revealing their crimson skin and faint traces of blood. They exchanged knowing glances, comprehending the resolve reflected in each other's eyes. "Let us make one final stand. We have one last move. If you can break through it, victory will be yours." 1,000 miles of horizontal movement. After Beiqi shouted at Qianju and the others, he once again stood back to back with Beiji. The moment their second soul rings illuminated simultaneously, they began to spin, gaining speed until their figures became indistinct, coalescing into a whirlwind that rushed toward Dai Mubai and Qianju. Observing the swiftly approaching vortex, both Dai Mubai and Qianju instinctively took a few steps back. White Tiger light wave. Dai Mubai, feeling somewhat defiant, unleashed his second soul skill once more. The orb of the White Tiger light wave detonated upon contact with the whirlwind. However, although the explosion momentarily halted the vortex, causing it to sway uncontrollably, the force of the blast was soon dissipated and separated by the swirling winds. After a brief pause, the whirlwind surged forward again toward Qianju and his companion. If it were just him, he could easily employ a few uses of Baitong to exhaust Beiji and Beiqi's soul power, compelling them to cease. Yet, there seemed to be a simpler solution. Qianju suddenly spoke. "Dai, give me your hand." "Huh." Dai Mubai, pondering how to resolve the current situation, was slightly puzzled but still extended his hand to Qianju. Grasping Dai Mubai's hand with his left, Qianju raised his right hand in a gesture, lifting both of them off the ground and into the air. Wow, Dai Mubai exclaimed, looking up at Qianjue, only to find that Qianjue's posture mirrored his own, as though something was pulling them upward, yet he could see nothing above Qianjue. Oh, at that moment, the audience in the stands gasped in astonishment. The whirlwind created by Beiqi and Beiji descended beneath Qianjue and Dai Mubai, pausing for a few seconds before gradually slowing, revealing their figures once more. Gazing up at the unattainable heights where Qianjue and Dai Mubai hovered, they exchanged glances, each recognizing the helplessness in the other's eyes. Judge, we concede. Chapter 45, Shadows and Mysteries. At the entrance of the Soul Arena, Qianjue returned the registration fee for the one-on-one combat to Flinder and handed over the prize money as well, retaining only the 5 gold coins earned from their duo victory alongside Dai Mubai. Watching Flinder carefully stow away the coins, Qianjue smiled and inquired, "So, Director Flinder, how much did you win in bets tonight?" After the victory of Qianjue and Dai Mubai, the group reconvened, and after recording their points, they exited the Soul Arena. A particular type of soul battle can only be participated in once per day, and since Qianjue and Dai Mubai had already completed both the one-on-one and duo combats that evening, there was little point in remaining. Qianjue was speechless. He had overlooked this detail, thinking that each match would have betting odds. Indeed, it was still just past 9 o'clock, and only a little over 2 hours had passed since they first arrived at the Soul Arena. All right, let us go, it's on me. We won 5 gold soul coins without spending a dime today, so let us enjoy a good meal. Qianjue was also eager to sample the street food of Sodto City and see if there were any local specialties. 2 hours later, Qianjue, Dai Mubai, and Oscar strolled out of the city gates of Sodto, their arms draped around each other's shoulders. Just a moment ago, the three of them were enjoying a late-night snack, relishing the food and engaging in lively conversation. As the night progressed, they even indulged in a bit of sake, resulting in a remarkably close bond among them. Of course, none of them were intoxicated, nor even tipsy. They merely satisfied a fleeting desire. After all, they had to attend Flander's morning training the next day, and they all understood Flander's temperament. If they were late or missed the training due to such trivialities, they would likely face a year of hardship. Ju, your martial soul is truly extraordinary. It is by far the most formidable martial soul I have ever encountered. The Haoyan Hammer and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon pale in comparison to yours, Oscar exclaimed in astonishment at Qianjue's martial soul. Earlier, during their late-night snack, Qianjue had revealed a glimpse of his martial soul to Oscar and Dai Mubai. Understanding that they would be together for the next few years, and that they would eventually discover the secret of his martial soul, whether sooner or later mattered little. Indeed, I have never heard of a martial soul that can be divided for dual use. It's simply astonishing, Dai Mubai began, but then halted mid-sentence. His gaze fixated on something in the distance. Qianjue and Oscar followed his line of sight, and saw 2 shadowy figures embracing amidst the trees. A faint mist swirling between them, lingering and unyielding. Although it appeared peculiar, it seemed merely to be a couple engrossed in affection. Qianjue turned his gaze back towards Sodto City, which was not far off, concluding that there should be no issue. Wait, there is an issue. Before Qianjue could finish his thought, Dai Mubai dashed toward the 2 figures, unleashing his martial soul in the process. 2 yellow soul rings emitted a soft glow in the darkness, casting elongated shadows as he sprinted with urgency. "DouluoDalu," Oscar called out. But Dai Mubai's footsteps showed no sign of slowing, as he continued his advance toward the shadows. After exchanging glances, Oscar and Qianjue hastily followed suit. The 2 shadowy figures seemed startled, and, upon noticing the approaching trio, one of them swiftly turned and vanished deeper into the woods. By the time Qianjue and Oscar arrived, they found Dai Mubai cradling a young girl in his arms. Goodness, there truly is a problem. "DouluoDalu, what is wrong with her?" Qianjue asked with concern, noticing the girl's stillness. "She's beyond saving," Dai Mubai replied, gently placing the girl on the ground. His gaze intense as he looked at Qianjue and Oscar, seemingly grappling with some inner turmoil. Feeling the weight of Dai Mubai's stare, Qianjue crouched down, contemplating a further examination of the girl, fearing that Dai Mubai might have overlooked something. However, as he assessed her, he confirmed Dai Mubai's assertion. There was no breath, no heartbeat. She was indeed deceased. Yet, after searching for some time, he found no visible wounds on her, only a strange sense of familiarity. Seeing Qianjue continue to inspect the girl's body, Dai Mubai spoke in a low voice. "Stop searching. She likely only has one injury at her heart." At her heart. After Dai Mubai spoke, he turned to pursue the direction in which the shadow had fled. However, in that fleeting moment, he was caught by Qianjue, who seized his wrist and halted him. "Boss Dai, do you know something? This must be the work of a soul master, isn't it?" Dai Mubai turned to face Qianjue, at a loss for how to explain. "This is a long story. Yes, it's undoubtedly the work of a soul master. Please let me chase after them. I promise to share the details with you later when I have the time. No. Qianju tightened his grip on Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai looked into Qianju's eyes and then glanced back in the direction of the shadow, realizing that more than a minute had passed. If he delayed any longer, he would truly lose the chance to pursue. Look, Qianju, Dai Mubai said, fixing his gaze on him, this is my decision. You cannot, and should not, impede me. I have compelling reasons to go. Let go. I've thought this through carefully. If I miss this opportunity, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Seeing the unwavering determination in Dai Mubai's eyes, Qianju felt a flicker of doubt. It was evident that Dai Mubai had made up his mind. If he continued to resist, their relationship might fracture. With this thought, Qianju's grip on Dai Mubai loosened slightly. Dai Mubai sensed the change, brushed Qianju's hand away, and turned to resume his pursuit. Wait, Qianju called out once more. I will go with you, he asserted. Dai Mubai paused for a moment. Of course this concerns me. My parents met their end in such a manner. How could it not? Upon hearing Qianju's words, Dai Mubai was taken aback. Realizing that Qianju had also endured similar experiences, with his own parents as victims. And have you forgotten what I told you about my martial spirit? When it comes to tracking and reconnaissance, what can you possibly compare? As he spoke, Qianju lifted the young girl's corpse, allowing it to float swiftly upward until it was suspended several meters high, where it settled gently among the branches. All right, you all stay safe and wait for us, Oscar urged before dashing off in the direction of the academy. Let us hurry as well. Dai Mubai beckoned, leading Qianju toward the path the shadow had taken. Their earlier discussion had consumed precious minutes, leaving them uncertain whether they could still catch up. Qianju followed quietly behind Dai Mubai, contemplating whether his decision was the right one. He was unsure if this risky venture would yield trouble, but he reassured himself that nothing adverse had happened to Dai Mubai in the original tale, so perhaps it would be fine this time as well. Yet, he overlooked the fact that in the original story, Dai Mubai had not encountered this situation. Chapter 46, Dai Mubai's Past. Qianju and Dai Mubai navigated through the dense, dark forest, carefully searching for traces left by the shadow under the scattered moonlight filtering through the leaves. The more Qianju searched, the more he became convinced that this individual resembled what Dai Mubai had described, most likely not a soul master, or perhaps a rogue one. The frantic manner of his escape was evident, and even novices like Qianju and Dai Mubai could discern the path he had taken. Following the trail, the two swiftly traversed the small grove and arrived at a narrow pathway. Qianju released his wolf spirit into the air, and after a brief pursuit along the path, the wolf spirit detected a shadowy figure. Moreover, apart from this individual, the wolf spirit found no other presence within several hundred meters, solidifying Qianju's belief that this was indeed the elusive figure they sought. We found him, Qianju exclaimed in a hushed tone, urging Dai Mubai to accelerate as they approached within 100 meters of the shadow before gradually slowing their pace. From this vantage point, the shadow would struggle to notice their presence, while the wolf spirit could precisely track him. It appeared that the shadow had also sensed no one was tailing him and consequently reduced his speed. However, he continued to navigate through fields and thickets, cautiously switching from one path to another, yet his efforts were futile against the watchful gaze of the wolf spirit overhead. All right, Dai, we can slow down now. He is firmly within my wolf spirit's grasp and cannot escape. We shall follow him from a distance, Qianju remarked. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let us trail him and uncover the location of his lair. Once Principal Fu and the others arrive, we shall ensnare him completely. Dai Mubai's voice brimmed with indignation. Qianju regarded Dai Mubai with curiosity, pondering why he was so fervently driven to pursue this malevolent soul master. Though the villagers of the body he inhabited had been slain by such a fiend, his initial reaction had been fear rather than a desire for revenge. After all, he was still young. These matters could be resolved later when he had matured. Dai, could you share with me what compels you so resolutely to chase after him? Dai Mubai glanced at Qianju, then lowered his gaze in contemplation before finally speaking. Ju, you may not be aware, but I am from the Star Luo Empire, and I hold the title of a prince within the royal family. Upon finishing, he turned to observe Qianju, only to find no trace of astonishment on his face. Taken aback, he chuckled and shook his head. Of course, with your prodigious talent, what does status matter to you? Qianju replied, actually, I am not surprised because my teacher informed me that the White Tiger martial soul is a lineage weapon of the Star Luo Empire's royal family. So I deduced your identity during our battle this afternoon. Qianju, aware of Dai Mubai's background from the original narrative, felt no shock at this revelation, yet he could not disclose this, instead attributing his knowledge to the distant master in Nodding City. I see. It is remarkable that we only met this afternoon, yet it feels as though we have known each other for ages. Indeed, Qianju echoed, feeling a sense of nostalgia. However, he understood the reason behind it. It was because he had always known Dai Mubai, and after becoming acquainted with him, he had consistently interacted with him as an old friend, which is why Dai Mubai harbored such sentiments. Well, let me continue. Do you know why I immediately sensed something amiss with that shadow? It was because I had encountered a similar incident when I was a child, at the age of 9. I am not the legitimate heir of our royal family. I have an elder brother who is 6 years my senior. In terms of wisdom and innate talent, he is not significantly inferior to me. Thus, he has always been groomed as the heir, as the second son. Although I received more attention due to my innate dual pupils and was chosen as my brother's rival, my father remained indifferent towards me. I have never felt paternal love from him. He merely selected me as my brother's competitor to motivate him. As Dai Mubai spoke, he lifted his gaze to the bright moon in the sky, his eyes filled with melancholy. In the royal family, there has never been any semblance of familial affection. I should have grown accustomed to this long ago, but a certain female attendant instilled in me some lingering hope regarding familial bonds. She was an ordinary person who had cared for me meticulously since my childhood, and that concern and affection provided me with warmth that was hard to come by. Perhaps that was what familial love felt like, and I had always regarded her as an elder sister. However, on a certain day when I was 9, she vanished. She disappeared while leaving the estate to procure my favorite food. When we discovered her lifeless body a day later, she bore an expression of serene repose. Much like the girl you just saw, a priest of our royal family claimed that she had died after losing her soul at the hands of a malevolent soul master. And ultimately, we were unable to capture that fiend, leaving the matter unresolved. Subsequently, I devoted my spare time to researching all the texts concerning malevolent soul masters within our royal archives, learning that such fiends who preyed upon souls were in league with the Grim Reaper. Do you recall the lingering smoke you observed at that time? In fact, it was not mere smoke. In the darkness, smoke could not be so distinctly visible. It was the soul of that girl, extracted by the shadowy malevolent soul master. Qianzhu then realized why he had felt an oddity. It was indeed due to the conspicuousness of that smoke. As Dai Mubai spoke, his mood once again sank. Yet, after more than a year of study, I had begun to contemplate giving up. According to the information I have received, my elder brother's soul power has nearly reached level 37, surpassing me by a significant margin. Given our similar innate talents, the 6-year age difference leaves me at a loss as to how to bridge the gap. However, your arrival today has rekindled a glimmer of hope within me. Adieu. Your martial spirit is indeed the most formidable I have ever encountered. And Xiao Ao, although he is merely a support-type soul master, his innate talent also surpasses mine. With allies like you, perhaps I could genuinely contend with my elder brother. Adieu, you will assist me, won't you? Forget it. There's no need for you to agree with me right now. We have only just met, and my inquiries may seem a tad presumptuous. We have ample time to become acquainted. When the day comes that you deem me, DouluoDalu, truly worthy of your investment, you may then give your consent. Qianzhu smiled. He was certain that in the future, when he possessed the capability, he would undoubtedly assist Dai Mubai. At that point, helping Dai Mubai ascend to the throne while his own strength sword would grant him the freedom to revel in life as he pleased. Had he circled around to the eastern gate of Sodto City? Hearing Qianzhu's words, Dai Mubai surveyed his surroundings and began to speculate. Indeed, however, it mattered not. Once they entered the city, escape would be futile. Qianzhu smiled confidently. In open spaces, he could evade the wolf spirit's line of sight. Yet within the intricate urban landscape of Sodto City, the wolf spirit could discern everything from above, making it increasingly difficult for shadows to elude capture. Come, DouluoDalu, Qianzhu exclaimed as he tore a piece of fabric from his clothing and hung it on a conspicuous treetop. He then trailed the shadow from a distance. Re-entering Sodto City. Chapter 47, The Lair. Upon witnessing the shadow enter the city gates, Qianzhu and Dai Mubai approached the eastern gate of Sodto City, but hesitated to enter immediately. Through the wolf spirit's perspective, they observed that the individual they were following, upon crossing the threshold, stealthily concealed himself in a corner, quietly observing the entrance. Had it not been for Qianzhu's connection with the wolf spirit, they would have been unable to avoid this counter-tracking maneuver. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, the shadow finally confirmed that no one was tailing him and turned to slip into an alleyway. At last, Qianzhu and Dai Mubai gained entry into the city. As they strolled leisurely through the streets, Qianzhu appeared remarkably relaxed. Within the city, aided by the wolf spirit's enhanced perception, he no longer needed to retrace their steps. It was as if he possessed a miniature map. The city's layout and the figure of the individual they pursued were laid bare before the eyes of the wolf spirit. At times, Qianzhu found himself merely a wall away from the person he was tracking, or even walking ahead of him. At such close proximity, Qianzhu finally discerned the shadow's visage through the wolf spirit's gaze. The figure was a young man, likely in his 20s, with a handsome countenance and a slender frame. By outward appearances alone, He resembled a dashing young gentleman, devoid of any traits indicative of a sinister soul master. Were it not for his continuous surveillance through the wolf spirit, Qianju might have entertained the notion that he had mistaken the individual. After navigating through the city's winding streets for over 10 minutes, the young man arrived at the side entrance of a modest estate, opened the door, and slipped inside. Qianju utilized the wolf spirit to scan the premises from above. The estate spanned approximately a few thousand square meters and was not particularly large, allowing the wolf spirit to cover a significant portion of it. This sparked some contemplation in Qianju. He led Dai Mu Bai to the estate's outer wall, imparting a few instructions before closing his eyes and concentrating on guiding the wolf spirit to closely follow the young man. Upon entering the estate, the young man purposefully walked into a room, and at the moment he opened the door, Qianju commanded the wolf spirit to swiftly enter ahead of him. The room is a square study, with a spacious writing desk directly facing the entrance. Looking beyond the desk, one's gaze is met by a grand landscape painting embedded in the wall. Flanking the study are two display cabinets, one showcasing an array of exquisite artifacts, while the other houses a bookshelf filled with an assortment of books, arranged with a semblance of elegance. However, upon observing the decor, Qianju surmises that a secret chamber must lie within, concealed either behind the cabinets or behind the landscape painting, an all too predictable arrangement. Qianju carefully directs the wolf spirit to hover closely above the young man's head, ensuring that he can slip into the secret passage at the opportune moment. Indeed, as the young man rotates a brush washer atop the desk, the wall adorned with the landscape painting emits a faint rumble and rises, revealing a dimly lit passage descending into the depths. The young man ventures into the passage and activates a switch within, causing the wall to descend once more. The wolf spirit follows the young man through the winding passage, and Qianju can distinctly sense that it leads underground, suggesting a considerable space below. As the young man delves deeper, the illumination within the passage grows increasingly bright. Meanwhile, Qianju continuously shifts his position outside the estate's walls, never daring to step inside. He refrains from taking unnecessary risks. Having ascertained the lair of the evil soul master, he deems it sufficient. He will merely utilize the wolf spirit for reconnaissance. Regardless of what lies beneath, he will not risk bringing Dai Mu Bai along. They shall wait for Flander and Zhao Wujie to arrive. The wolf spirit accompanies the young man to the bottom of the passage, where anguished cries and moans begin to echo. Qianju's heart tightens at the realization that there may be captives below, and the fate that awaits those ensnared by the evil soul master is all too grim. Indeed, as the young man turns a corner, the wolf spirit discovers a fork in the path, where a group of menacing male attendants are gathered around a table, shaking dice and gambling. Upon noticing the young man's approach, they promptly halt their game and respectfully address him as young master. With a casual wave, the young man dismisses them and strides toward another passage. Through the wolf spirit, Qianju hears the moans and cries emanating from the direction of the attendants, prompting him to guide the wolf spirit to investigate. What he uncovers is a corridor lined with cells, each housing 3 to 4 individuals of various ages and genders. While the occupants of the front cells are still moaning and weeping, the others wear expressions of utter despair, as if they have relinquished all hope of escape. "Father, father!" The young man sits before a middle-aged man and softly calls out twice. Slowly, the middle-aged man opens his eyes, his authoritative gaze landing on the young man with an expression of discontent. "Have you been out again these past few days? You must be itching for trouble." The young man responds with a hint of exasperation. "Father, Leah is my girlfriend. I cannot simply ignore her when she seeks me." "Humph, a girlfriend, you say? Such foolishness. Love can be a distraction. If you become strong, what woman could you not have? Why must you concern yourself with matters of the heart at this moment?" The middle-aged man, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Son, it is not that you lack ambition. Rather, it is fate that has dealt us this hand." Faced with his father's disappointment, the young man, though reluctant, bowed his head in resignation. "What fate? Just because my martial spirit cannot be cultivated?" he thought. "Did not my father provide a way for me to grow stronger? You have witnessed the secret techniques of the Holy City, which can indeed empower ordinary individuals. Moreover, once we make sufficient contributions, we can apply to the Holy City for a change of martial spirit. Then, you will truly become a soul master. Father, I believe we should not press the issue any further. The notion of changing one's martial spirit is merely a fade, once awakened. It is common knowledge that it cannot be altered." "Enough," the middle-aged man exclaimed. "What has spurred you to utter such nonsense today? Did that woman say something to you again? Let me assure you, if you continue to dwell in your so-called love, I shall take her life tomorrow." His gaze, filled with authority, betrayed his anger and disappointment towards his son. "Father, there is no need for that. She is already dead. I killed her myself just moments ago, and I intended to discuss this with you." "Really?" The The middle-aged man was taken aback. His son had often spoken of his girlfriend as true love, and now, suddenly, the situation had taken a dark turn. Indeed, you are my son. This is the right perspective. All these romantic notions are mere illusions. What truly matters is your strength. He encouraged, patting the young man on the shoulder. Yet the young man disregarded his father's praise, gazing at him in despair. Father, I killed her because she had uncovered some of our dealings. You see, if our affiliation with the evil soul master organization were to be exposed, it would invite the wrath of the spirit hall, leaving us with no escape. He sighed. Leah was the type who could not conceal her thoughts. I had no choice but to act. However, that is not the crux of what I need to discuss. The issue is, someone witnessed the act. What? The middle-aged man exclaimed, alarmed. Who saw it? A soul master or an ordinary person? Did they catch a glimpse of your face? The young man shook his head. I cannot be certain. There were 3 young lads, seemingly quite juvenile, but one was a great soul master. I was distanced from them, and I do not know how they discovered me. However, I believe they did not see my face. When one approached, I fled immediately, cloaked in darkness, where he could not discern my features. Is there a possibility of being followed? The middle-aged man continued to press, unable to quell his unease. Then there lies the issue of the body. I utilized the death soul ring during the act. If the corpse reaches the spirit hall, they will undoubtedly recognize the method as that of an evil soul master. In such a case, they will trace the leads back to us, and we shall be doomed. The young man was filled with regret, lamenting his choice not to employ a more conventional method. He had never anticipated being discovered in the midst of his actions. I shall go and investigate immediately. Perhaps those 3 lads have not yet departed. I will eliminate them all, and then dispose of the body accordingly. Listening to his son's articulate analysis, the middle-aged man revealed a satisfied smile. This was precisely the reason for his unwavering desire to see his son cultivate his abilities. For his son was a prodigy, a true genius, hindered solely by his own limitations, unable to harness his martial spirit. He firmly believed that if his son could cultivate his martial spirit, he would undoubtedly achieve great things. To this end, he had even gone so far as to join the organization of the evil soul masters in search of a glimmer of hope. But first, he needed to handle the matters of the evening. Rest assured, my son, I received word from the protector this evening. He should arrive in Sodto City tonight. Once he arrives, we shall see what can be done. The middle-aged man's words startled both the young man and the eavesdropping Qianju. The former was pleasantly surprised, while the latter was filled with dread. Mubai, this is not good. We must retreat at once. Outside the estate walls, Qianju, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, panic evident in his voice. Oh, where are you going, little one? Chapter 48, Captive. Just as Qianju turned to call out to Dai Mubai, an aged voice, both mocking and amused, interjected. The sound startled both Qianju and Dai Mubai, prompting them to frantically search for the source. Could it be that we are so unfortunate as to be discovered? Qianju's heart sank. He had just heard that the approaching protector was at least a level 60 soul emperor. How could they, mere novices in their 20s, possibly escape? How is this possible? I have been vigilant. How could someone approach without my notice? Dai Mubai was equally alarmed. Although Qianju had described the estate's secret passages and the environment below, he had not relayed the identity of the newcomer during their eavesdropping, leaving Dai Mubai in the dark about who was approaching. Eventually, they spotted the source of the voice atop the wall beside them. It was an elderly man, significantly older than even Fran and the others, who was now smiling at Qianju and Dai Mubai, stroking his white beard with a demeanor that appeared quite benevolent, devoid of any semblance of an evil soul master. However, Qianju recognized that this man was likely the protector of the holy church that the middle-aged man had mentioned. Noticing that Qianju and Dai Mubai had located him, the elder leaped down, just as they intended to unleash their martial spirits to escape. The elder waved his right hand, unleashing a wave of soul power that scattered their own, rendering them unable to gather it again. Their consciousness began to fade, and soon they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The elder chuckled softly, approached them, and effortlessly lifted Qianju and Dai Mubai, carrying them over the wall and into the estate. Where's Fan Hong? Upon entering the estate, the elder landed in the courtyard and, after casually dropping Qianju and Dai Mubai, called out with a strong voice. Protector of the holy city is present. The sole envoy Fan Hong of Sodto City, accompanied by his son Fan Huan, welcomes you from afar. The elder's soft reprimand had scarcely faded when the door to the study swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who, accompanied by his son, approached with utmost reverence. They halted a few meters away from Fan Hong and bowed deeply. I am Gulen, the guardian of the sacred city, Yujing Hall, here to collect the tributes from the past 2 years, the elder declared, raising his left hand to reveal a ring adorned with exquisite skull carvings on his thumb. The skull ring was entirely white, crafted from a unique bone rather than any metal, with the empty eye sockets and nasal cavity revealing a mysterious dark stone within. Upon noticing the significantly superior soul ring, Fan Hong performed another bow, saying, "Welcome, guardian of the sacred city. The tributes are ready for your collection at your convenience." He then cast a glance at Qianju and Dai Mubai, who had been cast aside on the ground, and looked back at Gulen, harboring a hint of confusion yet remaining respectfully silent, awaiting Gulen's instruction. Gulen, perceiving his bewilderment, reproached him lightly. "I found these individuals lurking outside your estate, peering over the walls. They are the same 3 youths who witnessed my act of murder. They actually followed me here?" Gulen's words startled both Fan Hong and Fan Huan, with Fan Huan realizing at that moment that Dai Mubai was indeed the young soul master who had discovered his father's crime. This dark-haired lad appears to possess some soul technique. He has uncovered the secret chamber beneath your estate, and from what I just overheard, it seems he has also discerned the layout of that chamber. Fan Hong, upon hearing Gulen's remarks, was filled with anger and alarm. Then these 2 cannot be spared. Guardian, please grant me permission to eliminate them. Gulen waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "No need to rush. Let us first proceed to the chamber below, and we can deal with them thereafter. Lead the way." With that, he crouched down and seized Qianju and Dai Mubai. "Very well, esteemed guardian," Fan Hong acquiesced. Recognizing that the 2 were already in their grasp, whether they were killed now or later mattered little. He respectfully guided Gulen through the secret passage of the study, descending into the underground realm, arriving at the fork guarded by the strongmen. The group of sturdy men had transformed from their earlier gambling demeanor to stand respectfully on either side. Upon seeing Fan Hong accompany Gulen, they collectively knelt and proclaimed, "Welcome, guardian." Gulen surveyed the men and women of all ages within the cells, nodding in satisfaction. "There appears to be an ample supply, but is there any risk of exposure? You are aware of the sacred city's regulations. Should our whereabouts be disclosed to the Spirit Hall, you know the consequences. Rest assured, guardian, their identities have been rendered dead in the outside world, and there shall be no inquiries. Exposure is impossible," Fan Hong assured Gulen. "Very well. If there is no risk of exposure, then what is the situation with these 2 youths?" Gulen inquired, gesturing towards Dai Mubai and Qianju. Fan Hong felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had momentarily overlooked this detail, but steeled himself to relay the general circumstances regarding Fan Huan, as he would later need Gulen's assistance in locating the bodies, making concealment impossible. "All right then, let us first interrogate these 2 young men." Gulen, after listening, remained non-committal and uttered a simple remark. Subsequently, Fan Hong escorted Gulen to another room designated for receiving guests, furnished with tables and stools. Gulen carelessly tossed Qianju and the other individual into the center of the room before taking a seat in the prominent position. Noticing his cue, Fan Hong dutifully poured tea for him. "Now, you 2 little rascals, open your eyes quickly. I know you're awake," Gulen remarked coolly as he settled in. Qianju, who had been holding his breath in an attempt to feign unconsciousness, let out a resigned sigh and opened his eyes. Slowly, he maneuvered himself into a cross-legged position on the floor. He raised his gaze towards Gulen and Fan Hong, his mind racing as he contemplated a means of escape. Dai Mubai also sat up, feeling the intense scrutiny of Gulen and Fan Hong directed at him and Qianju. Anxiety filled his heart, and he regretted following along. Feeling guilty for involving Qianju in this predicament, Fan Hong glanced at Gulen, and seeing that he had no intention of speaking, he took the initiative to ask, "Where did your companion go to send word? How long until someone arrives? And what have you done with the woman's corpse?" With a barrage of questions, Fan Hong set the tone. Qianju and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, both realizing they were at a loss, and that their situation was truly dire. Steeling himself, Qianju resolved not to succumb. He couldn't fathom how fortunate he was to have crossed into the world of Douluo and acquired the extraordinary martial soul of Qianju. He absolutely could not perish here underground. He had to survive until Flander, Zhao Wujia, and the others arrived to rescue them. Qianju raised his eyes to Gulen, the most formidable presence in the room, knowing that hope lay solely in his hands. He scrutinized Gulen, not missing any detail, until he noticed Gulen observing him with keen interest, and a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Wait, let me say something." Qianju quickly raised his hand to halt the conversation. In fact, Chapter 49, A Battle Beyond 20 Levels, Part 1. "Actually, I am from the Spirit Hall," Qianju stated slowly in response to Fan Hong's inquiries. "Spirit Hall? They've discovered us," Fan Hong exclaimed, rising anxiously to his feet and approaching Qianju. Seizing the moment, Qianju glanced at Dai Mubai, his gaze intense. "Yes, the Spirit Hall has long been aware of your presence. We too have come tonight to monitor your movements. The main force will arrive shortly. Do you have any idea how many of us are coming?" "How many? Who leads? Is it Lu Ji?" Fan Hong suddenly grasped Qianju's clothing at the chest, lifting him up with urgency in his eyes. Qianju seized Fan Hong's arm, seemingly seeking to ease his discomfort. "It's not Lu Ji, it's someone far more formidable," Qianju shouted in fury. With a swift flick of his wrist, a glimmering cold light shot toward Fan Hong's left eye, while the wolf spirit he had previously unleashed lunged upward, aiming for Fan Hong's neck. This marked Qianju's inaugural display of unreserved power against a soul master since his arrival in this world. Fan Hong was caught off guard, or rather, he did not harbor significant suspicion. Qianju and Dai Mu Bai appeared far too diminutive in his eyes. Fan Huan remarked that the boy he discovered committing murder was a great spirit master. Indeed, to reach such a rank at that age was a remarkable feat of genius. However, no matter how extraordinary, he believed that a great spirit master was where their talents would peak. He himself had attained the strength of a level 48 spirit master, and he held no belief that Qianju and Dai Mu Bai could pose any threat to him. Consequently, he met with misfortune. Although his reflexes as a spirit master allowed him to evade the sleeve arrow aimed at his left eye, he could not escape the ambush from the wolf spirit. The creature's sharp fangs pierced his neck, but as it penetrated, it encountered a formidable resistance. Fan Hong's protective spirit power. Instantly reacting, he retreated and struck out with his palm toward his neck, sending the wolf spirit flying away from him. Nevertheless, its fangs had already torn through his flesh, leaving multiple gashes from which blood gushed forth in torrents. Fortunately, Fan Hong had initially intended to teach the two a lesson and had released his martial spirit. Otherwise, had the wolf spirit's fangs dug deeper, he might have met his demise. At this moment, Dai Mu Bai, empowered by his martial spirit, surged forward. Upon exchanging a glance with Qianju, he understood the latter's strategy. Although uncertain of what impact their combined strength, both at over level 20, could have against Fan Hong and Gulan, he was willing to take the risk, for death was inevitable regardless. However, instead of attacking Fan Hong, Dai Mu Bai propelled himself toward Fan Huan, hoping to seize him as a hostage, which might afford them a glimmer of hope. Moreover, attacking the enemy was essential for rescue. Even if he failed, drawing Fan Hong's attention away could provide Qianju with further opportunities to act. At that moment, Fan Huan remained oblivious to the impending danger as Dai Mu Bai charged toward him. He merely witnessed Fan Hong suddenly under attack from Qianju, blood erupting from his neck, prompting him to call out in panic, rushing forward to assess Fan Hong's condition. Following the wolf spirit's assault, Qianju swiftly summoned the Qianju Bao, which materialized in his right hand as he rose to his feet, preparing to strike at Fan Hong with the bao's edge. He opted not to unleash a light arrow, for the disparity in spirit power between him and Fan Hong was too vast. Such a conventional attack might not even breach Fan Hong's protective barrier, given the close proximity. He believed that employing the sharpness of the Qianju Bao presented a better opportunity. He understood that he must not allow Fan Hong a moment to react. They had to capitalize on the element of surprise to achieve sufficient results, or they would be left with no chance of survival. Fan Hong, retreating at an alarming speed, let out a furious roar, his face flushing crimson. Simultaneously, he pressed his left hand firmly against his neck, desperately trying to alleviate the excruciating pain radiating from the wound. What is this? Why does it hurt so much? Is my neck broken? The intense agony shattered the calmness he typically maintained during battle, leaving his mind consumed by these harrowing questions, until he encountered Qianju and Dai Mu Bai charging towards him. His instinct for combat compelled him to use his free right hand to deflect the Qianju Bao that was cleaving towards him. As he braced himself for Dai Mu Bai's assault, he realized that Dai Mu Bai had bypassed him, rushing towards his rear. After a moment of confusion, he reacted. Huaner! Fan Hong bellowed once more, and his fourth spirit ring instantly illuminated. Observing this, Qianju hastily launched another attack. The Qianju Bao radiated a verdant glow as it swung forth, while the recovering wolf spirit, under the control of its master, lunged at him once again. However, this did not impede the release of Fan Hong's fourth spirit ability. Without any movement on his part, a phantom wolf emerged from his body, swiftly darting towards Dai Mu Bai, who was nearing Fan Huan, and sent him hurtling through the air. The force of this violent assault caused Dai Mu Bai to spew a mouthful of blood mid-flight, and he subsequently fell to the ground, motionless. Witnessing this, Qianju intensified his assault with the Qianju Bao, executing various techniques he had meticulously developed. Nevertheless, Qianju's techniques were not spirit abilities, although they initially bewildered Fan Hong, especially as he struggled to keep one hand pressed against his neck. His decades of battle-hardened experience gradually enabled him to regain his composure. Over time, he began to adapt to the pain inflicted by the wolf spirit, and his mind, previously clouded by agony, began to clear. Yet, the clearer his thoughts became, the more astonished he was by the monstrous opponent before him. The young man's martial spirit appeared to be a stealthy soul beast, which had just executed a surprise attack against him. Furthermore, this martial spirit not only possessed the ability to become invisible, but also inflicted excruciating pain upon contact. The intensity of the sensation led Fan Hong to briefly believe that his neck had been torn asunder. Fortunately, he had managed to unleash his martial spirit and undergo spirit possession before the transparent soul beast could sink its fangs too deeply into his neck. His initial response had been timely. When first ambushed, he swiftly repelled the creature. Although his neck bore several deep gashes, he was relieved that vital arteries and airways remained unscathed. Despite the significant bleeding, the situation was not dire. However, Fan Hong could accept this. It was merely the extraordinary nature of the martial spirit that allowed for invisibility and heightened pain. He felt that his earlier defeat was primarily due to the surprise attack. What he truly found unacceptable was that this young man's physical attributes bore little resemblance to that of a Grand Soul Master. His strength and agility were not significantly inferior to his own. Moreover, for reasons unknown, Fan Hong's own body was reacting much slower than usual, hindering his ability to exert his full power. Additionally, this young man possessed a skill that consumed his soul power. Each time the peculiar weapon emitted a green light, a portion of his soul energy would dissipate with the subsequent attack. Though the loss was minor each time, it accumulated, and he would soon find himself unable to endure it. Moreover, this skill remains beyond his capacity to decipher. Whenever the young man's strikes make contact, even if he successfully deflects them, his soul power diminishes nonetheless. Should he evade the onslaught, the emerald glow emanating from the weapon would still persist, inevitably leading to further depletion of his soul power upon their next encounter. Furthermore, the invisible spirit beast martial soul necessitates his constant vigilance, with that entity incessantly harassing him. Evading Qianju's attacks becomes an unattainable feat. As the battle progressed, he found his soul power halved, while the young adversary before him, having endured several of his strikes and even been subjected to his soul skill, continued to assault him with relentless fervor, showing no signs of exhausting his own soul power. What manner of monster is this youth? Chapter 50, The Battle Across 20 Levels, Part 2. As his attacks were once again evaded by Fan Hong, Qianju momentarily paused, breathing heavily. By this stage in the confrontation, Qianju had already gauged the balance of victory tipping in his favor. This does not imply that Qianju's strength had reached a level sufficient to challenge a Soul Emperor. Rather, it was the culmination of several indispensable factors at play. Setting aside the ever-smiling observer, the undoubtedly Soul Emperor-level evil Soul Master Gulan, Qianju's ability to prolong the battle to its current state was primarily due to the advantage of his martial soul, coupled with the initial successful ambush that granted him the upper hand and the actions of Dai Mubai. When Dai Mubai charged at Fan Hong, it rendered the latter, who was already struck by the wolf spirit's surprise attack and suffering under its torment, somewhat sluggish. In a fit of rage, Fan Hong lost his composure and unleashed his fourth soul skill, Wolf Shadow Assault. Although Dai Mubai sustained grave injuries and could no longer continue fighting, the loss of Fan Hong's most potent explosive capability prevented him from swiftly dispatching Qianju, thus granting Qianju the opportunity to transform the battle into a protracted engagement. As the confrontation dragged on, Qianju, fortified by the four soul rings granted by the Qianju martial soul, found his fundamental physical attributes comparable to Fan Hong's. While Fan Hong boasted a soul power level exceeding Qianju's by over 20 levels, the enhancement provided by soul power to physical attributes did not translate into an overwhelming advantage, allowing Qianju to contend with him despite the disparity. Additionally, Qianju benefited from the presence of the wolf spirit, which continued to assist in the offensive. Although Fan Hong grew wary, diminishing the effectiveness of the wolf spirit's attacks compared to the initial phase. The unique attributes of Qianju's concealment compelled Fan Hong to divert much of his attention toward guarding against the invisible wolf spirit, hindering his ability to launch a full-scale assault on Qianju. A single strike from the wolf spirit could inflict pain that would disrupt his movements and techniques. This was a key reason why Qianju managed to hold his ground against Fan Hong. Moreover, Qianju's two second soul skills, Azure Communication and Soul Severance, played pivotal roles in this battle. The effect of Soul Severance diminished Fan Hong's reaction speed by a significant margin, narrowing the gap between them and preventing Fan Hong from fully unleashing his prowess. Meanwhile, the impact of Azure Communication manifested dreadfully throughout the course of this confrontation. Not only does it expedite the consumption of Fan Hong's soul power, but upon a successful strike by Bai Tong, it also returns a portion of soul power to Qianju. This makes the expenditure of this soul skill remarkably minimal, and with a swift cooldown, Qianju can utilize it nearly every few seconds, leaving Fan Hong in a state of utter despair with each occurrence. Furthermore, The healing effects provided by this skill are one of the primary reasons Qianju has been able to endure the battle thus far. Fan Hong, however, is not to be underestimated. His first and second soul skills, occasionally striking the wolf spirit, inflict significant backlash on Qianju, evidenced by the numerous bloodstains adorning his body and the fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. Despite sustaining such injuries, Qianju continues to fight relentlessly, maintaining a constant assault on Fan Hong, largely due to Bai Tong's healing effects which keep his physical condition above a critical threshold, preventing collapse. All these factors combined allow Qianju, at the level of a Grand Soul Master, to engage a Soul Master 20 levels above him and begin to gain the upper hand. However, that was in the past. Now, Fan Hong is prepared to fight with all his might. He has recognized that the situation is turning against him and understands that he can no longer afford to be dragged down. If this continues, it is his soul power that will be depleted first, leading to his inevitable defeat. The Shadow Wolf's Embrace. Fan Hong unleashes his third soul skill, marking its first use in this battle. This skill is defensive in nature, which is why he had refrained from employing it. After all, Qianju had struggled to breach his defenses. Utilizing this third soul skill would merely squander soul power. Yet, the circumstances have changed. He is no longer willing to focus on defending against the wolf spirit and is prepared to make a desperate bid for victory. With a furious roar, Fan Hong momentarily disregards the wolf spirit, relying on the defensive effects of his third soul skill to launch a frenzied assault on Qianju. He employs his first and second soul skills with reckless abandon, allowing Qianju's attacks and the wolf spirit's bites to land upon him, desperate to resolve this conflict swiftly. However, Fan Hong has underestimated the sharpness of Qianju's thousand-ju bow and the wolf spirit's fearsome fangs. Even with the third soul skill deployed for defense, Qianju still inflicts considerable damage upon him. As pain surges anew, Fan Hong descends further into madness, his attacks growing ever more ferocious. While Qianju resembles a fragile vessel amidst a raging storm, on the brink of capsizing. Shadow Wolf Grab. Die. Fan Hong howls in rage, his voice echoing throughout the subterranean chamber. His second soul ring glows once more, a grayish wolf claw apparition materializing above his raised right hand, aimed squarely at Qianju. He is convinced that if this strike connects, that detestable brat before him will surely perish. A chilling scream pierces the air, so intense that it sends shivers down one's spine, as if the source is enduring the most harrowing torment imaginable. Yet, it is not Qianju who cries out. Before Fan Hong's second soul skill can land, the anguished scream belongs to Fan Hong. Observing Fan Hong's descent into madness, Qianju realizes that the wolf spirit's attacks have ceased to provoke him and instead directs the wolf spirit to assault Fan Hong. Fan Hong had not acclimatized to the agony inflicted by the wolf spirit, and he was at a loss on how to confront it. The creature's razor-sharp fangs sank into his hand, brutally tearing his arm, leaving him writhing in excruciating pain. Fanner, hearing his son's anguished cries, Fan Hong gasped in alarm and swiftly turned his gaze. His second soul skill dissipated due to his distraction. Upon witnessing the horrific state of Fan Hong rushed over, launching a flurry of attacks around his son to drive the wolf spirit away. He then crouched down, visibly flustered, and began to channel his soul power to staunch the bleeding. The sight of his son's injuries shattered the last vestiges of confidence in Fan Hong's ability to secure victory. He no longer wished to continue fighting. With his son in such a perilous condition and no means to swiftly deal with Qianju, prolonging the battle would only lead to further constraints. He conceded defeat. Seeing Fan Hong cease his assault and instead embrace Fan Hong to tend to his wounds, Qianju felt a sense of relief wash over him. He hurried to check on Dai Mubai's condition. The reason he had refrained from using his attacks on Fan Hong to restrain Fan Hong was the fear that the latter might, in a desperate bid, attack him or Dai Mubai without regard for the consequences. At that time, he had not yet depleted Fan Hong's soul power and stamina sufficiently to withstand such an explosive retaliation. Guardian, after administering a rudimentary bandage to Fan Hong turned to the observing Gulan, calling out with a tone of grievance. Ha ha ha, enough, everyone, cease your actions. Splendid, splendid. Gulan chuckled, waving his hand to signal for them to halt. However, after calling for a stop, he paid no heed to the aggrieved Fan Hong. Instead, he warmly beckoned Qianju, who was assessing Dai Mubai's injuries, to approach him. Reluctantly, Qianju complied, recognizing that the situation dictated he could not refuse. Yet, Dai Mubai's injuries were indeed severe, and it seemed unlikely they could endure much longer. Ah, young one, now you may reveal to me which faction you belong to. I can assure you, you are certainly not affiliated with the Spirit Hall. With your innate talents, if you were from the Spirit Hall, you would undoubtedly be in Spirit City, an important candidate for cultivation, rather than here engaging in such trifles as investigating evil soul masters. As Qianzhu regarded the smiling Gulan, he felt a surge of hope. The current circumstances had unfolded precisely as he had envisioned. Since regaining consciousness after being captured, he had been contemplating how they might navigate their predicament. Indeed, both he and Dai Mubai were formidable, typically encountering no worthy adversaries within their rank. Yet, what did that signify? They were now confronted with a soul master of over level 40 and at least a level 60 soul emperor. If they were merely facing Fan Hong, a soul master, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope if they fought fiercely. However, against Gulan, a guardian of the evil soul master organization, they harbored no hope whatsoever. Thus, Qianzhu had found himself at a loss for a way to break the deadlock. Until Van Hong intended to take action against them, he noticed the intriguing expression on Gulan's face, which sparked a thought in his mind. Talent. Yes, it was indeed talent. What was his greatest strength? Undoubtedly, it lay in his unparalleled gift. Given time, he could easily surpass most individuals in this world. Gulan, as a guardian of an evil soul master organization, was part of a group that inevitably required a continuous influx of fresh blood, particularly since such organizations cannot recruit talents through conventional means. They must either cultivate their own or directly capture gifted children to nurture from a young age, which is a common method for evil soul masters to enhance their organizational strength. For if they were to recruit an already matured soul master, like Van Hong, who was of considerable age, their motivation for joining the evil soul master organization would not stem from any belief, but rather from self-interest. And the bonds formed by interests are certainly not as steadfast as those forged by faith. Hence, Qianzhu's initial objective was never to escape by relying on his limited strength. Such a notion was sheer folly. His true aim was to showcase his and Dai Mubai's innate talents. The outcome of their battle against Van Hong held little significance. What truly mattered was whether they could pique the interest of the evil soul master named Gulan. It now appeared that they had indeed succeeded. I am not affiliated with that faction. I only arrived in Sodto City yesterday, seeking entrance into a more advanced soul master academy for study. Dai Mubai is here for the same purpose. In response to Gulan's inquiry, Qianzhu contemplated for a moment and rephrased his identity, omitting the mention of Shrek Academy. In Qianzhu's perspective, the title of a Soul Master Academy student would likely appeal to Gulan, as the academy merely serves as a training ground for talent, devoid of excessive entanglement and power struggles. Haha, indeed, at your age, you should be studying at a Soul Master Academy. Now, show me your martial soul. I am truly curious about what it is that enables you to achieve such feats. Gulan was indeed pleased with the identity of the Soul Master Academy students, prompting him to request Qianzhu to display his martial soul. Qianzhu's reasoning was not misplaced. Gulan had developed an interest in them. In fact, when Gulan captured them, he discerned their actual ages from the bone ages of Qianzhu and Dai Mubai. Later, when Van Hong recognized them and mentioned their prowess as great soul masters, Gulan's interest was further piqued. A 10-year-old great soul master was undoubtedly a prodigy. However, talent alone means little if it fails to mature. It becomes nothing more than a mere title. At this juncture, Gulan was not overly insistent. He merely sought to recruit the two into his organization. Should they refuse, he would simply eliminate them. A dead prodigy is but a fool. Yet, Qianzhu and Dai Mubai's subsequent performance genuinely astonished him. The duo, as great soul masters, managed to defeat Van Hong, a formidable figure within the soul sect. This was nothing short of remarkable, particularly with Qianzhu. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have never believed that a 9-year-old child could accomplish such a feat before anything else. He needed to ascertain the nature of the two children's martial spirits to prepare accordingly. Upon hearing Gulan's words, Qianzhu did not hesitate to cancel the concealment of the 1,000-Jew wolf spirit, allowing it to manifest before all but Master and Tang San. This was a plan he had long contemplated, since it was inevitable that he would employ the wolf spirit in his battle against Fan Hong. He decided to reveal the wolf spirit as his martial soul to the evil soul masters. Thus, he had refrained from showcasing his martial soul until now, even withholding the mask during the manifestation of the sheep spirit. This is my martial soul, known as the 1,000-Jew wolf spirit. It is a unique martial soul that possesses the abilities of invisibility and pain enhancement. When I awakened this martial soul, the members of the Spirit Hall informed me that it was of the highest caliber, and my innate soul power is at the maximum level of innate 10th rank. To his astonishment, Fan Hong realized that Qianzhu was indeed merely a great soul master. Meanwhile, Fan Hong, who had been silently staunching Fan Huan's wounds with his soul power, finally laid eyes on the very martial soul that had tormented him throughout the night. After their confrontation, he had been certain that Qianzhu was more than just a great soul master. How could a great soul master engage him in such a manner? He speculated that Qianzhu might appear youthful, but his age was likely greater, and his soul power level could be at least that of a soul sovereign. perhaps even on par with his own soul sect. Yet, to his disbelief, upon Qianzhu revealing his martial soul, it turned out he was indeed a great soul master. It was astonishing that someone with such power could contend with him so effectively. Fan Hong bitterly shook his head, conceding defeat with a sense of respect. Gulan, too, gazed in astonishment at the wolf spirit floating in the air. Its ghostly, smoky form and haunting blue flames in its eyes astounded him. But what truly struck him was the second soul ring beneath the wolf spirit, emanating a purple glow. The realization that a millennium-level soul ring could be absorbed at the second ring left Gulan almost giddy with excitement as he approached, inspecting the floating wolf spirit with an expression of fervor. "Child, can you tell me how you accomplished this?" Gulan inquired eagerly, stepping closer and gripping Qianzhu's shoulders with anticipation. "Well, it's because of my martial soul. The thousand-Jew wolf spirit is a messenger of death. The soul beasts I vanquish do not harbor grievances within their soul rings. Thus, I find it considerably easier to absorb soul rings compared to others. This, I believe, is the reason I could absorb a millennium soul ring at the second ring." "A messenger of death," Gulan murmured, somewhat entranced. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, his eyes burning with intensity as he looked at Qianzhu. "Child, do you know the name of our organization?" "Holy City," Qianzhu ventured, recalling what he had overheard from Fan Hong and Gulan's discussions. "No, our organization is called the City of Death Souls. The deity we venerate is indeed the god of death, and your martial soul is a messenger of the god of death. Do you not see this as a divine arrangement? Child, would you consider joining us in the City of Death Souls? With your talent and your extraordinary martial soul, you might very well become the next lord of our city." May I make a request first?" Qianzhu tentatively asked. Chapter 52, The City of Death Souls. "May I make a request?" Qianzhu inquired tentatively. "Certainly, please express your thoughts," Gulan replied with a smile, unperturbed by Qianzhu's request. His only concern was that Qianzhu might lack interest. "Well, could you please attend to my companion's injuries first? His wounds are quite severe, and I fear he may not endure for long." Qianzhu turned to glance at Dai Mubai, who remained unconscious. Having been struck by a full-force fourth soul skill from a soul sovereign, the fact that this soul master, barely over level 20, had survived was already a testament to his tenacity. "Of course, that is no problem at all. As it happens, I possess a healing soul skill," Gulan chuckled, having anticipated a more demanding request. Initially, he had intended to recruit Dai Mubai into his organization, but Qianzhu's remarkable display had gradually overshadowed his focus on Dai Mubai. With that, Gulan rose, releasing his soul power. 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 materialized beneath his feet, instantly enveloping him in the formidable aura of a soul sage. The benevolent demeanor he had previously exhibited transformed into one of imposing authority. Raising his hand, a string of azure beads appeared, gradually enlarging until it floated vertically behind him, rotating gently and emitting a luminous blue radiance. It was astonishing that the protector of this sinister spirit master organization was not a soul emperor, but rather a soul sage, akin to Flender. As Gulan spoke, he lifted his hand, and the 5th soul ring at his feet illuminated. Simultaneously, one of the rotating beads of the Gulan's sacred pearl responded, radiating a cerulean light and soaring into his outstretched hand. "You may perceive me as a support-type soul master, for my martial soul resembles one typically associated with assistance. However, that is not the case. I am a battle soul master. I possess a total of 9 Gulan sacred pearls, each capable of bestowing a soul skill corresponding to my 9 soul rings. It may be due to the fact that my soul skills are affixed to these sacred pearls that I can seamlessly acquire abilities in attack, defense, or support when enhancing my soul rings. Fortuitously, the 5th sacred pearl grants a healing soul skill. Go." With a gentle command, Gulan raised his hand, sending the sacred pearl soaring above Dai Mubai. A cascade of green light then descended, enveloping Dai Mubai. Qianzhu hastened forward to assess Dai Mubai's injuries. "How are you feeling, Mubai? Do you feel any better?" Upon awakening, Dai Mubai gazed at Qianzhu in confusion before surveying his surroundings, spotting Fan Hong beside Fan Huan and Gulan standing at the main seat. Seeing the concern etched on Qianzhu's face, Dai Mubai shook his head. "I am well. I merely have a few broken ribs, but it seems the dislocation is not significant, and my internal organs remain unharmed." After uttering these words, Dai Mubai himself was astonished by the relatively light nature of his injuries. When he had been struck by the wolf shadow unleashed by Fan Hong's 4th soul skill, he had genuinely believed his demise was imminent. "That is a relief," Qianzhu exhaled, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. Esteemed protector, might I request your assistance in treating my son as well? Please feel free to state any requirements you may have." At that moment, Fan Hong timely interjected, requesting Gulan to assist in treating Fan Huan. Gratefully acknowledging Fan Hong's request, Gulan acquiesced and continued to tend to Fan Huan. Haha, my dear child. Do you have any further requests? Gulan inquired with a smile, glancing at Qianju. The more requests Qianju made, the deeper their connection would become. He was determined to fulfill all that he could. Could you perhaps elaborate on the circumstances of your organization? Seizing the opportunity, Qianju cautiously probed, eager to glean more about the sinister organization known as Sodto City, in hopes of acquiring useful information for himself. Certainly, I shall share this with you, Gulan agreed, genuinely pleased with the two requests put forth by Qianju. From these two inquiries, Gulan had already formed a rough understanding of Qianju's character. To Gulan, Qianju's first request to heal his injured companion indicated a sense of loyalty and compassion, suggesting that he was not the type to forget favors. This boded well for their organization. If nurtured, he would likely remain steadfast. Qianju's second request to thoroughly comprehend Sodto City demonstrated that he had not relinquished his own thoughts. He was astute and not blindly compliant, nor outright dismissive. Instead, he sought to understand their organization, showcasing his wisdom. Gulan found himself increasingly impressed with Qianju's exceptional talents and sharp intellect. As Gulan began to formally introduce the intricacies of Sodto City, he expressed, "Fortunately, our sacred Sodto City is experiencing a resurgence. Upon the ascension of our current city lord, it was deemed essential that we no longer remain obscure, lest sacred Sodto City eventually transform into a true dead city. Thus, he sought reform, renaming our domain to Sodto City as a testament to our loyalty to the Grim Reaper, while actively engaging with the outside world to gather souls for sacrifice. Through our relentless endeavors, the strength of Sodto City has begun to revive and strengthen alongside these reforms. Let me assure you, our power now stands on par with those so-called top 3 sections. Sodto City is structured with 1 master, 3 halls, and 9 guardians. The master, our city lord, possesses at least the strength of a super Douluo. The 3 halls, and each have distinct responsibilities, with their respective hall masters being no less than Sol Douluo in strength. Beneath the 3 halls, there are 3 great guardians, and I am one of the heavenly guardians of the. Originally, our regulations stipulated that only those with the strength of a Soul Emperor could serve as guardians of the 3 halls. However, due to the developments over the years, all 9 guardians of Sodto City have attained the cultivation of Soul Saints. This merely reflects our upper echelon's prowess. Beneath them, countless Soul Emperors, Kings, and Sect Masters abound. Presently, we have Soul Envoys stationed in numerous cities across the 2 great empires, dedicated to collecting souls for Sodto City. Although we are not yet a match for the Spirit Hall, there will come a day when our strength accumulates, and we shall undoubtedly overthrow the Spirit Hall, spreading the influence of the Sodto City to every corner of the continent. Tell me, child, does the power of our Sodto City not impress you? Once you join us, with your innate talent, you will certainly be valued, and under our guidance, breaking through to the title Douluo rank will merely be a matter of time. You may even have a chance to ascend to the realm of the Super Douluo. Chapter 53, Escape. Qianju listened quietly to Gulan's narrative, feeling somewhat bewildered. What is happening? When did the Douluo world come to possess such a formidable organization as the Sodto City? If Gulan's words are not exaggerated, then the strength of the Soul Hall is indeed comparable to that of the 3 sections. Should I agree to this? Initially, Qianju intended to feign compliance with Gulan, planning to renegotiate once Flinder and the others arrived. However, if the Sodto City truly possesses such power, it warrants serious consideration. What if, as he feared, the Sodto City launched a large-scale attack on Shrek Academy? How could Flinder and Zhao Wujie withstand that? Yet, given the current circumstances, what choice do I have but to agree? All right, I shall join you. After much contemplation, Qianju finally spoke, accepting the proposition. If it proves unmanageable, so be it. After all, the burden will not fall solely on me. Adieu, Dai Mubai exclaimed, taken aback. Although he recognized the gravity of their situation, Qianju's swift consent left him somewhat incredulous. Mubai, you should agree as well, Qianju urged, casting him a pointed look. Dai Mubai understood Qianju's implication. Given the circumstances, they had no alternative but to comply. However, the thought that the sole person who had ever offered him warmth had been slain by the evil spirit masters of this organization made it exceedingly difficult for him to speak. May I address you as elder henceforth? I wish to inquire about our next steps, Qianju said, quickly shifting the topic as he noticed Dai Mubai's reluctance to voice his concerns. Qianju was taken aback, fearing that Gulan harbored ill intentions toward Dai Mubai, and was about to intervene when Gulan pushed forward, summoning the Holy Pearl of Gulan, which formed a chain and shot toward Fan Hong. Startled, Fan Hong quickly unleashed his martial spirit, activating his 3rd soul skill, Shadow Wolf's Guard, channeling all his soul power in a desperate attempt to block Gulan's assault. Yet, The disparity between him and Gulan was at least tenfold compared to Qianju. While Qianju could exchange a few blows with him, Fan Hong could not withstand even a single strike from Gulan, even without utilizing a soul skill. The moment Gulan's holy pearl made contact, all of Fan Hong's defenses crumbled in an instant, the tremendous force propelling him and Fan Huan away. The blood he expelled in midair was even more than that of Dai Mubai before him. "Father!" Fan Huan cried out, scrambling to his father's side upon landing, checking on his condition. Fortunately, Fan Hong had shielded him well, absorbing the full brunt of Gulan's attack, leaving Fan Huan with minimal injuries. Why? Severely injured. Fan Hong was supported by Fan Huan as he spat out another mouthful of blood, gazing at Gulan with a mixture of confusion and anger. He could not comprehend why Gulan would choose to attack him. In his view, even if Gulan coveted Qianju's remarkable talent and sought to absorb him into the City of Souls, there was no need to eliminate him. He bore no enmity towards Qianju. It was simply a matter of his son inadvertently being discovered and trailing behind, thereby exposing their hideout. He could easily relocate if necessary. Moreover, if not for their exposure, Gulan would likely not have noticed Qianju's potential. Even if Qianju were to thrive in the City of Souls in the future, he could understand that targeting him then would be manageable. He could simply keep his distance from Qianju. Yet, he found it utterly perplexing why Gulan would choose this moment to end his life. Some matters, after all, are best kept known by fewer individuals. As Gulan spoke, he turned to look at Qianju but was momentarily taken aback, for Qianju and Dai Mubai had vanished without a trace. Frowning, Gulan had no time to concern himself with the father and son duo and hurriedly pursued them. Outside the estate, Flender cradled Qianju in one arm and Dai Mubai in the other, escaping through a secret passage from the study. Upon finding Oscar waiting outside, he entrusted Dai Mubai to Qianju, cautioning them, "Be careful, the individual is an evil soul master, a soul sage named Gulan, whose martial spirit manifests as a string of Gulan's sacred pearls. His fifth soul skill is a healing ability. He has taken an interest in my talent and wishes to recruit me into their organization. It would be best to apprehend him." Qianju relayed all potentially useful information to Flender in one breath. Flender furrowed his brow upon hearing this, contemplating the difficulty of the situation. He had initially brought Oscar along under the impression it would be a mere interlude. Even when Oscar suggested the possibility of an evil soul master at play, Flender did not take it seriously, believing that formidable evil soul masters were not easily encountered, likely just a low-level soul master who had strayed in pursuit of power. He thought a soul sage should be easily dealt with, yet he had indeed encountered an adversary of similar strength. With this thought, Flender quickly added to Qianju and the others, "All right." Qianju responded affirmatively, lifting Dai Mubai and a Princess Carrie and fleeing with Oscar. They needed to vacate the area swiftly, otherwise, once Gulan emerged, the three of them would become Flender's vulnerability. "I have a large sausage. I have a large sausage." Oscar incessantly activated his first soul skill, conjuring up large sausages to stabilize Dai Mubai's injuries. "Dai, quickly eat. Have a few more. How do you feel now?" Oscar inquired with concern. However, Dai Mubai ignored Oscar, his expression dark as he addressed Qianju. "Ju, could you please change your position? Otherwise, just carry me on your back. Don't you find this position a tad humiliating for two grown men?" "Humph, I haven't complained, and yet your demands are excessive. You have fractured ribs. How do you expect me to carry you? Shall I inflict further injury upon you?" Qianju retorted with a chuckle. Oscar, witnessing Dai Mubai still having the time to ponder, felt reassured that his injuries were not grave. He couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Qianju being fiercely reprimanded. "By the way, Ju, how did you end up like this? Didn't Big Brother Dai mention that Shadow's strength was not formidable? How did you sustain such injuries?" "Don't ask. The answer is simply a grim face." Qianju, upon hearing Oscar's inquiry, wore a helpless expression. He regretted listening to Dai Mubai about chasing after that evil soul master. After a night filled with anxiety, he vowed never to stray from the storyline again. He had no desire to meddle in matters beyond it. Chapter 54, The Confrontation. Qianju had a dark expression. Yet Dai Mubai, upon hearing Oscar's question, instantly became animated. He straightened up, leaned towards Oscar, and exclaimed, "Little AO, you have no idea. Just a while ago, we battled with a soul zone of over level 40. It was exhilarating, though I was taken down in one hit. But I also created an opportunity for a Jew. By the way, a Jew, how did that battle conclude? What made you stop?" Although Dai Mubai understood that the two of them, as great soul masters, were unlikely to defeat a soul zone, he was relieved to see Qianju, despite his injuries, maintaining a decent condition. Moreover, Fan Hong appeared to be in a similarly poor state, continuously guarding his son. Perhaps Qianju had cleverly exploited this situation to successfully vanquish Fan Hong. While employing a hostage as leverage might seem unjust, What righteousness could there be against an evil soul master? It was a stalemate. In the end, due to his son, he hesitated and conceded. We were halted by that Gulan. Qianju chose not to elaborate, merely conveying the outcome to the two. That is indeed impressive. A level 40 soul zone. For us, as mere great soul masters, to achieve such a feat is remarkable, exclaimed Dai Mubai, instinctively clapping his hands together, only to wince as his injury ached in response. Enough with the chatter, focus on resting. Seeing this, Qianju halted Dai Mubai's urge to continue speaking, urging him to rest peacefully. The three of them swiftly distanced themselves, soon vanishing from sight. At that moment, Gulan finally emerged from the secret passage. Uncertain of how Qianju and Dai Mubai had disappeared, he had searched the underground chamber for a while. Only after confirming their absence did he pursue them, which delayed him. However, the cunning Flanders, aware that this evil soul master would emerge from here, would not let such an opportunity slip away. He had long been lying in wait at the side of the study, and as Gulan dashed out, Flanders sprang forth with remarkable speed, too swift for an ordinary person to react. Indeed, although Gulan sensed a subtle danger in his heart, he never anticipated being ambushed by a soul saint. In a flurry, he was caught off guard by Flanders' series of relentless attacks, forcing him to desperately defend himself while seeking an opportunity to break free. Eagle strikes the sky. After a series of skillful maneuvers, Flander, sensing that Gulan was beginning to regain his composure, immediately unleashed his sixth soul skill. As the sixth soul ring illuminated, a radiant flash emanated from the wings on his back. With the cry of an eagle, Flanders swept Gulan into the air with a single wing, then, propelled by his wings, surged upward to confront Gulan once more. Under the acceleration granted by the sixth soul skill, a flurry of attacks rained down upon Gulan. Simultaneously, as Gulan was sent soaring by Flanders' wing, the fourth, fifth, and sixth soul rings beneath his feet glowed in succession. 4 of the 9 Gulan's sacred pearls behind him began to emit their own light, swirling from behind to in front of him. One pearl radiated a gentle green light that enveloped Gulan, mending his wounds. Another, glowing blue, settled beneath his feet, providing him with a foothold to halt his ascent. A third pearl, shining with golden brilliance, formed a shimmering golden shield before Gulan, ready to intercept Flanders' assault. The last, exuding a gray hue, materialized as a colossal gray sword at Gulan's side, which he commanded to launch a fierce attack at Flander. In that fleeting moment, Gulan unleashed 4 soul skills, striving to alter the tide of battle. The giant sword appeared corporeal, yet curiously, no sound emerged upon its collision with Flanders' wings and hands, as if Flander were striking at mere air. However, each contact resulted in a trace of gray matter transferring from the sword to Flanders' body, slightly hampering his movements. Flander, acutely aware of this, recognized his opponent as an evil soul master and thus remained vigilant. After another clash, he executed a swift spin, using his wings to once again send Gulan flying, creating distance between them. He paused to assess his condition while coldly scrutinizing Gulan. Taking advantage of this moment, Gulan hovered at a distance, breathing heavily. He had narrowly managed to defend against the onslaught, which had nearly cost him dearly. You are the teacher of that child? Hand him over to me. Let him come with me. Here, he will squander his talent, Gulan called out, attempting to probe Flanders' resolve through words. Rubbish. I have taught countless exceptional students. I have no need for an evil soul master like you to dictate terms. Go with you? To become a pariah, reviled by all? To harm innocent people like you? Abandon that thought, Flander retorted fiercely. However, Gulan, instead of becoming enraged, merely smirked. You are mistaken. He has already consented to join our organization. From this moment, he is one of us, an evil soul master. So what will you do? Kill him? Gulan taunted Flander, simultaneously sowing discord regarding Qianju's allegiance. Nonsense. Anyone can see that was merely a facade. You cannot even distinguish between the two. I truly wonder how you managed to cultivate to the soul sage realm, Flander scoffed, laughter escaping him. Very well, since you refuse to yield, I have no choice. Let that child remain in your care for the time being. Please assist us in his training. However, you must ensure his well-being, for it is possible that we may come to retrieve him at any moment. Gulan is wary of staying too long in Sodto City, as it is undoubtedly a significant urban center, and the strength of the Spirit Hall station master is likely formidable. Should any commotion arise, the reinforcements could prove troublesome. Additionally, with various factions present, there is a risk of attracting a powerful adversary with a vendetta against evil soul masters, which would leave him with no escape. Thus, it is prudent to slip away while the coast is clear. Humph, think you can flee? As a flying-type soul master, Flander excels in speed, though he may lack somewhat in terms of damage. Nevertheless, in terms of velocity, he has yet to meet anyone of equal rank who poses a challenge. With a single flap of his wings, Flander surged toward Gulan, visibly closing the distance between them. Gulen was well aware that he could not outrun Flander. Upon realizing that he was being pursued by a flying-type soul sage, he understood that he was in a precarious situation. Therefore, after halting Flander's assault momentarily, he uttered a few sharp words and fled toward the city's outskirts, where he hoped to utilize the sacred city's secret arts for an opportunity to escape. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless chase, with Flander managing to impede Gulen's rapid departure, yet unable to prevent him from shifting the battlefield. Eventually, they found themselves outside Sodto City. Chapter 55, A Narrow Escape. With that, he hurried over to assess Dai Mubai's injuries. Director Zhao, we have encountered an evil soul master. Flander informed. He has just rescued us and is currently confronting the evil soul master. He urged me to bring you quickly. Evil soul master? Zhao Wujia gazed at Qianzhu, bewildered. I have lived in Sodto City for years and have never heard of such a being. You, who arrived just yesterday, encounter one? How fortunate. Zhao Wujia confirmed with Qianzhu and Oscar. What is the situation? At that moment, a middle-aged man, modest in stature with small eyes and a prominent nose, approached, bearing a resemblance to Flander. Oscar immediately called out, Teacher, Dai Mubai is injured. Please attend to him. Indeed, old Xiao. You must examine him and ensure he does not suffer any lasting consequences. I will step out for a moment. You, guide me, Zhao Wujia instructed, rising upon seeing Xiao Xian's arrival and beckoning Qianzhu to follow him outside. Go ahead, I will take care of this. Xiao Xian waved his hand, squatting before Dai Mubai to thoroughly inspect his injuries. Teacher Xiao, how serious is my injury? Will there be any lasting effects? As he observed Xiao Xian's furrowed brow, Dai Mubai began to feel a twinge of anxiety, silently praying that his injuries would not impact his future cultivation in battles. Your injury is rather severe. You have fractured ribs and punctured your lung. Moreover, who initiated treatment before properly realigning the fractured bones? Such recklessness. As he spoke, Xiao Xian summoned his martial spirit. 7 soul rings, gold, gold, purple, 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 black, black, materialized beneath his feet. Adopting a more relaxed stance, Xiao Xian meticulously began to mend Dai Mubai's broken ribs with his soul power, gently coaxing them back into place. This process was excruciating. Dai Mubai could distinctly feel his ribs shifting under Xiao Xian's influence, the pain causing him to sweat profusely, yet he gritted his teeth in silence. The sweet green beans heal the wounds. After an hour of painstaking care, the 4th soul ring beneath Xiao Xian finally glimmered, and as he uttered his soul incantation, a handful of green sugar beans materialized from thin air, cascading into his palm, approximately a dozen in total. Handing the sugar beans to Oscar, Xiao Xian instructed, First, let the young lad consume 5, then 1 every hour thereafter. Return to me for more after 12 hours, and refrain from vigorous activity for a week. Understood, teacher. Oscar replied, accepting the beans and feeding 5 into Dai Mubai's mouth. Noticing Dai Mubai's inquiring gaze, Xiao Xian rose and clapped his hands. Rest assured, you will recover swiftly and no lasting effects will remain. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai, who had been enduring both pain and worry, finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Qianzhu was being carried swiftly by Zhao Wuji towards Sodto City. While their pace was undoubtedly slower than when Flinder had flown with him, it was still quite rapid. Zhao Wuji, with his towering stature and the assistance of soul power, covered several meters with each stride. At this rate, they would reach Sodto City in mere minutes. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Wuji began conversing with Qianzhu. Young one, do you know who I am? Yes, the Vice Dean, the immutable King Zhao Wuji. Although you are no longer active in the martial world, legends about you still circulate. Qianzhu replied. Haha, is that so? But those are tales of the past, best left unmentioned. For now, I simply wish to enjoy my time at Shrek Academy, imparting knowledge to you little monsters. By the way, how did you encounter that evil soul master? Is he formidable? Even Flinder could not contend with him, prompting you to seek help. Indeed, he is quite powerful. He is a soul sage like you, wielding the ancient gland's sacred pearl as his martial spirit. Qianzhu proceeded to recount the events from the previous night up until now, detailing the predicament they faced. These cursed individuals have dared to undermine our Shrek Academy. Zhao Wuji exclaimed in fury upon hearing this, quickening his pace as he charged into Sodto City. The lair of the evil soul master was not far from the southern gate through which Zhao Wuji had entered, and guided by Qianzhu, he soon arrived there. However, upon their arrival, they found no signs of battle. Instead, they witnessed a throng of individuals clad in the uniforms of the spirit hall bustling about the estate. Ahead, the common folk who had been imprisoned in the underground chamber were being let out one by one, many bursting into tears of joy upon their escape. Zhao Wujia and Qianzhu exchanged a glance, unleashing their formidable Titan bear martial spirits. 7 resplendent soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 materialized beneath their feet. Zhao Wujia stepped forward and seized a member of the spirit hall, inquiring, "Young man, might I ask about the soul sage of evil spirits who fought here earlier?" The youth, uncertain of whom Zhao referred to, recalled that 2 soul sages had indeed battled in the vicinity. If one was an evil spirit master, the other must be a venerable soul sage. Without hesitation, Zhao Wujia took off towards the eastern gate of Sodto City, suspecting that the nefarious spirit master would attempt to flee upon being discovered, relocating to the outskirts of the city. However, upon his arduous arrival at the eastern gate, he found Flender conversing with a middle-aged man at the entrance. "Old Flender, what is the situation?" Zhao Wujia hurriedly asked, while Qianju turned to Flender. Eager to discern whether that Gulen had been captured, Flender exchanged glances with Qianju, shaking his head. The man, upon seeing reinforcements, desperately employed a secret technique to escape, leaving no trace behind. However, he must have sustained severe injuries. It will likely take him at least a year or 2 to recover, Flender sighed. "Ah, old Zhao. Allow me to introduce this gentleman. He is Bishop Lu Ji of the Sodto City branch of the Spirit Hall." Flender then turned to Lu Ji, saying, "This is our academy's vice president. You may call him Old Zhao." Despite the informality, Lu Ji took no offense, responding with a smile. "Your esteemed academy boasts an impressive faculty. Even the vice president is a soul sage, which is truly remarkable." "Not at all, Lu brother. Your strength is extraordinary." The evil spirit master fled at the mere sight of you. After exchanging compliments, Lu Ji, unable to withstand Flender's unabashed flattery, offered a courteous bow. "Well then, Flender, I shall take my leave. I have matters to attend to. I am grateful for your academy's assistance. I invite you to our spirit hall as guests in the future, and I will ensure a warm reception." "Indeed, I shall make time for a visit," Flender replied. However, as Lu Ji vanished around the corner, Flender spat on the ground, muttering curses under his breath. Zhao Wujia and Qianju simultaneously rolled their eyes. "Enough of that, old Flender. Let us discuss serious matters. What will we do now that you have failed to capture that evil spirit master? They may return with vengeance." At Zhao Wujia's inquiry, Flender's demeanor grew grave. He summoned his martial spirit and grasped Zhao Wujia's hand, soaring into the sky, heading towards Shrek Academy. Chapter 56. Maternal figure. Days later, on a clear morning, Qianju arrived at the academy's training ground to engage in shooting practice, while Dai Mubai cautiously stretched nearby. After a few days of consuming the green sugar beans, Dai Mubai was finally able to move a bit more freely. Oscar, meanwhile, circled the ground, diligently working on his endurance training as a food-based support soul master, whose techniques required far less rigorous practice. Only training in evasion and the coordination among team members are required. It appears that possessing wings is akin to having a vehicle. One cannot escape the fate of running errands. Dai Mubai, in a state of ennui, observed Qianju diligently shooting arrows, while Oscar, drenched in sweat, circled around. The training habits cultivated over the years stirred a certain yearning within him. Yet he refrained from training for fear of hindering his future endeavors. He lamented, "How much longer must I wait? How long until I can train again? I feel as though my body is on the verge of decay." At that moment, Oscar happened to run past him. It 1 TB long. The teacher said, "In just a couple of days, you can exercise appropriately." "Ah, 2 more days." Dai Mubai let out a long, mournful howl. Suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the air, followed by a figure descending from the sky, crashing onto the training ground and raising a cloud of dust. Xiao Gang, where are you?" "I'm here." The figure was not Flandra, but a beautiful woman clad in a simple garment, her pale face betraying a hint of urgency. It was difficult to associate her recent bold descent with her current demeanor. "Are you the students of Shrek Academy?" "Xiao Gang, the one you call master. Where is he?" "Take me to him, quickly." Qianju gazed at the woman before him, and a realization dawned upon him. She must be the final piece of the golden iron triangle, the slaughtering corner, Lu Erlong. It was unexpected that Flandra had sought her out. One must understand that the reason the golden iron triangle has gradually faded from memory is due to the emotional entanglements between the master and Lu Erlong, which caused the trio to drift apart. Now, in an effort to avert the retaliation from the evil fire master, Flandra had summoned her, indicating that he had conferred with the master, who had evidently prioritized his safety above all else. Despite Lu Erlong being merely a soul sage, even a guardian in the City of Death Souls possesses such prowess. However, many years ago, the trio's reputation in the world of soul masters was founded upon their nearly perfect fusion technique, Golden Sacred Dragon, achieved with a staggering compatibility rate of 99%. It is known that dual soul fusion techniques are exceedingly rare, arising from the collaboration of 2 soul masters, and the chances of a trio successfully achieving such a fusion are virtually non-existent. Except for the master and his companions, no others have accomplished this feat, let alone with such an extraordinary compatibility rate. This has led many to believe that the master's research is intrinsically linked to this phenomenon, which is the foundation of his esteemed title. Furthermore, at that time, both Flandre and Lu Erlong were merely soul emperors at level 60, yet even then, their fusion technique could rival most soul Douluos without succumbing to defeat. Now that both have ascended to the rank of soul sages, it is likely that only the super Douluo of the City of Death Souls could match them in a short span of time. Lu Erlong. The teacher has yet to arrive. Recognizing Lu Erlong, Qianzhu prepared to establish a rapport with her. After all, when he read the original work, he was quite fond of this woman who dared to love, and after 20 years of separation, her affections remained steadfast. How many can claim such enduring feelings? However, when it came to greeting, Qianzhu hesitated 2 or 3 times, uncertain of how to address Lu Erlong. Should he call her Senior Lu? Director Lu? Neither seemed quite appropriate. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided on Master, as it appeared they were destined to be together in the end. What do you call me? Master? Are you Xiao Gang's disciple? Has he mentioned me to you? Lu Erlong gazed at Qianzhu, increasingly intrigued. Yes, Master, please come here. I shall explain everything slowly. Qianzhu said, retracting his martial spirit without concern for Lu Erlong's reaction, as he took her hand and led her aside, leaving Dai Mubai and Oscar utterly bewildered. Are you truly Xiao Gang's disciple? Has he been well these years? Did he really speak of me? Once they had moved a bit away, Lu Erlong inquired anxiously. Master, I am finally seeing you. Let me tell you, the teacher has not fared well over the years. He has dared not consider matters of the heart, pouring all his thoughts into his research, and has endured considerable hardship. Once, when he was drunk, he spoke of you, and he even cried, expressing regret for not being able to face you. Master, you must seize this opportunity. Do not let him slip from your grasp again. As Lu Erlong listened to Qianzhu's account, tears began to well in her eyes. Xiao Gang, did he truly say such things? Does he genuinely feel remorse for me? I do not blame him. I understand his actions at that time. Anyone would be at a loss in such circumstances. Qianzhu remarked, shaking his fists. This place was not the original world of Qianzhu, devoid of the critics that once existed. Anyone who dared to gossip would likely find themselves in dire straits. Oh, you child, how is it that you delve into such matters at such a young age? You ought to be focused on your studies. Xiao Gang, such a principled individual. How could he take on a disciple like you? Lu Erlong blushed as she listened to Qianzhu's reasoning, biting her lip. Upon witnessing him shake his fists, she playfully scolded him, squatting down to pinch his cheek. Although she chided him, her actions clearly demonstrated her affection for him. Ouch, Master, that hurts. The teacher is not adhering to the rules. He is simply too rigid. If I had a stunning beauty like you admiring me, I would have long since flown with her, disregarding everything else. Master, let me tell you, your indecisiveness in the past has caused you much unnecessary suffering. There is a saying, what is done is done. As long as you and the teacher have shared a marital bond, who would fear that he would not acknowledge you? If he truly dared to deny you as his wife, I would refuse to recognize him as my teacher. Master, I shall always stand by your side. As Qianzhu spoke, the formality of you slipped into a more intimate tone, drawing him closer to Lu Erlong. She looked at him, reflecting on his words, and her eyes grew misty once more, unable to contain her emotion as she embraced Qianzhu and wept aloud. For all these years, it was only Qianzhu who supported her, not even the former Flandre did. It was solely Qianzhu who spoke to her in such a manner, words that reached deep into her heart. After more than 20 years of pent-up grievances, she finally erupted, weeping uncontrollably, her tears soaking Qianzhu's entire lapel. Gazing at the tearful Lu Erlong, Qianzhu embraced her, his right hand gently stroking her back. Although Lu Erlong possessed a generous heart and a soft physique, Qianzhu felt no impure thoughts at that moment, only deep understanding and sympathy for her. Chapter 57, Matchmaking. All right, Shizhuan, it's all right now, do not cry. Rest assured, I will act as your internal ally. This time, I guarantee you will win over the teacher. After Lu Erlong had wept for a while, Qianzhu patted her shoulder, offering her comfort. Lu Erlong looked up, her eyes blurred with tears as she gazed at Qianzhu. Shizhuan, let me tell you, men are all clumsy fools. The more you cling to them, the more they will find you bothersome. It is only when they begin to feel your absence and realize their shortcomings that they will start to cherish you. Then what should I do? Lu Erlong cautiously inquired of Qianzhu, never having anticipated that she would seek advice on matters of the heart from a child. 3 days later, amidst Lu Erlong's fervent calls, the master finally arrived, accompanied by Tang San and Xiao Wu. Teacher, Little San, Xiao Wu, Zhuge. Upon seeing the master and his companions approaching, Qianzhu promptly went to greet them. Tang San and Xiao Wu smiled back at him, their faces radiant with joy, while only the master regarded him with a somewhat serious expression. Xiao Ju, I told you not to engage in reckless endeavors, yet on your very first day here, it has already turned into such a situation. Oh, teacher, you cannot blame me for this. I was adamantly opposed at the time. If there is anyone to blame, it is Dai Qianju remarked, pointing towards Dai Mubai, who sheepishly stepped forward, acknowledging that it had indeed been his insistence to proceed. Greetings, master. I am Dai Mubai, one of the students of Shrek Academy, and my martial soul is the White Tiger. Unsure of how to address the master, Dai Mubai introduced himself. I am Oscar, my martial soul is the Sausage, and I am also a disciple of Shrek Academy. Oscar took the opportunity to greet the master as well. The master nodded at the two, recognizing them as the exceptional students Flander had mentioned, both possessing remarkable martial souls. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have been eager to study them further, but at that moment, he was preoccupied. Where's Erlong? She should have arrived by now, the master inquired, looking towards Flander behind the students. Erlong has indeed come, but she seems reluctant to meet you. It took much persuasion on my part to bring her here. Whether she stays will depend on you, Flander replied, casting a glance towards Qianju. Qianju quickly signaled him to refrain from looking. Sigh, let us go, Flander. Take me to see her. The master, oblivious to Flander's subtle gestures, merely sighed. At present, his thoughts are consumed with how to confront Lu Erlong. In his youthful arrogance, upon receiving the news, he was uncertain how to face her and fled the scene alone, unsure whether Lu Erlong would ever forgive him. Observing master and Flanders depart, Qianju approached and embraced Tang San, jesting, Little San, I never expected to see you again so soon. Tang San replied with a smile, Indeed. I thought it would be quite a while. Exactly. Brother Ju, ever since you left, Little San has been training fervently, determined to surpass you, neglecting our playtime together. Yet here we are, just over 10 days later, reunited. Xiao Wu chimed in, dancing alongside them. Haha, Xiao Wu, no worries. Let Tang San focus on his training. I will take you out for some fun. I assure you, Sodto City is far larger than Nodding City, brimming with exciting attractions, including a specialized arena for soul masters. I'll take you there. Really? That sounds wonderful. Brother Ju, you're the best. Xiao Wu exclaimed, jumping forward to embrace Qianju, who reciprocated the gesture with a light hug. Hello, everyone. I am Oscar. Welcome to Shrek Academy. Oscar greeted, unable to resist saying hello to the lively Xiao Wu. I am Dai Mubai. Welcome. Our academy finally has a girl. Dai Mubai added, smiling as he stepped forward. All right. We will have plenty of time to get acquainted later. For now, let us hurry along, or we might miss the exciting parts, Qianju stated, leading the group to follow Master and Flanders at a distance toward Lu Erlong's room. Although the others were puzzled about Qianju's intentions, they quietly trailed behind. Master followed Flanders to the exterior of a closed door, where Flanders gestured toward the inside and then stepped aside. Standing silently before the closed door, Master was lost in thought, until the gathering behind him began to murmur, prompting him to finally raise his hand and knock. Who is it? Come in. A familiar yet strange voice responded, causing Master to hesitate momentarily. He turned to Flanders, only to find him gazing back with a serious expression, feeling a chill at Flanders' demeanor. Master took a deep breath and summoned his courage to push the door open and step inside. Who is Master going to see? It feels like he is preparing for a duel, Xiao Wu whispered to Qianju, tugging at his sleeve. A few curious onlookers gathered around. My master's wife. The one who fell from the sky a few days ago. Over a decade ago, my teacher committed a grave wrong against her. They have not seen each other in many years. However, this time, in light of the recent events with the evil soul masters, he has brought her here. Qianju explained softly to the group. Over 10 years. Xiao Wu exclaimed, sticking out her tongue. In her previous life, that span would have passed in the blink of an eye, particularly after she had reached a cultivation age of several thousand years. Even a single night's slumber could stretch into years. However, ever since he transformed into a human, he felt that time had begun to drag. With an abundance of tasks and desires awaiting him each day, Tang San, intrigued, inquired about what the teacher had done to keep them apart for so long. The response was that the teacher had fled on the very day he was to marry his bride. Everyone gazed at Qianju in astonishment. Fleeing from marriage? What a profound injury to the bride. No wonder the master resembled someone going into battle. Only Xiao Wu discreetly tugged at Tang San's sleeve, softly asking what it meant to flee from marriage. It was only after Tang San clarified that she let out a scoff, quietly remarking, he truly is not a man. Xiao Wu, do not be so harsh. The teacher must have had his reasons. Despite his own disapproval of the master's actions, Tang San felt compelled to defend his mentor. Xiao Wu pouted but ceased her comments, joining the others as they leaned against the door, eavesdropping on the unfolding drama. Luer, it's good to see you. The master softly spoke as he sat by the bed. Lu Erlong turned to face the one she had longed for, wishing to rush into his arms. Yet, as Xiao Ju had aptly noted, patience is paramount for grand schemes. She must restrain herself. Good to see me? Huh. After all these years without a word. Now that you need something, you remember me? Lu Erlong remarked, her face cold and laced with sarcasm. The master scratched his head, at a loss for words. Why the silence? Feeling awkward? On our wedding day, you left me alone to face our family. Have you ever considered my feelings at that moment? You only thought of escaping to avoid the whispers of our clan, never caring how I would cope with their scrutiny. The master found himself rendered speechless, unsure how to articulate his rationale. Since you were so resolute in leaving back then, why seek me now? This is for the children, he stammered. When I discovered our kinship, I was utterly bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. I am neither handsome nor powerful, yet you chose me over the far more admirable Flander. Do you know that at that time, I regarded you as my entire world? My only concern was to protect your reputation. The union of siblings is frowned upon. And while I might not care, how could I allow you to endure that scrutiny? I lacked even the strength to shield you. At that moment, the listeners outside could not help but softly exclaim in surprise, turning to Flander, who adjusted his attire, bemused. After hearing the master's heartfelt confession, Lu Erlong felt a swell of emotions, finally grasping the depths of his thoughts. Yet, it was still insufficient. The moment was not yet ripe. Thus, she maintained her icy demeanor and replied flatly, Indeed, you fled to a remote place, where no one knows of the affection you once harbored for your cousin. You may continue to bask in the glory of your title, devoting yourself to your studies, while I am left to endure the whispers of our family. Do you have any idea what they say about me? They accuse me of shamelessness, of having seduced my cousin, and when the time for marriage arrived, I was exposed and discarded like refuse. Yet, I shamefully sought solace elsewhere. So, this is what you wished for, what you wished to witness, is it not? No. How could they treat you so cruelly? The master gazed at Lu Erlong in astonishment. He had never fathomed that such slander would be directed at her. Nor did he consider that his departure would impose such deep suffering upon her. The guilt surged within him, compelling him to embrace the love before him. Forgive me, Erlong. I was wrong. I should never have left you to bear so much alone. It is all my fault. Grant me this chance to atone for my mistakes. I vow I shall never leave your side again. Reflecting on the poor decisions made years ago and the myriad of hardships Lu Erlong had endured, the master could no longer contain his tears. He could scarcely imagine the trials she had faced during their time apart. Chapter 58, The Plan. Do you truly recognize your mistakes? Lu Erlong regarded the master, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. Yes, I truly do. I should not have evaded my responsibilities, nor should I have abandoned you. Erlong, you have suffered so much in my absence, and I promise to make amends. The master declared, once more enveloping Lu Erlong in his embrace. Then, how do you propose we address our familial ties? How will you deal with the gossip? Lu Erlong inquired, seemingly testing him. We shall not concern ourselves with it, nor shall we address it. Our bond is forged from genuine love, transcending the ties of blood. As long as we are together, I shall fear nothing. Let them speak. If need be, we shall choose not to have children. No one can tear us apart again. The master resolutely affirmed to Lu Erlong, revealing his determination. The revelations of her suffering since his departure had truly shaken him. By the way, Flander summoned me, indicating that there are malevolent soul masters posing a threat to the children. Lu Erlong, observing the master's sincere remorse, chose not to dwell further on matters of the heart, instead redirecting the conversation towards Qianju and the situation at hand. This was the strategy discussed with him by Qianju. With that in mind, the master decided to follow Lu Erlong's lead, continuing the conversation. Indeed, this is quite a troublesome predicament, which is precisely why I wish to call you here to help us navigate this challenge. The master recounted all that Flander had informed him regarding the malevolent soul masters to Lu Erlong. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong furrowed her brow. In truth, she had not grasped the entirety of the matter. When Flanders mentioned that the master wished to see her once more, she had hastily made her way here, not paying careful attention to Flanders' words regarding the evil soul master. Why not relocate to my place? She suggested. Your place? The master inquired, puzzled. Indeed, my place. Lu Erlong affirmed, nodding as she gazed at the master. Did you not wish to know how I have fared over these years? Allow me to share. Following that incident, to escape the incessant gossip within my family, I departed, choosing solitude and seclusion for nearly a decade. One day, a friend visited me and, noticing my loneliness, proposed that I establish a Soul Master Academy as a means of distraction. Recognizing that my current state was untenable, I heeded her advice. Little did I anticipate that, over the years, this academy, initially a mere diversion, would transform into a prestigious institution with the assistance of my friends, situated in the city of Tiando, where I now serve as the principal. If you are willing to join me, I can readily transfer the academy to you, even renaming it Shrek Academy. What say you? The master gazed at Lu Erlong with a twinge of sorrow, astonished that the once fiery girl had evolved into the head of a distinguished Soul Master Academy. He gently stroked her hair and replied, while that is undoubtedly a splendid proposal, Shrek Academy is Flanders' labor of love. I believe we should first seek his counsel. In the master's eyes, Lu Erlong's suggestion was the most prudent solution, allowing the three of them to unite their strengths while escaping the clutches of the evil Soul Master, making it difficult for them to be found in Sodto City. Then, go fetch Flanders. We shall deliberate, he instructed. All right, but Lu Erlong, what if Flanders is unwilling to leave? Would you remain behind? Observing the master's hopeful expression, Lu Erlong shot him a glance. Rest assured, as the principal of an academy, I would never abandon my students. Moreover, I have taken quite a liking to your disciple. For their sake, I would certainly stay. As for whether to forgive you, we shall see how you perform in the future. Excellent. Upon receiving Lu Erlong's affirmative response, the master excitedly turned to open the door, only to have a group of youngsters tumble in, causing his excitement to freeze instantly. So you all heard that? The master directed his gaze at Qianju and the others, as well as Flanders behind them, his tone devoid of any emotion. Teacher, we'll go find our dormitory now. Brother Dai, please lead us. Tang San was the first to react, turning to Dai Mubai. All right, let us go. Dai Mubai quickly acquiesced, and along with Oscar, swiftly escorted Tang San and Xiao Wu away, vanishing from sight. Thus, the master's attention shifted back to Qianju. However, under the master's intense scrutiny, Qianju felt no trepidation, even finding it somewhat amusing, for he now had a solid backing. Teacher, I am here to seek my teacher's wife, Qianju proclaimed, raising his hand and speaking loudly. He stepped past the master and approached Lu Erlong, winking at her. Lu Erlong pulled Qianju closer, wrapping her arms around him as she tilted her neck to meet the master's penetrating gaze. Flander, being a soul sage, did not tumble in with Qianju and the others. He adjusted his crystal glasses, disregarding the master's stare, and calmly stated, I have no desire to go to Erlong. At least not at this moment. I believe the presence of the three of us here is sufficient. It is improbable that evil soul masters will emerge in large numbers. Doing so would be a blatant affront to the authority of the Spirit Hall, which would not remain indifferent. Moreover, the students of our academy possess extraordinary talents, vastly surpassing those of ordinary soul master academies. Thus, our presence would be more harmful than beneficial. How absurd. After all I've done for you and all the hardships I've endured, is it such a crime to eavesdrop? Indeed. The master found himself at a loss for words to reprimand Flander, so he merely continued the conversation to alleviate his own embarrassment. However, I observe that your academy's financial situation is rather dire. You lack even basic training facilities, which may hinder the student's ability to receive adequate training. Rest assured, I have found a solution to this issue. We can rely on the battle arena, Flander replied, glancing at Qianju. In recent days, this young lad has achieved 5 consecutive victories in personal duels. It seems plausible that he could maintain this winning streak, eventually reaching a level where we need not worry excessively about the academy's expenditures. The master followed Flanders' gaze and immediately understood his intention. You wish for them to participate in battles to generate income? Absolutely not. They are far too young, lacking any combat experience. What if something were to go awry? Moreover, their strength is not up to par. Little Qianju has only just advanced to the rank of Great Soul Master. This is entirely unacceptable. The master firmly opposed Flanders' plan. Speaking sternly, Flander merely shrugged, I understand, which is why only Qianju and Mu Bai will participate in the battles for now. Mu Bai's soul power has already reached level 26, and he is quite combative, having engaged in numerous fights. As for your prized disciple, you are well aware of his capabilities. The attributes conferred by his 4 soul rings are more than sufficient for him to thrive in the arena. Not to mention, during the recent incident with the evil soul master, the two of them even managed to defeat a soul master of considerable strength. How could I possibly prevent them from participating? The master pondered this and realized that Flander had a point. He was uncertain about Mu Bai, but Qianju's prowess among great soul masters was indeed formidable. Very well, only those two may participate. No one else is permitted to engage in battles without our explicit consent. Indeed, thus the only issue is resolved. Xiao Gang, what are your thoughts on my proposal? The master nodded, acknowledging, in that case, I shall support your suggestion. You make a valid point. Allowing these children to interact with ordinary soul master students would indeed be more detrimental than advantageous. Thus, we shall temporarily settle here and observe the situation before making further decisions. Erlong, what is your perspective? The master turned to Lu Erlong, acknowledging that although he and Flanders shared a consensus, it was prudent to consider Lu Erlong's thoughts as well. Of course, I have no objections. Do I appear to be concerned about my academy's reputation? Lu Erlong remarked, ruffling Qianju's hair and rolling his eyes. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. Then, Erlong, you should rest for the time being while I make the necessary arrangements. Flander, is there anyone occupying the room next to Erlong? Could you possibly arrange for me to stay adjacent? The master inquired, pulling Flander along to seek a lodging close to Lu Erlong. Go ahead. Lu Erlong replied nonchalantly, as if unfazed by the master's departure. Flander, sensing the master's urgency juxtaposed with Lu Erlong's composure, widened his eyes at Qianju, realizing the young lad's plan had indeed succeeded. Moreover, Lu Erlong, who had previously shown great eagerness to meet Xiao Gang, now appeared remarkably tranquil. The irony lay in Xiao Gang's ability to pacify such a stubborn individual as Lu Erlong. Flanders shook his head, mumbling as he departed with the master. Once the two had left, Lu Erlong promptly waved his hand, channeling his spiritual energy to close the door, and then embraced Qianju in a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha, Xiaoju, your teacher's wife adores you. You should have seen the genuine emotions your teacher displayed earlier. It was truly heartwarming. Lu Erlong remarked, tears of joy streaming down his face. Xiaoju, thank you. This is the first time in many years that your teacher's wife has felt such happiness. I genuinely believe that this time, your teacher and I shall not part ways again. All of this is thanks to you. Heh, teacher's wife, why are you crying? This is a joyous occasion. You must ensure that you do not let your teacher go this time. Strive to win him over soon. Qianju gently patted Lu Erlong's back, offering comfort. Now, teacher's wife, take this time to rest and contemplate how to approach your teacher. Remember, you must gradually change your attitude. This transformation cannot be rushed, understood? I will first check on how Tang San and Xiao Wu are settling in. Alright, go ahead. Teacher's wife will keep this in mind. With the scheme to unite the master and Lu Erlong successfully concluded, Qianju departed from Lu Erlong's room, leaving her alone within. Oh, heh. Lu Erlong reclined on the bed, a foolish grin gracing his lips as he envisioned a future life alongside the master, his eyes sparkling with dreams of what was to come. Chapter 59, Reflection. Upon exiting Lu Erlong's chamber, Qianju did not proceed directly to their dormitory to check on Tang San and Xiao Wu, as he had mentioned. Instead, he leisurely strolled along the playground, beginning to reflect on his recent actions. The reason for this introspection was the earlier discussion between the master and Flander regarding a potential visit to Sodto City, which had truly startled him. If they went there, it would deviate significantly from the original narrative. It is important to note that Tang San is currently at the age of 18 or 19, and he has yet to acquire his second soul ring, let alone the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, obtained from the man-faced demon spider during his pursuit of the third soul ring. This particular item is crucial to Tang San's early combat prowess, and if it is lost, Qianju is left pondering whether Tang San can still lead Shrek Academy to victory in the Soul Master competition. With this thought, Qianju let out a sigh. Although Flander's fervent arguments have kept Shrek Academy in Sodto City, preserving Tang San's hope of obtaining the 8 spider lances, they may have lost an opportunity to acquire the celestial herb from the ice and fire yin-yang eye in the Sunset Forest. In the original narrative, Tang San's journey to the ice and fire yin-yang eye occurs because Shrek Academy intends to ally with the Royal Academy of Tiando, where they encounter the poison DouluoDalu. After being disrupted by DouluoDalu, they redirect their course towards Lambo Academy. It is after this that Tang San is secretly followed and captured by DouluoDalu. However, now the master has summoned Lu Erlong, who has expressed her desire to establish Lambo Academy as the new venue for Shrek. Consequently, it appears that their group will no longer venture to the Royal Academy of Tiando, thus avoiding conflict with the poison Douluo. This means Tang San will not be captured by DouluoDalu, and their opportunity to witness the ice and fire yin-yang eye and acquire the celestial herb is lost. How disheartening. Qianju squatted on the academy's playground, drawing circles on the ground. When Lu Erlong had arrived, he had not considered these implications. Otherwise, he likely would have been disinclined to assist her in orchestrating a union with the master. That damned Daimubai, insistent on chasing after some evil soul master. Now look where that has led him, pursuing his own opportunity into oblivion. Without the celestial herb, I wonder how he plans to catch up with his brother. Without the celestial herb, how will he protect his alluring girlfriend? Alone in the playground, Qianju cursed, venting his emotions. After several years in Douluo Continent, it was the first time he felt the situation slipping beyond his control. What other options did he have? Should he simply endure this discomfort indefinitely? Ultimately, it was his lack of strength that left him in this predicament. He needed to cultivate diligently, and when the time came to reach Sodto City, he would adapt accordingly. He contemplated how to arrange a meeting between DouluoDalu and Tang San, convinced that if Tang San demonstrated his understanding of poison and showcased his ability to heal DouluoDalu's toxic afflictions, Dooga Bo would surely take notice of him. Perhaps the circumstances might even turn out to be more favorable than before. The following day, amidst the rustling sounds, Qianzhu opened his eyes. Turning his head, he noticed Tang San tidying his clothes on the other bed. "Good morning, Xiao San." "Morning, Zhu Ge. Rise and shine. The sun is about to rise." Tang San called out to Qianzhu as he had often done during their days at Nodding Academy, where he would routinely awaken Qianzhu. They would typically ascend to the rooftop of the dormitory every morning, with Tang San practicing his purple extreme magic eyes while Qianzhu watched the sunrise. Over the years, Qianzhu had nearly formed this habit himself. Qianzhu responded, pulling himself up. Last night, he refrained from his usual training, opting instead for a restful evening, burying the anxiety regarding the alterations to the storyline deep within his heart. Simultaneously, he meticulously revisited the narrative of the Douluo world, contemplating how best to adhere to the original plot. After all, his profound familiarity with the storyline constituted his greatest advantage in this realm. As long as the plot remained intact, he could maintain control over the situation. In this world of Douluo, Qianzhu harbored no desire for change. He merely wished to follow Tang San peacefully, navigating towards the pinnacle of this world without peril, and subsequently enjoy a leisurely life. With these thoughts in mind, Qianzhu donned his attire and ascended to the rooftop alongside Tang San. There were no prominent vantage points surrounding Shrek Academy, so they settled for the rooftop. It had been over 10 days since they had last witnessed a sunrise together. Qianzhu gazed at Tang San, pondering for a moment before deciding to share the truth with him. After all, Tang San possessed the maturity of an adult, knowing the reality would not be detrimental, and perhaps he could offer valuable insights. "Evil soul masters," Tang San murmured, furrowing his brow. They inflicted suffering upon innocent civilians, utilizing their lives for cultivation. What difference was there from the demonic sects of his previous life? Though his former sect, the Tang clan, was renowned for its expertise in hidden weapons and poisons, it had always been a righteous order, with the majority of its disciples embodying a sense of justice, unequivocally opposed to such heinous acts. Should he establish the Tang clan in this world, it would be imperative to institute a rule to eradicate any evil soul masters encountered. "By the way, Xiao San," Qianzhu interjected, "if, hypothetically, I were to introduce you to a senior who has a profound interest in poisons, do you think you would engage in a fruitful discussion with him?" Tang San's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, since arriving in this world, he had yet to hear of many individuals who had delved deeply into the study of poisons. He wondered how the toxins of this realm compared to those of his previous life, and whether the formidable poisons from his past could be concocted here. If that senior truly had a penchant for the study of toxins, he believed they would have much to converse about. "Is there such a senior you know, Zhu Ge? I would genuinely relish the opportunity to exchange ideas with someone knowledgeable in this field." Tang San openly expressed his eagerness, as he had no qualms about revealing his unusual interests. Qianzhu, accustomed to the peculiarities of Tang San, never questioned how he acquired such knowledge and felt no fear of exposure, knowing that no one could fathom his rebirth from another world. Sensing Tang San's excitement, Qianzhu nodded. "I do know someone. However, that individual is currently in Sodto City. When the opportunity arises for us to visit, I shall facilitate an introduction. But for now, our primary focus must remain on enhancing our strength." "Agreed," Tang San concurred, recognizing the validity of Qianzhu's assertion. The immediate priority was indeed to bolster their abilities, for many poisons could not be refined without adequate strength. Moreover, Qianzhu has now reached a level where he can exchange some blows with the soul sect. Yet he has yet to ascend to the rank of a great soul master. He is indeed the one in most need of enhancing his strength. "Oh, by the way, Xiao San, I have a little gift for you." Suddenly, a thought struck Qianzhu, and with a swift motion of his finger on the storage ring, an object materialized in his hand, which he casually tossed to Tang San. Tang San hurriedly caught it with both hands. This was a crystal roughly the size of a human head, its surface uneven and slightly translucent, filled with large patches of dark yellow impurities. Just by its size, one could surmise that it was rather heavy, and Qianzhu's nonchalant throw startled him. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts on Qianzhu, he found himself captivated by the crystal. "This is a hair crystal." Tang San gazed at Qianzhu in astonishment, after not seeing him for a mere 10 days. Qianzhu had bestowed upon him such a grand gift. Furthermore, how did Qianzhu know he would desire such an item? Was it possible that he was aware of it? Tang San's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. He had always found Qianzhu to be enigmatic, not only due to the mystery surrounding his martial soul, but also because of the vast knowledge he possessed. It seemed there was nothing he did not recognize. "No." Tang San quickly turned to protect the crystal close to his chest. Qianzhu rolled his eyes. This crystal was, of course, a board crystal containing the dragon whisker needle, which Qianzhu had procured from Flander. The dragon whisker needle was ranked 8th in the Tang sect's arsenal of hidden weapons, and in the original narrative, Tang San had held a particular fondness for it. Qianju had conveniently brought it as a favor. Thank you, Brother Ju. Tang San expressed his gratitude as he stowed away the board crystal. To retrieve the dragon whisker needle, he would need to find a secluded room. For now, it was best to focus on cultivating the purple extreme magic eye. Indeed, I shall say no more. Dawn approaches, so you may commence your training. Qianju nodded, gesturing for Tang San to attend to his own matters. Tang San turned around and noticed a gleam of golden light emerging in the east. The sun was indeed about to rise, and he chose not to say anything further, immersing himself in the cultivation of the purple extreme magic eye. Chapter 60, the first lesson of school. Ding, ding, ding. As the bells signaling the start of class rang, all 5 students of Shrek Academy had gathered on the playground. Arranged in order of height, they were Dai Mubai, Oscar, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Qianju. Indeed, Qianju was now the shortest among them, albeit by a slight margin, which left him feeling somewhat helpless about it. After they had lined up, they waited for a moment until Master and Flander slowly approached the group. Faced with the serious expressions of Master and Flander, the students found it difficult to meet their gazes. All right, from this day forth, you shall all be members of Shrek Academy. For the coming years, you will likely reside within the Academy, so it is imperative that you adhere to the Academy's rules. The rules are few, but each one must not be breached. Do you understand? Flander, as the head of Shrek Academy, began by clapping his hands to address the group. Understood. They all replied in unison, sounding quite disciplined. After Flander elaborated on a few more points, it was Master's turn to speak. Now, regarding life at the Academy, Flander has already clarified everything for you. Next, we shall discuss the matter of cultivation. In this regard, I shall assume full responsibility henceforth. Therefore, should you encounter any queries regarding your cultivation, feel free to approach me. I also bring to you a novel cultivation method that can slightly enhance both the speed and quality of your soul power training. The specific details will be imparted to you later. For now, the first lesson you must undertake is to gain a clear understanding of your companions. Master, we already acquainted ourselves with each other yesterday. Surely that suffices? Xiao Wu raised her hand, smiling brightly. Gazing lightly at Xiao Wu and Oscar, the master began to speak. The understanding I refer to is not merely recognition. Mutual acquaintance is the most rudimentary form of comprehension. Now, I request that you all unleash your martial spirits. Xiao Ju, yours must be revealed as well. Prior to this lesson, the master had deliberated with Qianju about whether to showcase his martial spirit abilities. Given that they would soon ascend to the 30th level and were planning to venture into the Star Doe forest to hunt soul beasts, even concealment would not last long. However, the master was still uncertain about Dai Mubai and the others' dispositions. Yet for Qianju, there was no room for hesitation. Familiar with the original narrative, he knew that Dai Mubai and Oscar would certainly not divulge their secrets. Thus, with his assurance, the master ultimately decided against concealment, revealing Qianju's abilities to allow others to recognize the disparity and strive to catch up. All right, the group responded in unison, unleashing their respective martial spirits. Xiao Wu and Oscar were not trying to contradict the master. They merely sought clarification. Although they had introduced themselves verbally the previous night, this was the first time they were witnessing each other's martial spirits, which soon sparked lively discussion among them. First to draw attention was Dai Mubai, whose imposing transformation left the newcomers, Tang San and Xiao Wu, in awe. Wow, Boss Dai, your martial spirit manifestation is so cool. Even your hair turned white. Hee, Xiao Wu exclaimed, admiring Dai Mubai's white hair and playfully adjusting the rabbit ears formed from his martial spirit. Your ears are quite adorable as well, Dai Mubai remarked, pointing to the rabbit ears atop Xiao Wu's head. Next, the weapon spirit masters, Oscar and Tang San, revealed their martial spirits in their hands, one a blade of grass, the other a sausage, gently floating and emanating a faint glow. However, the group's attention quickly shifted to something far more extraordinary, Qianju's 1000-Ju martial spirit. The marvel of the 1000-Ju martial spirit clearly surpassed their understanding. The ethereal sheep spirit was merely a prelude. The floating wolf spirit was a sight none but Tang San had ever witnessed. Wow, Brother Ju, is this your martial spirit? Why have you never mentioned it to me before? Little Wu leaped with excitement, eager to touch the ethereal wolf spirit. Oscar stood beside her, mouth agape in astonishment as he gazed at the wolf spirit. However, upon witnessing Little Wu's adorable demeanor, he couldn't help but tease, Little Wu, that's a wolf. You're just a rabbit. Do you not fear being devoured? Huh. If anyone were to be eaten, it would be you, with your enticing sausages. Upon hearing Oscar's playful remark, Little Wu halted and stuck out her tongue at him. All right, enough of that. The master interjected at the opportune moment to quell their antics. You may have noticed that among you, Xiao Ju possesses the most extraordinary martial soul, followed closely by Oscar. Therefore, I declare that the content of your first lesson today revolves around awareness, an understanding of your companion's abilities and martial souls in a systematic manner. The swiftest path to such understanding is through personal experience. Personal experience? The others murmured in confusion, casting glances at the master. You will eventually become a formidable team of soul masters. A team that remains oblivious to the effects and characteristics of their own companions' martial souls cannot thrive. Hence, in this lesson, I require you to personally experience the effects of your companions' martial souls. Only by grasping this knowledge can you unleash your maximum combat potential. As the master articulated his thoughts, the group nodded in contemplation, seemingly grasping the rationale. Only Xiao Ju regarded them with sympathy, already aware of the master's intentions. Indeed, the master is rather cunning. Now, the first aspect you need to adapt to is the effects of Xiao Ju's martial soul, the master remarked, sweeping his hand across a bracelet, producing a ruler that he tossed to Xiao Ju. Extend your hands, Xiao Ju, and apply some force. The master called out, his gaze sternly fixed on Xiao Ju, as if warning, should you dare to hold back, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Xiao Ju, holding the ruler, looked at the master with exasperation, pondering why he harbored such grudges. Rolling his eyes, he turned to Tang San, who stood closest to him, and said resignedly, Little San, extend your hand. At this moment, Tang San seemed to comprehend the master's intention, glancing at him with a hint of reluctance. He was not particularly afraid. After all, this was not the first time he was to experience the effects of the wolf spirit. His only concern was for little Wu, fearing she might be hurt. Yet, one must not defy the master's orders, so he implored Xiao Ju, Brother Ju, be gentle. Xiao Ju nodded, reassuring him, rest assured. To others, Tang San's words might have sounded like a plea for Xiao Ju to be gentle with him. But Xiao Ju understood that Tang San was actually concerned for little Wu. With a resounding smack, the ruler struck Tang San's hand, producing a sharp, crisp sound that made the other three waiting nearby shudder involuntarily. Little Wu quickly raised her hand, exclaiming, Master, what kind of awareness training is this? It's clearly just being hit, experiencing a beating. Xiao Ju approached little Wu, raising the ruler. She gazed at him with a pitiful expression, her large eyes shimmering with tears. Brother Ju, smack, that didn't hurt at all. She murmured in confusion, then carefully examined her little hand that had been struck, a red mark swiftly appearing on her palm. Xiao Wu caressed the mark, a scar that usually inflicted sharp pain, yet now she felt no discomfort. Her large eyes blinked, and after a moment of silence, she suddenly burst into tears. Wu, Brother Ju, you've hurt my hand. This unexpected turn startled Oscar and Dai Mubai, who had previously been indifferent. What was happening? Did Qian Ju's martial spirit have the power to cripple one's bones? But why did Tang San appear unaffected? Observing the distraught Xiao Wu, the master rolled his eyes in silence. Serves you right for laughing at my expense yesterday, you little rascals. Only Tang San tenderly grasped Xiao Wu's hand. Xiao Wu, don't worry, your hand is fine. Brother Ju's sheep's spirit merely numbs your sense of pain. Wu, really? Xiao Wu's eyes brimmed with tears. Looking at Tang San, she recalled that he had never deceived her, and thus trusted his words. This martial spirit is actually quite fascinating, she said, breaking into a smile. Hearing Tang San's reassurance, Oscar and Dai Mubai also felt relieved. So that was the nature of the martial spirit. All was well. Come on, hit me as you please. At worst, it's just a bruise, and it doesn't hurt, so there's nothing to fear. Indeed, when it was their turn, they felt no trepidation at all. After being struck, they curiously touched their swollen marks, marveling at the wondrous nature of Qian Ju's martial spirit. Once everyone had experienced the effects of Qian Ju's sheep spirit, the master clapped his hands. How was that? Did you feel it? This is the effect of Xiao Ju's martial spirit, which renders his enemies completely insensible to pain when struck. Therefore, in future battles, if you see someone attacked by Xiao Jue and they show no reaction, don't be surprised. Just know this is the effect of his martial spirit. Moreover, you can leverage this effect to devise some simple tactics. Think it over when we descend. Now, continue experiencing. Next, we will explore the effects of the wolf spirit. This time, it should draw blood. Xiaojue, do you understand? Understood, Qianju replied, rolling his eyes. Chapter 61, The Experience. Come on, Aju. Let me be the first to test the effects of your wolf spirit. Dai Mubai eagerly extended his hand, completely unafraid of the master's mention of drawing blood. Since Mubai is so eager, let us indulge him, the master smiled at Qianju. Sighing, Qianju observed Dai Mubai's excitement, uncertain whether to commend his courage or deem it foolish. With a resigned breath, he summoned the wolf spirit, which floated over and hovered beside Dai Mubai. Big brother Dai, I'm here. It might hurt a bit, so brace yourself. Rest assured, let us go? Am I not a man? Should I fear pain? Dai Mubai waved to Qianju, urging him to proceed. Upon encountering Dai Mubai, who seemed utterly oblivious to the impending danger, Qianju no longer hesitated. He commanded the wolf spirit to draw blood with its sharp fangs across Dai Mubai's arm. What the hell? As the wolf spirit's teeth grazed his skin, Dai Mubai's legs buckled, causing him to kneel. He clutched his injured left hand tightly, incessantly muttering the interjections he had learned from Qianju. Oscar, standing nearby, was taken aback by his reaction and stepped back, exclaiming, "Boss Dai, are you all right? What happened? Don't scare me." Dai Mubai ignored him, lowering his head as he gripped his left hand with increasing intensity, veins visibly throbbing on his forehead. After a while, as the pain subsided, he gradually regained his composure and lifted his gaze, casting a resentful look at Qianju. "Is this what you meant by a little pain?" I merely guessed. I have never experienced it myself. This effect does not apply to me, and I have warned you multiple times to prepare," Qianju replied, shrugging innocently. "Damn it," Dai Mubai muttered under his breath before slowly rising to his feet. Tentatively, he prodded the skin around the bloodstain, finding it indistinguishable from before. Satisfied that the wolf spirit's effects had dissipated, he sighed in relief and stepped aside. "Now it's your turn, Xiao Ao," Qianju announced, turning to Oscar with the wolf spirit in tow. No thanks, teacher you. I'm a support-type soul master. Surely I can opt out of this, right?" "Aju, please spare me," Oscar exclaimed, his eyes wide with dread as he watched Qianju turn toward him, retreating slowly while waving his hands in protest. However, the wolf spirit pursued him like a phantom, advancing whenever he stepped back. "Come now, Xiao Ao, don't retreat. You can't escape this, just experience it. I promise it won't hurt for long. Look at Boss Dai, he is fine now, isn't he?" Qianju reassured Oscar, using Dai Mubai as an example. "Who would believe you? He just knelt down a moment ago." Oscar scoffed, utterly unconvinced, and continued to back away until he abruptly felt something solid behind him. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Dai Mubai. "Rest assured, Xiao Ao, it truly won't hurt. Look, I've experienced it myself, and you can't run away." Dai Mubai grinned wickedly, gritting his teeth as he seized Oscar's hands firmly, immobilizing him. The scene, paired with Qianju's advancing wolf spirit, evoked the image of an arrogant young master from ancient times teasing a captured maiden. "Don't worry, it'll just sting for a moment," Qianju said, guiding the wolf spirit to scratch Oscar's arm. Unlike Dai Mubai's earlier reaction, Oscar's body went rigid at once, his left hand clenching his injured right, his posture stiffening to the point of halting his breath. Seeing Oscar in such a state of tension, Dai Mubai couldn't help but chuckle. "Humph, did you think you could escape?" The three of them watched Oscar, who remained taut for what felt like an eternity, until he finally began to stir, gradually regaining his breath. With a deep exhale, the pain in his arm dissipated, and Oscar felt as though he had been reborn. Gazing upward at the crowd surrounding him, Oscar lifted his foot, intending to retreat from the focal point of their attention, but unexpectedly stumbled backward. Fortunately, Dai Mubai was beside him and swiftly caught him. "Little Oscar, what is the matter?" Dai Mubai exclaimed, checking his condition. Qianju was equally startled and rushed forward to inspect, while Tang San and Xiao Wu also gathered around. It's nothing. I just stood too long and my legs cramped up." "It's your turn now, Tang San. Don't run off," Oscar said, somewhat embarrassed under Dai Mubai's embrace, yet still fixated on Tang San and Xiao Wu, eager to witness their misadventures. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, bemused by Oscar's behavior, which mirrored that of Dai Mubai. "All right, who will be next to experience this?" the master inquired, having confirmed Oscar was all right, urging Qianju to proceed. Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San quickly stepped forward. "I'll go." "No, Xiao San, I should go first." Tang San wished to protect Xiao Wu, suggesting she take her turn last, but Xiao Wu boldly stepped up. "It's just pain. Who are you underestimating?" "Qianju, come on, I'm not afraid." She extended her right hand, bravely offering it to Qianju. Seeing Xiao Wu's courageous demeanor, Qianju was skeptical of her bravery and cautiously controlled the wolf spirit to inflict a slight injury on her wrist, causing a trickle of blood to emerge. Xiao Wu let out a soft whimper, tightly gripping her wrist and crouching down, her head bowed, uncertain if she was crying. Tang San hurriedly approached and took her hand, offering comfort. After a moment, Xiao Wu took a deep breath and stood up. It wasn't that painful after all. Remarkably, she neither cried nor fussed, simply enduring the experience, leaving Dai Mubai and Oscar in astonished silence. What does this mean? When did I become less resilient than a girl? No way. I cannot be surpassed by a girl, Dai Mubai suddenly declared, his expression serious as he looked at Qianju. "I want to try again." Oscar chimed in eagerly. Qianju turned to the master, who nodded in approval. "This is a good opportunity. The more you experience, the more accurately you will grasp the effects of your wolf spirit, which will be beneficial in future battles." With that, Qianju, no longer hesitating, controlled the wolf spirit to inflict a slight injury on the other three, excluding Xiaowu. They all grimaced, clutching their wounds, once again confronting the intensity of pain and silently reflecting on life. Ah, it seems true. Although it's quite painful, it's still bearable. Oscar exhaled, a hint of surprise in his voice. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. Indeed, while the wolf spirit amplifies the pain, this enhancement remains within the limits of human endurance. Your previous reactions were merely a result of experiencing such intensity of pain for the first time, causing your brains to momentarily struggle to process it, which led to your overwhelming responses. Now that you've experienced it once, your minds are prepared, and thus, the pain feels more manageable. Moreover, Xiaowu also found that, due to the prior performances of both of them, her mind had been somewhat prepared, thus even in her initial experience, she did not perceive it as painfully as one might expect. At this juncture, the master stepped forward to elucidate to everyone. Hence, this is the effect of Xiao Ju's wolf spirit, which intensifies the pain experienced by those it injures. You must remember this sensation, as its impact during combat is far more pronounced than the pain mitigation provided by the sheep spirit, making it significantly easier for enemies to expose their vulnerabilities. You must seize such opportunities. Furthermore, Xiao Ju's wolf spirit possesses an invisibility effect, and its priority level is exceptionally high. You need not worry about being seen by others. This allows for greater tactical coordination with you, and you should take time to contemplate and discuss the strategies that can revolve around this effect. This, indeed, is the primary purpose of my lesson. Chapter 62, Practical Combat. Now that you have experienced Xiao Ju's martial soul, it is time for Oscar's martial soul. Oscar, utilize your first soul skill to produce 5 large sausages. Upon hearing the master's command, Oscar hesitated, displaying a troubled expression. What are you afraid of? It is merely a soul spell, commonly possessed by support-type soul masters. Yours is simply more unique. Are you going to refrain from using your soul skills in front of your companions from now on? Noticing Oscar's reticence, the master adopted a more severe tone. All right. Oscar reluctantly acquiesced, glancing at Tang San and Xiao Wu, knowing that this was his first time announcing his soul spell in front of a girl. Tang San, Xiao Wu, you must not laugh. Laugh at what? Why would I laugh? Tang San replied, somewhat perplexed. Just make sure you don't laugh, Oscar murmured again, raising his hand to activate his first soul skill. I have a large sausage. Tang San, what is this? Is this really a soul spell? He was at a loss for words, bewildered by such a lewd incantation. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, not comprehending the meaning of the phrase, looked curiously at the others who were suppressing their laughter. Ultimately, unable to contain herself, she tugged at Tang San's sleeve, seeking an explanation. However, Tang San was equally unsure how to clarify the matter. Unlike in the original story, where they were 12 or 13 years old and Xiao Wu had some understanding of such things, her current self would not grasp the meaning even if he explained that it referred to a boy's anatomy. Thus, Tang San stammered, unable to provide a clear explanation to Xiao Wu. Now, let us begin the experience of Oscar's martial soul. Each of you will take 1 sausage and eat it. Oscar's first soul skill not only restores soul power, but also possesses certain healing properties, making it an extraordinary healing-type martial soul. Once consumed, you will be able to feel its effects. Yes, indeed. You cannot reject my large sausage simply because of the name. You should give it a try. It is truly delicious. As Oscar spoke, he distributed 1 sausage to each person. Qianju observed Tang San's hesitation and approached him, gently patting his shoulder as he spoke. In truth, there is nothing to it. It is merely a soul skill. I have previously tasted Xiao Ao's sausage when I was injured, and it proved remarkably effective in restoring soul power and healing wounds. If you find yourself unable to partake due to his soul curse, consider that the vegetables we consume are often nourished by less than savory means. Yet we still enjoy them. With that, Qianju took a bite of the sausage. He was genuinely untroubled by it. After all, it was merely a phrase. Those online critics in his previous life, spouting vitriol, were far more vicious in their remarks. Compared to them, Xiao Ao's concern seemed exceedingly benign. Seeing Qianju indulge, Dai Mubai also joined in. Initially, he had reservations, but over the years, he had grown accustomed to it and found little discomfort remaining. Ultimately, only Xiao Wu and Tang San remained hesitant. Come on, Tang San. It's just a phrase. We cannot allow a single concern to deter us from nourishment. Qianju encouraged once more. Yet, Tang San understood all too well. It was merely an internal struggle he faced. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who had not been informed of the sausage's connotation, felt no burden. Upon witnessing Qianju and Dai Mubai consume it, she hesitated but eventually took a bite herself. Hey, Tang San, this is actually quite delicious. Why aren't you eating? After tasting it, Xiao Wu joined the effort to persuade Tang San. All right, I shall eat, Tang San conceded. Seeing Xiao Wu partake, finally surrendering his internal resistance and taking a tentative bite. To his surprise, it was indeed quite delectable, melting in his mouth. Tang San quickly found himself less preoccupied with the soul curse. Now that you all have tasted the sausage crafted by Oscar's first soul skill, can you perceive its effects? Raise your hands and inspect the wounds inflicted by the wolf spirit. Are they still bleeding? The master interjected at the opportune moment. As everyone raised their hands, they were astonished to find that the wounds caused by the wolf spirit had ceased bleeding and were beginning to form scabs. Simultaneously, they felt their soul power invigorated. Do not underestimate Oscar's sausage martial soul. Food-type martial souls are typically vegetarian, yet he is the first food-type soul master I have encountered who specializes in meat. Moreover, when Xiao Ao awakened, he possessed innate full soul power, a testament to his remarkable talent. With him in your team, you will always benefit from superior sustenance, a realization that will dawn on you in due time. Now let us proceed to the next, Dai Mubai's martial soul. Thus, the group continued to experience the formidable prowess of Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul, the control of Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul, and the graceful techniques of Xiao Wu's soft bone charm rabbit martial soul. Each individual exhibited a distinct fighting style, showcasing their unique characteristics. Now, we are left with the final segment of today's training. The master announced after everyone had completed their experiences, clapping his hands to gather them together. Once they were assembled, he stated, "You have all gained a certain understanding of one another, but this comprehension must deepen, embedding itself in your hearts so that it may be recalled at any moment. The swiftest path to this level of understanding is through practical combat." After a few murmurs among the combatants, they exchanged glances, pondering how to divide into groups. The master spoke and turned his gaze towards Flander. "Humph, rest assured, if I cannot manage this, then I am unworthy of being a spirit master of the agility type. All right, you all have heard. Now separate by 50 meters and unleash your martial spirits." Qianju observed the four who immediately dashed away, turning to his master with a hint of exasperation. "Master, you truly overestimate me. With your prowess, you stand a chance against their combined forces. It depends on whether you can seize the opportunity. Now, prepare yourself swiftly." With no other choice, Qianju promptly summoned his martial spirit. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions hastily engaged in discussion. "Brother Zhu is merely a great spirit master. Why should we face him alone? This seems rather unjust. Earlier, Xiao San and I managed to win together." Xiao Wu voiced her concerns, feeling it was unfair to Qianju. "Not quite, Xiao Wu. That time, Brother Zhu was merely holding back. He did not employ many of his techniques. This time, going 1 against 4, the pressure will undoubtedly be considerable, and he will not hold back. We must be adequately prepared. By the way, DouluoDalu, you fought alongside Brother Zhu, right? Do you know what his second soul skill is?" I only recall that during our battle, he unleashed a green light arrow that drained some of my soul power. I didn't witness the encounter with the evil spirit master, so I only know of that one. Draining soul power, I see. Let me outline Brother Zhu's first 2 skills. His first soul skill of the sheep spirit summons a bow that can shoot light arrows, which are not only sharp, but also noteworthy. We must keep this in mind. The first soul skill of the wolf spirit is shared senses, meaning Brother Zhu will receive the wolf spirit's sensory perception, so he may not have visual blind spots during combat. We should avoid exploiting that. The second soul skill, as DouluoDalu mentioned, is the light arrow that can drain soul power, likely belonging to the sheep spirit. We still need to ascertain the second skill of the wolf spirit. We can attempt to pressure him into using it first, then devise a counter strategy. The other 3 nodded, committing these details to memory. Now, regarding our strategy, Brother Zhu's wolf spirit is a significant challenge. Its presence makes it difficult to protect our rear lines. Therefore, Xiao Ao, once the match begins, you should immediately focus all your energy on creating your large sausage. I will assist you in evading the wolf spirit's pursuit. Once you've completed it, hand the sausage to me, and then you should promptly surrender. Understood, Oscar nodded. The wolf spirit's ability to become invisible meant Tang San and the others could not adequately protect themselves. Remaining on the field would only be a liability. Tang San's suggestion was indeed astute. DouluoDalu, you and Xiao Wu will pressure Brother Zhu right from the start. Once I have Oscar's sausage, I will rush to assist you. At that point, the 3 of us can surround Brother Zhu, with Xiao Ao's sausage as our support. We should be able to secure victory in this match. All right, it's settled then. Dai Mubai responded affirmatively, extending his hand, and Tang San and the others immediately stacked their hands on top. Victory? What a foolish notion. This cunning third party actually intends to besiege me. Their aspirations are quite grand, but let me show you how to deal with this. On the other side, Qianju clandestinely listened in on Tang San and his companion's strategies with his wolf spirit, feeling somewhat speechless. These fellows truly have no regard for camaraderie at all. Chapter 63, 1 against 4, Part 1. Are you ready? Upon seeing that Tang San's side was rallying for the final encouragement before battle, the master began to call out, "All right, all right." Both Qianzhu and Tang San responded in unison. "Very well, this practical exercise begins now." With the master's command, Tang San swiftly seized Oscar, employing Ghost Shadow Mishtrack to dart aside. With the wolf spirit concealed, Tang San was unaware of its position, prompting him to move aimlessly. Only when one is oblivious to their next step is it most difficult to be captured. "I have a large sausage." Oscar seized the opportunity. Utilizing his first soul skill at maximum speed, striving to expend his soul power rapidly to create sufficient recovery sausages, ensuring he would not hinder Tang San and the others. Meanwhile, Qianzhu immediately materialized the 1,000-Ju bow at the onset. Observing Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu charging toward him, Qianzhu retreated while raising his hand, unleashing 2 light arrows aimed at the approaching duo. White Tiger Shield. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai activated his first soul skill, charging ahead to withstand the light arrows. Clearly, he had gained experience and knew that Qianzhu's arrows could not penetrate his first soul skill. Xiao Wu swiftly evaded, taking refuge behind Dai Mubai, rendering herself concealed. In Qianzhu's line of sight, only Dai Mubai remained visible. Whoosh! A verdant light arrow shot forth. Dai Mubai's expression shifted, and just as he attempted to dodge, he suddenly recalled that Xiao Wu was still behind him. His body obscured Qianzhu's view, thus also concealing Xiao Wu from sight. If he were to suddenly evade, Xiao Wu would likely fall victim to the unexpected attack. Bang! Bang! After enduring 2 more light arrows, Dai Mubai finally caught up with Qianzhu alongside Xiao Wu. White Tiger Radiant Wave. Before they could collide, Dai Mubai's second soul ring activated first, releasing a burst of light waves. Simultaneously, he propelled himself forcefully, lunging toward Qianzhu's left side. Indeed, Dai Mubai's second soul skill was not intended for direct attack. The White Tiger Radiant Wave, being straightforward, would likely miss its target in a face-to-face confrontation. His aim this time was to compel Qianzhu to reposition. Being a great soul master with only 2 soul skills, one for offense and one for defense, Dai Mubai's willingness to utilize his soul offensive skill to force Qianzhu's movement was quite resolute. Evidently, Qianzhu had not anticipated this maneuver from Dai Mubai, and his dodging direction was precisely predicted, leading him directly into Dai Mubai's path. However, Qianzhu remained unperturbed. This confrontation was inevitable. He raised the 1,000-Ju bow and met the challenge head-on. In the present encounter, Qianzhu would not exhibit the leniency of their previous confrontation. The angles at which the 1,000-Ju bow confronted were executed with utmost precision and force, compelling Dai Mubai, who initially intended to launch an offensive, to adopt a defensive stance instead. However, Dai Mubai was not to be underestimated. As he parried, he seized the opportunity to ensnare Qianzhu's 1,000-Ju bow with his tiger claw, exerting all his strength to temporarily suppress Qianzhu's weapon, rendering him immobile. The remainder of the task was entrusted to Xiao Wu, for he was not alone in this battle. With a decisive shout, Xiao Wu capitalized on this moment. As Dai Mubai secured Qianzhu's weapon, immobilizing him, she leapt from behind Dai Mubai, her head whipping around as her long scorpion-tailed braid snaked towards Qianzhu's neck. Fully aware of the dangers posed by Xiao Wu's braid, Qianzhu realized that with his 1,000-Ju bow incapacitated, becoming ensnared would spell trouble. Thus, after a swift moment of contemplation, he lowered his body, allowing the exerted force of Dai Mubai to propel forward. In an instant, the position of Qianzhu's head was replaced by Dai Mubai's. A sharp crack resounded as the braid missed, ensnaring Dai Mubai's neck, instead striking his face with a soft thwack, leaving him momentarily dazed. Yet, the true surprise awaited him from behind. Qianzhu, seizing the momentum, fell backward, his legs bending to gather strength. In the fleeting moment of Dai Mubai's bewilderment, Qianzhu forcefully kicked upward, simultaneously releasing the 1,000-Ju bow he had been holding. With a powerful thrust, Dai Mubai was sent soaring into the air, propelled far away. While Dai Mubai remained disoriented from the braid strike, Xiao Wu was far from dazed. As Qianzhu collapsed, she swiftly leapt towards him. With his weapon now lost, if she could capture him, she would seamlessly employ her soft techniques to bind him until Tang San arrived. It was evident that the wolf spirit was aiding from the sidelines. Xiao San. Xiao Wu called out to Tang San, indicating that the wolf spirit was no longer pursuing them, but had instead appeared nearby. Tang San, who had been attentively monitoring the situation, immediately sought to assist. However, after taking a couple of steps, he hesitated. What if he left only for the wolf spirit to turn back and seek Oscar? After all, the wolf spirit was elusive, and this could very well be Qianzhu's ruse to distract him. Tang San pondered, glancing at the sausages in his hand. 6 in total. Xiao Ao, how many more can you produce? About 6 more. I still have half left, came Oscar's reply. Tang San murmured, turning to observe the ascending Dai Mu Bai. A decision crystallizing in his mind. Continue making sausages here. If you come under attack, retreat immediately. I must hasten over. I sense trouble brewing. With that, Tang San disregarded Oscar and sprinted towards Qianju. His instincts were indeed correct. The situation for Dai Mu Bai was perilous. In the air, Dai Mu Bai naturally perceived the dire situation. With no leverage to aid him, he found himself unable even to execute the simplest evasive maneuvers. Confronted by the formidable Qianju, he resolved to do all he could and leave the rest to fate, unleashing his two soul skills, the White Tiger Barrier and the White Tiger Light Wave, in an attempt to thwart Qianju's advance. However, as previously mentioned, such direct attacks are nearly impossible to land when executed openly. Qianju merely swayed in midair with the wolf spirit, evading the onslaught. Dai Mu Bai then felt a sharp pain radiating from his abdomen, as his body, which had already begun to descend, was struck anew. It was the attack from the wolf spirit. Utilizing the lightness granted by the left leg bone of the spirit fox, Qianju significantly reduced his weight. Thus, even after the wolf spirit departed, he continued to soar towards Dai Mu Bai, propelled by inertia. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai was involuntarily hunched over, grimacing in agony, and being unable to leverage his surroundings while suspended in the air rendered him utterly defenseless against Qianju's approach. When Tang San arrived, he was met with this unsettling scene. Xiao Wu, being a pure melee attacker, could do nothing but watch helplessly from below after Dai Mu Bai was sent flying. However, Tang San possessed some ranged attack capabilities and could not remain silent upon witnessing Dai Mu Bai's brutal beating. With a swift turn, he launched several of his crafted flying locust stones towards Qianju, the projectiles whistling through the air. Qianju, ever vigilant, was utilizing the first skill of the wolf spirit, sharing sensory awareness. Thus, he remained acutely aware of the battlefield. He deftly sidestepped the incoming projectiles, borrowing momentum from the wolf spirit. Undeterred, Tang San hurled another set of penetrating spikes. Yet this time, the situation worsened. Qianju maneuvered, pulling Dai Mu Bai into his path, causing the spikes to strike Dai Mu Bai squarely in the rear, eliciting another anguished cry. At this juncture, Tang San found himself at a loss. Qianju's tactics were merciless, exploiting their lack of aerial capabilities, leaving him and Xiao Wu to watch helplessly as Dai Mu Bai suffered. Sighing heavily, Tang San retrieved a sausage to offer to Xiao Wu, hoping to restore some of her soul power and adjust her condition for the impending confrontation once Qianju descended. Meanwhile, he pondered how to counter Qianju's relentless onslaught. However, since Xiao Wu had rushed in, she had yet to even graze Qianju, her soul power remaining largely intact, rendering the sausage unnecessary. Thus, after a considerable time of pummeling Dai Mu Bai in midair, Qianju felt it was time to conclude. Turning his back on Tang San and Xiao Wu as he drew the Qianju bow across Dai Mu Bai's neck, casting him aside. Seeing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu hurried over. Tang San unleashed a torrent of blue-silver grass, wildly swaying to slow Dai Mu Bai's descent, aiming to catch him. Observing this, Qianju could not help but smile slightly. Then, riding the wolf spirit, he swiftly angled towards another target, Oscar. Just as Oscar had completed crafting his sausage, he was taken aback by Qianju's rapid approach, caught off guard by the unexpected threat directed at him. Oscar had just contemplated calling for Tang San and the others for assistance when he immediately realized that this would only play into Qianju's hands. Moreover, his soul power had been nearly depleted, entirely consumed in the production of sausages, leaving him with little utility. It was far more urgent to rescue DouluoDalu. Remaining in the arena would only hinder their efforts, so it would be prudent to withdraw. Regrettably, the sausages he had crafted later could not be delivered. As he watched Qianju descend, Oscar calculated the timing, and, just as Qianju was about to reach him, he raised his hand, declaring, "Dean Fu, I concede and will exit the stage." In that final moment of surrender, he hoped to draw Qianju closer, thereby granting Tang San and the others a fleeting opportunity. Upon seeing Qianju land beside him, Oscar felt a twinge of embarrassment and awkwardly chuckled. "Ah Ju, I have exited the match. You cannot attack me now." "Of course, I shall not assault you," Qianju replied, devoid of any anger, instead smiling as he snatched the large sausage from Oscar's hands and swiftly devoured a piece. "Oh, this is delicious." The exertion from his earlier actions had indeed drained a significant portion of his soul power, especially from the two instances where he had conjured the Qianju Bao, which consumed 1/5 of his total soul power. Now, he was fortunate to find a replenishment. Gazing down at his empty hands, Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can you do this? I have exited the match. You cannot take my things anymore." This is a violation of the rules. Once the sausage was created, it existed as an independent entity, aside from its eventual disappearance. It bore no distinction from a genuine sausage. He could not simply will it to dissipate. The reason he had not destroyed it upon seeing Qianju approach was the belief that, having exited the match, Qianju should no longer be able to seize his possessions. Otherwise, he would have tossed the sausages to the ground and stepped on them to see if Qianju would still eat them. Of course I can. Qianju replied between bites, chuckling as he paid no heed to Oscar's frustration. Oscar turned to glance at Master and Flinder, who were also observing the scene, evidently aware of the situation, yet not intervening. This was quite telling. Damn it, Oscar muttered under his breath, feeling vexed as he made his way toward Flinder. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu had successfully caught the plummeting Dai Mubai. In truth, Dai Mubai had not sustained severe injuries from Qianju. Qianju had no intention of harming him significantly. It was merely the relentless assault from the wolf spirit that had left Dai Mubai slightly dazed. Now rescued by Tang San and nourished with 2 restorative sausages, he felt considerably better and managed to stand with their support. That Aju, he really went all out. It hurt like hell, Dai Mubai complained, rubbing his abdomen and chest in annoyance. However, after taking just a few steps, Master S's cold voice rang out, Dai Mubai, you have been deemed out of the match. This battle no longer concerns you. The Master's words left Dai Mubai and his companions momentarily stunned. Why? I can still fight. But you are already defeated, Master replied icily. If this were a genuine battle, you wouldn't assume that enduring such prolonged beatings was merely a matter of feeling pain. Look at your collar. Dai Mubai, perplexed, reached for his collar, and Tang San and Xiao Wu turned to observe as well. They then noticed that his collar had been torn, the edges remarkably smooth, clearly sliced by a sharp weapon. Had that weapon been aimed at Dai Mubai's throat, he might very well have met his demise. Am I truly dead? Dai Mubai's expression was one of disbelief. Indeed, young Bai, I advise you to withdraw swiftly. The longer you delay, the more soul power that brat Qianju will recover, rendering the subsequent battle increasingly arduous for Tang San and the others. At this moment, Flinder, arms crossed, also spoke up. Teacher you, are you showing favoritism? I have withdrawn, yet a Jew can still seize my sausage. Now that Dai Lauda has also withdrawn. Why didn't you inform us sooner? This has wasted so much time, and Tang San and the other sausages have gone to waste as well. At this juncture, Oscar approached, unable to suppress his complaints upon seeing Dai Mubai's withdrawal. I am not showing favoritism. In a true battle, if you perish, your possessions naturally belong to others. It is only natural for Tang San and the others to wish to heal Dai Mubai should he be gravely injured. The Master spoke calmly, his words well-reasoned. All right, Xiao Ao, Dai Lauda, since the teacher has declared your withdrawal, do step aside. The remaining battle shall rest upon Xiao Wu and me. Though the odds of victory appear slim, it will not be an easy task for a Jew to defeat us. As Tang San spoke, he patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder and, together with Xiao Wu, approached Qianju. Xiao Wu, make sure to display your strength. From the outset, this battle has been under a Jew's control, and we have not managed to leverage any advantage. We must not allow him to underestimate us. Yes, Xiao San. I will seek out the location of the wolf spirit and see if I can resolve it swiftly. Only then do we stand a chance. However, this will require you to hold off a Jew for a while. Can you manage that? Absolutely. Rest assured, Xiao San. A Jew would not genuinely harm me. We can certainly give it a try. After all, losing is the worst that can happen. Though previously, when Dai Mubai and I besieged Qianju, we were still defeated. The prospect of facing him alone does not daunt Xiao Wu in the slightest. She is brimming with fighting spirit. All right, let us give it a shot. As Tang San and Xiao Wu approached, Qianju finished the last of his large sausage. Are they coming? Perfect timing. My soul power has nearly fully recovered. Wiping his hands on his clothing, Qianju twirled his bow, directing it toward Tang San and Xiao Wu. Xiao San, unleash all your tricks, or you shall miss your opportunity. Tang San, observing Qianju's challenge, could not help but admire his strategic prowess. He had skillfully turned a 1-against-4 scenario into a 1-against-2. Zhugu, it seems I have much to learn from you. You even exhibit a greater semblance to a control-type soul master than I do. This battle has been under your command from the outset. However, as Tang San spoke, his tone suddenly shifted. Yet, neither I nor Xiao Wu can be easily subdued. Do not underestimate us. With the final utterance, Tang San abruptly knelt and leapt into the air, simultaneously sweeping his hands across his waist. Countless minute-hidden weapons were scattered in a graceful arc, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers, directed towards all directions. Except for the area where Xiao Wu stood, a 20-meter radius was nearly devoid of refuge. Alas, Qianju exclaimed, swiftly wielding the Qianju bow to deflect the incoming projectiles while hastily retreating. Tang San's hidden weapons are treacherous. They may very well be laced with poison, and he dared not be complacent. However, as Qianju withdrew, his wolf spirit was not as fortunate. When Tang San launched the hidden weapons, The wolf spirit was lurking not far behind him, poised to ambush, thus falling within the range of Tang San's assault. Although Qianzhu could control both himself and the wolf spirit simultaneously, maneuvering the wolf spirit during combat to either attack the enemy or provide support was limited to rudimentary actions. When it came to evading Tang San's delicate projectiles while managing both himself and the wolf spirit, he found himself at a disadvantage. For he possessed but one mind and could not execute such intricate maneuvers concurrently. Consequently, while most of the hidden weapons, under Qianzhu's control, struck the wolf spirit's mask and ricocheted off without inflicting substantial harm, a few projectiles embedded themselves in other areas of the wolf spirit. As the wolf spirit moved, these weapons appeared to float ominously in the air. Over there, in the air, Tang San immediately pinpointed the wolf spirit's location. With a commanding shout, he dispatched 3 strands of blue-silver grass, racing towards the wolf spirit, Xiao Wu, and Qianzhu. Remarkably, he had discerned the wolf spirit's position in this manner. Qianzhu, watching Xiao Wu advance, murmured to himself. He had always prioritized the wolf spirit's position, striving to keep it concealed above, so as to prevent the adversary from determining its location. However, having effortlessly dealt with Dai Mubai and Oscar, he felt confident in victory and had relaxed his vigilance. Placing the wolf spirit not far behind Tang San and Xiao Wu, intending for a direct ambush to conclude the battle, which ultimately led to the wolf spirit's discovery. Truly, one must never let their guard down. Nevertheless, the situation was not dire. If they found the wolf spirit, so be it. Your raw strength is evident. Can you truly prevail against me simply by locating the wolf spirit? In truth, Xiao Wu's combat style is highly contingent upon her opponent. Should she face one wielding heavy weaponry or unarmed combatants, she would exert considerable pressure. Yet, when confronted by adversaries equipped with light weapons featuring sharp blades, she would find herself significantly constrained. For instance, although Xiao Wu successfully evaded Qianzhu's lethal strike and confronted him face to face, she found herself devoid of any opportunity to make contact with him. Each time she endeavored to close the distance, Qianzhu merely brandished the blade of the Qianzhu bow, compelling her to retreat immediately to avoid the peril of his sharp weapon, leaving her in a precarious position. After a minute of grappling with Xiao Wu, Qianzhu finally seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful blow with his bow, seemingly on the verge of toppling Xiao Wu to the ground. However, just as she appeared cornered with no retreat left, Xiao Wu unexpectedly shifted backward, evading Qianzhu's attack. Concurrently, Qianzhu felt a tremor within him, the backlash of soul power surging from the wolf spirit. It seemed that trouble had arisen in the battle between Tang San and the wolf spirit. At present, the wolf spirit was indeed suffering considerably at the hands of Tang San. In truth, given its attributes and strength, it would pose no challenge in a one-on-one encounter with an ordinary soul master. Most would find themselves outmatched. Yet, it was unfortunate that it was pitted against Tang San, the protagonist, who employed an array of concealed weapons, Tang Sek techniques, and even the formidable Haoyan hammer, which ultimately left the wolf spirit's mask deformed. Compassionately, Qianzhu removed a few hidden weapons from the wolf spirit's head, stroking it gently. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Tang San, witnessing Qianzhu's momentary pause, exhaled deeply and inquired about Xiao Wu. He remained concerned about leaving her alone to face Qianzhu, thus keeping a vigilant eye on the situation. It was only when he noticed Xiao Wu was in peril that he could swiftly intervene with his blue-silver grass. It appeared that facing Brother Zhu alone was too much for Xiao Wu, as she could only endure for a minute. Meanwhile, Tang San had exerted all his efforts against the wolf spirit for a minute, utilizing concealed weapons, Tang Sek techniques, blue-silver grass, and even the Haoyan hammer. Yet it seemed insufficient to disperse the wolf spirit. Continuing in such a manner would likely prove futile. With both tasks unfulfilled, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, each reflecting the shared sense of helplessness in their eyes. It seemed that victory was truly out of reach, as Qianzhu was undeniably formidable for them at this moment. All right, let us cease this battle here. At that moment, the master finally spoke up, calling for the cessation of the practical exercise. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged another glance, resignedly accepting the decision, as they were uncertain how to proceed further. Now, gather around everyone. Let us discuss your perspectives on this battle. The master beckoned the group to come together and share their thoughts on the encounter. However, the participants remained silent, seemingly at a loss for words. What's the matter? Please, share your thoughts. Anything related to this battle will do. The master urged once more, but still, no one spoke. Very well, since you choose to remain silent, I shall briefly express my own opinions. Firstly, Xiao San, I believe there were certain issues with your tactical arrangements in this match. Since you wish to engage in battle centered around Oscar's resilience, why did you abandon him to provide support when you saw Dai Mubai in peril? Consequently, Oscar's remaining sausages fell into the hands of Xiao Ju. The energy expended by Xiao Ju in his previous maneuvers was considerable, had he not received the sausage's recovery subsequently. You and Xiao Wu might have genuinely had a chance to subdue him. This reflects a lack of thorough tactical execution and insufficient decisiveness and judgment. You must be more vigilant in this regard in the future. Now, concerning Oscar, you found yourself with little room for maneuver in this battle, which leads to a singular issue. Do not confine other matters within the boundaries of your own perspective. Although you believe that after your departure, Xiao Ju would be unable to seize your sausages, this notion was merely a product of your own wishful thinking. Remember, henceforth, that matters you can control should not be left to others' judgment. Do you understand? Understood, teacher Yu. This indeed was my oversight. Oscar nodded, acknowledging that his failure to destroy the sausages had unwittingly aided Qianju, a truly foolish decision. And what of me, master? I was eliminated first. I must have many issues, right? Dai Mubai inquired, eager to discern his shortcomings. No, quite the contrary. Although you were the first to be eliminated in this battle, I perceive no significant faults on your part. You effectively embodied the role of a powerful assault-type soul master, even managing to restrict Xiao Ju's weapon. The issue arose later when you and Xiao Wu failed to coordinate effectively, allowing Xiao Ju to capitalize on an opportunity. This condition will gradually improve with prolonged training together. Your issues are not substantial. Rather, it is Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, acknowledging this point. She harbored some thoughts, realizing that a particular skill could effectively compensate for this shortcoming, though it would only be available once she reached her third soul ring. Lastly, Xiao Ju, you performed admirably in this battle. The entire engagement remained within your control. However, you must remember that vigilance should never be relaxed until victory is assured. Do you understand? Understood, teacher. Now, let us all invigorate our spirits. Recognizing issues is a positive development. Is that not the very purpose of our training? Observing that Tang San and the others appeared somewhat disheartened, the master clapped his hands to encourage them, fully aware of the reason behind their mood. 4-1. And yet they performed so well. They are all exceptionally gifted children, naturally feeling a tinge of disappointment. In truth, it is entirely normal that you could not prevail. Particularly you, Xiao San. Your twin martial spirits are identical to Xiao Ju's, both capable of possessing dual soul rings. However, both your father and I wish for you to wait until your soul power level increases before you attach them. This way, your strength will experience a qualitative leap in the later stages, potentially surpassing Xiao Ju. Including you all, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Xiao Wu, your talents are indeed exceptional. The considerable gap between you and Xiao Ju is merely a reflection of your current soul power levels, which remain comparatively low. As your soul power increases, the apparent strength of Xiao Ju's 4 soul rings will gradually diminish. Therefore, do not belittle yourselves, understand? Understood. The crowd replied in unison. With the master's explanation, they rekindled their fighting spirit. Excellent. The master gazed contentedly at this group of children, his heart brimming with confidence. With their innate talents and diligent efforts, he believed that they would astonish the entire world in the not-so-distant future. Chapter 65. For years later. Shrek Academy. The playground was bustling with activity. Line up. Everyone line up. Come one by one to Mr. Lee for bone age assessment. Dai Mubai shouted, maintaining order amidst the crowd. Today marked the registration day for Shrek Academy. After 4 years of development, Shrek Academy had transformed from its former dilapidated state into something unrecognizable. The once ramshackle fence had been replaced by a sturdy wall, and the entrance now featured a newly constructed stone archway, proudly inscribed with the words Shrek Academy in Flinder's own hand. While a meticulous comparison would reveal that Shrek Academy still lagged behind the prestigious Soul Master Academies, it boasted an array of new dormitories, dining halls, classrooms, and even training equipment, all thanks to Qianju and Dai Mubai. As time passed, Qianju had reached the age of 13, with a soul power level of 37, while Dai Mubai had surpassed him, achieving a level of 39, on the brink of becoming a Soul Master. It was likely that he would soon set a record for the youngest breakthrough to Soul Master in the history of Shrek Academy. However, maintaining such a status was uncertain, just as he had broken the previous record for Soul Elder, which lasted less than a year. It was now Qianju's turn to hold the record for the youngest breakthrough to Great Soul Elder at the age of 11, a feat that may remain unmatched for years to come. The other 3, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar, had also recently advanced to level 30, with Oscar achieving this milestone just a month prior. The master planned to lead this group of students to the Sodto Forest to hunt for soul rings after the registration concluded. And if new students could be recruited this year, it would provide an opportunity to integrate them into the Shrek team. If you do not meet the requirements, you may leave. Next, after assessing the child's age and determining he was over 14, Li Yusong stated flatly, "Why, teacher? My son ranked among the top in the junior academy, and his first soul ring is a 100-year spirit. How can he be unqualified? The child's parent exclaimed in disbelief. Very well, what is your son's soul power level? Has he surpassed 25? Has he touched the threshold of soul elder? What? The threshold? Oh, he has touched it. My son has already attained the 19th level of soul power. Once he acquires his second soul ring, he will ascend to the rank of a great soul master. Li Yusong rolled his eyes. I referred to the rank of soul venerable, not a great soul master, which is why I deem your son unqualified. What? A soul venerable? Are you requiring a student to possess the strength of a soul venerable? Are you seeking teachers or students? If one possesses the strength of a soul venerable, why would we even need to attend school? What kind of institution is this, imposing such stringent requirements? Faced with the parents' indignation, Li Yusong exhaled calmly. Mubai? Immediately. The orderly Mubai responded, unleashing his martial soul. After 4 years, Mubai had grown taller and, coupled with the enhancement from his martial soul transformation, he exuded a formidable aura that compelled the irate parent to step back in alarm. Li Yusong gestured towards the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings at Mubai's feet. Do you see that? Upon reaching the age of 14, this is the standard we uphold at our academy. Your child has not even attained the level of a great soul master by age 14, which is why I deem him unqualified. Is there a problem with that? By the way, Mubai, didn't we post the admission requirements? Why are so many parents still bringing their ordinary children here? Perhaps they think our requirements are jesting. After all, how many geniuses under the age of 13 possess soul power exceeding 25 levels? Mubai replied with a hint of exasperation. Yet, Li Yusong remained unfazed. Where are the deficiencies? Isn't our academy comprised entirely of such standards? Never mind, I shall announce it again. Otherwise, testing each of these children would be excessively cumbersome. In my opinion, Flanders should have eliminated the non-refundable registration fee regulation. That way, fewer people would have shown up. As he spoke, he rose from his seat. Gazing at the long queue of registrants behind him, he released his martial soul, a staff engraved with dragon patterns, which swiftly appeared in his hand. With a thud, he struck the dragon-patterned staff forcefully against the ground, unleashing the aura of a soul emperor without reservation. The murmuring crowd fell silent in an instant. Parents, have you not even glanced at our registration guidelines before bringing your children to apply at Shrek Academy? Do you know what Shrek means? It signifies monster. Our Shrek Academy is an institution that exclusively admits monsters. If your child is over the age of 13 and has not achieved soul power exceeding 25 levels, do not waste your time here. It is merely a fruitless endeavor. Next. With that, Li Yusong sat back down, waving his hand to indicate that the bewildered child and parent before him could leave. Consequently, a significant portion of the crowd sighed and departed, leaving only a handful of individuals behind. Indeed, this is more like it. I have been saying that if we have not recruited the desired candidates for 4 consecutive years, what use is it to have so many applicants? Extend your hand. Li Yusong observed the dispersing crowd with satisfaction, nodding as he continued his work, instructing the girl before him to extend her hand for a bone age assessment. As he merely touched her twice, a look of doubt and surprise crossed his face, and he raised his head to gaze in astonishment at the girl seated across the table. So, teacher, may I ask if I have passed? The girl's voice was soft and melodious, resonating with sweetness. Yes, you can pass, but do your family members know you are here? Li Yusong furrowed his brow, as if sensing some underlying issues with her family. I'm not sure, but it said that education knows no boundaries. Moreover, I meet your academy's requirements. I am under 13 years old and my soul power exceeds level 25. It seems you have no reason not to accept me, right? Indeed. That is a valid point. Very well, you have passed. Please wait aside for now. Shortly, Dai Mubai will take you to the next stage. After all, the troubles ahead are not mine to bear. All right, the girl obediently replied, standing beside Dai Mubai, who turned to admire her presence. Yes, it was merely admiration. Due to the early arrivals of Qian Zhu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai had glimpsed hope amid his family's struggles. Hence, he had refrained from frivolous pursuits and instead devoted nearly all his time to enhancing his strength, which was evident as he had surpassed the original narrative by 2 levels in soul power. Didn't we say that anyone over 13 should refrain from joining? Just as Dai Mubai was admiring the girl's charm, Li Yusong suddenly expressed his irritation. Yes, he is indeed 15, I am aware. However, teacher, my son not only meets the soul power requirement of level 25, but also possesses 200-year soul rings. Teacher, could you perhaps show some leniency? It turned out that the child undergoing the test had indeed surpassed the age of 15. Yet the parent believed that due to their child's soul power meeting the necessary level and possessing 200-year soul rings, he should be permitted to stay. Observing the humble demeanor of the child's parent, Li Yusong suppressed his annoyance. After all, He understood that the parent was acting in the best interest of their child. This is not merely a question of my leniency. Perhaps your child is indeed talented, but he is still some distance from being extraordinary. To rashly integrate into an advanced environment could be detrimental to him. Look at our academy's students. For instance, Dai Mubai is also 15. Yet his soul power has reached 39. Given such a disparity, how could they possibly be compatible? I suggest you consider enrolling him in another academy. If he truly possesses the qualities you claim, other institutions should be accessible. Listening to Li Yusong's earnest counsel, the parent glanced at their child and began to realize that the boy no longer exhibited the spirited demeanor he once had at the junior academy. Instead, he appeared somewhat intimidated by Dai Mubai. It seemed they understood Li Yusong's words. Thank you, teacher, for your advice. I have been too stubborn. Come, son. After waiting in line for so long, you must be hungry. Let us first dine, and then we shall visit that academy called Songhui. I have heard it is quite a respectable institution and should suit you well. After expressing gratitude to Li Yusong, the parents swiftly led their son away from Shrek Academy, leaving only the faint echoes of their conversation behind. Chapter 66, The Assembly of the Seven. Next, the departure of that parent did not attract any attention. The enrollment at Shrek Academy continued unabated. One after another, individuals approached to assess their bone age. Yet, much like the previous parent, they were parents whose children did not meet the standards but were brimming with confidence. Li Yusong refrained from exhibiting further irritation. What if he encountered an exceptional child? However, he also ceased his earnest attempts at persuasion. A lack of qualification was simply that, and he dismissed them outright. The individuals complied obediently, none daring to provoke a soul emperor's ire, until a composed young girl approached. At the moment the girl stepped forward, Dai Mubai's gaze, initially admiring the girl beside him, instantly shifted to her, his eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance. What is this sensation? Why does it feel so familiar and intimate? Dai Mubai gazed at the girl, furrowing his brow as he murmured to himself. Her bone age is suitable. What level of soul power does she possess? All right, you may stand aside and wait for the next round. As the girl came to stand beside him, Dai Mubai found it nearly impossible to divert his gaze. Yet, she didn't cast a glance in his direction. Eventually, he could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Hello, may I ask what your martial soul is?" Dai Mubai was taken aback. Why am I asking that? What does age difference matter? His confusion deepened. My martial soul is the nether cat, she stated tersely before turning her head away, ignoring him completely. The nether cat. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, inhaling sharply. You are from the Zhu family. What brings you here? Wait, could you be the one from the Zhu family destined to ally with me? Dai Mubai stared in astonishment at Zhu Zhuqing. The Zhu family was also a prominent clan within the Star Do Empire, akin to the Dai family of the Star Do royal family. Both families possessed a martial soul, a white tiger and a nether cat, remarkably complementary. With proper training and synergy, individuals from both clans could unleash a martial soul fusion technique known as the Nether White Tiger. Thus, a pact was established between the families, ensuring that whenever there were offspring of similar ages, they would inevitably be united as partners, sharing both glory and disgrace. Dai Mubai's elder brother, Dai Weici, was paired with Zhu's eldest daughter, Zhu Zhiyun. At the time Dai Mubai left home, the Zhu family had yet to finalize his destined partner, so he had never met Zhu Zhuqing. He never anticipated that she would arrive here now. In response to Dai Mubai's inquiry, the composed girl remained unresponsive, silently gazing straight ahead. Meanwhile, the sweet girl beside them watched with keen interest, her eyes ablaze with curiosity. Indeed, this composed girl and the sweet girl were Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. 4 years later, they had finally arrived at Shrek Academy, following the trajectory of history. How is it, Boss Dai? Have you found any suitable candidates this year? At that moment, a group of young individuals approached, 4 men and 1 woman, led by Qianju. Following closely were Xiao Wu, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. In previous years, Qianju had scarcely involved himself in the recruitment process. However, he calculated that this year marked the arrival of the last 2 girls of the Shrek 7 monsters, which prompted him to come and take a look. Along the way, he encountered several others, and since they all seemed to have little to do, they decided to accompany him. Not bad. What brings you all here this year? In the past, you never bothered, leaving me to face the toil alone. And you, fatty, haven't you gone to find your girlfriend? Don't mention it. Sui Hua couldn't stand me anymore and broke up with me. Sigh. I guess I'll have to frequent the brothels again, Ma Hongjun lamented, covering his face in sorrow. Ha. The 5 from Shrek couldn't help but laugh at Ma Hongjun's woeful expression. Even Xiao Wu was not exempt from the mirth. They all understood that Ma Hongjun's needs stemmed from the flaw in his martial soul, and even when he dated those girls, he never forced anyone, treating his girlfriends with utmost kindness. Thus, no one held any grievances regarding his frequent changes in romantic partners. Ma Hongjun was genuinely a good person. The two newcomers, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, were somewhat bewildered by the mention of brothels, with Zhu Zhuqing's icy gaze becoming even colder as she turned to Dai Mubai, who seemed to sense her scrutiny and met her gaze. Don't look at me. I've never been to those places. I've been diligently cultivating all these years. Dai Mubai hurriedly clarified. Wow, this year there are actually 2 girls. Oscar exclaimed, noticing the 2 girls beside Dai Mubai. One had a sweet bob haircut, while the other possessed long, straight black hair, both rare beauties. He quickly introduced himself. Hello, I'm Oscar. What are your names? Zhu Zhuqing. The typically aloof Zhu Zhuqing replied succinctly. I'm Ning Rongrong. Hello, are you all students of Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong exhibited a friendlier demeanor, enthusiastically greeting everyone. Hee hello, I'm Xiao Wu. We are all students of Shrek. But don't mind that Uncle Sausage over there. He is rather lewd. So you've already passed the first test. Xiao Wu approached the 2 girls with a smile, her cheerfulness evident. Currently, among the 6 Shrek students, she was the only girl. The girls' dormitory was empty every night, leaving her alone, and she could no longer share a room with Tang San. Thus, she eagerly welcomed the prospect of having more girls join. Qianzhu also admired Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing openly, reflecting inwardly, ah. So these are Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, both are strikingly beautiful, each with their unique charm. No wonder Dai Mubai and Oscar pursued them so fervently in the original story. At long last, the Shrek 7, or rather, with my inclusion, now the Shrek 8, have finally gathered together. Excellent. It appears that this year, only 2 children have met the requirements. Mubai, please escort them to Master. I shall retire for a while. These old bones of mine need rest. Just then, Li Yusung had completed the assessments of the remaining children. However, due to the Academy's heightened standards, ultimately only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong qualified. Perhaps it was fate. Very well, Teacher Li, we shall proceed ahead, Mubai replied. He then turned to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, saying, come along, follow us. I shall take you to Teacher Yu. If you can pass her test, you'll be able to join us at Shrek. Yes, let us go and meet the Master. Once we do, we shall be comrades. With the signal to depart, Xiao Wu eagerly grasped one of each girl's hands, bouncing joyfully as she led Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing towards the back of the playground. The boys exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile as they trailed behind. Chapter 67. The choice. The boys followed Xiao Wu and the 2 girls until they arrived at a clearing outside the Master's dormitory. Their conversation soon caught the attention of the Master and Flinder, who were inside discussing matters. They opened the door and stepped out. Oh, this year we have actually recruited students, and 2 young ladies at that. Quite remarkable. I wonder, however, if they can pass Xiao Gang's test, Flinder said, a pleased smile gracing his face as he rubbed his hands together. Whose fault is it that your standards are so high? The Academy hasn't admitted anyone in 4 years. I have been living alone in the girls' dormitory for 4 years. Xiao Wu exclaimed, filled with indignation at the memory. This is a case of preferring quality over quantity. You wouldn't understand, Flinder retorted, rolling his eyes and dismissing Xiao Wu's complaints. All right, Flinder, let's first evaluate their soul power. You too. Please release your martial spirits so I can see, the Master stated practically, avoiding any unnecessary dialogue. He beckoned Flinder to bring forth the soul power testing crystal ball. 7 treasure, glazed tile. As Ning Rongrong heard this, she promptly released her martial spirit, a colorful tower, over a foot tall, twirling gracefully in her hand. My soul power is currently at level 26, endowed with 200-year soul rings, which provide 30% boosts to both strength and speed. As she introduced herself, she approached Flinder and placed her hand on the soul power testing crystal ball he had just retrieved. Instantly, a radiant glow emanated from the crystal ball, indicating that her soul power was approximately at level 26. How surprising. The 7 treasure glazed tile, what brings you here? Did your family consent to this? As Ning Rongrong unleashed her 7 treasure glazed tile martial spirit, the onlookers were taken aback. For they had learned in Master S martial spirit appraisal class that the 7 treasure glazed tile was a martial spirit exclusive to the direct disciples of the 7 treasure glazed sect, one of the 3 great sects in the world of soul masters. It could be deemed the most formidable of support-type martial spirits, rarely seen in isolation. Yet, this girl named Ning Rongrong had somehow arrived at Shrek Academy. The Master immediately inquired about her family's stance. I don't know. However, I am here simply as an ordinary person to learn, and you need not treat me differently. You need not worry about my family. I assure you they will not create any trouble for the Academy. Ning Rongrong replied impatiently, promptly assuring the Master and others. The Master gazed at Ning Rongrong, deep in thought. A direct disciple of the 7 treasure glazed sect would not be allowed to wander freely. And yet this girl named Ning Rongrong had not only escaped, but had also not been hindered. It seemed her family had intentionally allowed her to come here to hone her skills. This girl, even among the direct disciples, likely held a significant status. Nevertheless, now that she had enrolled in Shrek Academy, they would not easily overlook the presence of such a prestigious support martial spirit. The master promptly approached Flinder and whispered a few words into his ear. Flinder, taken aback, nodded and turned to leave the scene without uttering a word, leaving the crowd in confusion. Cough. Well then, your martial spirit and soul skills are undoubtedly fine. And this child, what about you? The master did not elaborate further on the matter and redirected the conversation toward Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, martial spirit, netherworld cat spirit, a level 27 agility type battle soul master. She stated, releasing her martial spirit. A pitch-black feline soul beast flashed before her and attached itself to her. Her eyes transforming in color, one turning emerald green and the other azure blue, while her hands sprouted sharp, claw-like protrusions. Netherworld cat spirit, you're here to seek Dai Mubai, aren't you? The master was again astonished, as he was well aware of the connection between the netherworld cat spirit and the royal white tiger martial spirit of the Star Luo Empire. Thus, the moment Zhu Zhuqing revealed her martial spirit, he understood her intent for coming here was indeed related to Dai Mubai. No, I am here to enhance my strength. However, with her aloof demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing could not bring herself to admit she had come for Dai Mubai, so she stubbornly fabricated a lie, claiming her purpose was solely to improve her abilities. Very well, then your soul skills should also pose no issues. Perfect. One of you is agility type, and the other is support type. For the practical test, you may choose between Xiao Ju and Mubai. As long as you can withstand their combined onslaught for the duration of a stick of incense, you shall pass. Upon learning that Zhu Zhuqing hailed from the Zhu family, the master ceased his efforts to examine their soul skills. For illustrious families like the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Zhu family, their initial soul skills had undergone countless tests, becoming almost fixed to a select few. Hence, he began to arrange practical combat for the two, eager to observe their performance in actual battle. Qianju, upon hearing the master's words, promptly stepped forward alongside Dai Mubai, allowing Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong the opportunity to choose. He felt a surge of excitement, after years of camaraderie with the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters. Only the newcomers, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, remained somewhat unfamiliar. He hoped they would select him, providing a chance to gauge their abilities. Choose me, choose me, Dai Mubai silently urged, signaling with his eyes to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Beside them, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar held their breath, eagerly anticipating the two-'s decision. I choose him. I choose him. However, upon exchanging glances, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing unexpectedly opted for Qianju. Ning Rongrong, having witnessed Dai Mubai unleash his martial soul, was aware of his soul power reaching the 39th level. In contrast, the one named Qianju appeared younger than Dai Mubai, thus likely possessing a lesser soul power, making the battle seem more manageable. Zhu Zhuqing, interpreting Dai Mubai's insistence as an indication that he would go easy on her, felt her pride dissuade her from such a notion. Consequently, both chose Qianju. Disaster! Oscar exclaimed, facepalming. Ma Hongjun grimaced, vividly recalling the pain inflicted by Qianju's wolf spirit. Even Tang San shook his head in disbelief, lamenting their misfortune. Ju, please go easy. If possible, avoid using the wolf spirit, all right? Seeing the situation becoming dire, Dai Mubai could only sigh and implore Qianju to temper his approach. Relax, relax. I'm gentle with delicate flowers. You needn't worry. Qianju reassured, patting Dai Mubai's shoulder with a smile as he stepped forward. Observing this, the others quickly retreated, clearing the area for the impending duel among the three. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong noted the reactions of the onlookers, sensing perhaps they had made a questionable choice. Yet, without having fought, who could claim it was the wrong one? Having committed, they would harbor no regrets, at most facing defeat. Quickly unleash your martial soul. We are ready, Zhu Zhuqing declared, adopting an offensive stance as she faced Qianju, as if poised to spring forward at any moment. Very well. To ensure the two young ladies felt respected and not underestimated, Qianju readily summoned his martial soul. Extending his hand, the 1,000 Ju bow swiftly materialized, while beneath him, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, began to rotate slowly. A bow-type martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing pondered, perplexed. Isn't that a ranged agility-type soul master? Shouldn't I have an advantage over him? Yet, curious about the emotions displayed by the others, she decided to set aside her doubts and initiate the attack. Shaking her head to cast aside the tumultuous thoughts, Zhu Zhuqing uttered a soft reprimand and dashed forward, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as she charged towards Qianju. Attention! Chapter 68, The Battle. The 7 treasures are renowned, the second being speed, and the first being strength. In the moment Zhu Zhuqing soared through the air, nearing Qianzhu, Ning Rongrong activated the 7-treasure glazed tower, unleashing her second and first soul abilities in quick succession. 2 radiant beams of color emerged from the lower tiers of the tower, swiftly merging with Zhu Zhuqing's form, enhancing her speed significantly, allowing her to reach Qianzhu half a second faster than before. One must not underestimate this half second. It could very well provide the opportunity for her opponent to falter or miscalculate, thus creating a chance for victory in battle. However, Qianzhu's strength had transcended the realm of finding flaws in such minor details at this level of combat. As Zhu Zhuqing's lethal claws approached, Qianzhu calmly raised his right hand, firmly grasping her wrist. Ah, quite slippery, he mused inwardly. Zhu Zhuqing, however, was not one to concede easily. After struggling twice without success, she utilized the grip he had on her wrist to propel herself upward, curling into a ball. At the apex of her jump, she forcefully extended her body, launching both feet toward Qianzhu's head. Goodness! Qianzhu swiftly used the hand holding the bow to block her kick, then released the bow to seize one of Zhu Zhuqing's ankles. Using her momentum, he spun her around once before casting her aside, sending her crashing into Ning Rongrong, who was spectating, and both tumbled to the ground in a heap. Ouch! As Ning Rongrong exclaimed, Zhu Zhuqing rolled upon landing and sprang to her feet. Crouching like a cat, her gaze fixed warily on Qianzhu. Noticing that he had no intention of pursuing her, she gradually approached Ning Rongrong, helping her up. But her eyes never strayed from Qianzhu. Once Ning Rongrong had risen, rubbing her rear, Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance with her, both recognizing the worry reflected in each other's eyes. Particularly for Zhu Zhuqing, the recent exchanges had left a profound impression. This individual, named Qianzhu, boasted extraordinary physical prowess. When he had grasped her earlier, she had struggled in vain against his grip, which felt entirely unlike that of the agility-focused soul master. Furthermore, when she had unleashed her full strength in that kick, he had effortlessly blocked it with a single hand, remaining utterly unmoved, far stronger than any power-type soul master. How could she possibly contend with him? The two found themselves engulfed in hesitation. What are you pondering? Observing their gaze, Qianzhu softly intoned, gesturing with his left hand, summoning the floating Qianzhu bow into his grasp. He then raised it and released a luminous arrow aimed at Zhu Zhuqing. Whoosh! Zhu Zhuqing quickly dodged, diving to the side. As Ning Rongrong turned to check on her, another arrow whizzed past her hair, soaring into the distance and gradually fading away. Ning Rongrong paused momentarily, then instinctively touched her hair, discovering a singed lock beside her ear, curling and emitting faint wisps of smoke, a distinct scent of charred hair wafting through the air. Ah! Ning Rongrong crouched down, embracing her legs and weeping bitterly. This unforeseen turn of events left Zhu Zhuqing and Qianzhu, who were engaged in battle, utterly bewildered, while the onlookers from the academy exchanged glances of confusion. Ma Hongjun cautiously approached Xiao Wu's side and remarked, "Hey, Xiao Wu, it's just a bit of damaged hair. Does she really need to be this upset?" Xiao Wu shot him a glare. "Why don't you try burning your own hair?" With that, she moved closer to Ning Rongrong to offer her quiet consolation. Ma Hongjun rubbed his short hair, muttering, "So what if it burns? It'll grow back once the martial soul is released." Qianzhu, overhearing their conversation, shrank his neck in embarrassment. His initial vision was of a radiant arrow gliding through Ning Rongrong's hair, lifting it gracefully in the wind, a beautiful sight that might have served as a gentle reminder to her. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that his arrow was not an ordinary one. Infused with soul power and heat, it had led to the current predicament. Ning Rongrong was likely furious with him. He felt a sense of relief that he hadn't damaged Xiao Wu's braids during their previous battles. Otherwise, she too might have sought vengeance against him. With a resigned sigh, Qianzhu turned to the master for assistance, only to find the master gazing back at him with an expression of helplessness, as if to say, "You created this mess. You must resolve it yourself. And remember, I intended to recruit them, so don't scare them away." Rubbing his head, Qianzhu scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted the incense burning nearby, lit by the master to keep time, situated not far from his feet. His eyes brightened, and he drew back his bow, shooting an arrow that shattered the incense to smithereens. "Ahem, the incense has burned out. You all have passed. From this moment on, you are students of Shrek Academy, correct, master?" "Yes." The group responded in unison, particularly Oscar and others who had long awaited this day, having reached the limits of their soul power. As Qianzhu observed the departing students, he scratched his head and ultimately decided to catch up with Oscar and the others. Ning Rongrong was still in a temper. Perhaps it would be best to wait until she had calmed down before apologizing. Watching Ning Rongrong, supported by Xiao Wu as they headed towards the girls' dormitory, the master shook his head. It seems that this girl holds a significant position within the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Otherwise, she wouldn't have developed such a willful character. To abandon a battle over a minor grievance is troubling. I wonder if she'll truly remain with us. If she does, her obstinate disposition will certainly require some correction. Meanwhile, in the woods outside the academy, Flinder stood before a young man clad in white attire. Typically, his eyes conveyed a sense of languor. But now they bore an air of authority as he scrutinized the youth before him. Caught off guard by Flinder, the young man could only manage an awkward smile. Cupping his hands in greeting, "I am Ji Feng, a disciple of the Seven-Treasured Glazed Tile School, paying my respects to you, Senior Flinder." Humph. I had a feeling that someone from the Seven-Treasured Glazed Tile School would be shadowing that girl. "Speak. What is your intention in sending your precious disciple to participate in our Shrek Academy's recruitment?" "Ah, esteemed Elder Flandra, please temper your anger. The young lady holds great admiration for your academy's unique teaching methods, which is why she has ventured from home to enroll here. Our sect leader has entrusted me with a letter for you." The young man spoke, retrieving a letter addressed to the esteemed Dean Flandra from his bosom and presenting it to him. Elder Flandra squinted his eyes and, with a hint of skepticism, opened the letter. As he read, his eyes widened in disbelief. "This young girl is actually the sole daughter of your Ning sect leader and intends to remain here for training." The young man, taken aback, mirrored the astonishment in his expression. Having always protected Ning Rongrong, he was acutely aware that while her nature was not malevolent, she had been indulged by the two elders to the point of recklessness, making her disposition less than endearing. He never anticipated that the sect leader would permit her to stay alone at the academy. With that, the young man took a few steps back, turned, and gradually faded from view. Flandra, left alone, reread the letter with growing delight until a broad smile crept across his face. "Ha ha ha, this is splendid. We have unwittingly acquired a genius from the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School. I was just lamenting over Shao Gang's concerns, but now we need not worry. It appears we are destined to participate in the next Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Competition." Chapter 69, The Enchantress Rongrong. As the bell signaling the commencement of classes rang, the 8 Shrek students stood in a straight line on the playground, all present and accounted for. Master, Flandra, and Lu Erlong emerged slowly from the faint light of dawn. Even the esteemed master, known for his high standards, felt a surge of pride upon witnessing the 8 gifted students standing before him. With such talent at their disposal, the prospect of contending for the championship in the next Elite Soul Master Tournament seemed tantalizingly within reach. "Are you ready?" the master bellowed. "We are ready." The students responded in unison. "Very well, let us embark on another session of adaptive training." A collective groan escaped the group, except for Qianju, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, whose previously high spirits plummeted in an instant. Xiao Wu, what exactly is adaptive training?" Ning Rongrong, curious and standing at the back, quietly inquired of Xiao Wu, who was equally perplexed. Zhu Zhuqing, intrigued by Ning Rongrong's question, leaned in closer to Xiao Wu, eager to learn more. "Adaptive training," Xiao Wu began, gazing vacantly at the dimly lit sky, recalling Qianju's torment as a wolf spirit and Oscar's lewd soul abilities. Since discovering the true meaning behind Oscar's sausage, she had resolutely avoided it unless absolutely necessary. It is a torment of 2 extremes, one physical, the other mental. Trust me, you would not wish to experience it. Torment. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong echoed in unison. Ning Rongrong reminisced about her past pranks, such as placing snakes in her grandfather's bed or dyeing the few remaining hairs on her other grandfather's head in vibrant colors. Back then, both grandfathers had claimed she was torturing them. Zhu Zhuqing recalled the fierce rivalries and treachery within her family, which felt like a brutal torment to her. Both of them furrowed their brows. "All right, Xiao Ju, unleash your wolf spirit, but do not let it manifest. Everyone, extend your hands. Remember, no drastic movements, especially the 2 of you." The master finally approached Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, imparting this caution. The adaptive training for the wolf spirit had now evolved from merely inflicting wounds to a gentle bite, calibrated to inflict pain without causing actual harm. The master deliberately refrained from revealing the specifics of this training to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, intending to leave them with a lasting impression. Sighing, upon seeing the other 5 extend their arms in resignation, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had no choice but to follow suit. Mug. Oh. Observing the boys in front clutching their wrists and emitting strange sounds from their throats heightened the tension for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Finally, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn. She gripped her arm tightly, bracing for the impending mysterious torment. What kind of training is this? Is it painful?" As Ning Rongrong felt the oppressive force drawing nearer, she was on the verge of tears. In a swift motion, her arm was drawn back, and a gash several centimeters long was inflicted by the wolf spirit's sharp fangs, blood flowing forth instantaneously. Witnessing the blood streaming from her arm, coupled with the excruciating pain, Ning Rongrong sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, her tears mingling with her blood, soaking her garments. Rongrong, are you all right? Xiao Wu, after the pain subsided, quickly knelt beside Ning Rongrong to comfort her and check her injury. Get away from me. To her surprise, the usually gentle Ning Rongrong forcefully pushed Xiao Wu away, the sheer force causing Xiao Wu to stumble back several steps, nearly falling, if not for Tang San's timely support. You are all in cahoots, just bullying me. Ning Rongrong's words made Tang San frown in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a reaction from the typically gentle girl. Just yesterday, although she had cried in battle, she was still endearing, unlike her current outburst directed at Xiao Wu, who was only trying to comfort her. Tang San found himself beginning to dislike her behavior. The surrounding boys were equally perplexed, particularly Qianju, who had just singed her hair the previous day and now had inflicted a deep cut on her arm. Was this not cruel? All right, Ning Rongrong, once you've cried enough, stand up and proceed with the Oscar Spirit's adaptive training. It will expedite your healing. As Ning Rongrong erupted into a tirade, the master looked on in surprise. He was aware of her potential for stubbornness, but he had not anticipated such a harsh temperament. It seemed she required firm guidance. Utter nonsense. What right do you have to discipline me? What a ridiculous master you are. You are merely a worthless great spirit master. At your age, still trapped at the level of a great spirit master, I am bound to surpass you. Do you not feel any shame? And you dare to discipline me? As the excruciating pain from the wolf spirit subsided, Ning Rongrong began to berate him even more harshly. Oh, how could the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have produced such an uncultured child? Just watch me discipline you on behalf of your father. Lu Erlong, known for her fiery temper, was ready to confront Ning Rongrong for her insolence towards the master. However, after taking just 2 steps forward, she was halted by the master. Yes, you are correct. My soul power is only at the 29th level, and I may never ascend to the rank of a 30th level soul sage in this lifetime. You claim I am unqualified, and indeed, you are not wrong. Humph. Ning Rongrong, covering her hands, disdainfully turned her head away upon hearing the master's words. Yet, it is you who are unqualified, not I. It seems you truly lack the authority to discipline me and to remain at our Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong widened her eyes in disbelief, pointing at herself as she addressed the master. I am unqualified? You dare say I am unqualified? Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School possesses the most exceptional martial spirit in the world, and I am the finest disciple of my generation. How can you claim I am unqualified? Are you certain your vision is not impaired? It is not my vision that is flawed, but yours. Look for yourself. Whether in terms of soul power, character, talent, or martial spirit, which aspect do you measure up to them? If the most outstanding disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is merely you, then I fear the school is on the brink of decline. I am inferior to them. They are only slightly older than I and possess a bit more soul power. My Seven Treasure Glazed Tower martial spirit can significantly enhance a team's strength. Which of them can achieve that? The master shook his head. You need not boast about the enhancements your martial spirit can provide to a team. In your current state, no team would ever want you. Do you truly believe you could find partners to entrust your back to? Even your father requires the protection of 2 titled Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Have you ever witnessed him treating his companions in such a manner? Even if your soul power were to improve, do you think you could find titled Douluo companions? Every titled Douluo possesses their own pride. Why should they endure you? Furthermore, since you are unaware of your shortcomings compared to them, I shall demonstrate today just how inadequate you truly are. As the master spoke, he pointed to Qianju, who, at 13 years of age, stood at the 37th level with an agile attack-type battle spirit. His Qianju martial spirit, capable of dual souls, is nearly the most powerful martial spirit on the continent. Even at the 23rd level of Great Spirit Master, he was already able to hold his own against Soul Sect level Spirit Masters, and you witnessed his strength yesterday. I can candidly inform you that even if he were to refrain from using his martial spirit, you and Zhu Zhuqing together would not stand a chance against him. Should he take you seriously, you might not even last 10 seconds, let alone a stick of incense. As Ning Rongrong gazed in disbelief at Qianju, the master continued, pointing towards Dai Mubai. This is Dai Mubai, a formidable soul master possessing the top-tier offensive spirit, the White Tiger. He is currently at the 39th level of the Assault Spirit Master rank and may soon break through to the 40th level, achieving the Soul Master realm at the tender age of 15. Do you believe you can compare to that? But they are battle soul masters. How can they be compared to me, an auxiliary spirit master? Our cultivation naturally progresses at a slower pace. Ning Rongrong stubbornly argued. Is that so? Allow me to introduce Oscar. Like you, he is also an auxiliary spirit master, and his soul power has already reached the 30th level. Today, we are embarking on a quest to assist him in acquiring his 3rd soul ring. Moreover, it is paramount to note that his sausage spirit is not in any way inferior to your 7 treasures, glazed tile. He is the only auxiliary spirit master I have encountered with innate full soul power. Did your spirit awaken with innate full soul power? I am also aware that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect spirit has certain flaws. I have yet to hear of any soul master with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile who has attained the rank of title Doola. Your spirit has its shortcomings, but Oscar S. does not. If all goes well, he is destined to cultivate to the realm of title Doola. At that time, the title of the continent's premier auxiliary spirit master will no longer belong to your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Ning Rongrong stared in shock at the master and Oscar, astounded to discover that there existed auxiliary spirit masters with innate full soul power. Even more alarming was the master's uncanny ability to deduce the deepest secrets of their Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Do you now comprehend the disparity? And there is more. Tang San possesses twin spirits, with soul power also reaching the 30th level. You should understand what twin spirits signify, correct? Ma Hongjun wields a top-tier flying spirit, the evil fire phoenix. Flying spirits are exceedingly rare. Do you need me to elaborate on what a phoenix represents? Lastly, there is the girl you just pushed aside, Xiao Wu. Perhaps her difference from you is somewhat less pronounced, yet her spirit is equally remarkable. Her unique agility makes her a bane to close combat soul masters. And her soul power has also reached the 30th level, all at the age of 12. Tell me, do you think you can measure up to any of them? Here, much like when they first arrived at Shrek Academy, the master chose to reveal everything, recognizing that these two girls possessed good hearts, albeit with differing temperaments. He was confident that he could guide them, especially Ning Rongrong, to a more favorable disposition. Oh, and there is Zhu Zhuqing, who came here with you. While you might not discern much difference in soul power, based on her performance in battle yesterday, she unquestionably surpasses you by leaps and bounds. And Zhu Zhuqing, tell me, what is your purpose for being here? How do you intend to approach the training arranged by the Academy? As long as it can make me stronger, I will carry it out without hesitation. Then do you believe I am qualified to teach you? Absolutely qualified. Ning Rongrong, did you hear that? Indeed. I concede that your Seven Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul is quite remarkable. However, I surmise that had it not been for this martial soul, you might not have qualified for admission to this academy, and I would not have engaged in such extensive conversation with you. Setting aside the martial soul, given your current disposition, it is evident that no one would find you endearing. Are you truly resolute in persisting with such obstinacy? Ning Rongrong gazed blankly at the master. Her eyes, already misty with tears, now overflowed with larger droplets. The master's words today utterly shattered the pride she once harbored. She turned to glance at the others around her, only to find them silently observing from a distance. Even Xiao Wu, who typically stood close, was now beside Tang San. Could it be that she was genuinely so loathsome? At this moment, her proud heart crumbled to pieces. With a wail, Ning Rongrong turned and dashed towards the exit of the playground, yearning to escape the disdain that surrounded her. Are you certain you wish to leave? The master's voice halted her in her tracks. We are about to embark on a journey to the Sodto Forest to hunt for soul rings. This is your prime opportunity to integrate into this collective. Are you sure you wish to depart? If you leave, I can guarantee that within a decade, at most, they will be figures you will look up to. Ning Rongrong stood there, momentarily frozen, her tear-streaked face turning towards the onlookers. To leave or to stay, what a dilemma. Finally, it was Xiao Wu who approached her gently and enveloped her in an embrace. It's all right, Rongrong. Stay with us, as long as you temper your headstrong nature. Everyone will welcome you. Amidst her sobs, Ning Rongrong gazed at Xiao Wu, captivated by her sincere eyes. Is that truly so? Yes, indeed. They are all wonderful individuals. Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Wu, the very girl she had recently pushed away, and suddenly recognized how detestable she had been. Oh, Xiao Wu, I am so sorry. Chapter 70. The strength of Qianzhu. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's tearful apology to Xiao Wu, the others patiently awaited her release of pent-up emotions. Once she had expressed her turmoil, the master beckoned Oscar to begin crafting his sausages to distribute to everyone. I have a sizable sausage, echoed Oscar's playful incantation across the vast playground. After producing 8 sausages, Oscar commenced distributing them one by one, chuckling as he handed them to several girls. Perverted sausage uncle. What are you laughing about? Xiao Wu, being the closest to Oscar, playfully challenged him. Qianzhu, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, upon receiving their sausages, promptly indulged in them. As boys, they bore little resistance, having forged bonds over several years. Any lingering reluctance had long since dissipated. Qianzhu even retrieved his own concocted chili seasoning from his storage ring, sprinkling it over the sausage as he savored it. Hey, Qianzhu, share some with me. Dai Mubai extended his sausage towards Qianzhu. I want some too. Ma Hongjun chimed in, his lips glistening. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the large sausage in their hands. Initially, upon hearing Oscar's soul curse, they were quite averse to it. However, Observing how relishingly Qianju and others consumed it, even enhancing it with spices, seemed to diminish their reservations. Since their reluctance had lessened, Zhu Zhuqing turned her gaze towards Dai Mubai, curious to ascertain if he had any lingering concerns. After all, their families had entwined their fates, and certain matters warranted attention. Yet, when she glanced over, she found Dai Mubai engaged in a playful tussle for spices with Qianju, utterly oblivious to her presence. Well, it appeared there were no issues after all. Zhu Zhuqing mused, preparing to take a bite, when she overheard Xiao Wu still persuading Ning Rongrong. Go ahead, Rongrong. There's nothing to worry about. It's merely a soul curse from Uncle Sausage, nothing more. Moreover, the sausages he produces are quite beneficial. For instance, regarding your injured arm, consuming this should hasten the cessation of bleeding and promote scabbing. However, Ning Rongrong hesitated, eyeing the sausage in her hand. Oh, there's no need for hesitation. You can always eat more later. You won't even have a scar left behind. You know how it is for us girls. Scars are simply unseemly. Yet, even with this encouragement, Ning Rongrong continued to glance at Oscar, unable to bring herself to take a bite. Oh, enough with the hesitations. Just eat, Xiao Wu exclaimed, taking Ning Rongrong's hand and decisively placing the sausage into her mouth, simultaneously biting into her own. With a few chews, Ning Rongrong swallowed the sausage. But I also want to dip it in spices, she lamented, her expression one of mock despair. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, though she endeavored to maintain her aloof demeanor, stifling her laughter into a series of playful snorts. At long last, the morning's antics drew to a close. The group tidied up and prepared to depart from the academy, setting their sights on the Sodto Forest. The Sodto Forest, one of the 3 renowned gathering places for soul beasts on the Douluo Continent, stretches across the territories of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. It is an expansive, ancient woodland characterized by its complex environment, featuring wetlands, marshes, rivers, lakes, and mountains. It is home to a myriad of soul beasts, some of which are over 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 years old. Shrek Academy is situated within the bounds of Sodto City, approximately 500 kilometers from the Sodto Forest. From this point onward, you shall run continuously until you reach Sodto Town, which lies 100 kilometers from the forest. I do not concern myself with your arrangements. You must ensure that you arrive there before nightfall. Furthermore, your exertions today must not impede your capabilities for tomorrow's endeavors. Along this journey, including the soul ring hunting tomorrow, aside from dangers that exceed your capacity to handle, the Academy's instructors will not intervene. Thus, once you leave the Academy, everything rests upon your shoulders. Now let us set forth. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, Master stood before the crowd, solemnly delivering his remarks before departing in a rented carriage with Lu Erlong and Flander, leaving the 8 behind to watch enviously as they gradually faded from view. Enough of that. We should prepare to set off, Daisuke interrupted, stepping forward to orchestrate their departure. Eiju will lead the way. While Xiao Ao has consumed a significant amount of soul power, I shall alternate carrying him with Tang San, allowing him to recuperate and continue producing his delectable sausages. As long as we consume one every hour, we will effectively alleviate the fatigue brought on by continuous running, enabling us to reach Sodto Town. Daisuke, being the eldest and the most experienced in the academy, was implicitly recognized as the leader. Hence, he typically assumed the responsibility of making arrangements. Forget the hassle. Simply ride my wolf spirit. It can carry you effortlessly, Qianju suggested, summoning the wolf spirit into view. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing beheld Qianju's martial spirit for the first time. This creature bit me, Ning Rongrong remarked, gingerly touching her bandaged arm. A mix of fear and curiosity evident as she observed the wolf spirit from a distance. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the wolf spirit in awe. Is this truly what Master described as the most powerful martial spirit on the continent? Really? Can I ride the wolf spirit? Oscar exclaimed, leaning closer to the creature and gently caressing its mist-like form. Go ahead. It shouldn't hurt you, Qianju encouraged, assisting Oscar as he carefully mounted the wolf spirit's neck. Oscar grasped its ears tightly, afraid of falling. By the way, Eiju, carrying me on the wolf spirit won't impose any burden on you, will it? After all, the journey to Sodto Town is over 400 kilometers, Oscar inquired, recalling the distance. Rest assured, with my current strength, the energy expended by the wolf spirit carrying you is negligible, Qianju replied with a smile, unperturbed by Oscar's concern. Indeed, given Qianju's total soul power and recovery rate, the energy consumed by merely transporting Oscar was trivial, especially when considering Oscar's sausages. Over the past 4 years, Qianju had been regularly taken by Flander to hunt for the 1,000-Ju mark at the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest, strengthening the 1,000-Ju mark. Coupled with his 2/3 soul rings, each over 4,000 years old, His physical prowess had likely surpassed that of most soul kings. Indeed, Qianju's two-third soul rings had absorbed soul beasts exceeding 4,000 years in age, far surpassing the limit of 1,700 years established by Master, exceeding it by over 2,000 years, and doing so doubly. In the second year, when he ascended to the 30th level of Soul Master, the Master, in an effort to enhance the longevity of his third soul ring, deliberately extended the time for him to procure the soul ring by a substantial 6 months. Eventually he, alongside Flanders and Lu Erlong, ventured into the Sodto forest to secure the third soul ring. Upon successfully absorbing the soul ring and breaking through to the rank of Soul Master, his soul power surged directly to 34. Of course, the skills granted by the two soul rings exceeded expectations. The third soul ring of the sheep spirit originated from an Earth King with an impressive cultivation of over 4,200 years. The resultant third soul skill fully absorbed the remarkable innate powers of the Earth King, enabling Qianju to unleash a radiant arrow imbued with shockwave energy. This shockwave intensified with the distance traveled, ultimately allowing the arrow to unleash a concussive explosion over a 3-meter radius, disorienting enemies for a full 2 seconds, a formidable crowd control ability indeed. However, this soul skill is not without its drawbacks. The shockwave indiscriminately affects both foes and allies. Consequently, Qianju can only launch it in the form of an arrow. A direct attack using the Qianju bow would result in him being stunned alongside his adversaries. When released as an arrow, even if it fails to strike its target, Qianju can detonate it at will during flight. Thus, barring exceptional circumstances, this soul skill predominantly manifests as an arrow. Another lamentable aspect is that, possibly due to the Earth King's fire attribute, the arrows produced by this third soul skill, akin to the second soul skill, are vividly colored, specifically a brilliant crimson. This has led the Master to muse that if the color were to shift to transparent or a more subdued hue, the evaluation of this skill might ascend to a higher echelon. In contrast, the wolf spirit's third soul ring was obtained from a soul beast known as the shadow leopard, which possessed a remarkable innate ability to significantly enhance its physical attributes instantaneously during hunts or battles, unleashing formidable attacks in a brief span. This innate ability, now transferred to the wolf spirit as its third soul skill, grants it a complete attribute enhancement for 3 minutes, a straightforward yet powerful augmentation. This was a soul skill specifically devised by the Master to amplify Qianju's explosive potential. Thus, with his current prowess, Qianju encounters few rivals within the ranks of Soul Masters and Soul Lords. Indeed, he is now nearly capable of contending directly with Soul Kings. This serves as the most direct testament to the sweat and effort he has invested over the past 4 years. Chapter 71. Journey to the Sodto Forest. Very well, Xiao Ao, you shall restore your soul power on the wolf spirit. Qianju will lead the way, and I will provide support from the rear. After every hour, we shall consume an Oscar sausage to replenish our stamina. Let us embark. Recognizing the efficacy of this plan, Dai Mubai nodded in agreement and summarized the strategy, prompting Qianju to guide the group toward the Sodto Forest. As they journeyed along, passers-by occasionally pointed at Oscar, who was inexplicably floating in midair. Initially, Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of displeasure. As a support-type Soul Master herself, she wondered why Oscar had a mount that allowed him to soar above the ground while she was left to run along the earth. Was this crowd targeting her? However, after several hours of experiencing the benefits of Oscar's sausage, her complaints dissipated. She had not anticipated the remarkable effects of Oscar's delicacy, given her physical constitution. She found herself able to keep pace with the main group, experiencing only a mild fatigue of the spirit, devoid of the expected aches and pains from prolonged exertion. It dawned on her why Oscar's martial soul had attained such innate strength. Thus, after an entire day of travel, the 8 members of Shrek finally arrived at Sodto Town. Thanks to the continuous sustenance provided by Oscar's sausages, they were surprisingly unwearied. Upon entering the town, they immediately spotted Master, who had been waiting for them at the entrance. Observing the weary 8, Master checked the time and nodded. Indeed, you have arrived earlier than I anticipated. Come, let us go eat and rest, he instructed, leading the way to a rather unpretentious inn. We've already dined. Feel free to order whatever you wish. After eating, retire early. Your rooms are on the 3rd floor, numbers 4 to 8. I have made the arrangements for you. This evening, refrain from training. Recuperate your spirits in preparation for tomorrow's battle. Understood, Master. Please attend to your own matters, Qianju replied, acknowledging Master's departure. Very well. Let us eat. After a day of sausages, I am utterly fatigued by them, Demubai remarked, finding a large table and gesturing for everyone to sit down. Passing the menu to Ma Hongjun. Of course. Just look at my physique, Ma Hongjun replied. Perusing the menu before summoning a waiter and ordering nearly 20 dishes in one go, stopping only when he felt satisfied. Although this establishment appears lackluster, the menu is quite extensive. I wonder how the dishes will taste. Damubai rolled his eyes. Do you think you can finish all this food, fatty? And you will pay for it, right? I will pay. I'll soon reach Soul Master rank, so this amount is nothing to me, Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. The purchasing power of soul coins remained robust. The vast array of dishes he had ordered would scarcely cost a single gold soul coin. As a powerful soul master, Ma Hongjun received a monthly stipend of 10 coins, while Damubai, as a soul master, received 100 gold soul coins each month. Never mind. I shall take care of it. Let this serve as a welcoming feast for our new companions. Also, it's a way to make amends with Rongrong. Considering you've made her cry twice in just 2 days. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes. Made me cry? You make it sound as if I am overly sensitive. I have forgiven you, she declared, waving her hand with a hint of pride. However, her current display of pride does not evoke disdain. Instead, it elicits a chorus of benevolent laughter from those around her. Just as the 8 members of Shrek Academy were deepening their camaraderie, a group of individuals entered outside the inn, clad in light blue spirit master robes and appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. They were led by a meticulously groomed middle-aged man, clearly indicating they were a cohesive team. In contrast to Shrek's 8, who donned a hodgepodge of attire resembling a motley crew. Hey, Dai, look at that girl at the back. Isn't she beautiful? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he spotted the female spirit master trailing behind. Leaning towards Dai Mubai, he mischievously inquired. However, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Dai Mubai did not look over. Instead, he cast a furtive glance at Zhu Zhuqing and hurriedly pushed Ma Hongjun's head away. Look for yourself. Why ask me? Aren't you sharing in the moment? Ma Hongjun grumbled, rubbing his head after being shoved aside. At that moment, the dishes they had ordered were finally ready, and the server prepared to bring them to the table. All right, fatty, stop causing trouble. We've all had a long day. Let us eat and rest early. Qianju interjected, seizing the opportunity. He recalled that Shrek's group had some previous conflicts with the Tsanghui Academy, particularly with the leading middle-aged man, who possessed a turtle spirit and was at least in his 40s or 50s in spirit power. Dai Mubai and the others had struggled against him for quite some time until Zhao Wujia intervened, sending the middle-aged man flying with a single slap, thus quelling the altercation. However, given that he was present now, Qianju assumed that even the turtle spirit master would not pose a challenge for him, let alone for Shrek Academy, led by the formidable Flander and Lu Erlong, who were stronger than Zhao Wujia. Therefore, Qianju had little interest in provoking them further. Instead, he preferred to enjoy his meal peacefully, rest well, and prepare for the Soul Ring hunt the following day. A number of events awaited them, and he needed to ensure that the storyline remained on course, particularly avoiding any unforeseen incidents with Tang San's 8 spider lances. Thus, under Qianju's guidance, everyone enjoyed a harmonious meal, avoiding conflict with Tsanghui Academy. After a restful night, they awoke to the dawn of the next day. The morning sky was still dimly lit as the members of Shrek checked out of their rooms and stood side by side at the inn's entrance. Today, you will truly enter the Sodto Forest. This is not your first visit, and I trust you understand the inherent dangers far better than I do. So I shall refrain from elaborating further. Remember, unless faced with dire peril, our teachers will not intervene. Whether you can procure suitable soul rings depends solely on your own capabilities. After the master concluded, he stepped aside with Flander and Lu Erlong, signaling that Qianju and his companions could now arrange their own course of action. All right, I will take the lead in organizing our next steps, Dai Mubai. As the captain proclaimed, we are about to gradually enter the realm of the Sodto Forest. In the vast starry forest, danger may strike at any moment. Thus, it is imperative for our formation to adapt, enabling us to respond more adeptly to unforeseen circumstances. Firstly, as I possess the highest spirit power, I shall lead the way, followed by Zhu Zhuqing, with Ning Rongrong bringing up the rear. You two are responsible for offensive and supportive roles, should I encounter any difficulties while forging ahead. I expect your immediate assistance, Dai Mubai declared, casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who promptly nodded in agreement, signaling their readiness. Furthermore, Aju, your wolf spirit must remain airborne as we delve deeper, constantly monitoring the surroundings. This is the general arrangement. Do you have any concerns? After articulating his thoughts, Dai Mubai surveyed the group, hoping to identify any overlooked details. No issues, Boss Dai. Your considerations are remarkably thorough. Let us proceed as planned. Oscar affirmed after a moment's contemplation. The others nodded in consensus, with no objections raised. Satisfied by the lack of dissent, Dai Mubai nodded in approval. Very well. Let us set forth. With that, he strode ahead, and the others followed suit, aligning themselves in the prescribed order behind him. The master and his 2 companions observed the spirited departure of the Shrek team, nodding in acknowledgement. What are your thoughts? The master inquired, turning to Flinder and Lu Erlong. What thoughts? I find it splendid. Dai Mubai is increasingly embodying the essence of a leader, and his arrangements are quite commendable. I do wonder, however, whether the two new girls will integrate smoothly, Flinder replied, adjusting his crystal glasses. Moreover, I hope this operation proceeds without any peril. Peril? With the three of us watching over them, what danger could possibly arise? Unless they encounter a tidal Douluo or a 10,000-year spirit beast, what threats could they face? Moreover, do not underestimate this group of youngsters. They are far stronger than we were at their age. Especially a Jew, if given a few more years, his prowess will rival ours. In the past, 1 against 4 was a challenge. Soon, he may be able to take on 7, Lu Erlong proclaimed proudly, wrapping her arm around the master's. After all, he is Xiao Gang's disciple, calling me his teacher. He is akin to a son, she continued. That is rather exaggerated. Once he reaches the Spirit King level, the gap between him and Mubai's trio will gradually diminish. I doubt he will be able to match 7 alone, perhaps excluding Xiao San, the master interjected. A burst of laughter escaped Lu Erlong as she lightly punched the master's shoulder. So you mean to say that you are merely narrowing the gap? Considering both are your disciples? Flinder rolled his eyes. Come now, stop with the flirtation. We wouldn't want to lose our way. With that, he took the lead, followed closely by the master and Lu Erlong, who exchanged a knowing smile before hastening to catch up.